Life of Benjamin Franklin. Autobiography *. Chapter I. Origin and genealogy of his family. His birth. His mother. Employments. In his boyhood. Anecdote. Character of his father. Epitaph on his father and mother fond of reading. Apprentice to his brother to learn the printer's trade, writes ballads. Intimacy with Collins. Practices composition. Adopts a vegetable diet. Studies the Socratic method of disputation. Concerned in publishing a newspaper, disagrees with his brother. Leaves Boston and takes passage in a sloop for New York. I have ever had a pleasure in obtaining any little anecdotes of my ancestors. You may remember the inquiries I made among the remains of my relations, when you were with me in England, and the journey I undertook for that purpose. Imagining it may be equally agreeable to you to learn the circumstances of my life, many of which you are unacquainted with, and expecting the enjoyment of a few weeks' uninterrupted leisure, I sit down to write them. Besides, there are some other inducements that excite me to this. The first part of the autobiography, constituting the first 5 chapters of this edition, was written in the form of a letter to his son, William Franklin, then governor of New Jersey. It was begun while the author was on a visit to the family of the Bishop of St. Asaph, at Twyford, in the year 1771. Eni Vol. I know. 1a. Life of Franklin. Undertaking. From the poverty and obscurity in which I was born, and in which I passed my earliest years, I have raised myself to a state of affluence and some degree of celebrity in the world. As constant good fortune has accompanied me even to an advanced period of life, my posterity will perhaps be desirous of learning the means, which I employed, and which, thanks to Providence, so well succeeded with me. They may also deem them fit to be imitated, should any of them find themselves in similar circumstances. This good fortune, when I reflect on it, which is frequently the case, has induced me sometimes to say, that, if it were left to my choice, I should have no objection to go over the same life from its beginning to the end, requesting only the advantage authors have of correcting in a second edition the faults of the first. So would I also wish to change some incidents of it, for others more favorable. Notwithstanding, if this condition was denied, I should still accept the offer of recommencing the same life. But as this repetition is not to be expected, that, which resembles most living one's life over again, seems to be to recall all the circumstances of it, and, to render this remembrance more durable, to record them in writing. In thus employing myself I shall yield to the inclination, so natural to old men, of talking of themselves and their own actions, and I shall indulge it without being tiresome to those, who, from our respect to my age, might conceive themselves obliged to listen to me, since they will be always free to read me or not. And, lastly, I may as well confess it, as the denial of it would be believed by nobody, I shall perhaps not a little gratify my own vanity. Indeed, I never heard or saw the introductory words, without vanity I may say, and see, but some vain thing immediately followed. Life of Franklin. Most people dislike vanity in others, whatever share they have of it themselves, but I give it fair quarter wherever I meet with it, being persuaded, that it is often productive of good to the possessor, and to others who are within his sphere of action, and therefore in many cases it would not be altogether absurd, if a man were to thank God for his verity among the other comforts of life. And now I speak of thanking God, I desire with all humility to acknowledge, that I attribute the mentioned happiness of my past life to his divine providence, which led me to the means I used, and gave the success. My belief of this induces me to hope, though I must not presume, that the same goodness will still be exercised towards me in continuing that happiness, or enabling me to bear a fatal reverse, which I may experience as others have done, the complexion of my future fortune being known to him only, in whose power it is to bless us, even in our afflictions. Some notes, which one of my uncles, who had the same curiosity in collecting family anecdotes, once put into my hands, furnished me with several particulars relative to our ancestors. From these notes I learned, that they lived in the same village, Ecton, in Northamptonshire, on a freehold of about 30 acres, for at least 300 years, and how much longer could not be ascertained. Perhaps from the time, when the name of Franklin, which before was the name of an order of people, was assumed by them for a surname, when others took surnames all over the kingdom. As a proof that Franklr was anciently the common name of an order or rank in England, see Judge Fortescue, De Laudibus Legum Anglim, written about the year 1412, in which is the following passage, to show that good juries might easily be formed in any part of England. Regio Engiamilla, iteris persa referta qui est possessoribus 10 aramiti agrorum, quad in ea, viliulatam parvari periri non poterit, in qua non. Life of Franklin. This small estate would not have sufficed for their maintenance without the business of a smith, which had continued in the family down to my uncle's time, the eldest son being always brought up to that employment, a custom which he and my father followed with regard to their eldest sons. When I searched the registers at Ecton, I found an account of their marriages and burials from the year 1555 only, as the registers kept did not commence previo 1 thereto. I however learned from it, that I was the youngest son of the youngest son for 5 generations back. My grandfather, Thomas, who was born in 1598, lived at Ecton, till he was too old to continue his business, when he retired to Banbury in Oxfordshire, to the house of his son John, with whom my father served an apprenticeship. There my uncle died and lies buried. We saw. Miles, Armiger, vel pater familias, qualis ibidem Franklin vu, geriter nunc pater, Magnus didis possessionibus, ne non liberi tenens et alii valicti plurimi, sui patrimonius sufficiens ad faciendum juratam in forma parenitata. L/4 over, the same country is so filled and replenished with landed men, that therein so small a thorp cannot be found wherein dwelleth not a knight, an esquire, or such a householder, as is there commonly called a franklin, enriched with great possessions, and also other freeholders and many yeon able for their livelihoods to make a jury in form aforementioned. Old translation. Chimser too calls his country gentleman a franklin, and, after describing his good housekeeping, thus characterizes him. This worthy franklin bore a purse of silk, fixed to his girdle, white as morning milk. Knight of the shire, first justice at th assize. To help the poor, the doubtful to advise. In all employments, generous, just, he proved. Renowned for courtesy, by all beloved. Again. A spacious court they see. Both plain and pleasant to be walked in. Where them DCES meet a franklin fair and free. Spencer's Fairy Queen. 8 cubic centimeters APPENN 1x, no I. Life of Franklin. His gravestone in 1758. His eldest son Thomas lived in the house at Ecton, and left it with the land to his only daughter, who, with her husband, one Fisher of Wellingborough, sold it to Mr. Ist, now lord of the manor there. My grandfather had 4 sons, who grew up, viz. Thomas, John, Benjamin, and Josiah. Being at a distance from my papers, I will give you what account I can of them from memory, and, if my papers are not lost in my absence, you will find among them many more particulars. Thomas, my eldest uncle, was bred a smith under his father, but, being ingenious and encouraged in learning, as all his brothers were, by an Esquire Palmer, then the principal inhabitant of that parish, he qualified himself for the bar, and became a considerable man in the county, was chief mover of all public spirited enterprises for the county or town of Northampton, as well as of his own village, of which many instances were related of him, and he was much taken notice of and patronized by Lord Halifax. He died in 1702, the 6th of January, 4 years to a day before I was born. The recital, which some elderly persons made to us of his character, I remember struck you as something extraordinary, from its similarity with what you knew of me. Had he died, said you, 4 years later, on the same day, one might have supposed a transmigration. John, my next uncle, was bred a dyer, I believe wool. Benjamin was bred a silk dyer, serving an apprenticeship in London. He was an ingenious man. I remember, when I was a boy, he came to my father's in Boston, and resided in the house with us for. See a letter to his wife, describing his visit to Ecton, in the year 1758, Volume 7. p. 177 Editor. A*. Life of Franklin. Several years. There was always a particular affection between my father and him, and I was his godson. He lived to a great age. He left behind him 2 quarto volumes of manuscript, of his own poetry, consisting of fugitive pieces addressed to his friends. He had invented a shorthand of his own, which he taught me, but, not having practiced it, I have now forgotten it. He was very pious, and an assiduous attendant at the sermons of the best preachers, which he reduced to writing according to his method, and had thus collected several volumes of them. He was also a good deal of a politician, too much so, perhaps, for his station. There fell lately into my hands, in London, a collection he had made of all the principal political pamphlets relating to public affairs, from the year 1641 to 1717. Many of the volumes are wanting, as appears by their numbering, but there still remain 8 volumes in folio, and 20 in quarto and in octavo. A dealer in old books had met with them, and knowing me by name, having bought books of him, he brought them to me. It would appear that my uncle must have left them here, when he went to America, which was about 50 years ago. I found several of his notes in the margins. His grandson, Samuel Franklin, is still living in Boston. These 2 volumes have been preserved, and are now before me. They belong to Mrs. Emmons, of Boston, great-granddaughter of Benjamin Franklin, their author. Some further account of them is contained in the appendix, no I editor. This grandson of Benjamin Franklin followed the trade of his father, which was that of a cutler. On the father's sign, suspended over the shop door, was painted a crown, with his name, Samuel Franklin from London. It had also some of the implements of his trade. This sign was retained by Samuel Franklin the younger. At the beginning of the Revolution, the Sons of Liberty took offense at this crown, and demanded the removal of the sign, but they finally contented themselves with daubing a coat of paint over the crown, leaving Samuel. Life of Franklin. Our humble family early embraced the Reformed religion. Our forefathers continued Protestants through the reign of Mary, when they were sometimes in danger of persecution, on account of their zeal against popery. They had an English Bible, and, to conceal it and place it in safety, it was fastened open with tapes under and within the cover of a joint stool. When my great-grandfather wished to read it to his family, he placed the joint stool on his knees, and then turned over the leaves under the tapes. One of the children stood at the door to give notice if he saw the apparitor coming, who was an officer of the spiritual court. In that case the stool was turned down again upon its feet, when the Bible remained concealed under it as before. This anecdote I had from Uncle Benjamin. The family continued all of the Church of England, till about the end of Charles II's reign, when some of the ministers that had been outed for their nonconformity, holding conventicles in Northamptonshire. My uncle Benjamin and my father Josiah adhered to them, and so continued all their lives. The rest of the family remained with the Episcopal Church. My father married young, and carried his wife with 3 children to New England, about 1685. The conventicles being at that time forbidden by law, and frequently disturbed in the meetings, some considerable men of his acquaintances determined to go to that country, and he was prevailed with to accompany them thither, where they expected to enjoy the exercise of their religion with freedom. By the same wife my Franklin from London, and the implements of cutlery. Time gradually wore off the paint from the crown, so as to make it faintly visible. Uncle Mather Biles, who was as noted for his loyalty as for his puns, used to lament to Mrs. Franklin, that she should live at the sign of the half-crown. Nitor. 8 Life of Franklin. Father had 4 children more born there, and by a second, 10 others, in all 17, of whom I remember to have seen 13 sitting together at his table, who all grew up to years of maturity and were married. I was the youngest son, and the youngest of all the children except 2 daughters. I was born in Boston, in New England. My mother, the second wife of my father, was Abia Folger, daughter of Peter Folger, one of the first settlers of New England, of whom honorable mention is made by Cotton Mather in his ecclesiastical history of that country, entitled J.V. Agnala Christi, Americana, as a godly and learned Englishman, if I remember the words rightly. I was informed, he wrote several small occasional works, but only one of them was printed, which I remember to have seen several years since. It was written in 1675. It was in familiar verse, according to the taste of the times and people, and addressed to the government there. It asserts the liberty of conscience, in behalf of the Anabaptists, the Quakers, and other sectaries, that had been persecuted. He attributes to this persecution the Indian wars, and other calamities that had befallen the country, regarding them as so many judgments of God to punish so heinous an offense, and exhorting the repeal of those laws, so contrary to charity. This piece appeared to me as written. He was born January 6, 1706, Old Style, being Sunday, and the same as January 17, New Style, which his biographers have usually mentioned as the day of his birth. By the records of the Old South Church in Boston, to which his father and mother belonged, it appears that he was baptized the same day. In the old public register of births, still preserved in the mayor's office in Boston, his birth is recorded under the date of January 6, 1706. At this time his father occupied a house in Milk Street, opposite to the Old South Church, but he removed shortly afterwards to a house at the corner of Hanover and Union Streets, where it is believed he resided the remainder of his life, and where the son passed his early years. Editor. Life of Franklin. With manly freedom, and a pleasing simplicity. The 6 last lines I remember, but have forgotten the preceding ones of the stanza. The purport of them was, that his censures proceeded from goodwill, and therefore he would be known to be the author. Because to be a libeller I hated with my heart. From Sherborne Town * where now I dwell, my name I do put here, without offence your real friend, it is Peter Folger T. My elder brothers were all put apprentices to different trades. I was put to the grammar school at 8 years of age, my father intending to dewiot me, as the tithe of his sons, to the service of the church. In the island of Nantucket. The poem, if such it may be called, of which these are the closing lines, extends through 14 pages of a duodecimo pamphlet, entitled, J. Looking Glass for the Times, or the Former Spirit of, View England Revived in This Generation, by Peter Folger. It is dated at the end, April 23 d. 1676. The lines, which immediately precede those quoted by Dr. Franklin, and which are necessary to complete the sentiment intended to be conveyed by the author, are the following. I am for peace, and not for war, and that's the reason why I write more plain than some men do, that use to daub and lie. But I shall cease, and set my name to what I here insert, because to be a libeller, N.C. The author's muse speaks even in the title page, and explains to the reader his design in writing the Looking Glass for the Times. Let all that read these verses know that I intend something to show about our war, how it hath been, and also what is the chief sin, that God doth so with us contend, and when these wars are like to end. Read then in love, do not despise what here is set before thine eyes. Additional facts, respecting the Franklin and Folger families, are contained in the appendix. No. I Editor Vol. I2. I.O. Life of Franklin. My early readiness in learning to read, which must have been very early, as I do not remember when I could not read, and the opinion of all his friends, that I should certainly make a good scholar, encouraged him in this purpose of his. My uncle Benjamin too approved of it, and proposed to give me his shorthand volumes of sermons, to set up with, if I would learn his shorthand. I continued, however, at the grammar school rather less than a year, though in that time I had risen gradually from the middle of the class of that year to be at the head of the same class, and was removed into the next class, whence I was to be placed in the third at the end of the year. But my father, burdened with a numerous family, was unable without inconvenience to support the expense of a college education. Considering, moreover, as he said to one of his friends in my presence, the little encouragement that line of life afforded to those educated for it, he gave up his first intentions, took me from the grammar school, and sent me to a school for writing and arithmetic, kept by a then famous man, Mr. George Brownwell. He was a skillful master, and successful in his profession, employing the mildest and most encouraging methods. Under him I learned to write a good hand pretty soon, but I failed entirely in arithmetic. At 10 years old I was taken to help my father in his business, which was that of a tallow chandler and soap boiler, a business to which he was not bred, but had assumed on his arrival in New England, because he found that his dyeing trade, being in little request, would not maintain his family. Accordingly, I was employed in cutting wicks for the candles, filling the molds for cast candles, attending the shop, going of errands, and I disliked the trade, and had a strong inclination to Life of Franklin. Go to sea, but my father declared against it. But, residing near the water, I was much in it and on it. I learned to swim well, and to manage boats, and, when embarked with other boys, I was commonly allowed to govern, especially in any case of difficulty, and upon other occasions I was generally the leader among the boys, and sometimes led them into scrapes, of which I will mention one instance, as it shows an early projecting public spirit, though not then justly conducted. There was a salt marsh, which bounded part of the mill pond, on the edge of which, at high water, we used to stand to fish for minnows. By much trampling we had made it a mere quagmire. LVE proposal was to build a wharf there for us to stand upon, and I showed my comrades a large heap of stones, which were intended for a new house near the marsh, and which would very well suit our purpose. Accordingly in the evening, when the workmen were gone home, I assembled a number of my playfellows, and we worked diligently like so many emmets, sometimes 2 or 3 to a stone, till we brought them all to make our little wharf. The next morning, the workmen were surprised at missing the stones, which had formed our wharf. Inquiry was made after the authors of this transfer, we were discovered, complained of, and corrected by our fathers, and, though I demonstrated the utility of our work, mine convinced me, that that which was not honest, could not be truly useful. I suppose you may like to know what kind of a man my father was. He had an excellent constitution, was of a middle stature, well set, and very strong. He could draw prettily, and was skilled a little in music. His voice was sonorous and agreeable, so that when he played on his violin, and sung withal, as he was accustomed to do after the business of the day was Life of Franklin over, it was extremely agreeable to hear. He had some knowledge of mechanics, and on occasion was very handy with other tradesmen's tools. But his great excellence was his sound understanding, and his solid judgment in prudential matters, both in private and public affairs. It is true he was never employed in the latter, the numerous family he had to educate, and the straitness of his circumstances, keeping him close to his trade, but I remember well his being frequently visited by leading men, who consulted him for his opinion in public affairs, and those of the church he belonged to, and who showed a great respect for his judgment and advice. He was also much consulted by private persons about their affairs, when any difficulty occurred, and frequently chosen an arbitrator between contending parties. At his table he liked to have, as often as he could, some sensible friend or neighbor to converse with, and always took care to start some ingenious or useful topic for discourse, which might tend to improve the minds of his children. By this means he turned our attention to what was good, just, and prudent, in the conduct of life, and little or no notice was ever taken of what related to the victuals on the table, whether it was well or ill dressed, in or out of season, of good or bad flavor, preferable or inferior to this or that other thing of the kind, so that I was brought up in such a perfect inattention to those matters, as to be quite indifferent what kind of food was set before me. Indeed, I am so unobservant of it, that to this day I can scarce tell a few hours after dinner of what dishes it consisted. This has been a great convenience to me in traveling, where my companions have been sometimes very unhappy for want of a suitable gratification of their more delicate, because better instructed, tastes and appetites. Life 0.1 Franklin. L/Phi mother had likewise an excellent constitution, she suckled all her 10 children. I never knew either my father or mother to have any sickness, but that of which they died, he at 89, and she at 85 years of age. They lie buried together at Boston, where I some years since placed a marble over their grave, with this inscription: Josiah Franklin and Abia his wife lie here interred. They lived lovingly together in wedlock 55 years, and without an estate, or any gainful employment. By constant labor, and honest industry, with God's blessing, maintained a large family comfortably, and brought up 13 children and 7 grandchildren reputably. From this instance, reader, be encouraged to diligence in thy calling, and distrust not providence. He was a pious and prudent man, she a discreet and virtuous woman. Their youngest son, in filial regard to their memory, places this stone. J.F. born 1655, died 1744. E.T. 89. A.F. born 1667, died 1752. E.T. 85*. By my rambling digressions, I perceive myself to be grown old. I used to write more methodically. But one does not dress for private company, as for a public ball. Perhaps it is only negligence. The marble stone, on which this inscription was engraved, having become decayed, and the inscription itself defaced by time, a more durable monument has been erected over the graves of the father and mother of Franklin. The suggestion was first made at a meeting of the building committee of the Bunker Hill Monument Association, i.u. the autumn of 1826, and it met with universal approbation. A committee of management was organized, and an amount of money adequate to the object was soon contributed by the voluntary subscriptions of a large Vol. I.B. Life of Franklin. To return, I continued thus employed in my father's business for 2 years, that is, till I was 12 years old, and, my brother John, who was bred to that business, having left my father, married, and set up for himself at Rhode Island, there was every appearance that I was destined to supply his place, and become a tallow chandler. But my dislike to the trade continuing, my father had apprehensions, that, if he did not put me to one more agreeable, I should break loose and go to sea, as my brother Josiah had done, to his great vexation. In consequence, he took me to walk. Number of the citizens of Boston. The cornerstone was laid on the 15th of June, 1827, and an address appropriate to the occasion was pronounced by General Henry A. S. Dearborn. The monument is an obelisk of granite, 21 feet high, which rests on a square base measuring 7 feet on each side and 2 feet in height. The obelisk is composed of 5 massive blocks of granite placed one above another. On one side is the name of Franklin in large bronze letters, and a little below is a tablet of bronze, 32 inches long and 16 wide, sunk into the stone. On this tablet is engraved Dr. Franklin's original inscription, as quoted in the text, and beneath it are the following lines. The marble tablet, bearing the above inscription, having been dilapidated by the ravages of time, a number of citizens, entertaining the most profound veneration for the memory of the illustrious Benjamin Franklin, and desirous of reminding succeeding generations that he was born in Boston, A.D. erected this obelisk over the graves of his parents. Mduxi. A silver plate was deposited under the cornerstone, with an inscription commemorative of the occasion, a part of which is as follows. This monument was erected over the remains of the parents of Benjamin Franklin by the citizens of Boston, from respect to the private character and public services of this illustrious patriot and philosopher, and for the many tokens of his affectionate attachment to his native town. And one tour. Life of Franklin. With him and sea joiners, bricklayers, turners, braziers, and at their work, that he might observe my inclination, and endeavor to fix it on some trade or profession that would keep me on land. It has ever since been a pleasure to me to see good workmen handle their tools. And it has been often useful to me, to have learned so much by it, as to be able to do some trifling jobs in the house when a workman was not at hand, and to construct little machines for my experiments, at the moment when the intention of making these was warm in my mind. My father determined at last for the cutler's trade, and placed me for some days on trial with Samuel, son to my uncle Benjamin, who was bred to that trade in London, and had just established himself in Boston. But the sum he exacted as a fee for my apprenticeship displeased my father, and I was taken home again. From my infancy I was passionately fond of reading, and all the money that came into my hands was laid out in the purchasing of books. I was very fond of voyages. My first acquisition was Bunyan's works in separate little volumes. I afterwards sold them to enable me to buy R. Burton's historical collections. They were small chapman's books, and cheap, 40 volumes in all. My father's little library consisted chiefly of books in polemic divinity, most of which I read. I have often regretted, that, at a time when I had such a thirst for knowledge, more proper books had not fallen in my way, since it was resolved I should not be bred to divinity. There was among them Plutarch's Lives, which I read abundantly, and I still think that time spent to great advantage. There was also a book of Defoe's, called An Essay on Projects, and another of Dr. Mather's, called An Essay to Do Good, which perhaps gave me a turn of thinking, that had. Life of Franklin. An influence on some of the principal future events of my life. This bookish inclination at length determined my father to make me a printer, though he had already one son, James, of that profession. In 1717 my brother James returned from England with a press and letters, to set up his business in Boston. I liked it much better than that of my father, but still had a hankering for the sea. To prevent the apprehended effect of such an inclination, my jailer was impatient to have me bound to my brother. I stood out some time, but at last was persuaded, and signed the indenture, when I was yet but 12 years old. I was to serve an apprenticeship till I was 21 years of age, only I was to be allowed journeyman's wages during the last year. In a little time I made a great progress in the business, and became a useful hand to my brother. I now had access to better books. An acquaintance with the apprentices of booksellers enabled me sometimes to borrow a small one, which I was careful to return soon, and clean. Often I sat up in my chamber reading the greatest part of the night, when the book was borrowed in the evening and to be returned in the morning, lest it should be found missing. After some time a merchant, an ingenious, sensible man, Mr. Matthew Adams, who had a pretty collection of books, frequented our printing office, took notice of me, and invited me to see his library, and very kindly proposed to lend me such books, as I chose to read. I now took a strong inclination for poetry, and wrote some little pieces. My brother, supposing it might turn to account, encouraged me, and induced me to compose 2 occasional ballads. One was called The Lighthouse Tragedy, and contained an account of the shipwreck of Captain Worthilake with his 2 daughters. Life of Franklin. Ters, the other was a sailor's song, on the taking of the famous Teach, or Blackbeard, the pirate. They were wretched stuff, in street ballad style, and when they were printed, my brother sent me about the town to sell them. The first sold prodigiously, the event being recent, and having made a great noise. This success flattered my vanity, but my father discouraged me by criticizing my performances, and telling me verse makers were generally beggars. Thus I escaped being a poet, and probably a very bad one, but, As prose writing has been of great use to me in the course of my life, and was a principal means of my advancement, I shall tell you how in such a situation I acquired what little ability I may be supposed to have in that way. There was another bookish lad in the town, John Collins by name, with whom I was intimately acquainted. We sometimes disputed, and very fond we were of argument, and very desirous of confuting one another, which disputatious turn, by the way, is apt to become a very bad habit, making people often extremely disagreeable in company, by the contradiction that is necessary to bring it into practice, and thence, besides souring and spoiling the conversation, it is productive of disgusts and perhaps enmities with those, who may have occasion for friendship. I had caught this by reading my father's books of dispute on religion. Persons of good sense, I have since observed, seldom fall into it, except lawyers, university men, and generally men of all sorts, who have been bred at Edinburgh. A question was once, somehow or other, started between Collins and me, on the propriety of educating the female sex in learning, and their abilities for study. He was of opinion that it was improper, and that they, Vol. I. 3b***, Life of Franklin, were naturally unequal to it. I took the contrary side, perhaps a little for dispute's sake. He was naturally more eloquent, having a greater plenty of words, and sometimes, as I thought, I was vanquished more by his fluency than by the strength of his reasons. As we parted without settling the point, and were not to see one another again for some time, I sat down to put my arguments in writing, which I copied fair and sent to him. He answered, and I replied. 3 or 4 letters on a side had passed, when my father happened to find my papers and read them. Without entering into the subject in dispute, he took occasion to talk to me about my manner of writing, observed, that though I had the advantage of my antagonist in correct spelling and pointing, which he attributed to the printing house, I fell far short in elegance of expression, in method, and in perspicuity, of which he convinced me by several instances. I saw the justice of his remarks, and thence grew more attentive to my manner of writing, and determined to endeavor to improve my style. About this time, I met with an odd volume of the Spectator. I had never before seen any of them. I bought it, read it over and over, and was much delighted with one T. I thought the writing excellent, and wished if possible to imitate it. With that view, I took some of the papers, and making short hints of the sentiments in each sentence, laid them by a few days, and then, without looking at the book, tried to complete the papers again, by expressing each hinted sentiment at length, and as fully as it had been expressed before, in any suitable words that should occur to me. Then I compared my Spectator with the original, covered some of my faults, and corrected them. But I found I wanted a stock of words, or a readiness in RP collecting and using them, which I thought I should. Life of Franklin. Have acquired before that time, if I had gone on making verses, since the continual search for words of the same import, but of different length to suit the measure, or of different sound for the rhyme, would have laid me under a constant necessity of searching for variety, and also have tended to fix that variety in my mind, and make me master of it. Therefore I took some of the tales in the Spectator, and turned them into verse, and, after a time, when I had pretty well forgotten the prose, turned them back again. I also sometimes jumbled my collection of hints into confusion, and after some weeks endeavored to reduce them into the best order before I began to form the full sentences and complete the subject. This was to teach me method in the arrangement of the thoughts. By comparing my work with the original, I discovered many faults, and corrected them, but I sometimes had the pleasure to fancy, that, in certain particulars of small consequence, I had been fortunate enough to improve the method or the language, and this encouraged me to think, that I might in time come to be a tolerable English writer, of which I was extremely ambitious. The time I allotted for writing exercises, and for reading, was at night, or before work began in the morning, or on Sundays, when I contrived to be in the printing house, avoiding as much as I could the constant attendance at public worship, which my father used to exact of me when I was under his care, and which I still continued to consider a duty, though I could not afford time to practice it. When about 16 years of age, I happened to meet with a book, written by one Tryon, recommending a vegetable diet. I determined to go into it. My brother, being yet unmarried, did not keep house, but boarded himself and his apprentices in another family. Life of Franklin. My refusing to eat flesh occasioned an inconvenience, and I was frequently chid for my singularity. I made myself acquainted with Tryon's manner of preparing some of his dishes, such as boiling potatoes or rice, making hasty pudding and a few others, and then proposed to my brother, that if he would give me weekly half the money he paid for my board, I would board myself. He instantly agreed to it, and I presently found that I could save half what he paid me. This was an additional fund for buying of books, but I had another advantage in it. My brother and the rest going from the printing house to their meals, I remained there alone, and, dispatching presently my light repast, which was often no more than a biscuit, or a slice of bread, a handful of raisins, or a tart from the pastry cook's, and a glass of water, had the rest of the time, till their return, for study, in which I made the greater progress from that greater clearness of head, and quicker apprehension, which generally attend temperance in eating and drinking. Now it was, that, being on some occasion made ashamed of my ignorance in figures, which I had twice failed learning when at school, I took Cocker's book on arithmetic, and went through the whole by myself with the greatest ease. I also read Sellers and Sterney's book on navigation, which made me acquainted with the little geometry it contains, but I never proceeded far in that science. I read about this time Locke on human understanding, and the fluid rt of thinking by Messrs de Port Royal. While I was intent on improving my language, I met with an English grammar, I think it was Greenwood's, having at the end of it 2 little sketches on the arts of rhetoric and logic, the latter finishing with a dispute in the Socratic method. And, soon after, Life of Franklin procured Xenophon's Memorable Things of Socrates, wherein there are many examples of the same method. I was charmed with it, adopted it, dropped my abrupt contradiction and positive argumentation, and put on the humble inquirer. And being then from reading Shaftesbury and Collins made a doubter, as I already was in many points of our religious doctrines, I found this method the safest for myself and very embarrassing to those against whom I used it, therefore I took delight in it, practiced it continually, and grew very artful and expert in drawing people, even of superior knowledge, into concessions, the consequences of which they did not foresee, entangling them in difficulties, out of which they could not extricate themselves, and so obtaining victories, that neither myself nor my cause always deserved. I continued this method some few years, but gradually left it, retaining only the habit of expressing myself in terms of modest diffidence, never using, when I advance anything that may possibly be disputed, the word certainly, undoubtedly, or any others that give the air of positiveness to an opinion, but rather say, I conceive, or apprehend, a thing to be so and so, it appears to me, or I should not think it, so or so, for such and such reasons, or, I imagine it to be so, or, it is so, if I am not mistaken. This habit, I believe, has been of great advantage to me, when I have had occasion to inculcate my opinions, and persuade men into measures, that I have been from time to time engaged in promoting. And as the chief ends of conversation are to inform or to be informed, to please or to persuade, I wish well-meaning and sensible men would not lessen their power of doing good by a positive assuming manner, that seldom fails to disgust, tends to create opposition, and to defeat most. Life of Franklin. Of those purposes for which speech was given to us. In fact, if you wish to instruct others, a positive dogmatical manner in advancing your sentiments may occasion opposition, and prevent a candid attention. If you desire instruction and improvement from others, you should not at the same time express yourself fixed in your present OPM 10 NS. Modest and sensible men, who do not love disputation, will leave you undisturbed in the possession of your errors. In adopting such a manner, you can seldom expect to please your hearers, or obtain the concurrence you desire. Pope judiciously observes, men must be taught, as if you taught them not, and things unknown proposed as things forgot. He also recommends it to us to speak, though sure, with seeming diffidence, and he might have joined with this line, that which he has coupled with another, I think, less properly, for want of modesty is want of sense. If you ask, why less properly 7 I must repeat the lines, immodest words admit of no defense, for want of modesty is want of sense. Now, is not the want of sense, where a man one so unfortunate as to want it, some apology for his want of modesty J, and would not the line stand more justly thus 7? Immodest words admit but this defense, that want of modesty is want of sense. This, however, I should submit to better judgments. My brother had, in 1720 or 1721, begun to print a newspaper. It was the second that appeared in America, and was called the New England Courant. The only one before it was the Boston Newsletter. Life of Franklin. 23. Member his being dissuaded by some of his friends from the undertaking, as not likely to succeed, one newspaper being in their judgment enough for America ** at this time, 1771, there are not less than 25. He went on, however, with the undertaking. I was employed to carry the papers to the customers, after having worked in composing the types, and printing off the sheets. He had some ingenious men among his friends, who amused themselves by writing little pieces for this paper, which gained it credit, and made it more in demand, and these gentlemen oft visited us. Hearing their conversations, and their accounts of the approbation their papers were received with, I was excited to try my hand among them. But, being still a boy, and suspecting that my brother would object to printing anything of mine in his paper, if he knew it to be mine, I contrived to disguise my hand, and, writing an anonymous paper, I put it at night under the door of the printing house. It was found in the morning, and communicated to his writing friends when they called in as usual. They read it, commented on it in my hearing, and I had the exquisite pleasure of finding it met with their approbation, and that, in their different guesses at the author, none were named but. This was written from recollection, and it is not surprising, that, after the lapse of 50 years, the author's memory should have failed him in regard to a fact of small importance. The New England Courant was the 4th newspaper that appeared in America. The first number of the Boston Newsletter was published April 24, 1704. This was the first newspaper in America. The Boston Gazette commenced December 21, 1719, the Jail American Weekly J.I.R.I., at Philadelphia, December 22 d. 1719, the New England Courant, August 21, 1721. Dr. Franklin's error of memory probably originated in the circumstance of his brother having been the printer of the Boston Gazette, when it was first established. This was the second newspaper published in America. And one tour. Life of Franklin. Men of some character among us for learning and ingenuity. I suppose, that I was rather lucky in my judges, and that they were not really so very good as I then believed them to be. Encouraged however by this attempt, I wrote and sent in the same way to the press several other pieces, that were equally approved, 1nd, I kept my secret till all my fund of sense for such performances was exhausted, and then discovered it, when I began to be considered a little more by my brother's acquaintance. However, that did not quite please him, as he thought it tended to make me too vain. This might be one occasion of the differences we began to have about this time. Though a brother, he considered himself as my master, and me as his apprentice, and accordingly expected the same services from me as he would from another, while I thought he degraded me too much in some he required of me, who from a brother expected more indulgence. Our disputes were often brought before our father, and I fancy I was either generally in the right, or else a better pleader, because the judgment was generally in my favor. But my brother was passionate, and had often beaten me, which I took extremely amiss, and, thinking my apprenticeship very tedious, I was continually wishing for some opportunity of shortening it, which at length offered in a manner unexpected. Perhaps this harsh and tyrannical treatment of me might be a means of impressing me with the aversion to arbitrary power, that has stuck to me through my whole life. One of the pieces in our newspaper on some political point, which I have now forgotten, gave offense to the Assembly. He was taken up, censured, and imprisoned for a month by the Speaker's warrant, I suppose because he would not discover the author. I too was. Life of Franklin. Taken up and examined before the council, but, though I did not give them any satisfaction, they contented themselves with admonishing me, and dismissed me, considering me perhaps as an apprentice, who was bound to keep his master's secrets. During my brother's confinement, which I resented a good deal notwithstanding our private differences, I had the management of the paper, and I made bold to give our rulers some rubs in it, which my brother took very kindly, while others began to consider me in an unfavorable light, as a youth that had a turn for libeling and satire. My brother's discharge was accompanied with an order, and a very odd one, that James Franklin should no longer print the newspaper, called the New England Courant. On a consultation held in our printing office amongst his friends, what he should do in this conjuncture, it was proposed to elude the order by changing the name of the paper. But my brother, seeing inconveniences in this, came to a conclusion, as a better way, to let the paper in future be printed in the name of Benjamin Franklin, and in order to avoid the censure of the Assembly, that might fall on him, as still printing it by his apprentice, he contrived and consented that my old indenture should be returned to me with a discharge on the back of it, to show in case of necessity, and, in order to secure to him the benefit of my service, I should sign new indentures for the remainder of my time, which were to be kept private. A very flimsy scheme it was, however, it was immediately executed, and the paper was printed accordingly, under my name, for several months. The earlier numbers of the New England Courant were principally filled with original articles, in the form of essays, letters, and short paragraphs, written with considerable ability and wit, and touching with Vol. I 4c. 26 Life of Franklin. At length, a fresh difference arising between my brother and me, I took upon me to assert my freedom, presuming that he would not venture to produce the new indentures. It was not fair in me to take this advantage, and this I therefore reckon one of the first errata of my life, but the unfairness of it weighed little with me when under the impressions of resentment for the blows his passion too often urged him to bestow upon me. Though he was otherwise not an ill-natured man, perhaps I was too saucy and provoking. When he found I would leave him, he took care to prevent my getting employment in any other printing house of the town, by going round and speaking to every master, who accordingly refused to give me work. Great freedom the vices and follies of the time. The weapon of satire was used with an unsparing hand. Neither the government nor the clergy escaped. Much caution was practiced, however, in regard to individuals, and names were seldom introduced. There are some severe and humorous criticisms on the poets of the day, which may be classed with the best specimens of this kind of composition in the modern reviews. The humor sometimes degenerates into coarseness, and the phraseology is often harsh, but, bating these faults, the paper contains nothing, which in later times would have been deemed reprehensible. James Franklin, the editor and printer, was imprisoned on the general charge of having published passages boldly reflecting on His Majesty's government and on the administration in this province, the ministry, churches, and college, and that tend to fill the reader's minds with vanity, to the dishonor of God and the disservice of good men. He was sentenced by a vote of the Assembly, without any specification of these offensive passages, or any trial before a court of justice. This was probably the first transaction, in the American colonies, relating to the freedom of the press, and it is not less remarkable for the assumption of power on the part of the legislature, than for their disregard of the first principles and established forms of law. No change took place in the character of the paper, and 6 months afterwards, January, 1723, he was again arraigned upon a similar charge. The resentment of the ruling powers, stimulated by the clergy, had been gaining heat during the whole time, and now pushed them to more arbitrary measures. They condescended, however, to specify a particular article, as affording the ground of their proceedings. This was an essay on hypocrisy, in which hypocrites of various descriptions were roughly. Louis of Franklin. I then thought of going to New York, as the nearest place where there was a printer. And I was rather inclined to leave Boston, when I reflected, that I had already made myself a little obnoxious to the governing party, and, from the arbitrary proceedings of the Assembly in my brother's case, it was likely I might, if I stayed, soon bring myself into scrapes, and further, that my indiscreet disputations about religion began to make me pointed at with horror by good people, as an infidel and atheist. I concluded, therefore, to remove to New York, but my father now siding with my brother, I was sensible, that, if I attempted to go openly, means would be used to prevent me. My friend Collins, therefore, undertook to manage my flight. He agreed. Handled, but no individual or class of men was mentioned. The most objectionable paragraphs in this essay are the following. Religion is indeed the principal thing, but too much of it is worse than mu at all. The world abounds with knaves and villains, but, of all knaves, the religious knave is the worst, and villainies acted under the cloak of religion the most execrable. Moral honesty, though it will not itself carry a man to heaven, yet I am sure there is no going thither without it. But are they, such men as these in the New England? Heaven forbid there should be any, but, alas, it is to be feared the number is not small. Give me an honest renin, say some, for all a religious man, a distinction which I confess I never heard of before. The whole country suffers for the villainies of a few such wolves in sheep's clothing, and we are all represented as a pack of knaves and hypocrites for their sakes. Sentiments like these were thought worthy of the high condemnation of the Legislative Assembly, and the printer was again censured, without being tried by a judicial tribunal, and forbidden to publish any paper, or pamphlet, the contents of which had not been previously examined and approved by the Secretary of the Province. The following comment on this act, contained in the Philadelphia Mercury, of February 26, 1723, shows tile indignation with which it was received in other parts of the country. My Lord Coke observes, that, to punish first, and then inquire, the law errs, but here, Mr. Franklin has a severe sentence passed upon him, even to the taking away part of his lilyhood, without being called to make an answer. An indifferent person would judge by this vote against. Life of Franklin. With the captain of a New York sloop to take me, under pretence of my being a young man of his acquaintance, that had an intrigue with a girl of bad character, whose parents would compel me to marry her, and that I could neither appear or come away publicly. I sold my books to raise a little money, was taken on board the sloop privately, had a fair wind, and in 3 days found myself at New York, near 300 miles from my home, at the age of 17, October, 1723, without the least recommendation, or knowledge of any person in the place, and very little money in my pocket. Curanto, that the Assembly of the Province of Massachusetts Bay are made up of oppressors and bigots, who make religion the only engine of destruction to the people, and the rather, because the first letter in the Courant, of the 14th of January, which the Assembly censures, so naturally represents and exposes the hypocritical pretenders to religion. Indeed, the most famous politicians of that government, as the infamous Governor D.Y. and his family, have ever been remarkable for hypocrisy. And it is the general opinion, that some of their rulers are raised up and continued as a scourge in the hands of the Almighty for the sins of the people. Thus much we could not forbear saying, out of compassion to the distressed people of the province, who must now resign all pretenses to sense and reason, and submit to the tyranny of priestcraft and hypocrisy. P.S. By private letters from Boston we are informed, that the bakers were under great apprehensions of being forbid baking any more bread, unless they will submit it to the Secretary as Supervisor General and weigher of the dough, before it is baked into bread and offered to sale. After the sentence, James Franklin ceased to affix his name to the New England Courant. In the number, dated February 11th, he said, the late publisher of this paper, finding so many inconveniences would arise, by his carrying the manuscripts and the public news to be supervised by the Secretary, as to render his carrying it unprofitable, has entirely dropped the undertaking. From this time the paper was published in the name of Benjamin Franklin, and although he remained in Boston only 8 months afterwards, yet his name was continued as publisher for several years, and probably till the paper came to an end, in 1727. James Franklin removed soon after to Newport, where he established the Rhode Island Gazette, September, 1732. He died in February, 1735. M2R. And LTET.17. Life of Franklin. 29. Chapter 2. Journey to Philadelphia. Adventure in a boat. Dr. Brown - Burlington. His first appearance in Philadelphia. Quaker meeting. Seeks for employment as a printer. Commences work in Keimer's office. Forms acquaintances patronized by Sir William Keith, Governor of Pennsylvania. First interview with him. Keith proposes to set him up in business. Returns to Boston. His father disapproves Keith's plan. Voyage to New York. Incident on the passage from Newport. Meets his friend Collins in New York. They go together to Philadelphia. Collins's ill conduct causes a separation. Keith insists on executing his original plan, and proposes sending him to London to purchase types. Returns to the use of animal food. Anecdotes of Keimer. His associates, Osborne, Watson, Ralph. Their exercises in composition. Resolves to visit England, as advised by Governor Keith. The inclination I had had for the sea was by this time done away, or I might now have gratified it. But having another profession, and conceiving myself a pretty good workman, I offered my services to a printer of the place, old Mr. William Bradford, who had been the first printer in Pennsylvania, but had removed thence, in consequence of a quarrel with the governor, George Keith. He could give me no employment, having little to do, and hands enough already, but he said, my son at Philadelphia has lately lost his principal hand, Aquila Rose, by death. If you go thither, I believe he may employ you. Philadelphia was 100 miles further. I set out however in a boat for Amboy, leaving my chest and things to follow me round by sea. In crossing the bay, we met with a squall that tore our rotten sails to pieces, prevented our getting into the Kill, and drove us upon Long Island. In our way, a drunken Dutchman, who was a passenger too, fell overboard. When he was sinking, I reached through. See asterisk. Life of Franklin. 1723. The water to his shock paid, and drew him up, so that we got him in again. His ducking sobered him a little, and he went to sleep, taking first out of his pocket a book, which he desired I would dry for him. It proved to be my old favorite author, Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, in Dutch, finely printed on good paper, copper cuts, a dress better than I had ever seen it wear in its own language. I have since found that it has been translated into most of the languages of Europe, and suppose it has been more generally read than any other book, except perhaps the Bible. Honest John was the first that I know of, who mixed narration and dialogue, a method of writing very engaging to the reader, who in the most interesting parts finds himself, as it were, admitted into the company and present at the conversation. Defoe has imitated him successfully in his Robinson Crusoe, in his Of All Flanders, and other pieces, and Richardson has done the same in his Pamela, and c. On approaching the island, we found it was in a place where there could be no landing, there being a great surge on the stony beach. So we dropped anchor, and swung out our cable towards the shore. Some people came down to the shore, and hallooed to us, as we did to them, but the wind was so high, and the surge so loud, that we could not understand each other. There were some small boats near the shore, and we made signs, and called to them to fetch us, but they either did not comprehend us, or it was impracticable, so they went off. Night approaching, we had no remedy but to have patience till the wind abated, and in the meantime the boatman and myself concluded to sleep, if we could, and so we crowded into the hatches where we joined the Dutchman, who was still wet, and the spray, breaking over the head of. Life of Franklin. Our boat, leaked through to us, so that we were soon almost as wet as he. In this manner we lay all night, with very little rest, but, the wind abating the next day, we made a shift to reach Amboy before night, having been 30 hours on the water without victuals or any drink but a bottle of filthy rum, the water we sailed on being salt. In the evening I found myself very feverish, and went to bed, but, having read somewhere that cold water drunk plentifully was good for a fever, I followed the prescription, and sweat plentifully most of the night. My fever left me, and in the morning, crossing the ferry, I proceeded on my journey on foot, having 50 miles to go to Burlington, where I was told I should find boats, that would carry me the rest of the way to Philadelphia. It rained very hard all the day, I was thoroughly soaked, and by noon a good deal tired, so I stopped at a poor inn, where I stayed all night, beginning now to wish I had never left home. I made so miserable a figure, too, that I found, by the questions asked me, I was suspected to be some runaway indentured servant, and in danger of being taken up on that suspicion. However, I proceeded next Andley, and got in the evening to an inn, within 8 or 10 miles of Burlington, kept by one Dr. Brown. He entered into conversation with me while I took some refreshment, and, finding I had read a little, became very obliging and friendly. Our acquaintance continued all the rest of his life. He had been, I imagine, an ambulatory quack doctor, for there was no town in England, nor any country in Europe, of which he could not give a very particular account. He had some letters, and was ingenious, but he was an infidel, and wickedly undertook, some years after, to turn the Bible. 32 Life of Franklin 1723. Into doggerel verse, as Cotton had formerly done with Virgil. By this means he set many facts in a ridiculous light, and might have done mischief with weak minds, if his work had been published, but it never was. At this house I lay that night, and arrived the next morning at Burlington, but had the mortification to find, that the regular boats were gone a little before, and no other expected to go before Tuesday, this being Saturday. Wherefore I returned to an old woman in the town, of whom I had bought some gingerbread to eat on the water, and asked her advice. She proposed to lodge me, till a passage by some other boat occurred. I accepted her offer, being much fatigued by travelling on foot. Understanding I was a printer, she would have had me remain in that town and follow my business, being ignorant what stock was necessary to begin with. She was very hospitable, gave me a dinner of ox cheek with great goodwill, accepting only of a pot of ale in return, and I thought myself fixed till Tuesday should come. However, walking in the evening by the side of the river, a boat came by, which L found was going towards Philadelphia with several people in her. They took me in, and, as there was no wind, we rowed all the way, and about midnight, not having yet seen the city, some of the company were confident we must have passed it, and would row no further, the others knew not where we were, so we put towards the shore, got into a creek, landed near an old fence, with the rails of which we made a fire, the night being cold, in October, and there we remained till daylight. Then one of the company knew the place to be Cooper's Creek, a little above Philadelphia, which we saw as soon as we got out of the creek, and arrived there about 8 or. Life of Franklin. 9 o'clock on the Sunday morning, and landed at Market Street Wharf. I have been the more particular in this description of my journey, and shall be so of my first entry into that city, that you may in your mind compare such unlikely beginnings with the figure I have since made there. I was in my working dress, my best clothes coming round by sea. I was dirty from my being so long in the boat. My pockets were stuffed out with shirts and stockings, and I knew no one, nor where to look for lodging. Fatigued with walking, rowing, and the want of sleep, I was very hungry, and my whole stock of cash consisted in a single dollar, and about a shilling in copper coin, which I gave to the boatmen for my passage. At first they refused it, on account of my having rowed, but I insisted on their taking it. Man is sometimes more generous when he has little money, than when he has plenty, perhaps to prevent his being thought to have but little. I walked towards the top of the street, gazing about, till near Market Street, where I met a boy with bread. I had often made a meal of dry bread, and, inquiring where he had bought it, I went immediately to the baker's he directed me to. I asked for biscuits, meaning such as we had at Boston. That sort, it seems, was not made in Philadelphia. I then asked for a 3-penny loaf, and was told they had none. Not knowing the different prices, nor the names of the different sorts of bread, I told him to give me 3-penny worth of any sort. He gave me accordingly 3 great puffy rolls. I was surprised at the quantity, but took it, and, having no room in my pockets, walked off with a roll under each arm, and eating the other. Thus I went up Market Street as far as 4th Street, passing by the door of Mr. Red, my future wife's. Vol. I. 5. 34 Life of Franklin. 1723. Father, when she, standing at the door, saw me, and thought I made, as I certainly did, a most awkward, ridiculous appearance. Then I turned and went down Chestnut Street and part of Walnut Street, eating my roll all the way, and, coming round, found myself again at Market Street Wharf, near the boat I came in, to which I went for a draught of the river water, and, being filled with one of my rolls, gave the other 2 to a woman and her child that came down the river in the boat with us, and were waiting to go farther. Thus refreshed, I walked again up the street, which by this time had many clean-dressed people in it, who were all walking the same way. I joined them, and thereby was led into the great meeting house of the Quakers near the market. I sat down among them, and, after looking round a while and hearing nothing said, being very drowsy through labor and want of rest the preceding night, I fell fast asleep, and continued so till the meeting broke up, when some one was kind enough to rouse me. This, therefore, was the first house I was in, or slept in Philadelphia. I then walked down towards the river, and looking in the faces of every one, I met a young Quaker man, whose countenance pleased me, and, accosting him, requested he would tell me where a stranger could get a lodging. We were then near the sign of the 3 Mariners. Here, said he, is a house where they receive strangers, but it is not a reputable one. If thee wilt walk with me, I 11 show thee a better one, and he conducted me to the Crooked Billet in Water Street. There I got a dinner, and while I was eating, several questions were asked me, as, from my youth and appearance, I was suspected of being a runaway. After dinner, my host having shown me to a bed, I laid myself on it without undressing, and slept till 6. Let. 17. Life of Franklin. In the evening, when I was called to supper, I went to bed again very early, and slept very soundly till next morning. Then I dressed myself as neat as I could, and went to Andrew Bradford the printer's. I found in the shop the old man his father, whom I had seen at New York, and who, traveling on horseback, had got to Philadelphia before me. He introduced me to his son, who received me civilly, gave me a breakfast, but told me he did not at present want a hand, being lately supplied with one, but there was another printer in town, lately set up, one Kiemer, who perhaps might employ me. If not, I should be welcome to lodge at his house, and he would give me a little work to do now and then, till fuller business should offer. The old gentleman said he would go with me to the new printer, and when we found him, "Neighbor," said Bradford, "I have brought to see you a young man of your business, perhaps you may want such a one." He asked me a few questions, put a composing stick in my hand to see how I worked, and then said he would employ me soon, though he had just then nothing for me to envelop. And taking old Bradford, whom he had never seen before, to be one of the townspeople that had a good will for him, entered into a conversation on his present undertaking and prospects, while Bradford, not discovering that he was the other printer's father, on Kiemer saying he expected soon to get the greatest part of the business into his own hands, drew him on by artful questions, and starting little doubts, to explain all his views, what influence he relied on, and in what manner he intended to proceed. I, who stood by and heard all, saw immediately that one was a crafty old sophister, and the other a true novice. Bradford left me with Kiemer, who was greatly surprised when I told him who the old man was. Life of Franklin. 1723. The printing house, I found, consisted of an old, damaged press, and a small, worn-out fount of English types, which he was using himself, composing an elegy on Aquila Rose, before mentioned, an ingenious young man, of excellent character, much respected in the town, secretary to the assembly, and a pretty poet. Kiemer made verses too, but very indifferently. He could not be said to write them, for his method was to compose them in the types directly out of his head. There being no copy, but one pair of cases, and the ELE6 probably requiring all the letter, no one could help him. I endeavored to put his press, which he had not yet used, and of which he understood nothing, into order to be worked with, and, promising to come and print off his elegy, as soon as he should have got it ready, I returned to Bradford's, who gave me a little job to do for the present, and there I lodged and dieted. A few days after, Kiemer sent for me to print off the elegy. And now he had got another pair of cases, and a pamphlet to reprint, on which he set me to work. These two printers I found poorly qualified for their business. Bradford had not been bred to it, and was very illiterate, and Kiemer, though something of a scholar, was a mere compositor, knowing nothing of press work. He had been one of the French prophets, and could act their enthusiastic agitations. At this time he did not profess any particular religion, but something of all on occasion, was very ignorant of the world, and had, as I afterwards found, a good deal of the knave in his composition. He did not like my lodging at Bradford's while I worked with him. He had a house, indeed, but without furniture, so he could not lodge me, but he got me a lodging at Mr. Reed's, before mentioned, who was the owner of his et. 17 Life of Frankly: 1. House, and, my chest of clothes being come by this time, I made rather a more respectable appearance in the eyes of Miss Red, than I had done when she first happened to see me eating my roll in the street. I began now to have some acquaintance among the young people of the town, that were lovers of reading, with whom I spent my evenings very pleasantly, and gained money by my industry and frugality. I lived very contented, and forgot Boston as much as I could, and did not wish it should be known where I resided, except to my friend Collins, who was in the secret, and kept it faithfully. At length, however, an incident happened, that occasioned my return home much sooner than I had intended. I had a brother-in-law, Robert Holmes, master of a sloop that traded between Boston and Delaware. He being at Newcastle, 40 miles below Philadelphia, and hearing of me, wrote me a letter mentioning the grief of my relations and friends in Boston at my abrupt departure, assuring me of their goodwill to me, and that every thing would be accommodated to my mind, if I would return, to which he entreated me earnestly. I wrote an answer to his letter, thanked him for his advice, but stated my reasons for quitting Boston so fully and in such a light, as to convince him that I was not so much in the wrong as he had apprehended. Sir William Keith, governor of the province, was then at Newcastle, and Captain Holmes, happening to be in company with him when my letter came to hand, spoke to him of me, and showed him the letter. The governor read it, and seemed surprised when he was told my age. He said I appeared a young man of promising parts, and therefore should be encouraged. The printers at Philadelphia were wretched ones, and if I would set up there, he made no doubt I should. Vol. I. D. 38 Life of Franklin. 1724. Succeed. For his part he would procure me the public business, and do me every other service in his power. This my brother-in-law Holmes afterwards told me in Boston, but I knew as yet nothing of it, when one day, Elmer and I being at work together near the window, we saw the governor and another gentleman, who proved to be Colonel French, of Newcastle, in the province of Delaware, finely dressed, come directly across the street to our house, and heard them at the door. Keimer ran down immediately, thinking it a visit to him, but the governor inquired for me, came up, and, with a condescension and politeness I had been quite unused to, made me many compliments, desired to be acquainted with me, blamed me kindly for not having made myself known to him, when I first came to the place, and would have me away with him to the tavern, where he was going with Colonel French to taste, as he said, some excellent Madeira. I was not a little surprised, and Keimer stared with astonishment. I went however with the governor and Colonel French to a tavern, at the corner of 3rd Street, and over the Madeira he proposed my setting up my business. He stated the probabilities of my success, and both he and Colonel French assured me, I should have their interest and influence to obtain for me the public business of both governments. And as I expressed doubts that my father would assist me in it, Sir William said he would give me a letter to him, in which he would set forth the advantages, and he did not doubt he should determine him to comply. So it was concluded I should return to Boston by the first vessel, with the governor's letter to my father. In the meantime it was to be kept a secret, and I went on working with Keimer as usual. The governor sent for me now and Jet. 18 Life of Franklin. 39. Then to dine with him, which I considered a great honor, more particularly as he conversed 6th me in a most affable, familiar, and friendly manner. About the end of April, L. 724, a little vessel offered for Boston. I took leave of Keimer, as going to see my friends. The governor gave me an ample letter, saying many flattering things of me to my father, and strongly recommending the project of my setting up at Philadelphia, as a thing that would make my fortune. We struck on a shoal in going down the bay, and sprung a leak. We had a blustering time at sea, and were obliged to pump almost continually, at which I took my turn. We arrived safe however at Boston in about a fortnight. I had been absent 7 months, and my friends had heard nothing of me, for my brother Holmes was not yet returned, and had not written about me. My unexpected appearance surprised the family, all of however very glad to see me, and made me welcome, except my brother. I went to see him at his printing house. I was better dressed than ever while in his service, having a genteel new suit from head to foot, a watch, and my pockets lined with near £5 sterling in silver. He received me not very frankly, looked me all over, and turned to his work again. The journeymen were inquisitive where I had been, what sort of a country it was, and how I liked it. I praised it much, and the happy life I led in it, expressing strongly my intention of returning to it, and, one of them asking what kind of money we had there, I produced a handful of silver, and spread it before them, which was a kind of rare show they had not been used to, paper being the money of Boston. Then I Took an opportunity of letting them see my watch. And lastly, my brother Stilgrum and Sue 11N, gave them. Life of Franklin. 1724. $1 to drink, and took my leave. This visit of mine offended him extremely. For, when my mother some time after spoke to him of a reconciliation, and of her wish to see us on good terms together, and that we might live for the future as brothers, he said, I had insulted him in such a manner before his people, that he could never forget or forgive it. In this, however, he was mistaken. My father received the governor's letter with some surprise, but said little of it to me for some time. Captain Holmes returning, he showed it to him, and asked him, if he knew Sir William Keith, and what kind of man he was, adding that he must be of small discretion, to think of setting a youth up in business, who wanted 3 years to arrive at man's estate. Holmes said what he could in favor of the project, but my father was decidedly against it, and at last gave a flat denial. He wrote a civil letter to Sir William, thanking him for the patronage he and LTL so kindly offered me, and declining to assist me as yet in setting up, I being in his opinion too young to be trusted with the management of an undertaking so important, and for which the preparation required a considerable expenditure. My old companion Collins, who was a clerk in the post office, pleased with the account I gave him of my new country, determined to go thither also, and, while I waited for my father's determination, he set out before me by land to Rhode Island, leaving his books, which were a pretty collection in mathematics and natural philosophy, to come with mine and me to New York, where he proposed to wait for me. My father, though he did not approve Sir William's proposition, was yet pleased that I had been able to obtain so advantageous a character from a person of AIJT. 18 Life of Franklin. 41. Such note where I had resided, and that I had been so industrious and careful as to equip myself so handsomely in so short a time, therefore seeing no prospect of an accommodation between my brother and me, he gave his consent to my returning again to Philadelphia, advised me to behave respectfully to the people there, endeavor to obtain the general esteem, and avoid lampooning and libeling, to which he thought I had too much inclination, telling me, that by steady industry and prudent parsimony, I might save enough by the time I was 21 to set me up, and that if I came near the matter he would help me out with the rest. This was all I could obtain, except some small gifts as tokens of his and my mother's love, when I embarked again for New York, now with their approbation and their blessing. The sloop putting in at Newport, Rhode Island, I visited my brother John, who had been married and settled there some years. He received me very affectionately, for he always loved me. A friend of his, one Vernon, having some money due to him in Pennsylvania, about £35 currency, desired I would recover it for him, and keep it till I had his directions what to employ it in. Accordingly he gave RNE an order to receive it. This business afterwards occasioned me a good deal of uneasiness. At Newport we took in a number of passengers, amongst whom were 2 young women travelling together, and a sensible, matron-like Quaker lady, with her servants. I had shown an obliging disposition to render her some little services, which probably impressed her with sentiments of goodwill towards me, for when she witnessed the daily growing familiarity between the young women and myself, which they appeared to encourage, she took me aside, and said, Vol. I6d*. 42 Life of Franklin. 1724. Young man, I am concerned for thee, as thou hast no friend with thee, and seems not to know much of the world, or of the snares youth is exposed to. Depend upon it, these are very bad women, I can see it by all their actions, and if thee art not upon thy guard, they will draw thee into some danger. They are strangers to thee, and I advise thee, in a friendly concern for thy welfare, to have no acquaintance with them. As I seemed at first not to think so ill of them as she did, she mentioned some things she had observed and heard, that had escaped my notice, but now convinced me she was right. I thanked her for her kind advice, and promised to follow it. When we arrived at New York, they told me where they lived, and invited me to come and see them, but I avoided it, and it was well I did. For the next day the captain missed a silver spoon and some other things, that had been taken out of his cabin, and, knowing that these were a couple of strumpets, he got a warrant to search their lodgings, found the stolen goods, and had the thieves punished. So though we had escaped a sunken rock, which we scraped upon in the passage, I thought this escape of rather more importance to me. At New York I found my friend Collins, who had arrived there some time before me. We had been intimate from children, and had read the same books together, but he had the advantage of more time for reading and studying, and a wonderful genius for mathematical learning, in which he far outstripped me. While I lived in Boston, most of my hours of leisure for conversation were spent with him, and he continued a sober as well as industrious lad, was much respected for his learning by several of the clergy and other gentlemen, and seemed to promise making a good Life of Franklin figure in life. But, during my absence, he had acquired a habit of drinking brandy, and I found by his own account, as well as that of others, that he had been drunk every day since his arrival at New York, and behaved himself in a very extravagant manner. He had gamed too and lost his money, so that I was obliged to discharge his lodgings, and defray his expenses on the road, and at Philadelphia, which proved a great burden to me. The then governor of New York, Burnet, son of Bishop Burnet, hearing from the captain that one of the passengers had a great many books on board, desired him to bring me to see him. I waited on him, and should have taken Collins with me, had he been sober. The governor received me with great civility, showed me his library, which was a considerable one, and we had a good deal of conversation relative to books and authors. This was the second governor who had done me the honor to take notice of me, and for a poor boy, like me, it was very pleasing. We proceeded to Philadelphia. I received in the way Vernon's money. Without Vihish we could hardly have finished our journey. Collins wished to be employed in some counting house, but, whether they discovered his dram drinking by his breath, or by his behavior, though he had some recommendations, he met with no success in any application, and continued lodging and boarding at the same house with me, and at my expense. Knowing I had that money of Vernon's, he was continually borrowing of me, still promising repayment, as soon as he should be in business. At length he had got so much of it, that I was distressed to think what I should do, in case of being called on to remit it. His drinking continued, about which we sometimes 44 Life of Franklin. 1724. Quarreled, for, when a little intoxicated, he was very irritable. Once in a boat on the Delaware with some other young men, he refused to row in his turn. I will be rowed home, said he. We will not row you, said I. You must, said he, or stay all night on the water, just as you please. The others said, let us row, what signifies it one? But, my mind being soured with his other conduct, I continued to refuse. So he swore he would make me row, or throw me overboard, and coming along stepping on the thwarts towards me, when he came up and struck at me, I clapped my head under his thighs, and, rising, pitched him head foremost into the river. I knew he was a good swimmer, and so was under little concern about him, but before he could get round to lay hold of the boat, we had with a few strokes pulled her out of his reach, and whenever he drew near the boat, we asked him if he would row, striking a few strokes to slide her away from him. He was ready to stifle with vexation, and obstinately would not promise to row. Finding him at last beginning to tire, we drew him into the boat, and brought him home dripping wet. We hardly exchanged a civil word after this adventure. At length the West India captain, who had a commission to procure a preceptor for the sons of a gentleman at Barbados, met with him, and proposed to carry him thither to fill that situation. He accepted, and promised to remit me what he owed me out of the first money he should receive, but I never heard of him after. The violation of my trust respecting Vernon's money was one of the first great errata of my life, and this showed, that my father was not much out in his judgment, when he considered me as too young to manage business. But Sir William, on reading his letter, said, Life of Franklin. He was too prudent, that there was a great difference in persons, and discretion did not always accompany years, nor was youth always without it. But, since he will not set you up, I will do it myself. Give me an inventory of the things necessary to be had from England, and I will send for them. You shall repay me when you are able. I am resolved to have a good printer here, and I am sure you must succeed. This was spoken with such an appearance of cordiality, that I had not the least doubt of his meaning what he said. I had hitherto kept the proposition of my setting up a secret in Philadelphia, and I still kept it. Had it been known that I depended on the governor, probably some friend, that knew him better, would have advised me not to rely on him, as I afterwards heard it as his known character to be liberal of promises, which he never meant to keep. Yet, unsolicited as he was by me, how could I think his generous offers insincere when I believed him one of the best men in the world? I presented him an inventory of a little printing house, amounting by my computation to about £100 sterling. He liked it, but asked me if my being on the spot in England to choose the types, and see that everything was good of the kind, might not be of some advantage. Then, said he, when there, you may make acquaintance, and establish correspondences in the bookselling and stationery line. I agreed that this might be advantageous. Then, said he, get yourself ready to go with Dotleonis, which was the annual ship, and the only one at that time usually passing between London and Philadelphia. But as it would be some months before Dotleonis sailed, I continued working with Keimer, fretting extremely about the money Collins had got from me. Life of Franklin. 1724. And in great apprehensions of being called upon for it by Vernon, this however did not happen for some years after. I believe I have omitted mentioning, that in my first voyage from Boston to Philadelphia, being becalmed off Block Island, our crew employed themselves in catching cod, and hauled up a great number. Till then, I had stuck to my resolution to eat nothing that had had life, and on this occasion I considered, according to my master Tryon, the taking every fish as a kind of unprovoked murder, since none of them had, nor could do us any injury that might justify this massacre. All this seemed very reasonable. But I had been formerly a great lover of fish, and, when it came out of the frying pan, it smelt admirably well. I balanced some time between principle and inclination, till recollecting, that, when the fish were opened, I saw smaller fish taken out of their stomachs, then thought I, if you eat one another, I don't see why we may not eat you. So I dined upon cod very heartily, and have since continued to eat as other people, returning only now and then occasionally to a vegetable diet. So convenient a thing it is to be a reasonable creature, since it enables one to find or make a reason for everything one has a mind to do. Keimer and I lived on a pretty good familiar footing, and agreed tolerably well, for he suspected nothing of my setting up. He retained a great deal of his old enthusiasm, and loved argumentation. We therefore had many disputations. I used to work him so with my Socratic method, and had trepanned him so often by questions apparently so distant from any point we had in hand, yet by degrees leading to the point and bringing him into difficulties and contradictions, that at last he grew ridiculously cautious, and would hardly. Life of Franklin. Answer me the most common question, without asking first, what do you intend to infer from that one? How ever, It gave him so high an opinion of my abilities in the confuting way, that he seriously proposed my being his colleague in a project he had of setting up a new sect. He was to preach the doctrines, and I was to confound all opponents. When he came to explain with me upon the doctorios, I found several conundrums which I objected to, unless I might have my way a little too, and introduce some of mine. Kirner wore his beard at full length, because somewhere in the Mosaic law it is said, "Thou shalt not mar the corners of thy beard." He likewise kept the seventh-day Sabbath, and these 2 points were essential with him. I disliked both, but agreed to them, on condition of his adopting the doctrine of not using animal food. "I doubt," said he, "my constitution will not bear it." I assured him it would, and that he would be the better for it. He was usually a great eater, and I wished to give myself some diversion in half-starving him. He consented to try the practice, if I would keep him company. I did so, and we held it for 3 months. Our provisions were purchased, cooked, and brought to us regularly by a woman in the neighborhood, who had from me a list of 40 dishes, which she prepared for us at different times, in which there entered neither fish, flesh, nor fowl. This whim suited me the better at this time from the cheapness of it, not costing us above 18 pence sterling each per week. I have since kept several Lents most strictly, leaving the common diet for that, and that for the common, abruptly, without the least inconvenience. So that I think there is little in the advice of making those changes by easy gradations. I went on pleasantly, but poor Keimer suffered grievously, grew tired. Life of Franklin. J. 1724. Of the project, longed for the flesh pots of Egypt, and ordered a roast pig. He invited me and 2 women friends to dine with him, but, it being brought too soon upon table, he could not resist the temptation, and ate the whole before we came. I had made some courtship during this time to Miss Red. I had a great respect and affection for her, and had some reasons to believe she had the same for me, but, as I was about to take a long voyage, and we were both very young, only a little above 18, it was thought most prudent by her mother, to prevent our going too far at present, as a marriage, if it was to take place, would be more convenient after my return, when I should be, as I hoped, set up in my business. Perhaps too she thought my expectations not so well founded as I imagined them to be. My chief acquaintances at this time were Charles Osborne, Joseph Watson, and James Ralph, all lovers of reading. The 2 first were clerks to an eminent scrivener or conveyancer in the town, Charles Brockton, the other was a clerk to a merchant. Watson was a pious, sensible young man, of great integrity, the others rather more lax in their principles of religion, particularly Ralph, who, as well as Collins, had been unsettled by me, for which they both made me suffer. Osborne was sensible, candid, frank, sincere and affectionate to his friends, but, in literary matters, too fond of criticism. Ralph was ingenious, genteel in his manners, and extremely eloquent. I think I never knew a prettier talker. Both were great admirers of poetry, and began to try their hands in little pieces. Many pleasant walks we have had together on Sundays in the woods, on the bank of the Schuylkill, where we read to one another, and conferred on what we had read. Life of Franklin. Ralph was inclined to give himself up entirely to poetry, not doubting that he might make great proficiency in it, and even make his fortune by it. He pretended that the greatest poets must, when they first began to write, have committed as many faults as he did. Osborne endeavored to dissuade him, assured him he had no genius for poetry, and advised him to think of nothing beyond the business he was bred to, that, in the mercantile way, though he had no stock, he might by his diligence and punctuality recommend himself to employment as a factor, and in time acquire wherewith to trade on his own account. I approved for my part the amusing oneself with poetry now and then, so far as to improve one's language, but no farther. On this it was proposed, that we should each of us at our next meeting produce a piece of our own composing, in order to improve by our mutual observations, criticisms, and corrections. As language and expression were what we had in view, we excluded all considerations of invention, by agreeing that the task should be a version of the 18th Psalm, which describes the descent of a deity. When the time of our meeting drew nigh, Ralph called on me first, and let me know his piece was ready. I told him, I had been busy, and, having little inclination, had done nothing. He then showed me his piece for my opinion, and I much approved it, as it appeared to me to have great merit. Now, said he, Osborne never will allow the least merit in anything of mine, but makes 1,000 criticisms out of mere envy. He is not so jealous of you. I wish therefore you would take this piece and produce it as yours. I will pretend not to have had time, and so produce nothing. We shall then hear what he will say to it. It was Vol. I. 70. 50 Life of Franklin. 1724. Agreed, and I immediately transcribed it, that it might appear in my own hand. We met, Watson's performance was read, there were some beauties in it, but many defects. Osborne's was read, it was much better, Ralph did it justice, remarked some faults, but applauded the beauties. He himself had nothing to produce. I was backward, seemed desirous of being excused, had not had sufficient time to correct, and see, but no excuse could be admitted, produce I must. It was read and repeated, Watson and Osborne gave up the contest, and joined in applauding it. Ralph only made some criticisms, and proposed some amendments, but I defended my text. Osborne was severe against Ralph, and told me he was no better able to criticize than compose verses. As these two were returning home, Osborne expressed himself still more strongly in favor of what he thought my production, having before refrained, as he said, lest I should think he meant to flatter me. But who would have imagined, said he, that Franklin was capable of such a performance, such painting, such force, such fire. He has even improved on the original. In common conversation he seems to have no choice of words, he hesitates and blunders, and yet, good God, how he writes. When we next met, Ralph discovered the trick we had played, and Osborne was laughed at. This transaction fixed Ralph in his resolution of becoming a poet. I did all I could to dissuade him from it, but he continued scribbling verses till Pope cured him. He became however a pretty good prose writer. More of him hereafter but, as I may not. Ralph obtained much celebrity as a political and historical writer. He also wrote poetry and plays, but with less success. He published Night, a poem, and another poem, called Sawney. In this latter he Life of Franklin. Have occasion to mention the other two, I shall just remark here, that Watson died in my arms a few years after, much lamented, being the best of our set. Osborne went to the West Indies, where he became an eminent lawyer and made money, but died young. He and I had made a serious agreement, that the one, who happened first to die, should, if possible, make a friendly visit to the other, and acquaint him how he found things in that separate state. But he never fulfilled his promise. The governor, seeming to like my company, had me frequently at his house, and his setting me up was always mentioned as a fixed thing. I was to take with me letters recommendatory to a number of his friends, besides the letter of credit to furnish me with the necessary money for purchasing the press, types, paper, &c. For these letters I was appointed to call at different times, when they were to be ready, but a future time was still named. Thus we went on till abused Swift, Pope, and Gay. In revenge Pope introduced his name into the duo. Silence, ye wolves, while Ralph to Cynthia howls, and makes night hideous, answer him, ye owls. He wrote a much approved work, entitled Use and Abuse of Parliaments, and also a history of England during the reign of William III, in 2 folio volumes. Alluding to this work, Fox pronounces the author a historian of great acuteness, as well as diligence, but who falls sometimes into the common error of judging by the event. Ralph produced also many political pamphlets, and was employed by the ministry at different times to promote their aims with his pen. For these services he was pensioned. He was deeply skilled in the party tactics of politicians, and his principles were so flexible, that he made little difficulty in adapting them to circumstances. For many years, however, he was the confidential associate of the ministers and courtiers, and, just before his death, his pension was increased by the interest of the Earl of Bute to the liberal amount of £600 a year. He died, January 24, 1762. An account of his life and writings is contained in Chalmers's Biographical Dictionary. EO1 Tour. Life of Franklin. 1724. The ship, whose departure too had been several times postponed, was on the point of sailing. Then, when I called to take my leave and receive the letters, his secretary, Dr. Baird, came out to me and said the governor was extremely busy in writing, but would be down at Newcastle before the ship, and then the letters would be delivered to me. Ralph, though married and having one child, had determined to accompany me in this voyage. It was thought he intended to establish a correspondence, and obtain goods to sell on commission, but I found after, that, having some cause of discontent with his wife's relations, he proposed to leave her on their hands, and never to return to America. Having taken leave of my friends, and exchanged promises with Miss Reed, I quitted Philadelphia, in the ship, which anchored at Newcastle. The governor was there, but when I went to his lodging, his secretary came to me from him with expressions of the greatest regret, that he could not then see me, being engaged in business of the utmost importance, but that he would send the letters to me on board, wishing me heartily a good voyage and a speedy return, &c. I returned on board a little puzzled, but still not doubting. Jed. 18 Life of Franklin. 53. Chapter 3. Sails for London, accompanied by Ralph. On his arrival delivers letters supposed to be written by the governor. Discovers that Keith had deceived Hill, his money exhausted engages to work as a printer at Palmer's, in Bartholomew Close. Writes and prints a metaphysical tract. Frequents a club, consisting of Dr. Mandeville and others. Disagreement with Ralph and separation. Removes to Watts's printing house, near Lincoln's Inn Fields. Habits of the workman, his expenses of living, feats of activity in swimming. Enters into mercantile business with Mr. Denham. Sir William Wyndham. M.R. Andrew Hamilton, a celebrated lawyer of Philadelphia, had taken his passage in the same ship for himself and son, with Mr. Denham, a Quaker merchant, and Messrs. Oniam and Russell, masters of an iron work in Maryland, who had engaged the great cabin, so that Ralph and I were forced to take up with a berth in the steerage, and, none on board knowing us, were considered as ordinary persons. But Mr. Hamilton and his son, it was James, since governor, returned from Newcastle to Philadelphia, the father being recalled by a great fee to plead for a seized ship. And, just before we sailed, Colonel French coming on board, and showing me great respect, I was more taken notice of, and, with my friend Ralph, invited by the other gentlemen to come into the cabin, there being now room. Accordingly we removed thither. Understanding that Colonel French had brought on board the governor's dispatches, I asked the captain for those letters that were to be under my care. He said all were put into the bag together, and he could not then come at them, but, before we landed in England, I should have an opportunity of picking them out, so I was satisfied for the present, and we proceeded. No 2e*. Life 01 and Lt. Franklin. 1724. On our voyage, we had a sociable company in the cabin, and lived uncommonly well, having the addition of all Mr. Hamilton's stores, who had laid in plentifully. In this passage Mr. Denham contracted a friendship for me, underscore that continued during his life. The voyage was otherwise not a pleasant one, as we had a great deal of bad weather. When we came into the channel, the captain kept his word with me, and gave me an opportunity of examining the bag for the governor's letters. I found some upon which my name was put as under my care. I picked out 6 or 7, that, by the handwriting, I thought might be the promised letters, especially as one of them was addressed to Basket, the king's printer, and another to some stationer. We arrived in London the December 24th, 1724. I waited upon the stationer, who came first in my way, delivering the letter as from Governor Keith. I don't know such a person, said he, but, opening the letter, 0. This is from Riddlesden. I have lately found him to be a complete rascal, and I will have nothing to do with him, nor receive any letters from him. So putting the letter into my hand, he turned on his heel and left me to serve some customer. I was surprised to find these were not the governor's letters, and, after recollecting and comparing circumstances, I began to doubt his sincerity. I found my friend Denham, and opened the whole affair to him. He let me into Keith's character, told me there was not the least probability that he had written any letters for me, that no one, who knew him, had the smallest dependence on him, and he laughed at the idea of the governor's giving me a letter of credit, having, as he said, no credit to give. On my expressing some concern about what I should do, he advised me to endeavor get 18 Life of Franklin. 55. Ting some employment in the way of my business. Among the printers here, said he, you will improve yourself, and, when you return to America, you will set up to greater advantage. We both of us happen to know, as well as the stationer, that Riddlesden, the attorney, was a very knave. He had half ruined Miss Reed's father, by persuading him to be bound for him. By his letter it appeared there was a secret scheme on foot to the prejudice of Mr. Hamilton, supposed to be then coming over with us, that Keith was concerned in it with Riddlesden. Denham, who was a friend of Hamilton's, thought he ought to be acquainted with it, so, when he arrived in England, which was soon after, partly from my resentment and ill will to Keith and Riddlesden, and partly from good will to him, I waited on him, and gave him the letter. He thanked me cordially, the information being of importance to him, and from that time he became my friend, greatly to my advantage afterwards on many occasions. But what shall we think of a governor playing such pitiful tricks, and imposing so grossly on a poor ignorant boy? It was a habit he had acquired. He wished to please everybody, and, having little to give, he gave expectations. He was otherwise an ingenious, sensible man, a pretty good writer, and a good governor for the people, though not for his constituents, the proprietaries, whose instructions he sometimes disregarded. Several of our best laws were of his planning, and passed during his administration. Ralph and I were inseparable companions. We took lodgings together in Little Britain at 3 shillings and 6pence a week, as much as we could then afford. He found some relations, but they were poor, and unable to assist him. He now let me know his intent. 56 Life of Franklin. 1725. Shins of remaining in London, and that he never meant to return to Philadelphia. He had brought no money with him, the whole he could muster having been expended in paying his passage. I had 15 pistoles, so he borrowed occasionally of me to subsist, while he was looking out for business. He first endeavored to get into the playhouse, believing himself qualified for an actor, but Wilkes *, to whom he applied, advised him candidly not to think of that employment, as it was impossible he should succeed in it. Then he proposed to Roberts, a publisher in Pater Nostro, to write for him a weekly paper like the Spectator, on certain conditions, which Roberts did not approve. Then he endeavored to get employment as a hackney writer, to copy for the stationers and lawyers about the Temple, but could not find a vacancy. For myself, I immediately got into work at Palmer's, a famous printing house in Bartholomew Close, where I continued near a year. I was pretty diligent, but I spent with Ralph a good deal of my earnings at plays and public amusements. We had nearly consumed all my pistoles, and now just rubbed on from hand to mouth. He seemed quite to have forgotten his wife and child, and I by degrees my engagements with Miss Red, to whom I never wrote more than one letter, and that was to let her know I was not likely soon to return. This was another of the great errata of my life, which I could wish to correct, if I were to live it over again. In fact, by our expenses, I was constantly kept unable to pay my passage. At Palmer's I was employed in composing for the second edition of W. Olliston's Religion of Nature. Of his reasonings not appearing to me well found *. A comedian of eminence. Pound T19. Life of Anklin 57. Ed. I wrote a little metaphysical, cal piece in which I made remarks on them. It was entitled, FL Dissertation on Liberty and Necessity, Plesenra, and Pi 11. I inscribed it to my friend Ralph. I printed a small number. It occasioned my being more considered by Mr. Palmer, as a young man of some ingenuity, though he seriously expostulated with me upon the principles of my pamphlet, which to him appeared abominable. My printing thin pamphlet was another erratum. While I lodged in Little Britain, I made an acquaintance with one Wilcox, a bookseller, whose shop was next door. He had an immense collection of second-hand books. Circulating libraries were not then in use, but we agreed, that, on certain reasonable terms, which I have now forgotten, I might take, read, and return any of his books. This I esteemed a great advantage, and I made as much use of it as I could. My pamphlet by some means falling into the hands of one Lyons, a surgeon, author of a book entitled, The Infallibility of Human Judgment, it occasioned an acquaintance between us. He took great notice of me, called on me often to converse on those subjects, carried me to the Horns, a pale ale house in Lane, Cheapside, and introduced me to Dr.L.In Deviley, author of The Fable of the Bees, who had a club there, of which he was the soul, being a most facetious, entertaining companion. Lyons too introduced me to Dr. Pemberton, at Batson's Coffee House, who promised to give me an opportunity, some time or other, of seeing Sir Isaac Newton, of which I ms extremely desirous, but this never happened. I had brought over a few curiosities, among which the principal was a purse made of the asbestos, which purifies by fire. Sir Hans Sloane heard of it, came to see me, and invited me to his house in Bloomsbury. Vol. I. 8. Life of Franklin. 1725. 58. Square, showed me all his curiosities, and persuaded me to add that to the number, for which he paid me handsomely. In our house lodged a young woman, a milliner, who, I think, had a shop in the cloisters. She had been genteelly bred, was sensible, lively, and of a most pleasing conversation. Ralph read plays to her in the evenings, they grew intimate, she took another lodging, and he followed her. They lived together some time, but, he being still out of business, and her income not sufficient to maintain them with her child, he took a resolution of going from London, to try for a country school, which he thought himself well qualified to undertake, as he wrote an excellent hand, and was a master of arithmetic and accounts. This however he deemed a business below him, and, confident of future better fortune, when he should be unwilling to have it known that he once was so meanly employed, he changed his name, and did me the honour to assume mine, for I soon after had a letter from him, acquainting me that he was settled in a small village, in Berkshire, I think it was, where he taught reading and writing to 10 or a dozen boys, at 6d. each per week, recommending Mrs. T to my care, and desiring me to write to him, directing for Mr. Franklin, schoolmaster, at such a place. He continued to write to me frequently, sending me large specimens of an epic poem, which he was then composing, and desiring my remarks and corrections. These I gave him from time to time, but endeavoured rather to discourage his proceeding. One of Young's satires was then just published. I copied and sent him a great part of it, which set in a strong light the folly of pursuing the muses. All was in vain, sheets of the poem continued to come by every post. In the T 19. Life of Franklin. 59. Meantime, Mrs. T, having on his account lost her friends and business, was often in distresses, and used to send for me, and borrow what money I could spare to help to alleviate them. I grew fond of her company, and, being at that time under no religious restraint, and taking advantage of my importance to her, I attempted to take some liberties with her, another erratum, which she repulsed, with a proper degree of resentment. She towed to Ralph and acquainted him with my conduct, this occasioned a breach between us, and, when he returned to London, he let me know he considered all the obligations he had been under to me as annulled, from which I concluded I was never to expect his repaying the money I had lent him, or that I had advanced for him. This however was of little consequence, as he was totally unable, and by the loss of his friendship I found myself relieved from a heavy burden. I now began to think of getting a little beforehand, and, expecting better employment, I left Palmer's to work at Vatz's, near Lynn. Coins in Fields, a still greater printing house. Here I continued all the rest of my stay in London. At my first admission into the printing house I took to working at press, imagining I felt a want of the bodily exercise I had been used to in America, where press work is mixed with the composing. I drank only water, the other workmen, near 50 in number, were great drinkers of beer. On occasion I carried up and downstairs a large form of types in each hand, when others carried but one in both hands. They wondered to see, from this and several instances, that the Tienator, Flammerican, as they called me, was stronger than themselves. Who drank strong beer? We had an alehouse. Boy, Viho attended always in the house to supply the workmen. My companion at the press drank ever. Life of Franklin. 1725. Day a pint before breakfast, a pint at breakfast with his bread and cheese, a pint between breakfast and dinner, a pint at dinner, a pint in the afternoon about 6 o'clock, and another when he had done his day's work. I thought it a detestable custom, but it was necessary. He supposed one to drink strong beer that he might be strong to labor. I endeavored to convince him, that the bodily strength afforded by beer could only be in proportion to the grain or flour of the barley dissolved in the water of which it was made, that there was more flour in a pennyworth of bread, and therefore if he could eat that with a pint of water, it would give him more strength than a quart of beer. He drank on however, and had 4 or 5 shillings to pay out of his wages every Saturday night for that vile liquor, an expense I was free from. And thus these poor devils keep themselves always under. Watts, after some weeks, desiring to have me in the composing room, I left the pressman. A new bienvenue for drink, being 5 shillings, was demanded of me by the compositors. I thought it an imposition, as I had paid one to the pressman. The master thought so too, and forbade my paying it. I stood out 2 or 3 weeks, was accordingly considered as an excommunicate, and had so many little pieces of private malice practiced on me, by mixing my sorts, transposing, and breaking my matter, and see, if ever I stepped out of the room, and all ascribed to the chapel ghost, which they said ever haunted those not regularly admitted, that, notwithstanding the master's protection, I found myself obliged to comply and pay the money, convinced of the folly of being on ill terms with those one is to live with continually. I was now on a fair footing with them, and soon acquired considerable influence. I proposed some R.E.A. T19 Life of Franklin. 61. So notable alterations in their chapel * laws, and carried them against all opposition. From my example, a great many of them left their muddling breakfast of beer, bread, and cheese, finding they could with me be supplied from a neighboring house, with a large porringer of hot water gruel, sprinkled with pepper, crumbled with bread, and a bit of butter in it, for the price of a pint of beer, viz. T_3 halfpence. This was a more comfortable as well as a cheaper breakfast, and kept their heads clearer. Those, who continued sodding with their beer all day, were often, by not paying, out of credit at the alehouse, and used to make interest with me to get beer, their light, as they phrased it, being out. I watched the pay table on Saturday night, and collected what I stood engaged for them, having to pay sometimes near 30 shillings a week on their accounts. This, and my being esteemed a pretty good regite, that is a jocular verbal satirist, supported my consequence in the society. My constant attendance, I never making a Saint Monday, recommended me to R.H.E. Master. And my uncommon quickness at composing occasioned my being put upon work of dispatch, which was generally better paid. So I went on now very agreeably. My lodgings in Little Britain being too remote, I found another in Duke Street, opposite to the Romish Chapel. It was up 3 pair of stairs backwards, at an Italian warehouse. A widow lady kept the house. She had a daughter, and a maidservant, and a journeyman, who attended the warehouse, but lodged a brosy one. After sending to inquire my character at the house where I last lodged, she agreed to take me in at the same rate, 3 shillings and 6pence a week, cheaper. As she said, from the protection she expected M. A printing house is called a chapel by the workmen. Vol. IF. 62 Life of Franklin. 1726. Having a man to lodge in the house. She was a widow, an elderly woman, had been bred a Protestant, being a clergyman's daughter, but was converted to the Catholic religion by her husband, whose memory she much revered, had lived much among people of distinction, and knew 1,000 anecdotes of them as far back as the time of Charles II. She was lame in her knees with the gout, and therefore seldom stirred out of her room, so sometimes wanted company, and hers was so highly amusing to me, that I was sure to spend an evening with her whenever she desired it. Our supper was only half an anchovy each, on a very little slice of bread and butter, and half a pint of ale between us, but the entertainment was in her conversation. My always keeping good hours, and giving little trouble in the family, M3 to her unwilling to part with me, so that, when I talked of a lodging I had heard of, nearer my business, for 2 shillings a week, which, intent as I was on saving money, made some difference, she bid me not think of it, for she would abate me 2 shillings a week for the future, so I remained with her at 1 shilling and 6pence as long as I stayed in London. In a garret of her house there lived a maiden lady of 70, in the most retired manner, of whom my landlady gave me this account, that she was a Roman Catholic, had been sent abroad when young, and lodged in a nunnery with an intent of becoming a nun, but, the country not agreeing with her, she returned to England, where, there being no nunnery, she had vowed to lead the life of a nun, as near as might be done in those circumstances. Accordingly she had given all her estate to charitable purposes, reserving only £12 a year to live on, and out of this sum she still gave a part in charity, living her life of Franklin self on water gruel only, and using no fire but to boil it. She had lived many years in that garret, being permitted to remain there gratis by successive Catholic tenants of the house below, as they deemed it a blessing to have her there. A priest visited her, to confess her every day. From this I asked her, said my landlady, how she, as she lived, could possibly find so much employment for a confessor. Oh, said she, it is impossible to avoid vain thoughts. I was permitted once to visit her. She was cheerful and polite, and conversed pleasantly. The room was clean, but had no other furniture than a mattress, a table with a crucifix, and a book, a stool which she gave me to sit on, and a picture over the chimney of Saint Veronica displaying her handkerchief, with the miraculous figure of Christ's bleeding face on it, which she explained to me with great seriousness. She okayed pale, Bulletin T was never sick, and I give it as another instance, on how small an income life and health may be supported. At Watts's printing house I contracted an acquaint NCE with an ingenious young man, one Wigate, who, having wealthy relations, had been better educated than most printers, was a tolerable Latinist, spoke French, and loved reading. I taught him and a friend of his to swim, at twice going into the river, and they soon became good swimmers. They introduced me to some gentlemen from the country, who went to Chelsea by water, to see the college and Don Saltero's curiosities. In our return, At the request of the company, whose curiosity Wigate had excited, I stripped and leaped into the river, and swam from near Chelsea to Blackfriars, performing in the way many feats of activity, both upon and under the water, that surprised and pleased those to whom they were novelties. I had from a child been delighted with this excerpt. 64 Life of Franklin. 1726. C's. Had studied and practiced the Venot's motions and positions, and added some of my own, aiming at the graceful and easy, as well as the useful asterisk. All these I took this occasion of exhibiting to the company, and was flattered by their admiration, and W. Wigate, who was desirous of becoming a master, grew more and more attached to me on that account, as well as from the similarity of our studies. He at length proposed to me travelling all over Europe together, supporting ourselves everywhere by working at our business. I was once inclined to it, but, mentioning it to my good friend Mr. Denham, with whom I often spent an hour when I had leisure, he dissuaded me from it, advising me to think only of returning to Pennsylvania, which he was now about to do. I must record one trait of this good man's character. He had formerly been in business at Bristol, but failed in debt to a number of people, compounded, and went to America. There, by a close application to business as a merchant, he acquired a plentiful fortune in a few years. Returning to England in the ship with me, he invited his old creditors to an entertainment, at which he thanked them for the easy composition they had favoured him with, and, when they expected nothing but the treat, every man at the first remove found under his plate an order on a banker for the full amount of the unpaid remainder, with interest. He now told me, he was about to return to Philadelphia, and should carry over a great quantity of goods in order to open a store there. He proposed to take me over as his clerk, to keep his books, in asterisk. He wrote 2 interesting papers on the art of swimming. See volume 6. Pages 286, 290. And 1 tour. Life of Franklin. Which he would insta.ct me, copy his letters, and attend the store. He added, that, as soon as I should be acquainted with mercantile business, he would promote me by sending me with a cargo of flour and bread to the West Indies, and procure me commissions from others which would be profitable, and, if I managed well, would establish me handsomely. The thing pleased me, for I was grown tired of London, remembered with pleasure the happy months I had spent in Pennsylvania, and wished again to see it. Therefore I immediately agreed on the terms of £50 a year, Pennsylvania money, less indeed than my then present gettings as a compositor, but affording a better prospect. I now took leave of printing, as I thought, for ever, and was daily employed in my new business, going about with Mr. Denham among the tradesmen to purchase various articles, and see them packed up, delivering messages, calling upon workmen to dispatch, and see, and, when all was on board, I had a few days' leisure. On one of these days, I was, to my surprise, sent for by a great man I knew only by name, Sir William Wyndham, and I waited upon him. He had heard, by some means or other, of my swimming from Chelsea to Blackfriars, and of my teaching /V. Wigate and another young man to swim in a few hours. He had 2 sons, about to set out on their travels. He wished to have them first taught swimming, and proposed to gratify me handsomely if I would teach them. They were not yet come to town, and my stay was uncertain, so I could not undertake it. But from the incident I thought it likely, that if I were to remain in England and open a swimming school, I might get a good deal of money, and it struck me so strongly, that, had the overture been made me sooner, probably I should not so soon have returned to America. Many vol. I9F asterisk. Life of Franklin. 1726. Years after, you and I had something of more importance to do with one of these sons of Sir William Wyndham, become Earl of Egremont, which I shall mention in its place. Thmu.s. I passed about 18 months in London. Most part of the time I worked hard at my business, and spent but little upon myself except in seeing plays, and in books. My friend Ralph had kept me poor. He owed me about £27, which I was now never likely to receive, a great sum out of my small earnings. I loved him, notwithstanding, for he had many amiable qualities. I had improved my knowledge, however, though I had by no means improved my fortune, but I had made some very ingenious acquaintance, whose conversation was of great advantage to me, and I had read considerably. Life of Franklin. Chapter 4. Voyage from London to Philadelphia. His mercantile plans defeated by the death of Mr. Denham. Accepts an offer from Keimer to superintend his printing establishment. Description of the workmen in the printing house. Resolves to separate from Keimer, and commence business on his own account. Engraves the plates for paper money in New Jersey, and prints the bills. His views of religion. Account of his London pamphlet, a new version of the Lord's Prayer, with explanatory remarks. Forms a partnership with Hugh Meredith in the printing business. We sailed from Gravesend on the 23rd of July, 1726. For the incidents of the voyage, I refer you to my journal *, where you will find them all minutely related. Perhaps the most important part of that journal is the plan to be found in it, which I formed at sea, for regulating the future conduct of my life. It is the more remarkable, as being formed when I was so young, and yet being pretty faithfully adhered to quite through to old age. We landed at Philadelphia the 11th of October, where I found sundry alterations. Keith was no longer governor, being superseded by Major Gordon. I met him walking the streets as a common citizen. He seemed a little ashamed at seeing me, and passed without saying anything. I should have been as much ashamed at seeing Miss Reed, had not her friends, despairing with reason of my return, after the receipt of my letter, persuaded her to marry another, one Rogers, a potter, which was done in my absence. With him, however, she was never happy, and soon. See Open 01x, No. 2. This plan does not exist in the manuscript journal found among Dr. Franklin's papers, which appears, by a note thereon, to be a copy made at Reading, in Pennsylvania, October 2d, 1787. W.L. F. Six's Life of Franklin. 1727. Parted from him, refusing to cohabit with him, or bear his name, it being now said he had another wife. He was a worthless fellow, though an excellent workman, which was the temptation to her friends. He got into debt, and away in 1727 or 1728, went to the West Indies, and died there. Keimer had got a better house, a shop well supplied with stationery, plenty of new types, and a number of hands, though none good, and seemed to have a great deal of business. Mr. Denham took a store in Water Street, where we opened our goods. I attended the business diligently, studied accounts, and grew in a little time expert at selling. We lodged and boarded together. He counseled me as a father, having a sincere regard for me. I respected and loved him, and we might have gone on together very happily, but, in the beginning of February, 1727, when I had just passed my 21st year, we both were taken ill. My distemper was a pleurisy, which very nearly carried me off. I suffered a good deal, gave up the point in my own mind, and was at the time rather disappointed when I found myself recovering, regretting, in some degree, that I must now, some time or other, have all that disagreeable work to go over again. I forget what Mr. Denham's distemper was, it held him a long time, and at length carried him off. He left me a small legacy in an unoccupated will, as a token of his kindness for me, and he left me once more to the wide world, for the store was taken into the care of his executors, and my employment under him ended. My brother-in-law, Holmes, being now at Philadelphia, advised my return to my business, and Keimer tempted me, with an offer of large wages by the year, to come and take the management of his printing house, that he might better attend to his stationers. Iet. 21 Life of Franklin. 69. Shop. I had heard a bad character of him in London, from his wife and her friends, and was not for having any more to do with him. I wished for employment as a merchant's clerk. But, not meeting with any, I closed again with Keimer. I found in his house these hands: Hugh Meredith, a Welsh Pennsylvanian, 30 years of age, bred to country work. He was honest, sensible, a man of experience, and fond of reading, but addicted to drinking. Stephen Potts, a young countryman of full age, bred to the same, of uncommon natural parts, and great wit and humour, but a little idle. These he had agreed with at extreme low wages per week, to be raised a shilling every 3 months_hs, as they would deserve by improving in their business, and the expectation of these high wages, to come on hereafter, was what he had drawn them in with. Meredith was to work at press, Potts at bookbinding, which he by agreement was to teach them, though he knew neither one nor the other. John Dash, a wild Irishman, brought up to no business, whose service, for 4 years, Keimer had purchased from the captain of a ship, he too was to be made a pressman. George Webb, an Oxford scholar, whose time for 4 years he had likewise bought, intending him for a compositor, of whom more presently, and David Harry, a country boy, whom he had taken apprentice. I soon perceived, that the intention of engaging me at wages, so much higher than he had been used to give, was, to have these raw, cheap hands formed through me, and, as soon as I had instructed them, they being all articled to him, he should be able to do without me. I went however very cheerfully, put his printing house in order, which had been in great confusion, and brought his hands by degrees to mind their business and to do it better. 70 Life of Franklin. 1727. It was an odd thing to find an Oxford scholar in the situation of a bought servant. He was not more than 18 years of age, and he gave me this account of himself, that he was born in Gloucester, educated at a grammar school, and had been distinguished among the scholars for some apparent superiority in performing his part, when they exhibited plays, belonged to the Wits Club there, and had written some pieces in prose and verse, which were printed in the Gloucester newspapers. Thence was sent to Oxford. There he continued about a year, but not well satisfied, wishing of all things to see London, and become a player. At length receiving his quarterly allowance of 15 guineas, instead of discharging his debts, he went out of town, hid his gown in a furze bush, and walked to London, where, having no friend to advise him, he fell into bad company, soon spent his guineas, found no means of being introduced among the players, grew necessitous, pawned his clothes, and wanted bread. Walking the street very hungry, not knowing what to do with himself, a crimp's bill was put into his hand, offering immediate entertainment and encouragement to such as would bind themselves to serve in America. He went directly, signed the indentures, was put into the ship, and came over, never lighting a line to his friends to acquaint them what was become of him. He was lively, witty, good-natured, and a pleasant companion, but idle, thoughtless, and impudent to the last degree. John, the Irishman, soon ran away. With the rest I began to live very agreeably, for they all respected me the more, as they found Keimer incapable of instructing them, and that from me they learned something daily. My acquaintance with ingenious people in the town increased. We never worked on Saturday. That. Jet. 21, Life of Franklin. 71. being Kiemer Sabbath, so that I had 2 days for reading. Reimer himself treated me with great civility and apparent regard, and nothing now made me uneasy but my debt to Vernon, which I was yet unable to pay, being hitherto but a poor economist. He however kindly made no demand of it. Our printing house often wanted sorts, and there was no letter foundry in America. I had seen types cast at James's in London, but without much attention to the matter. However, I contrived a mold, and made use of the letters we had as puncheons, struck the matrices in lead, and thus supplied in a pretty tolerable way all deficiencies. I also engraved several things on occasion, made the ink, I was warehouseman, and in short, quite a factotum. But, however serviceable I might be, I found that my services became every day of less importance, as the other hands improved in their business, and, when Reimer paid me a second quarter's wages, he let me know that he felt them too heavy, and thought I should make an abatement. He grew by degrees less civil, put on more the airs of master, frequently found fault, was captious, and seemed ready for an outbreaking. I went on nevertheless with a good deal of patience, thinking that his encumbered circumstances were partly the cause. At length a trifle snapped our connection, for, a great noise happening near the courthouse, I put my head out of the window to see what was the matter. Reimer, being in the street, looked up and saw me, called out to me in a loud voice and angry tone, to mind my business, adding some reproachful words, that nettled me the more for their publicity, all the neighbors who were looking out on the same occasion being witnesses how I was treated. He came up immediately into the printing house, Con. 72 Life of Franklin. 1727. Continued the quarrel, high words passed on both sides. He gave me the quarter's warning we had stipulated, expressing a wish that he had not been obliged to so long a warning. I told him his wish was unnecessary, for I would leave him that instant, and so taking my hat walked out of doors, desiring Meredith, whom I saw below, to take care of some things I left, and bring them to my lodgings. Meredith came accordingly in the evening, when we talked my affair over. He had conceived a great regard for me, and was very unwilling that I should leave the house while he remained in it. He dissuaded me from returning to my native country, which I began to think of. He reminded me, that Kiemer was in debt for all he possessed, that his creditors began to be uneasy, that he kept his shop miserably, sold often without a profit for ready money, and often trusted without keeping accounts, that he must therefore fail, which would make a vacancy I might profit of. I objected my want of money. He then let me know, that his father had a high opinion of me, and, from some discourse that had passed between them, he was sure would advance money to set me up, if I would enter into partnership with him. My time, said he, will be out with Kiemer in the spring, by that time we may have our press and types in from London. I am sensible I am no workman, if you like it, your skill in the business shall be set against the stock I furnish, and we will share the profits equally. The proposal was agreeable to me, and I consented. His father was in town and approved of it, the more as he said I had great influence with his son, had prevailed on him to abstain long from dram drinking, and he hoped might break him of that wretched habit entirely, when we came to be so closely connected. Jet. 21 Life of Franklin. 73. I gave an inventory to the father, who carried it to a merchant. The things were sent for, the secret was to be kept till they should arrive, and in the meantime I was to get work, if I could, at the other printing house. But I found no vacancy there, and so remained idle a few days, when Kiemer, on a prospect of being employed to print some paper money in New Jersey, which would require cuts and various types, that I only could supply, and apprehending Bradford might engage me and get the job from him, sent me a very civil message, that old friends should not part for a few words, the effect of sudden passion, and wishing me to return. Meredith persuaded me to comply, as it would give more opportunity for his improvement under my daily instructions, so I returned, and we went on more smoothly than for some time before. The New Jersey job was obtained. I contrived a copperplate press for it, the first that had been seen in the country. I cut several ornaments and checks for the bills. We went together to Burlington, where I executed the whole to satisfaction, and he received so large a sum for the work as to be enabled thereby to keep himself long from ruin. At Burlington I made acquaintance with many principal people of the province. Several of them had been appointed by the Assembly a committee to attend the press, and take care that no more bills were printed than the law directed. They were therefore by turns constantly with us, and generally he who attended brought with him a friend or two for company. My mind having been much more improved by reading than Kiemer's, I suppose it was for that reason my conversation seemed to be more valued. They had me to their houses, introduced me to their friends, and showed me much civility, while he, though the Vol. I. 10g. 74 Life of Frankel. 1727. Master, was a little neglected. In truth, he was an odd creature, ignorant of common life, fond of rudely opposing received opinions, slovenly to extreme dirtiness, enthusiastic in some points of religion, and a little knavish withal. We continued there near 3 months, and by that time I could reckon among my acquired friends, Judge Allen, Samuel Bustill, the Secretary of the Province, Isaac Pearson, Joseph Cooper, and several of the Smiths, members of Assembly, and Isaac Decow, the Surveyor General. The latter was a shrewd, sagacious old man, who told me, that he began for himself when young by wheeling clay for the brickmakers, learned to write after he was of age, carried the chain for surveyors, who taught him surveying, and he had now by his industry acquired a good estate, and said he, I foresee, that you will soon work this man out of his business, and make a fortune in it at Philadelphia. He had then not the least intimation of my intention to set up there or anywhere. These friends were afterwards of great use to me, as I occasionally was to some of them. They all continued their regard for me as long as they lived. Before I enter upon my public appearance in business, it may be well to let you know the then state of my mind, with regard to my principles and morals, that you may see how far those influenced the future events of my life. My parents had early given me religious impressions, and brought me through my childhood piously in the dissenting way. But I was scarce 15, when, after doubting by turn several points, as I found them disputed in the different books I read, I began to doubt of the revelation itself. Some books against deism fell into my hands. They were said to be the substance of the sermons, which had been Pound T. 21. Life of Franklin. Preached at Boyle's lectures. It happened, that they wrought an effect on me quite contrary to what was intended by them. For the arguments of the deists, which were quoted to be refuted, appeared to me much stronger than the refutations. In short, I soon became a thorough deist. My arguments perverted some others, particularly Collins and Ralph, but, each of these having wronged me greatly without the least compunction, and recollecting Keith's conduct towards me, who was another freethinker, and my own towards Vernon and Misread, which at times gave me great trouble, I began to suspect that this doctrine, though it might be true, was not very Yosef.ul. My London pamphlet, printed in 1725*, which had for its motto these lines of Dryden. \V whatever is right. But purblind man sees but a part o' the chain, the nearest links. His eyes not carrying to that equal beam that poises all above, and which from the attributes of God, his infinite wisdom, goodness and power, concluded that nothing could possibly be wrong in the world, and that vice and virtue were empty distinctions, no such things existing, appeared now not so clever a performance as I once. Dr. Franklin, in a letter to Benjamin Vaughan, dated November 9, 1779, gives a further account of this pamphlet in these words. It was addressed to Mr. J.R., that is, James Ralph, then a youth of about my age, and my intimate friend, afterwards a political writer and historian. The purport of it was to prove the doctrine of fate, from the supposed attributes of God, in some such manner as this: that in erecting and governing the world, as he was infinitely wise, he knew what would be best, infinitely good, he must be disposed, and infinitely powerful, he must be able, to execute it. Consequently all is right. There were only 100 copies printed, of which I gave a few to friends, and afterwards disliking the piece, as conceiving it might have an ill tendency, I burnt the rest, except one copy, the margin of which was filled with manuscript notes by Lyons, author of The Infallibility of Human Judge Errant, who was at that time another of my acquaint. 76 Life of Franklin. 1727. Thought it, and I doubted whether some error had not insinuated itself unperceived into my argument, so as to infect all that followed, as is common in metaphysical reasonings. I grew convinced, that truth, sincerity, and integrity, in dealings between man and man, were of the utmost importance to the felicity of life, and I formed written resolutions, which still remain in my journal book, to practice them ever while I lived. Revelation had indeed no weight with me, as such, but I entertained an opinion, that, though certain actions might not be bad, because they were forbidden by it, or good because it commanded them, yet probably those actions might be forbidden because they were bad for us, or commanded because they were beneficial to us, in their own natures, all the circumstances of things considered. And this persuasion, with the kind hand of Providence, or some guardian angel, or accidental favorable circumstances and situations, or altogether, preserved me, through this dangerous time of youth, and the hazardous situations I was sometimes in among strangers, remote from the eye and advice of my father, free from any wilful gross immorality or injustice, that ends in London. I was not 19 years of age when it was written. In 1730, I wrote a piece on the other side of the question, which began with laying for its foundation this fact, that almost all men in all ages and countries have at times rendered use of prayer. Thence I reasoned, that, if all things are ordained, prayer must among the rest be ordained. But, as prayer can procure no change in things that are ordained, praying must then be useless, and an absurdity. God would therefore not ordain praying if everything else was ordained. But praying exists, therefore all other things are not ordained, N.C. This pamphlet was never printed, and the manuscript has been long lost. The great uncertainty I found in metaphysical reasonings disgusted me, and I quitted that kind of reading and study for others more satisfactory. WTF. *C. J. Articles of Belief and JLRTS of Religion, Volume 2. P1. Among Franklin's papers I have found a curious manuscript in his handwriting, which contains a new version of the Lord's Prayer. The Jet. 21 Life of Franklin. 77. Might have been expected from my want of religion. I say willful, because the instances I have mentioned had something of necessity in them, from my youth, inexperience, and the knavery of others. I had therefore a tolerable character to begin the world with, I valued it properly, and determined to preserve it. We had not been long returned to Philadelphia, before the new types arrived from London. We settled with Kiemer, and left him by his consent before he heard of it. We found a house to let near the market, and took it. To lessen the rent, which was then but £24 a year, though I have Condition and appearance of the manuscript prove it to have been an early performance, but its precise date is not known. The form in which it is written is here preserved M2R. The Lord's Prayer. 0 LD version. New version, by B. Franklin. J. Our Father which art in heaven, 1. Heavenly Father. 2. Hallowed be thy name. 2. May all revere thee. 3. Thy kingdom come, 3. And become thy dutiful children and faithful subjects. 4. Thy will be done on earth, as it 4. May thy laws be obeyed on. Is in heaven. Earth, as perfectly as they are in heaven. 5. Give us this day our daily bread. 5. Provide for us this day, as thou hast hitherto daily done. P. 6. Forgive us our debts, as we for 6. Forgive us our trespasses, and give our debtors. Enable us to forgive those who offend us. 7. And lead us not into temptation, 7. Keep us out of temptation, and but deliver us from evil. Deliver us from evil. Reasons for the change of expression. Old version. Our Father which art in heaven. New version. Ilya, TNL, J. Father is more concise, equally expressive, and better modern English. Old Version. Hallowed be thy name. This seems to relate to an observance among the Jews not to pronounce the proper or peculiar name of God, they deeming it a profanation so to do. We have in our language no proper name for God, the word God being a common, or general name, expressing all chief objects of worship, true or false. The O*. 78 Life of Franklin. 1727. Since known 1t to let for 70, we took in Thomas Godfrey, a glazier, and his family, who were to pay a considerable part of it to us, and we to board with them. We had scarce opened our letters and put our press in order, before George House, an acquaintance of mine, brought a countryman to us, whom he had met in the street, inquiring for a printer. All our cash was now expended in the variety of particulars we had been obliged to procure, and this countryman's 5 shillings, being our first fruits, and coming so seasonably, gave me more pleasure than any crown I have since earned, and the gratitude I felt towards. Word hallowed is almost obsolete. People now have but an imperfect conception of the meaning of the petition. It is therefore proposed to change the expression into New version. May all revere thee. Old version, thy kingdom come. This pet 1t10n seems suited to the then condition of the Jewish nation. Originally their state was a theocracy, God was their king. Dissatisfied with that kind of government, they desired a visible, earthly king, in the manner of the nations around them. They had such kings accordingly, but their happiness was not increased by the change, and they had reason to wish and pray for a return of the theocracy, or government of God. Christians in these times have other ideas, when they speak of the kingdom of God, such as are perhaps more adequately expressed by the New version. Become thy dutiful children and faithful subjects. Old version, thy will be done on earth, as it is in heaven, more explicitly New version. May thy laws be obeyed on earth, as perfectly as they are in heaven. Old version. Give us this day our daily bread. D. Give us what is ours seems to put in a claim of right, and to contain too little of the grateful acknowledgement and sense of dependence that become creatures, who live on the daily bounty of their Creator. Therefore it is changed to New version. Provide for us this day, as thou hast hitherto daily done. Old version. Forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Matthew. Forgive us our sins. /o Forgive everyone that is indebted to us. Luke. Offerings were due to God on many occasions by the Jewish law, which, when people could not pay, or had forgotten, as debtors are apt to do, it was proper to pray that those debts might be. Life of Franklin. 79. House has made me often more ready, than perhaps I otherwise should have been, to assist young beginners. There are croakers in every country, always boding its ruin. Such a one there lived in Philadelphia, a person of note, an elderly man, with a wise look and a very grave manner of speaking. His name was Samuel Mickle. This gentleman, a stranger to me, stopped me one day at my door, and asked me if I was the young man, who had lately opened a new printing house. Being answered in the affirmative, he said he was sorry for me, because it was an expensive undertaking, and the expense would be lost, for Philadelphia was a SMKMG place, the people already half bankrupts, or forgiven. Our liturgy uses neither the debtors of Matthew, nor the indebted of Luke, but instead of them speaks of those that trespass against us. Perhaps the considering it as a Christian duty to forgive debtors was by the compilers thought an inconvenient idea in a trading nation. There seems, however, something presumptuous in this mode of expression, which has the air of proposing ourselves as an example of goodness fit for God to imitate. We hope you will at least be as good as we are. You see we forgive one another, and therefore we pray that you would forgive us. Some have considered it in another sense. Forgive us as we forgive others. That is, if we do not forgive others, we pray that thou wouldst not forgive us. But this, being a kind of conditional imprecati on against ourselves, seems improper in such a prayer, and therefore it may be better to say humbly and modestly. New version. Forgive us our trespasses, and enable us likewise to forgive those who offend us. This, instead of assuming that we have already in and of ourselves the grace of forgiveness, acknowledges our dependence on God, the fountain of mercy, for any share we may have of it, praying that he would communicate it to us. 0 Low version. JLND. Lead us not into temptation. The Jews had a notion, that God sometimes tempted, or directed, or permitted, the tempting of people. Thus it was said, he tempted Pharaoh, directed Satan to tempt Job, and a false prophet to tempt Ahab. Under this persuasion, it was natural for them to pray, that he would not put them to such severe trials. We now suppose that temptation, so far as it is supernatural, comes from the devil only, and this petition continued conveys a suspicion, which, in our present conception seems unworthy of God, therefore it might be altered to. New version keep us _ out of temptation. Life of Franklin. 1727. Near being so, all the appearances of the contrary, such as new buildings and the rise of rents, being to his certain knowledge fallacious, for they were in fact among the things that would ruin us. Then he gave me such a detail of misfortunes now existing, or that were soon to exist, that he left me half melancholy. Had I known him before I engaged in this business, probably I never should have done it. This person continued to live in this decaying place, and to declaim in the same strain, refusing for many years to buy a house there, because all was going to destruction, and at last I had the pleasure of seeing him give 5 times as much for one, as he might have bought it for when he first began croaking. Let. 22 Life of Franklin. Chapter V. The Junta. Description of its original members. Franklin writes the busybody. Establishes a newspaper. Partnership with Meredith dissolved. Writes a tract on the necessity of a paper currency. Opens a stationer shop. His habits of industry and frugality. Courtship. Marriage. I should have mentioned before, that, in the autumn of the preceding year, I had formed most of my ingenious acquaintance into a club for mutual improvement, which we called the Jew-N-T-O. We met on Friday evenings. The rules that I drew up required, that every member in his turn should produce 1 or more queries on any point of morals, politics, or natural philosophy, to be discussed by the company, and once in 3 months produce and read an essay of his own writing, on any subject he pleased. Our debates were to be under the direction of a president, and to be conducted in the sincere spirit of inquiry after truth, without fondness for dispute, or desire of victory, and, to prevent warmth, all expressions of positiveness in opinions, or direct contradiction, were after some time made contraband, and prohibited under small pecuniary penalties. The first members were Joseph Braintnell, a copier of deeds for the Scribners, a good-natured, friendly, middle-aged man, a great lover of poetry, reading all he could meet with, and writing some that was tolerable, very ingenious in making little knickknackeries, and of sensible conversation. Thomas Godfrey, a self-taught mathematician, great in his way, and afterwards inventor of what is now Vol. I-11. 82 Life of Franklin. 1728. Called Hadley's Quadrant *, but he knew little out of his way, and was not a pleasing companion, as, like most great mathematicians I have met with, he expected universal precision in everything said, or was forever denying or distinguishing upon trifles, to the disturbance of all conversation. He soon left us. Nicholas Scull, a surveyor, afterwards surveyor general, who loved books, and sometimes made a few verses. William Parsons, bred a shoemaker, but, loving read-ing, had acquired a considerable share of mathematics, which he first studied with a view to astrology, and afterwards laughed at it. He also became surveyor general. William Moggridge, joiner, but a most exquisite mechanic, and a solid, sensible man. Hugh Meredith, Stephen Potts, and George Webb, I have characterized before. Robert Grace, a young gentleman of some fortune, generous, lively, and witty, a lover of punning and of his friends. Lastly, William Coleman, then a merchant's clerk, about my age, who had the coolest, clearest head, the best heart, and the exactest morals, of almost any man I ever met with. He became afterwards a merchant of great note, and one of our provincial judges. Our friendship continued without interruption to his death, upwards of 40 years, and the club continued almost as long, and was the best school of philosophy, morality, and politics, that then existed in the province, for our queries, which were read the week preceding their discussion, put us upon reading with attention on. Godfrey's claims to this invention are fully explained and confirmed in M1 Ller's Retrospect of the 18th Century, Volume I, pages 468 to 480. Pound T22. Life of Franklin. The several subjects, that we might speak more to the purpose, and here too we acquired better habits of conversation, everything being studied in our rules, which might prevent our disgusting each other. Hence the long continuance of the club, which I shall have frequent occasion to speak further of hereafter *. But my giving this account of it here, is to show something of the interest I had, every one of these exerting themselves in recommending business to us. Braintnell particularly procured us from the Quakers the printing of 40 sheets of their history, the rest being to be done by Kiemer, and upon these we worked exceedingly hard, for the price was low. It wa a folio, pro patria size, in pica, with long primer notes. I composed a sheet a day, and Meredith worked it off at press. It was often 11 at night, and sometimes later, before I had finished my distribution for the next day's work. For the little jobs sent in by our other friends now and then put us back. But, so determined I was to continue doing a sheet a day of the folio, that one night, when, having imposed my forms, I thought my day's work over, one of them by accident was broken, and 2 pages reduced to pi. I immediately distributed, and composed it over again before I went to bed, and this industry, visible to our neighbors, began to give us character and credit. Particularly I was told, that mention being made of the new printing office, at the Merchants' Every Night Club, the general opinion was that it must fail, there being Asterisk for other particulars about the J unto, see Volume 2. Pages 9, 551. Mr. Roberts Vox read a paper to the Historical Society of Pennsylvania, in February, 1835, in which he mentions an additional list of members, who belonged subsequently to the Jew and to. Their names are Hugh Roberts, Philip Syng, Enoch Flower, Joseph Wharton, William Griffith, Luke Morris, Joseph Turner, Joseph Shippen, Joseph Trotter, Samuel Jervis, and Samuel Rhodes. Editor. Life of Franklin. 1729. Already two printers in the place, Keimer and Bradford, but Dr. Baird, whom you and I saw many years after at his native place, St. Andrews in Scotland, gave a contrary opinion, for the industry of that Franklin, said he, is superior to anything I ever saw of the kind. I see him still at work when I go home from club, and he is at work again before his neighbors are out of bed. This struck the rest, and we soon after had offers from one of them to supply us with stationery, but as yet we did not choose to engage in shop business. I mention this industry more particularly and the more freely, though it seems to be talking in my own praise, that those of my posterity, who shall read it, may know the use of that virtue, when they see its effects in my favor throughout this relation. George Webb, who had found a female friend that lent him wherewith to purchase his time of Keimer, now came to offer himself as a journeyman to us. We could not then employ him, but I foolishly let him know as a secret, that I soon intended to begin a newspaper, and might then have work for him. My hopes of success, as I told him, were founded on this, that the then only newspaper, printed by Bradford, was a paltry thing, wretchedly managed, no way entertaining, and yet was profitable to him. I therefore freely thought a good paper would scarcely fail of good encouragement. I requested Webb not to mention it, but he told it to Keimer, who immediately, to be beforehand with me, published proposals for one himself, on which Webb was to be employed. I was vexed at this, and, to counteract them, not being able to commence our paper, I wrote several amusing pieces for Bradford's paper, under the title of The Busy Bondwich Braintnell. Life of Franklin. Continued some months. By this means the attention of the public was fixed on that paper, and Keimer's proposals, which we burlesqued and ridiculed, were disregarded. He began his paper, however, and, before carrying it on 3/4 of a year, with at most only 90 subscribers, he offered it me for a trifle, and I, having been ready some time to go on with it, took it in hand directly, and it proved in a few years extremely profitable to me. I perceive that I am apt to speak in the singular number, though our partnership still continued. It may be, that in fact the whole management of the business lay upon me. Meredith was no compositor, a poor pressman, and seldom sober. My friends lamented my connection with him, but I was to make the best of it. Our first papers made quite a different appearance. See Volume 2. p. 13-45. It was called the Pennsylvania Gazette. Franklin and Meredith began the paper with number 40, September 25, 1729. A characteristic anecdote has been related of F. Franklin, illustrative of Liss independence as an editor. Soon after the establishment of his newspaper, he found occasion to remark with some degree of freedom on the public conduct of one or two persons of high standing in Philadelphia. This course was disapproved by some of his patrons, who sought an opportunity to convey to him their views of the subject, and what they represented to be the opinion of his friends. He listened patiently, and replied by requesting that they would favor him with their company at supper, and bring with them the other gentlemen, who had expressed dissatisfaction. The time arrived, and the guests assembled. He received them cordially, and listened again to their friendly reproofs of his editorial conduct. At length supper was announced, but, when the guests had seated themselves around the table, they were surprised to see nothing before them but two puddings, made of coarse meal, called sawdust puddings in the common phrase, and a stone pitcher filled with water. He helped them all, and then applied himself to his own plate, partaking freely of the repast, and urging his friends to do the same. They taxed their politeness to the utmost, but all in vain. Their appetites refused obedience to the will. Perceiving their difficulty, Franklin at last arose and said, "Point 1, friends, anyone who can subsist upon sawdust, pudding and water, as I can, needs no man's patronage." Editor. Vol. IH. 86. Life of Franklin. 1729. From any before in the province, a better type, and better printed, but some remarks of my writing, on the dispute then going on between Governor Burnet, and the Massachusetts Assembly, struck the principal people, occasioned the paper and the manager of it to be much talked of, and in a few weeks brought them all to be our subscribers. Their example was followed by many, and our number went on growing continually. This was one of the first good effects of my having learned a little to scribble. Another was, that the leading men, seeing a newspaper now in the hands of those who could also handle a pen, thought it convenient to oblige n**. These remarks are in the Pennsylvania Gazette for October 2d, 1729, and are as follows. His Excellency, Governor Burnet, died unexpectedly about 2 days after the date of this reply to his last message, and it was thought the dispute would have ended with him, or at least have lain dormant till the arrival of a new governor from England, who possibly might or might not be inclined to enter too vigorously into the measures of his predecessor. But our last advices by the post acquaint us, that his honor, the lieutenant governor, on whom the government immediately devolves upon the death or absence of the commander-in-chief, has vigorously renewed the struggle on his own account, of which the particulars will be seen in our next. Perhaps some of our readers may not fully understand the original ground of this warm contest between the governor and assembly. It seems that people have for these 100 years past enjoyed the privilege of rewarding the governor for the time being, according to their sense of his merit and services, and few or none of their governors have complained, or had cause to complain, of a scanty allowance. When the 8th Governor Burnet brought with him instructions to demand a settled salary of £1,000 per annum, on him and all his successors, and the Assembly were required to fix it immediately, he insisted on it strenuously to the last, and they as constantly refused it. It appears by their votes and proceedings, that they thought it an imposition, contrary to their own charter, and to JL/Magna Carta, and they judged that there should be a mutual dependence between the governor and governed, and that to make the governor independent would be dangerous and destructive to their liberties, and the ready way to establish tyranny. They thought, likewise, that the province was not the less dependent on the crown of Great Britain, by the governors depend. Pound 1. 23 Life of Franklin. 87. Courage me. Bradford still printed the votes and laws and other public business. He had printed an address of the House to the governor, in a coarse, blundering manner. We reprinted it elegantly and correctly, and sent one to every member. They were sensible of the difference, it strengthened the hands of our friends in the House, and they voted us their printers for the year ensuing. Among my friends in the House, I must not forget Mr. Hamilton, before mentioned, who was then returned from England, and had a seat in it. He interested himself for me strongly in that instance, as he did in many others afterwards, continuing his patronage, till his death. Ing immediately on them and his own good conduct for an ample support, because all acts and laws, which he might be induced to pass, must nevertheless be constantly sent home for approbation in order to continue in force. Many other reasons were given, and arguments used, in the course of the controversy, needless to particularize here, because all the material papers relating to it have been already given in our public news. Much deserved praise has the deceased governor received for his steady integrity in adhering to his instructions, notwithstanding the great difficulty and opposition he met with, and the strong temptations offered from time to time to induce him to give up the point. And yet, perhaps, something is due to the Assembly, as the love and zeal of that country for the present establishment is too well known to suffer any suspicion of want of loyalty, who continue thus resolutely to abide by what they think their right, and that of the people they represent, maugre all the arts and menaces of a governor famed for his cunning and politics, backed with instructions from home, and powerfully aided by the great advantage such an officer always has of engaging the principal men of a place in his party, by conferring where he pleases so many posts of profit and honor. Their happy mother country will perhaps observe with pleasure, that though her gallant cocks and matchless dogs abate their natural fire and intrepidity, when transported to a foreign clime, as this nation is, yet her sons in the remotest part of the earth, and even to the third and fourth descent, still retain that ardent spirit of liberty, and that undaunted courage, which have in every age so gloriously distinguished Britons and Englishmen from the rest of mankind. WTF. I afterwards obtained for his son £500. Life of Franklin. 1729. Mr. Vernon, about this time, put me in mind of the debt I owed him, but did not press me. I wrote to him an ingenuous letter of acknowledgment, craving his forbearance a little longer, which he allowed me. As soon as I was ABL, I paid the principal with the interest and many thanks, so that erratum was in some degree corrected. But now, another difficulty came upon me, which I had never the least reason to expect. Mr. Meredith's father, who was to have paid for our printing house, according to the expectations given me, was able to advance only £100 currency, which had been paid, and 100 more were due to the merchant, who grew impatient and sued us all. We gave bail, but saw that, if the money could not be raised in time, the suit must soon come to a judgment and execution, and our hopeful prospects must, with us, be ruined, as the press and letters must be sold for payment, perhaps at half price. In this distress 2 true friends, whose kindness I have never forgotten, nor ever shall forget while I can remember anything, came to me separately, unknown to each other, and, without any application from me, offered each of them to advance me all the money that should be necessary to enable me to take the whole business upon myself, if that should be practicable, but they did not like my continuing the partnership with Meredith, who, as they said, was often seen drunk in the street, playing at low games in alehouses, much to our discredit. These 2 friends were William Cole. Many years afterwards he had an opportunity of discharging more completely this debt of gratitude. While he was minister plenipotentiary from the United States at the court of France, he rendered very important services to a young man, a descendant of Mr. Vernon, who passed some time in that country. And one tour. Life of Franklin. Man and Robert Grace. I told them I could not propose a separation, while any prospect remained of the Merediths fulfilling their part of our agreement, because I thought myself under great obligations to them for what they had me, and would do if they could, but, if they finally failed in their performance, and our partnership must be dissolved, I should then think myself at liberty to accept the assistance of my friend. Thus the matter rested for some time, when I said to my partner, perhaps your father is dissatisfied at the part you have undertaken in this affair of ours, and is unwilling to advance for you and me, what he would for you. If that is the case, tell me, and I will resign the whole to you, and go about my business. No, said he, my father has really been disappointed, and is really unable, and I am unwilling to distress him further. I see this is a business I am not fit for. I was bred a farmer, and it was folly in me to come to town, and put myself, at 30 years of age, an apprentice to learn a new trade. Many of our Welsh people are going to settle in North Carolina, where land is cheap. I am inclined to go with them, and follow my old employment. You may find friend S to assist you. If you will fake the debts of the company upon you, return to my father the £100 he has advanced, pay my little personal debts, and give me £30 and a new saddle, I will relinquish the partnership and leave the whole in your hands. I agreed to this proposal. It was drawn up in writing, signed, and sealed immediately. I gave him what he demanded, and he went soon after to Carolina, whence he sent me next year 2 long letters, containing the best account that had been given of that country, the climate, the soil, and husbandry, for in those matters. Vol. I-12H*. 90 Life of Franklin. 1729. He was very judicious. I printed them in the papers. And they gave great satisfaction to the public. As soon as he was gone, I recurred to my 2 friends, and because I would not give an unkind preference to either, I took half of what each had offered and I wanted of one, and half of the other, paid off the company's debts, and went on with the business in my own name, advertising that the partnership was dissolved. I think this was in or, about the year 1729*. About this time there was a cry among the people for more paper money, only £15,000 being extant in the province, and that soon to be sunk. The wealthy inhabitants opposed any addition, being against all paper currency, from the apprehension that it would depreciate as it had done in New England, to the injury of all creditors. We had discussed this point in our junto, where I was on the side of an addition, being persuaded that the first small sum struck in 1723 had done much good by increasing the trade, employment, and number of inhabitants in the province, since I now saw all the old houses inhabited, and many new ones building, whereas I remembered well, when I first walked about the streets of Philadelphia*. The dissolution of the partnership was a year later, as appears by the following agreement, transcribed from the original in Franklin's handwriting. Editor. Be it remembered, that Hugh Meredith and Benjamin Franklin have this day separated as partners, and will henceforth act each on his own account, and that the said Hugh Meredith, for a valuable consideration by him received from the said Benjamin Franklin, hath relinquished, and doth hereby relinquish, to the said Franklin, all claim, right, or property to or in the printing materials and stock heretofore jointly possessed by them in partnership, and to all debts due to them as partners, in the course of their business, which are all from henceforth the sole property of the said Benjamin Franklin. In witness whereof I have hereunto et my hand, this 14th day of July, 1730. Hugh Meredith. Life of Franklin. 91. Delphia, eating my roll, I saw many of the houses in Valnut Street, between 2nd and Front Streets, with bills on their doors, to be let, arid many likewise. In Chestnut Street and other streets, which made me think the inhabitants of the city were one after another deserting it. Our debates possessed me so fully of the subject, that I wrote and printed an anonymous pamphlet on it, entitled, The Nature and Necessity of a Paper Currency. It was well received by the common people in general, but the rich men disliked it, for it increased and strengthened the clamor for more money. And, they happening to have no writers among them that were able to answer it, their opposition slackened. And the point was carried by a majority in the House. I see Volume 2. p. 253. It is little known, or set down to the commendation of Franklin, that, when he was young in business, and stood in need of sundry articles in the line of his profession as a printer, he had the ingenuity to make them for himself. In this way he founded letters of lead, engraved various printing ornaments, cut woodcuts, made printer's ink, engraved copperplate vignettes, and made his plate press. Watson's. L. Knowles of Philadelphia, p. 513. Mr. Watson relates another anecdote. He says, that the yellow willow tree, now so common throughout the country, was first introduced into America by Franklin. A wicker basket, made of willow, in which some foreign article had been imported, he saw sprouting in a ditch, and directed some of the twigs to be planted. They took root, and from these shoots are supposed to have sprung all the yellow willows, which have grown on this side of the Atlantic. Chaptal ascribes to Franklin, also, the introduction of the agricultural use of plaster of Paris into the United States. As this celebrated philosopher, says he, wished that the effects of this manure should strike the gay of all cultivators, he wrote in great letters, formed by the use of the ground plaster, in a field of clover lying upon the great road, this has been plastered. The prodigious vegetation, which was developed in the plastered portion, led him to adopt this method. Volumes upon the excellency of plaster would not have produced so speedy a revolution. From that period the Americans have imported great quantities of plaster of Paris. Chaptals. Agricultural Chemist J. Boston edition, p. 73 ENIROA. 92 Life of Franklin. 1729. My friends there, who considered I had been of some service, thought fit to reward me, by employing me in printing the money, a very profitable job, and a great help to me. This was another advantage gained by my being able to write. The utility of this currency became by time and experience so evident, that the principles upon which it was founded were never afterwards much disputed, so that it grew soon to £55,000, and in 1739, to £80,000 trade, building, and inhabitants all the while increasing. Though I now think there are limits, beyond which the quantity may be hurtful. I soon after obtained, through my friend Hamilton, The printing of the Newcastle paper money, another profitable job, as I then thought it, small things appearing great to those in small circumstances, and these to me were really great advantages, as they were great encouragements. Mr. Hamilton procured for me also the printing of the laws and votes of that government, which continued in my hands as long as I followed the business. I now opened a small stationer's shop. I had in it blanks of all kinds, the correctest that ever appeared among us. I was assisted in that by my friend Braintnell. I had also paper, parchment, Chapman's books, and c. One Whitemarsh, a compositor I had known in London, an excellent workman, now came to me, and worked with me constantly and diligently, and I took an apprentice, the son of Aquila Rose. I began now gradually to pay off the debt I was under for the printing house. In order to secure my credit and character as a tradesman, I took care not only to be in reality industrious and frugal, but to avoid the appearances to the contrary. I dressed plain. Life of L. and L. T. Ranklin. And was seen at no places of idle diversion. I never went out a or shooting, a book indeed sometimes debauched me from my work, but that was seldom, was private, and gave no scandal, and, to show that I was not above my business, I sometimes brought home the paper I purchased at the stores, through the streets on a wheelbarrow. Thus being esteemed an industrious, thriving young man, and paying duly for what I bought, the merchants who imported stationery solicited my custom, others proposed supplying me with books, and I went on prosperously. In the meantime, Kierner's credit and business declining daily, he was at last forced to sell his printing house, to satisfy his creditors. He went to Barbados, and there lived some years in very poor circumstances. His apprentice, David Harry, whom I had instructed while I worked with him, set up in his place at Philadelphia, having bought his materials. I was at first apprehensive of a powerful rival in Harry, as his friends were very able, and had a good deal of interest. I therefore proposed a partnership to him, which he fortunately for me rejected with scorn. He was very proud, dressed like a gentleman, lived expensively, took much diversion and pleasure abroad, ran in debt, and neglected his business, upon which, all business foot him, and, finding nothing to do, he followed Kiemer to Barbados, taking the printing house with him. There this apprentice employed his former master as a journeyman, they quarrelled often, and Harry went continually behindhand, and at length was obliged to sell his types and return to country work in Pennsylvania. The person who bought them employed Kiemer to use them, but a few years after he died. There remained now no other printer in Philadelphia, but the old Bradford, but he was rich and easy. 94 Life of Franklin. 1730. Did a little in the business by straggling hands, but was not anxious about it. However, as he held the post office, it was imagined he had better opportunities of obtaining news, his paper was thought a better distributor of advertisements than mine, and therefore had many more, which was a profitable thing to him, and a disadvantage to me. For, though I did indeed receive and send papers by the post, yet the public opinion was otherwise, for what I did send was by bribing the writers, who to them privately, Bradford being unkind enough to forbid it, which occasioned some resentment on my part, and I thought so meanly of the practice, that, when I afterwards came into his situation, I took care never to imitate it. I had hitherto continued to board with Godfrey, who lived in a part of my house with his wife and children, and had one side of the shop for his glazier's business though he worked little, being always absorbed in his mathematics. Mrs. Godfrey projected a match for me, with a relation's daughter, took opportunities of bringing us often together, till a serious courtship on my part ensued, the girl being in herself very deserving. The old folks encouraged me by continual invitations to supper, and by leaving us together, till at length it was time to explain. Mrs. Godfrey managed our little treaty. I let her know that I expected as much money with their daughter as would pay off my remaining debt for the printing house, which I believe was not then above £100. She brought me word they had no such sum to spare. I said they might mortgage their house in the loan office. The answer to this, after some days, was, that they did not approve the match, that, on inquiry of Bradford, they had been informed the printing business was not a profitable one, the types would soon be. Ilk 24. Life of Franklin. Worn out and more wanted, that Kiemer and David Harry had failed one after the other, and I should probably soon follow them, and therefore I was forbidden. The house, and the daughter was shut up. Whether this was a real change of sentiment or only artifice, on a supposition of our being too far engaged in affection to retract, and therefore that we should steal a marriage, which would leave them at liberty to give or withhold what they pleased, I know not. But I suspected the motive, resented it, and went no more. Mrs. Godfrey brought me afterwards some more favorable accounts of their disposition, and would have drawn me on again, but I declared absolutely my resolution to have nothing more to do with that family. This was resented by the Godfreys, we differed, and they removed, leaving me the whole house, and I resolved to take no more inmates. But this affair having turned my thoughts to marriage, I looked round me and made overtures of acquaintance in other places, but soon found, that, the business of a printer being generally thought a poor one, I was not to expect money with a wife, unless with such a one as I should not otherwise think agreeable. In the meantime, that hard-to-be governed passion of youth had hurried me frequently into intrigues with low women that fell in my way, which were attended with some expense and great inconvenience, besides a continual risk to my health by a distemper, which of all things I dreaded, though by great good luck I escaped it. A friendly correspondence as neighbors had continued between me and Miss Reed's family, who all had a regard for me from the time of my first lodging in their house. I was often invited there and consulted in their affairs, wherein I sometimes was of Sir. 96 Life of Franklin. 1731. Vice. I pitied poor Miss Reed's unfortunate situation, who was generally dejected, seldom cheerful, and avoided company. I considered my giddiness and inconstancy when in London, as in a great degree the cause of her unhappiness, though the mother was good enough to think the fault more her own than mine, as she had prevented our marrying before I went thither, and persuaded the other match in my absence. Our mutual affection was revived, but there were now great objections to our union. That match was indeed looked upon as invalid, a preceding wife being said to be living in England, but this could not easily be proved, because of the distance, and, though there was a report of his death, it was not certain. Then, though it should be true, he had left many debts, which his successor might be called upon to pay. We ventured, however, over all these difficulties, and I took her to wife, September 1, 1730. None of the inconveniences happened, that we had apprehended. She proved a good and faithful helpmate, assisted me much by attending to the shop, we throve together, and ever mutually endeavored to make each other happy. Thus I corrected that great erratum as well as I could. About this time, our club meeting, not at a tavern, but in a little room of Mr. Grace's, set apart for that purpose, a proposition was made by me, that, since our books were often referred to in our disquisitions upon the queries, it might be convenient to us to have them all together where we met, that upon occasion they might be consulted, and by thus clubbing our books in a common library, we should, while we like to keep them together, have each of us the advantage of using the books of all the other members, which would be nearly as beneficial as if each owned the whole. It 1E1. 25 Life of Franklin. Was liked and agreed to, and we filled one end of the room with such books as we could best spare. The number was not so great as we expected, and, though they had been of great use, yet some inconveniences occurring for want of due care of them, the collection after about a year was separated, and each took his books home again. And now I set on foot my first project of a public nature, that for a subscription library. I drew up the proposals, got them put into form by O.L., our great scrivener, Brockton, and, by the help of my friends in the junto, procured 50 subscribers of 40 shillings each to begin with, and 10 shillings a year for 50 years, the term our company was to continue. V.E. afterwards obtained a charter, the company being increased to 100, this was the mother of all the North American subscription libraries, now so numerous. It has become a great thing itself, and continually goes on increasing. These libraries have improved the general conversation of the Americans, made the common tradesmen and farmers as intelligent as most gentlemen from other countries, and perhaps have contributed in some degree to the stand so generally made throughout the colonies in defense of their privileges. Vol. I. 13I. Life of Franklin. II 31. Chapter 6 *. Origin of the Philadelphia Library. Mode of obtaining subscriptions. Thrives in his business. Anecdote of the silver spoon and china bowl. Religious sentiments and remarks on preaching. Scheme. For arriving at moral perfection. Explanation of the scheme. List of virtues enumerated, and rules for practicing them. Division of time, and the occupation of each hour. Musing anecdote. The art of virtue. A treatise on that subject proposed. At the time I established myself in Pennsylvania, there was not a good bookseller's shop in any of the colonies to the southward of Boston. In New York and Philadelphia, the printers were indeed stationers, but they sold only paper, almanacs, ballads, and a few. Down to this period the memoir was written in the year 1771, and the task was then laid aside for several years. In the meantime, the manuscript was shown to several of the author's friends, who pressed him to complete what he had begun. He accordingly yielded to their solicitations, and, to the part with which this chapter commences, he prefixed the following introductory remarks, and also the 2 letters to which he alludes. Continuation of the J.L. Count of my life, begun at Passy, near Paris, 1784. It is some time since I received the above letters, but I have been too busy till now to think of complying with the request they contain. It might, too, be much better done if I were at home among my papers, which would aid my memory, and help to ascertain dates, but my return being uncertain, and having just now a little leisure, I will endeavor to recollect and write what I can. If I live to get home, it may there be corrected and improved. Not having any copy here of what is already written, I know not whether an account is given of the means I used to establish the Philadelphia Public Library, which from a small beginning is now become so considerable. Though I remember to have come down to near the time of that transaction, 17:30. I will therefore begin here with an account of it, which may be struck out if found to have been already given. The letters referred to were from his friends, Benjamin Vaughan and Abel James. They may be found in the Correspondence, Volume 9. p. 478, under the date of January 31, 1783. Editor. Life 0 Franklin. Common School Books. Those who loved reading were obliged to send for their books from England. The members of the junta had each a few. We had left the alehouse, where we first met, and hired a room to hold our club in. I proposed that we should all of us bring our books to that room, where they would not only be ready to consult in our conferences, but become a common benefit, each of us being at liberty to borrow such as he wished to read at home. This was accordingly done, and for some time contented us. Finding the advantage of this little collection, I proposed to render the benefit from the books more common, by commencing a public subscription library. I drew a sketch of the plan and rules that would be necessary, and got a skillful conveyancer, Mr. Charles Brockton, to put the whole in form of articles of agreement to be subscribed, by which each subscriber engaged to pay a certain sum down for the first purchase of the books, and an annual contribution for increasing them. So few were the readers at that time in Philadelphia, and the majority of us so poor, that I was not able with great industry to find more than 50 persons, mostly young tradesmen, willing to pay down for this purpose 40 shillings each, and 10 shillings per annum. With this little fund we began. The books were imported, the library was opened one day in the week for lending them to the subscribers, on their promissory notes to pay double the value if not duly returned. The institution soon manifested its utility, was imitated by other towns, and in other provinces. The libraries were augmented by donations, reading became fashionable, and our people, having no public amusements to divert their attention from study, became better acquainted with books, and in a few years were observed by strangers to be better in 100 Life of Franklin. 1731. Struck, and more intelligent than people of the same rank generally are in other countries. When we were about to sign the above-mentioned articles, which were to be binding on us, our heirs, and see for 50 years, Mr. Brockton, the scrivener, said to us, "You are young men, but it is scarcely probable that any of you will live to see the expiration of the term fixed in the instrument. A number of us, however, are yet living, but the instrument was after a few years rendered null, by a charter that incorporated and gave perpetuity to the company asterisk. It appears by a statement in Mr. Smith's notes for a history of the Library Company of Philadelphia, that the above instrument was dated July 1, 1731. The charter of incorporation was obtained from the proprietaries of Pennsylvania in 1742. Franklin's name stands at the head of the list of the persons who applied for the charter, and to whom it was granted. The library has grown to be one of the largest in America. The spacious and handsome edifice, in which it is contained, was erected but a short time before Dr. Franklin's death. It is stated in the minutes of the Library Company, as quoted by Mr. Smith, that, upon the suggestion of Dr. Franklin, a large stone was prepared, and laid at the southeast corner of the building, with the following inscription, composed by the doctor, except so far as relates to himself, which the committee have taken the liberty of adding to it. Be it remembered, in honor of the Philadelphia youth, then chiefly artificers, that, in '30, they cheerfully at the instance of Benjamin Franklin, one of their number, instituted the Philadelphia Library, which, though small at first, is become highly valuable, and extensively useful, and which the walls of this edifice are now destined to contain and preserve, the first stone of whose foundation was here placed the 31st of August, 6. The marble statue of Dr. Franklin, which occupies a niche in front of the building, was executed in Italy, and presented to the Library Company by Mr. W. William Bingham. Editor. Let. 25 Life of Franklin. 101. The objections and reluctances I met with, in soliciting the subscriptions, made me soon feel the impropriety of presenting oneself as the proposer of any useful project, that might be supposed to raise one's reputation in the smallest degree above that of one's neighbors, when one has need of their assistance to accomplish that project. I therefore put myself as much as I could out of sight, and stated it as a scheme of a number of friends, who had requested me to go about and propose it to such as they thought lovers of reading. In this way my affair went on more smoothly, and I ever after practiced it on such occasions, and, from my frequent successes, can heartily recommend it. The present little sacrifice of your vanity will afterwards be amply repaid. If it remains a while uncertain to whom the merit belongs, some one more vain than yourself may be encouraged to claim it, and then even envy will be disposed to do you justice, by plucking those assumed feathers, and restoring them to their right owner. This library afforded me the means of improvement by constant study, for which I set apart an hour or two each day, and thus repaired in some degree the loss of the learned education my father once intended for me. Reading was the only amusement I allowed myself. I spent no time in taverns, games, or frolics of any kind, and my industry in my business continued as indefatigable as it was necessary. I was indebted for my printing house, I had a young family coming on to be educated, and I had two competitors to contend with for business, who were established in the place before me. My circumstances however grew daily easier. My original habits of frugality continuing, and my father having, among his instructions to me when a boy, frequently repeated a proverb of Solomon. 1 asterisk. 102 Life of Franklin. 1731. Seest thou a man diligent in his calling, he shall stand before kings, he shall not stand before mean men. I thence considered industry as a means of obtaining wealth and distinction, which encouraged me, though I did not think, that I should ever literally stand before kings, which, however, has since happened, for I have stood before 5, and even had the honor of sitting down with one, the King of Denmark, to dinner. We have an English proverb that says, he that would thrive, must ask his wife. It was lucky for me that I had one as much disposed to industry and frugality as myself. She assisted me cheerfully in my business, folding and stitching pamphlets, tending shop, purchasing old linen rags for the papermakers, and C/VE kept no idle servants. Our table was plain and simple, our furniture of the cheapest. For instance, my breakfast was for a long time bread and milk, no tea, and I ate it out of a 2-penny earthen pouring with a pewter spoon. But mark how luxury will enter families, and make a progress, in spite of principle. Being called one morning to breakfast, I found it in a china bowl, with a spoon of silver. They had been bought for me without my knowledge by my wife, and had cost her the enormous sum of 23 shillings, for which she had no other excuse or apology to make, but that she thought her husband deserved a silver spoon and china bowl as well as any of his neighbors. This was the first appearance of plate and china in our house, which afterwards, in a course of years, as our wealth increased, augmented gradually to several £100 in value. I had been religiously educated as a Presbyterian, but, though some of the dogmas of that persuasion, such as the eternal decrees of God, election, reprobation, g.c., appeared to me unintelligible, others doubtful, and let 25 Life of Franklin. 103. I early absented myself from the public assemblies of the sect, Sunday being my studying day. I never was without some religious principles. I never doubted, for instance, the existence of a deity, that he made the world and governed it by his providence, that the most acceptable service of God was the doing good to man, that our souls are immortal, and that all crimes will be punished, and virtue rewarded, either here or hereafter. These I esteemed the essentials of every religion, and, being to be found in all the religions we had in our country, I respected them all, though with different degrees of respect, as I found them more or less mixed with other articles, which, without any tendency to inspire, promote, or confirm morality, served principally to divide us, and make us unfriendly to one another. This respect to all, with an opinion that the worst had some good effects, induced me to avoid all discourse that might tend to lessen the good opinion another might have of his own religion, and as our province increased in people, and new places of worship were continually wanted, and generally erected by voluntary contribution, my mite for such purpose, whatever might be the sect, was never refused. Though I seldom attended any public worship, I had still an opinion of its propriety, and of its utility when rightly conducted, and I regularly paid my annual subscription for the support of the only Presbyterian minister or meeting we had in Philadelphia. He used to visit me sometimes as a friend, and admonish me to attend his administrations, and I was now and then prevailed on to do so, once for 5 Sundays successively. Had he been in my opinion a good see Articles of Belief, and a lecture on the Providence of God, Volume 2. p. 1, and p. 525. 104 Life of Franklin. 1732. Preacher, perhaps I might have continued, notwithstanding the occasion I had for the Sunday's leisure in my course of study, but his discourses were chiefly either polemic arguments, or explications of the peculiar doctrines of our sect, and were all to me very dry, uninteresting, and undefying, since not a single moral principle was inculcated or enforced, their aim seeming to be rather to make us Presbyterians than good citizens. At length he took for his text that verse of the 4th chapter to the Philippians, finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, honest, just, pure, lovely, or of good report, if there be any virtue, or any praise, think on these things. And I imagined, in a sermon on such a text, we could not miss of having some morality. But he confined himself to 5 points only, as meant by the Apostle: 1. Keeping holy the Sabbath day. 2. Being diligent in reading the Holy Scriptures. 3. Attending duly the public worship. 4. Partaking of the sacrament. 5. Paying a due respect to God's one stirs. These might be all good things, but, as they were not the kind of good things that I expected from that text, I despaired of ever meeting with them from any other, was disgusted, and attended his preaching no more. I had some years before composed a little liturgy, or form of prayer, for my own private use, in 1728, entitled, Flow Articles of Belief and Point 11. Cts of Religion. I returned to the use of this, and went no more to the public assemblies. My conduct might be blamable, but I leave it, without attempting further to excuse it, my present purpose being to relate facts, and not to make apologies for them. See Volume 2. p. 1. In Mr. Walsh's Life of Franklin, published in Delaplane's repository, there is an extract, copied from an original paper in Franklin's R26. Life of Franklin. 105. It was about this time I conceived the bold and arduous project of arriving at moral perfection. I wished to live without committing any fault at any time, and to conquer all that either natural inclination, custom, or company, might lead me into. As I knew, or thought I knew, what was right and wrong, I did not see why I might not always do the one and avoid the other. But I soon found I had undertaken a task of more difficulty than I had imagined. While my attention was taken up, and care employed in guarding against one fault, I was often surprised by another. Habit took the advantage of inattention, inclination was sometimes too strong for reason. I concluded at length, that the mere speculative conviction, that it was our interest to be completely virtuous, was not sufficient to prevent our slipping, and that the contrary habits. Handwriting, which claims insertion in this place, as connected with the subject upon which the author is now about to speak. Those, who write of the art of poetry, says Franklin, teach us, that, if we would write what may be worth reading, we ought always, before we begin, to form a regular plan and design of our piece, otherwise we shall be in danger of incongruity. I am apt to think it is the same as to life. I have never fixed a regular design in life, by which means it has been a confused variety of different scenes. I am now entering upon a new one. Let me, therefore, make some resolutions, and form some scheme of action, that henceforth I may live in all respect like a rational creature. 1. It is necessary for me to be extremely frugal for some time, till I have paid what I owe. 2. To endeavor to speak truth in every instance, to give nobody expectations that are not likely to be answered, but aim at sincerity in every word and action, the most amiable excellence in a rational being. 3. To apply myself industriously to whatever business I take in hand, and not divert my mind from my business by any foolish project of growing suddenly rich, for industry and patience are the surest means of plenty. 4. I resolve to speak ill of no man whatever, not even in a matter of truth, but rather by some means excuse the faults I hear charged upon others, and, upon proper occasions, speak all the good I know of everybody. Editor. Vol.inos 14. 106 Life of Franklin. 1733. Must be broken, and good ones acquired and established, before we can have any dependence on a steady, uniform rectitude of conduct. For this purpose I therefore tried the following method. In the various enumerations of the moral virtues I had met with in my reading, I found the catalogue more or less numerous, as different writers included more or fewer ideas under the same name. Temperance, for example, was by some confined to eating and drinking, while by others it was extended to mean the moderating every other pleasure, appetite, inclination, or passion, bodily or mental, even to our avarice and ambition. I proposed to myself, for the sake of clearness, to use rather more names, with fewer ideas annexed to each, than a few names with more ideas, and I included under 13 names of virtues, all that at that time occurred to me as necessary or desirable, and annexed to each a short precept, which fully expressed the extent I gave to its meaning. These names of virtues, with their precepts, were: I. Temperance. Eat not to dullness, drink not to elevation. 2. Silence. Speak not but what may benefit others or yourself, avoid trifling conversation. 3. Order. Let all your things have their places, let each part of your business have its time. 4. Resolution. Resolve to perform what you ought, perform without fail what you resolve. 5. Frugality. Make no expense but to do good to others or yourself, that is, waste nothing. 6. Industry. Lose no time, be always employed in something useful, cut off all unnecessary actions. 7. Sincerity. Use no hurtful deceit, think innocently and justly, and, if you speak, speak accordingly. Life of Franklin. 107. 8. Justice. Wrong none by doing junes, or omitting the benefits that are your duty. 9. Moneration. Avoid extremes, forbear resenting injuries so much as you think they deserve. 10. Cleanliness. Tolerate no uncleanliness in body, clothes, or habitation. 11. Tranquility. Be not disturbed at trifles, or at accidents common or unavoidable. 12. Chastity. 13. Humility. Imitate Jesus and Socrates. My intention being to acquire the habit of all these virtues, I judged it would be well not to distract my attention by attempting the whole at once, but to fix it on one of them at a time, and, when I should be master of that, then to proceed to another, and so on, till I should have gone through the 13. And, as the previous acquisition of some might facilitate the acquisition of certain others, I arranged them with that view, as they stand above. Temperance first, as it tends to procure that coolness and clearness of head, which is so necessary where constant vigilance was to be kept up, and a guard maintained against the unremitting attraction of ancient habits, and the force of perpetual temptations. This being acquired and established, silence would be more easy, and my desire being to gain knowledge at the same time that I improved in virtue, and considering that in conversation it was obtained rather by the use of the ear than of the tongue, and therefore wishing to break the habit I was getting into of prattling, punning, and jesting, which only made me acceptable to trifling company, I gave silence the second place. This and the next order, I expected would allow me more time for attending to my project and my studies. Resolution, once become habitual, would keep me firm in my N. 108 Life of Franklin. 1733. Hours to obtain all the subsequent virtues, frugality and industry relieving me from my remaining debt, and producing affluence and independence, would make more easy the practice of sincerity and justice, and conceiving then, that, agreeably to the advice of Pythagoras in his golden verses, daily examination would be necessary, I contrived the following method. For conducting that examination, I made a little book, in which I allotted a page for each of the virtues. I ruled each page with red ink, so as to have 7 columns, one for each day of the week, marking each column with a letter for the day. I crossed these columns with 13 red lines, marking the beginning of each line with the first letter of one of the virtues, on which line, and in its proper column, I might mark, by a little black spot, every fault I found upon examination to have been committed respecting that virtue, upon that day *. This little book is dated Sunday, July 1st, 1733. WTF. In a letter written by the author to Lord Cairns, in November, 1761, he thus alludes to the scheme here mentioned, and to the design he then had of expanding it into a treatise on the fluid art of virtue. In that letter he says, to produce the number of valuable men necessary in a nation for its prosperity, there is much more hope from schemes of early institution than from reformation. And, as the power of a single man to do national service, in particular situations of influence, is often immensely great, a writer can hardly conceive the good he may be doing, when engaged in works of this kind. I cannot, therefore, but wish you would publish it Elements of Criticism as soon as your other important employments will permit you to give it the finishing hand. With these sentiments you will not doubt my being serious in the intention of finishing my drt of virtue. It is not a mere ideal work. L planned it first in 1732. I have from time to time made, and caused to be made, Experiments of the method with success. The materials have been growing ever since. The form only is now to be given, in which I purpose employing my first leisure, after my return to my other country. This project, as will be seen hereafter, was never carried into effect. Editor. E.T. 27 Life of Franklin. 109. Form of the pages. Temperance. Eat not to dullness, drink not to elevation. IMWTHFS. ___ 1 Sun T. Turn. Sil. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ord. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Res. Asterisk. Asterisk. Fru. Asterisk asterisk. IND. Asterisk. Sign. Jews. Mod. Clea. Tran. Ches. Hum. I determined to give a week's strict attention to each of the virtues successively. Thus, in the first week, my great guard was to avoid every the least offense against temperance, leaving the other virtues to their ordinary chance, only marking every evening the faults of the day. Thus, if in the first week I could keep my first line, marked T, clear of spots, I supposed the habit of that virtue so much strengthened, and its opposite weakened, that I might venture extending my attention to include the next, and for the YOL. IJ. 110 Life of Frankel. 1733. Following week keep both lines clear of spots. Proceeding thus to the last, I could get through a course complete in 13 weeks, and 4 courses in a year. And like him, who, having a garden to weed, does not attempt to eradicate all the bad herbs at once, which would exceed his reach and his strength, but works on one of the beds at a time, and, having accomplished the first, proceeds to a second, so I should have, I hoped, the encouraging pleasure of seeing on my pages the progress made in virtue _ by clearing successively my lines of their spots, till in the end, by a number of courses, I should be happy in viewing a clean book, after a 13 weeks daily examination. This my little book had for its motto, these lines from Addison's Cato. Here will I hold. If there is a power above us, and that there is, all nature cries aloud through all her works, he must delight in virtue, and that which he delights in must be happy. Another from Cicero. 0 vitra philosophia dux. 0 virtutum indigatrix expultrix videorum. Honestis, bene et ex preceptus tuis actus, peccenti immortalitati est antiponendus. Another from the Proverbs of Solomon, speaking of wisdom or virtue. Length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand riches and honor. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. And conceiving God to be the fountain of wisdom, I thought it right and necessary to solicit his assistance for obtaining it. To this end I formed the following little prayer, which was prefixed to my tables of examination, for daily use. 0 Powerful goodness. Bountiful Father. Merciful Guide. Increase in me that wisdom, which discovers my truest interest. Strengthen my Life of Franklin. Resolution to perform what that wisdom dictates. Accept my kind offices to thy other children, as the only return in my power for thy continual favors to me. I used also sometimes a little prayer which I took from Thompson's poems, viz. Father of light and life, thou good supreme. 0 Teach me what is good, teach me thyself. Save me from folly, vanity, and vice, from every low pursuit, and feed my soul with knowledge, conscious peace, and virtue pure, sacred, substantial, never fading bliss. The precept of order requiring that every part of my business should have its allotted IME, 1 page in my little book contained the following scheme of employment for the 24 hours of a natural K. Scheme. Hours. Morning. 5 I rise, wash, and address Pow the question. What good 6 L urgeal goodness? Contrived days shall I do this day? Our business, and take the resolution 7 Joth the day, prosecute the present. Study, and breakfast. S. 91. Work. 10, 11 J read, or look over my AC. Noon. 1 N. Counts, and dine. Afternoon. T. Work. Evening, L65 JF put things in their places. The question. What good 7 and GT supper? Music or diversion, or have I done today? 8 I conversation. Examination of 9 J the day. 2:11. Night. 1 sleep. I. L4 J. 112 Life of Franklin. 1733. I entered upon the execution of this plan for self-examination, and continued it with occasional intermissions for some time. I was surprised to find myself so much fuller of faults than I had imagined, but I had the satisfaction of seeing them diminish. To avoid the trouble of renewing now and then my little book, which, by scraping out the marks on the paper of old faults to make room for new ones in a new course, became full of holes, I transferred my tables and precepts to the ivory leaves of a memorandum book, on which the lines were drawn with red ink, that made a durable stain, and on those lines I marked my faults with a black lead pencil, which marks I could easily wipe out with a wet sponge. After a while I went through 1 course only in a year, and afterwards only 1 in several years, till at length I omitted them entirely, being employed in voyages and business abroad, with a multiplicity of affairs, that interfered, but I always carried my little book with me. My scheme of order gave me the most trouble, and I found, that, though it might Be practicable where a man's business was such as to leave him the disposition of his time, that of a journeyman printer for instance, it was not possible to be exactly observed by a master, who must mix with the world, and often receive people of business at their own hours. Order, too, with regard to places for things, papers, and I found extremely difficult to acquire. I had not been early accustomed to method, and, having an exceedingly good memory, I was not so sensible of the inconvenience attending want of method. This article, therefore, cost me much painful attention, and my faults in it vexed me so much, and I made so little progress in amendment, and had such frequent relapses, that I was almost ready to give up the attempt, and con. Jet. 27. Life of Franklin. 113. Tent myself with a faulty character in that respect. Like the man, who, in buying an axe of a smith, my neighbor, desired to have the whole of its surface as bright as the edge. The smith consented to grind it bright for him, if he would turn the wheel, he turned, while the smith pressed the broad face of the axe hard and heavily on the stone, which made the turning of it very fatiguing. The man came every now and then from the wheel to see how the work went on, and at length would take his axe as it was, without further grinding. No, said the smith, turn on, we shall have it bright by and by, as yet it is only speckled. Yes, said the man, but I think I like a speckled axe best. And I believe this may have been the case with many, who, having for want of some such means as I employed found the difficulty of obtaining good and breaking bad habits in other points of vice and virtue, have given up the struggle, and concluded that a speckled axe is best. For something, that pretended to be reason, was every now and then suggesting to me, that such extreme nicety as I exacted of myself might be a kind of foppery in morals, which, if it were known, would make me ridiculous, that a perfect character might be attended with the inconvenience of being envied and hated, and that a benevolent man should allow a few faults in himself, to keep his friends in countenance. In truth, I found myself incorrigible with respect to order, and now I am grown old, and my memory bad, I feel very sensibly the want of it. But on the whole, though I never arrived at the perfection I had been so ambitious of obtaining, but fell far short of it, yet I was, by the endeavor, a better and a happier man than I otherwise should have been, if I had not attempted it, as those who aim at perfect writing by Vol. I-15J**. 114 Life of Franklin. 1733. Imitating the engraved copies, though they never reach the wished-for excellence of those copies, their hand is mended by the endeavor, and is tolerable while it continues fair and legible. It may be well my posterity should be informed that to this little artifice, with the blessing of God, their ancestor owed the constant felicity of his life, down to his 79th year, in which this is written. What reverses may attend the remainder is in the hand of Providence, but, if they arrive, the reflection on past happiness enjoyed ought to help his bearing them with more resignation. To temperance he ascribes his long-continued health, and what is still left to him of a good constitution, to industry and frugality, the early easiness of his circumstances and acquisition of his fortune, with all that knowledge that enabled him to be a useful citizen, and obtained for him some degree of reputation among the learned, to sincerity and justice, the confidence of his country, and the honorable employs it conferred upon him, and to the joint influence of the whole mass of the virtues, even in the imperfect state he was able to acquire them, all that evenness of temper, and that cheerfulness in conversation, which makes his company still sought for, and agreeable even to his young acquaintance. I hope, therefore, that some of my descendants may follow the example and reap the benefit. It will be remarked, that, though my scheme was not wholly without religion, there was in it no mark of any of the distinguishing tenets of any particular section. I had purposely avoided them, for, being fully persuaded of the utility and excellency of my method, and that it might be serviceable to people in all religions, and intending some time or other to publish it, I would not have anything in it that should prejudice. Jet. 27, Life of Franklin. 115. Dice anyone, of any sect, against it? I proposed writing a little comment on each virtue, in which I would have shown the advantages of possessing it, and the mischiefs attending its opposite vice. I should have called my book The Art of Virtue, because it would have shown the means and manner of obtaining virtue, which would have distinguished it from the mere exhortation to be good, that does not instruct and indicate the means, but is like the apostle's man of verbal charity, who, without showing to the naked and hungry, how or where they might get clothes or victuals, only exhorted them to be fed and clothed. James 2. 15, 16. But it so happened, that my intention of writing and publishing this comment was never fulfilled. I had, indeed, from time to time, put down short hints of the sentiments and reasonings to be made use of in it, some of which I have still by me, but the necessary close attention to private business in the earlier part of life, and public business since, have occasioned my postponing it. For, it being connected in my mind with a great and extensive project, that required the whole man to execute, and which an unforeseen succession of employs prevented my attending to, it has hitherto remained unfinished. In this piece it was my design to explain and enforce this doctrine, that vicious actions are not hurtful because they are forbidden, but forbidden because they are hurtful, the nature of man alone considered, that it was, therefore, everyone's interest to be virtuous, who wished to be happy even in this world, and I should from this circumstance, there being always in the world a number of rich merchants, nobility, states, and princes, who have need of honest instruments for the management of their affairs, and such being so. 116 Life of Franklin. 1733. Rare, have endeavored to convince young persons, that no qualities are so likely to make a poor man's fortune, as those of probity and integrity. My list of virtues contained at first but 12, but a Quaker friend having kindly informed me, that I was generally thought proud, that my pride showed itself frequently in conversation, that I was not content with being in the right when discussing any point, but was overbearing, and rather insolent, of which he convinced me by mentioning several instances, I determined to endeavor to cure myself, if I could, of this vice or folly among the rest, and I added humility to my list, giving an extensive meaning to the word. I cannot boast of much success in acquiring the reality of this virtue, but I had a good deal with regard to the appearance of it. I made it a rule to forbear all direct contradiction to the sentiments of others, and all positive assertion of my own. I even forbid myself, agreeably to the old laws of our junto, the use of every word or expression in the language that imported a fixed opinion, such as certainly, undoubtedly, and and I adopted instead of them, one conceive, I apprehend, or I imagine, a thing to be so, or it so appears to me at present. When another asserted something that I thought an error, I denied myself the pleasure of contradicting him abruptly, and of showing immediately some absurdity in his proposition, and in answering I began by observing, that, in certain cases or circumstances, his opinion would be right, but in the present case there appeared or seemed to me some difference, and I soon found the advantage of this change in my manners, the conversations I engaged in went on more pleasantly. The modest way in which I proposed my opinions, procured them a readier reception and less contradiction. Jed. 27 Life of Franklin. 117. I had less mortification, when I was found to be in the wrong, and I more easily prevailed with others to give up their mistakes and join with me, when I happened to be in the right. And this mode, which I at first put on with some violence to natural inclination, became at length easy, and so habitual to me, that perhaps for the last 50 years no one has ever heard a dogmatical expression escape me. And to this habit, after my character of integrity, I think it principally owing, that I had early so much weight with my fellow citizens, when I proposed new institutions or alterations in the old, and so much influence in public councils, when I became a member, for I was but a bad speaker, never eloquent, subject to much hesitation in my choice of words, hardly correct in language, and yet I generally carried my point. In reality there is perhaps no one of our natural passions so hard to subdue as pride. Dismiss it, struggle with it, stifle it, mortify it as much as one pleases, it is still alive, and will every now and then peep out and show itself. You will see it, perhaps, often in this history. For, even if I could conceive that I had completely overcome it, I should probably be proud of my humility. Life of Franklin. 1713. 118. Chapter 7 *. Scheme of a society for extending the influence of virtue. Belief in one God, the immortality of the soul, and future rewards and punishments. Poor Richard's Almanac. Rules for conducting a newspaper. Controversy concerning Hemphill, the preacher, studies the French, Italian, and Spanish languages, visits Boston the junta. Chosen clerk of the assembly. Appointed postmaster OT. Philadelphia. Suggests improvements in the city watch. Establishes a fire company. Having mentioned a great and extensive project, which I had conceived, it seems proper that some account should be here given of that project and its object. Its first rise in my mind appears in the following little paper, accidentally preserved, viz. Observations on my reading history, in the library, May 9, 173 I. That the great affairs of the world, the wars and revolutions, are carried on and effected by parties. That the view of these parties is their present general interest, or what they take to be such. That the different views of these different parties occasion all confusion. That while a party is carrying on a general design, each man has his particular private interest in view. That as soon as a party has gained its general point, each member becomes intent upon his particular interest, which, thwarting others, breaks that party into divisions, and occasions more confusion. The preceding chapter was written at Passy. In a memorandum, which he made when he again resumed the narrative 4 years afterwards, he says, I am now about to write at home, Philadelphia, August, 1788, but cannot have the help expected from my papers, New York, of them being lost in the war. I have, however, found the following. He then proceeds as in the text Mtor. Life of Franklin. That few in public affairs act from a mere view of the good of their country, whatever they may pretend, and, though their actings bring real good to their country, yet men primarily considered that their own and their country's interest were united, and so did not act from a principle of benevolence. That fewer still, in public affairs, act with a view to the good of mankind. There seems to me at present to be great occasion for raising a united party for virtue, by forming the virtuous and good men of all nations into a regular body, to be governed by suitabi good and wise rules, which good and wise men may probably be more unanimous in their obedience to, than common people are to common laws. I at present think, that whoever attempts this aright, and is well qualified, cannot fail of pleasing God, and of meeting with success. Revolving this project in my mind, as to be undertaken hereafter, when my circumstances should afford me the necessary leisure, I put down from time to time, on pieces of paper, such thoughts as occurred to me respecting it. Most of these are lost, but I find one purporting to be the substance of an intended creed, containing, as I thought, the essentials of every known religion, and being free of everything that might shock the professors of any religion. It is expressed in these words, viz. That there is one God, who made all things. That he governs the world by his providence. That he ought to be worshipped by adoration, prayer, and thanksgiving. But that the most acceptable service to God is doing good to man. That the soul is immortal. 120 Life of Franklin. 1733. And that God will certainly reward virtue and punish vice, either here or hereafter. My ideas at that time were, that the sect should be begun and spread at first among young and single men only, that each person to be initiated should not only declare his assent to such creed, but should have exercised himself with the 13 weeks examination and practice of the virtues, as in the LJ.4 model, that the existence of such a society should be kept a secret, till it was become considerable, to prevent solicitations for the admission of improper persons, but that the members should, each of them, search among his acquaintance for ingenious, well-disposed youths, to whom, with prudent caution, the scheme should be gradually communicated. That the members should engage to afford their advice, assistance, and support to each other in promoting one another's interest, business, and advancement in life. That, for distinction, we should be called the Society of the Free and Easy. Free, as being, by the general practice and habits of the virtues, free from the dominion of vice, and particularly, by the practice of industry and frugality, free from debt, which exposes a man to constraint, and a species of slavery to his creditors. This is as much as I can now recollect of the project, except that I communicated it in part to 2 young men who adopted it with some enthusiasm, but my then narrow circumstances, and the necessity I was under of sticking close to my business, occasioned my postponing the further prosecution of it at that time, and my multifarious occupations, public and private, induced me to continue postponing, so that it has been omitted, till I have no longer strength or activity left sufficient for such an enterprise. Though. Life of Franklin. 121. I am still of opinion it was a practicable scheme, and might have been very useful, by forming a great number of good citizens, and I was not discouraged by the seeming magnitude of the undertaking, as I have always thought, that one man of tolerable abilities may work great changes, and accomplish great affairs among mankind, if he first forms a good plan, and, cutting off all amusements or other employments, that would divert his attention, makes the execution of that same plan his sole study and business. In 1732, I first published my almanac, under the name of Richard Saunders. It was continued by me about 25 years, and commonly called Poor Richard /Jailmanic *. I endeavored to make it both entertaining and useful, and it accordingly came to be in such demand, that I reaped considerable profit from it, vending annually near 10,000. And observing that it was generally read, scarce any neighborhood in the province being without it, I considered it as a proper vehicle for conveying instruction among the common. Considering the remarkable success of this almanac, and the great celebrity it has attained, particularly the summary of maxims selected from it, and published separately under the title of The Way to Wealth, see Volume 2. p. 92, the reader may be curious to see the advertisement of the first number, including the table of contents. It was printed in the Pennsylvania Gazette on the 19th of December, 1732, as follows. Just published, for 1733, an almanac, containing the lunations, eclipses, planets' motions and aspects, Viviather, sun and moon's rising and setting, high / and c, besides many pleasant and witty verses, jests and sayings, author's motive of / writing, prediction of b death of his friend, .l /ir Titan leads, moon no cuckold, bachelor's folly, parson's wine, and baker's pudding, short visits, kings and bears, new fashions, game for kisses, Catherine's love, different sentiments, signs of a tempest, death of a fisherman, conjugal debate, men and melons, the prodigal, breakfast in bed, oyster lawsuit, and by Richard Saunders, Philomet. Printed and sold by B. Franklin. Such was the eagerness with which this almanac was sought, that 3 editions were printed before the end of January, and, although he vol. I, 16k. 122 Life of Franklin. 1733. People, who bought scarcely any other books. I therefore filled all the little spaces, that occurred between the remarkable days in the calendar, with proverbial sentences, chiefly such as inculcated industry and frugality, as the means of procuring wealth, and thereby securing virtue, it being more difficult for a man in want to act always honestly, as, to use here one of those proverbs, it is hard for an empty sack to stand upright. These proverbs, which contain the wisdom of many ages and nations, I assembled and formed into a connected discourse prefixed to the almanac of 1757, as the harangue of a wise old man to the people attending an auction. The bringing all these scattered counsels thus into a focus enabled them to make greater impression. The piece, being universally approved, was copied in all the newspapers of the American continent, reprinted in Britain on a large sheet of paper, to be stuck up in houses. 2 translations were made of it in France, and great numbers bought by the clergy and gentry, to distribute gratis among their poor. Enlarged his first editions for the subsequent years, yet 2 editions were frequently required to supply the demand. In the Almanac for 719, he makes the following apology for its miscellaneous character. Besides the usual things expected in an almanac, I hope the professed teachers of mankind will excuse my scattering here and there some instructive hints in matters of morality and religion. And be not thou disturbed, zero grave and sober reader, if, among the many serious sentences in my book, thou findest me trifling now and then, and talking idly. In all the dishes I have hitherto cooked for thee, there is solid meat enough for thy money. There are scraps from the table of wisdom, that will, if well digested, yield strong nourishment for the mind. But squeamish stomachs cannot eat without pickles, which, it is true, are good for nothing else, but they provoke an appetite. The vain youth, that reads my almanac for the sake of an idle joke, will perhaps meet with a serious reflection, that he may ever after be the better for. It is believed that a complete series of Poor Richard's almanac is not now in existence. After much research I have not been able to find more than 1/3 of the numbers that were published. And 1 tour. Pound T27. Life of Franklin. 123. Parishioners and tenants. In Pennsylvania, as it discouraged useless expense in foreign superfluities, some thought it had its share of influence in producing that growing plenty of money, which was observable for several years after its publication. I considered my newspaper, also, as another means of communicating instruction, and in that view frequently reprinted in it extracts from the Spectator, and other moral writers, and sometimes published little pieces of my own, which had been first composed for reading in Argento. Of these are a Socratic dialogue, tending to prove, that, whatever might be his parts and abilities, a vicious man could not properly be called a man of sense, and a discourse on self-denial, showing that virtue was not secure, till its practice became a habitude, and was free from the opposition of contrary inclinations. These may be found in the papers about the beginning of I 735. T. In the conduct of my newspaper, I carefully excluded all libeling and personal abuse, which is of late years become so disgraceful to our country. Whenever I was solicited to insert anything of that kind, and the writers pleaded, as they generally did, the liberty of the press, and that a newspaper was like a stagecoach, in which anyone who would pay had a right to a place, my answer was, that I would print the piece separately if desired, and the author might have as many copies as he pleased to distribute himself, but that I would not take upon me to spread his detraction, and that, having contracted with my subscribers to furnish them with what might be either useful or entertaining, I could not fill their papers. See Volume 2. p. 92. The dialogue was printed in the year 1730, and the other piece in 1735. Lbid. Pages 46, 63. Editor. 124 Life of Franklin. 1733. With private altercation, in which they had no concern, without doing them manifest injustice. Now, many of our printers make no scruple of gratifying the malice of individuals, by false accusations of the fairest characters among ourselves, augmenting animosity even to the producing of duels, and are, moreover, so indiscreet as to print scurrilous reflections on the government of neighboring states, and even on the conduct of our best national allies, which may be attended with the most pertinent consequences. These things I mention as a caution to young printers, and that they may be encouraged not to pollute their presses, and disgrace their profession by such infamous practices, but refuse steadily, as they may see by my example, that such a course of conduct will not on the whole be injurious to their interests. In 1733, I sent one of my journeymen to Charleston, South Carolina, where a printer was wanting. I furnished him with a press and letters, on an agreement of partnership, by which I was to receive 1/3 of the profits of the business, paying 1/3 of the expense. He was a man of learning, but ignorant in matters of account, and, though he sometimes made me remittances, I could get no account from him, nor any satisfactory state of our partnership while he lived. On his decease, the business was continued by his widow, who, being born and bred in Holland, where, as I have been informed, the knowledge of accounts makes a part of female education, she not only sent me as clear a statement as she could find of the transactions past, but continued to account with the greatest regularity and exactness every quarter after *. In 1737 he published a piece in his paper on the freedom of speech and of the press. See Volume 2. p. 285. Again, late in life, he wrote a pointed satirical piece on this subject. Ibid p. 508-01 tour. Pound R. 28. Life of Franklin. 125. Wards, and managed the business with such success, that she not only reputably brought up a family of children, but, at the expiration of the term, was able to purchase of me the printing house, and establish her son in it. I mention this affair chiefly for the sake of recommending that branch of education for our young women, as likely to be of more use to them and their children, in case of widowhood, than either music or dancing, by preserving them from losses by imposition of crafty men, and enabling them to continue, perhaps, a profitable mercantile house, with established correspondence, till a son is grown up fit to undertake and go on with it, to the lasting advantage and enriching of the family. About the year 1734, there arrived among us a young Presbyterian preacher, named Hemphill, who delivered with a good voice, and apparently extempore, most excellent discourses, which drew together considerable numbers of different persuasions, who joined in admiring them. Among the rest, I became one of his constant hearers, his sermons pleasing me, as they had little of the dogmatical kind, but inculcated strongly the practice of virtue, or what in the religious style are called good works. Those, however, of our congregation, who considered themselves as orthodox Presbyterians, disapproved his doctrine, and were joined by most of the old ministers, who arraigned him of heterodoxy before the synod, in order to have him silenced. I became his zealous partisan, and contributed all I could to raise a party in his favor, and combated for him a while with some hopes of success. There was much scribbling pro and con upon the occasion, and finding, that, though an elegant preacher, he was but a poor writer, I wrote for him 2 or 3 pamphlets. K**. 126 Life of Franklin. 1734. And a piece in the Gazette of April, 1735. Those pamphlets, as is generally the case with controversial writings, though eagerly read at the time, were soon out of vogue, and I question whether a single copy of them now exists. During the contest an unlucky occurrence hurt his cause exceedingly. One of our adversaries, having heard him preach a sermon that was much admired, thought he had somewhere read the sermon before, or at least a part of it. On searching, he found that part quoted at length, in one of the British reviews, from a discourse of Dr. Foster's. This detection gave many of our party disgust, who accordingly abandoned his cause, and occasioned our more speedy discomfiture in the synod. I stuck by him, however. I rather approved his giving us good sermons composed by others, than bad ones of his own manufacture, though the latter was the practice of our common teachers. He afterwards acknowledged to me, that none of those he preached were his own, adding, that his memory was such as enabled him to retain and repeat any sermon after once reading only. On our defeat, he left us in search elsewhere of better fortune, and I quitted the congregation, never attending it after, though I continued many years my subscription for the support of its ministers. I had begun in 1733 to study languages. I soon made myself so much a master of the French, as to be able to read the books in that language with ease. I then undertook the Italian. An acquaintance, who was *. None of these pamphlets has been found. Several anonymous tracts on this subject are advertised in the Pennsylvania Gazelle, in the months of July, September, and October, 1735, some of which are probably the same that are here mentioned, as having been written by Franklin. Editor. Pound T, 28. Life of Franklin. 127. Also learning it, used often to tempt me to play chess with him. Finding this took up too much of the time I had to spare for study, I at length refused to play any more, unless on this condition, that the victor in every game should have a right to impose a task, either of parts of the grammar to be got by heart, or in translations, which tasks the vanquished was to perform upon honor before our next meeting. As we played pretty equally, we thus beat one another into that language. I afterwards, with a little painstaking, acquired as much of the Spanish as to read their books also. I have already mentioned, that I had only 1 year's instruction in a Latin school, and that when very young, after which I neglected that language entirely. But, when I had attained an acquaintance with the French, Italian, and Spanish, I was surprised to find, on looking over a Latin Testament, that I understood more of that language than I had imagined, which encouraged me to apply myself again to the study of it, and I met with more success, as those preceding languages had greatly smoothed my way. From these circumstances I have thought there is some inconsistency in our common mode of teaching languages. We are told, that it is proper to begin first with the Latin, and, having acquired that, it will be more easy to attain those modern languages, which are derived from it, and yet we do not begin with the Greek, in order more easily to acquire the Latin. It is true, that, if we can clamber and get to the top of a staircase without using the steps, we shall more easily gain them in descending, but certainly, if we begin with the lowest, we shall with more ease ascend to the top, and I would therefore offer it to the consideration of those, who superintend the edu. 128 Life of Franklin. 1736. Catine of our youth, whether, since many of those, who begin with the Latin, quit the same after spending some years without having made any great proficiency, and what they have learned becomes almost useless, so that their time has been lost, it would not have been better to have begun with the French, proceeding to the Italian and Latin. For though after spending the same time they should quit the study of languages and never arrive at the Latin, they would however have acquired an oger tongue or two, that, being in modern use, might be serviceable to them in common life. After 10 years' absence from Boston, and having become easy in my circumstances, I made a journey thither to visit my relations, which I could not sooner afford. In returning I called at Newport to see my brother James, then settled there with his printing house. Our former differences were forgotten, and our meeting was very cordial and affectionate. He was fast declining in health, and requested me, that, in case of his death, which he apprehended not far distant, I would take home his son, then but 10 years of age, and bring him up to the printing business. This I accordingly performed, sending him a few years to school before I took him into the office. His mother carried on the business till he was grown up, when I assisted him with an assortment of new types, those of his father being in a manner worn out. Thus it was that I made my brother ample amends for the service I had deprived him of by leaving him so early. In 1736, I lost one of my sons, a fine boy of 4 years old, by the smallpox, taken in the common way. I long regretted him bitterly, and still regret that I had not given it to him by inoculation. This I mention for the sake of parents who omit that operation, on Jet. 30 Life of Franklin. 129. The supposition, that they should never forgive themselves if a child died under it, my example showing, that the regret may be the same either way, and therefore that the safer should be chosen. Our club, the Junto, was found so useful, and afforded such satisfaction to the members, that some were desirous of introducing their friends, which could not well be done without exceeding what we had settled as a convenient number, viz. 12. We had from the beginning made it a rule to keep our institution a secret, which was pretty well observed. The intention was, to avoid applications of improper persons for admittance, some of whom, perhaps, we might find it difficult to refuse. I was one of those, who were against any addition to our number, but instead of it made in writing a proposal, that every member separately should endeavor to form a subordinate club, with the same rules respecting queries, and without informing them of the connection with the junto. The advantages proposed were, the improvement of so many more young citizens by the use of our institutions, our better acquaintance with the general sentiments of the inhabitants on any occasion, as the junto member might propose what queries we should desire, and was to report to the junto what passed at his separate club, the promotion of our particular interests in business by more extensive recommendation, and the increase of our influence in public affairs, and our power of doing good by spreading through the several clubs the sentiments of the junto. The project was approved, and every member undertook to form his club, but they did not all succeed. 5 or 6 only were completed, which were called by different names, as the Vine, the Union, the Band. They were useful to themselves, and afforded Vol. I. 17. 130 Life of Franklin. L. 736 us a good deal of amusement, information, and instruction. Besides answering, in some considerable degree, our views of influencing the public on particular occasions, of which I shall give some instances in course of time as they happened. My first promotion was my being chosen, in 1736, Clerk of the General Assembly. The choice was made that year without opposition, but the year following, when I was again proposed, the choice like that of the members being annual, a new member made a long speech against me, in order to favor some other candidate. I was however chosen, which was the more agreeable to me, as, besides the pay for the immediate service of clerk, the place gave me a better opportunity of keeping up an interest among the members, which secured to me the business of printing the votes, laws, paper money, and other occasional jobs for the public, that, on the whole, were very profitable. I therefore did not like the opposition of this new member, who was a gentleman of fortune and education, with talents that were likely to give him in time great influence in the House, which indeed afterwards happened. I did not, however, aim at gaining his favor by paying any servile respect to him, but, after some time, took this other method. Having heard that he had in his library a certain very scarce and curious book, I wrote a note to him, expressing my desire of perusing that book, and requesting that he would do me the favor of lending it to me for a few days. He sent it immediately, and I returned it in about a week with another note, expressing strongly the sense of the favor. When we next met in the House, he spoke to me, which he had never done before, and with great civility, and he ever after manifested a readiness to serve me on all occasions, so that we became great. Et. 31. Life of Franklin. 131. Friends, and our friendship continued to his death. This is another instance of the truth of an old maxim I had learned, which says, he that has once done you a kindness, will be more ready to do you another, than he whom you yourself have obliged. And it shows how much more profitable it is prudently to remove, than to resent, return, and continue, inimical proceedings. In 1737, Colonel Spotswood, late Governor of Virginia, and then Postmaster General, being dissatisfied with the conduct of his deputy at Philadelphia, respecting some negligence in rendering, and want of exactness in framing, his accounts, took from him the commission and offered it to me. I accepted it readily, and found it of great advantage, for, though the salary was small, it facilitated the correspondence that improved my newspaper, increased the number demanded, as well as the advertisements to be inserted, so that it came to afford me a considerable income. My old competitor's newspaper declined proportionably, and I was satisfied without retaliating his refusal, while postmaster, to permit my papers being carried by the writers. Thus he suffered greatly from his neglect in due accounting, and I mention it as a lesson to those young men, who may be employed in managing affairs for others, that they should always render accounts, and make remittances, with great clearness and punctuality. The character of observing such a conduct is the most powerful of all recommendations to new employments and increase of business. Before this appointment, he had been favored in regard to the circulation of his newspaper. On the 28th of January, 1735, he says, by the indulgence of the Honorable Colonel Spotswood, Postmaster General, the printer hereof is allowed to send the gazettes by the post, postage free, to all parts of the post road, from Virginia to New England. The following advertisement indicates nearly the time at which he 132 Life of Franklin. 1737. I began now to turn my thoughts to public affairs. Beginning however with small matters. The city watch was one of the first things that I conceived to want regulation. It was managed by the constables of the respective wards in turn. The C-Constable summoned a number of housekeepers to attend him for the night. Those, who chose never to attend, paid him 6 shillings a year to be excused, which was supposed to go to hiring substitutes, but was in reality much more than was necessary for that purpose, and made the constableship a place of profit, and the constable, for a little drink, often got such ragamuffins about him as a watch, that respectable housekeepers did not choose to mix with. Walking the rounds, too, was often neglected, and most of the nights spent in tippling. I thereupon wrote a paper to be read in the junto. Assumed the duties of postmaster, and also the degree of speed with which the mail was then conveyed. October 27, 1737. Notice is hereby given, that the post office of Philadelphia is now kept at B. Franklin's, in Market Street, and that Henry Pratt is appointed riding postmaster for all the stages between Philadelphia and Newport in Virginia, who sets out about the beginning of each month, and returns in 24 days, by whom gentlemen, merchants, and others, may have their letters carefully conveyed, and business faithfully transacted, he having given good security for the same to the Honorable Colonel Spotswood, Postmaster General of all His Majesty's dominions in America. 6 years afterwards some improvement had taken place in the transmission of the mail. In an advertisement, dated April 14, 1743, he says, "After this week, the Northern Post will set out for New York on Thursdays at 3 o'clock in the afternoon till Christmas. The Southern Post sets out next Monday at 8 o'clock for Annapolis, and continues going every fortnight during the summer season. In winter the Post between Philadelphia and New York went once a fortnight." The following characteristic advertisement is contained in the Pennsylvania Gazette for June 23 d. 1737 taken out of a pew in the church, some months since, a common prayer book, bound in red, gilt, and lettered D.F. Deborah Franklin on each cover. The person who took it is desired to open it and read the 8th commandment, and afterwards return it into the same pew again, upon which no further notice will be taken. Editor. Jet. 3J Life U.F. Franklin. 133. Representing these irregularities, but insisting more particularly on the inequality of the 6-shilling tax of the constable, respecting the circumstances of those who paid it, since a poor widow housekeeper, all whose property to be guarded by the watch did not perhaps exceed the value of £50, paid as much as the wealthiest merchant, who had thousands of pounds worth of goods in his stores. On the whole I proposed as a more effectual watch, the hiring of proper men to serve constantly in the business, and as a more equitable way of supporting the charge, the levying a tax that should be proportioned to the property. This idea, being approved by the junta, was communicated to the other clubs but as originating in each of them, and though the plan was not immediately carried into execution, yet, by preparing the minds of people for the change, it paved the way for the law obtained a few years after, when the members of our clubs were grown into more influence. About this time I wrote a paper, first to be read in the junto, but it was afterwards published, on the different accidents and carelessnesses by which houses were set on fire, with cautions against them, and means proposed of avoiding them. This was spoken of as a useful piece, and gave rise to a project, which soon followed it, of forming a company for the more ready extinguishing of fires, and mutual assistance in removing and securing of goods when in danger. Associates in this scheme were presently found, amounting to 30. Our articles of agreement obliged every member to keep always in good order, and fit for use, a certain number of lead-hern buckets, with strong bags and baskets, for packing and transporting of goods, which were to be brought to every fire, and we. Vol. I. L. 134 Life of Franklin. 1738. Agreed about once a month to spend a social evening together, in discoursing and communicating such ideas as occurred to us upon the subject of fires, as might be useful in our conduct on such occasions. The utility of this institution soon appeared, and many more desiring to be admitted than we thought convenient for one company, they were advised to form another, which was accordingly done, and thus went on one new company after another, till they became so numerous as to include most of the inhabitants who were men of property, and now, at the time of my writing this, though upwards of 50 years since its establishment, that which I first formed, called the Union Fire Company, still subsists, though the first members are all deceased but one, who is older by a year than I am. The fines that have been paid by in the Pennsylvania Gazette for February 4, 1734-5, is a paper on the subject, which was probably written by Franklin. It begins as follows. Being old and lame of my hands, and thereby incapable of assisting my fellow citizens when their houses are on fire, I must beg them to take in good part the following hints on the subject of fires. In the first place, as an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, I would advise them to take care how they suffer living brand ends, or coals in a full shovel, to be carried out of one room into another, or up or down stairs, unless in a warming pan, shut, for scraps of fire may fall into chinks, and make no appearance till midnight, when, your stairs being in flames, you may be forced, as I once was, to leap out of your windows, and hazard your necks to avoid being over-roasted. And now we talk of prevention, where would be the damage, if, to the act for regulating bakehouses and coopers' shops, a clause were added to regulate all other causes in the particulars of 2 shallow hearths, and the detestable practice of putting wooden mouldings on each side of the fireplace, which, being commonly of heart of pine and full of turpentine, stand ready to flame as soon as a coal or a small brand shall roll against them. He then proceeds to speak of the caution necessary in the building and sweeping of chimneys, and dwells at considerable length on the best modes of extinguishing fires, and the advantages of a proper organization of fire companies. Editor. Pound T. 32 Life of Franklin. Members for absence at the monthly meetings have been applied to the purchase of fire engines, ladders, fire hooks, and other useful implements for each company, so that I question whether there is a city in the world better provided with the means of putting a stop to beginning conflagrations, and, in fact, since these institutions, the city has never lost by fire more than 1 or 2 houses at a time, and the flames have often been extinguished before the house in which they began has been half consumed. 136 Life 0. R. Franklin. 1739. Chapter 8. Forms an intimacy with Whitefield. Building erected for preachers of all denominations. Character of V. T. Field, his oratory and writings. Partnerships in the printing business. Proposes a philosophical society, takes an active part in providing L/IENs of defense in the Spanish War. Forms an association for that purpose. Sentiments of the Quakers. James Logan. Anecdote of William Penn, the sect called Dunkers. Religious creeds. New invented fireplace. In 1739, arrived among us from Ireland the Reverend Mr. Whitefield, who had made himself remarkable there as an itinerant preacher. He was at first permitted to preach in some of our churches, but the clergy, taking a dislike to him, soon refused him their pulpits, and he was obliged to preach in the fields. The multitudes of all sects and denominations that attended his sermons were enormous, and it was a matter of speculation to me, who was one of the number, to observe the extraordinary influence of his oratory on his hearers, and how much they admired and respected him, notwithstanding his common abuse of them, by assuring them, they were naturally half beasts and half devils. It was wonderful to see the change soon made in the manners of our inhabitants. From being thoughtless or indifferent about religion, it seemed as if all the world were growing religious, so that one could not walk through the town in an evening without hearing psalms sung in different families of every street. And it being found inconvenient to assemble in the open air, subject to its inclemencies, the building of a house to meet in was no sooner proposed, and persons appointed to receive contributions, than sufficient. Life of Franklin. 137. Sums were soon received to procure the ground, and erect the building, which was 100 feet long and 70 broad, and the work was carried on with such spirit as to be finished in a much shorter time than could have been expected. Both house and ground were vested in trustees, expressly for the use of any preacher of any religious persuasion, who might desire to say something to the people at Philadelphia, the design in building being not to accommodate any particular sect, but the inhabitants in general, so that even if the Mufti of Constantinople were to send a missionary to preach L/Mahometanism to us, he would find a pulpit at his service. Mr. Via Teafield, on leaving us, went preaching all the way through the colonies to Georgia. The settlement of that province had been lately begun, but, instead of being made with hardy, industrious husbandmen, accustomed to labor, the only people fit for such an enterprise, it was with families of broken shopkeepers and other insolvent debtors, many of indolent and idle habits, taken out of the jails, who, being set down in the woods, unqualified for clearing land, and unable to endure the hardships of a new settlement, perished in numbers, leaving many helpless children unprovided. 4. The sight of their miserable situation inspired the benevolent heart of Mr. Whitefield, with the idea of building an orphan house there, in which they might be supported and educated. Returning northward, he preached up this charity, and made large collections, for his eloquence had a wonderful power over the hearts and purses of his hearers, of which I myself was an instance. I did not disapprove of the design, but, as Georgia was then destitute of materials and workmen, and it was proposed to send them from Philadelphia at a Vol. I. 18L*. 138 Life of Franklin. 1739-41. Great expense. I thought it would have been better to have built the house at Philadelphia, and brought the children to it. This I advised, but he was resolute in his first project, rejected my counsel, and I therefore refused to contribute. I happened soon after to attend one of his sermons, in the course of which I perceived he intended to finish with a collection, and I silently resolved he should get nothing from me. I had in my pocket a handful of copper money, 3 or 4 silver dollars, and 5 pistoles in gold. As he proceeded I began to soften, and concluded to give the copper. Another stroke of his oratory made me ashamed of that, and determined me to give the silver, and he finished so admirably, that I emptied my pocket wholly into the collector's dish, gold and all. At this sermon there was also one of our club, who, being of my sentiments respecting the building in Georgia, and suspecting a collection might be intended, had by precaution emptied his pockets before he came from home. Towards the conclusion of the discourse, however, he felt a strong inclination to give, and applied to a neighbor, who stood near him, to lend him some money for the purpose. The request was fortunately made to perhaps the only man in the company, who had the firmness not to be affected by the preacher. His answer was, "At any other time, friend Hopkinson, I would lend to thee freely, but not now, for thee seems to be out of thy right senses." Some of Mr. Whitefield's enemies affected to suppose that he would apply these collections to his own private emolument, but I, who was intimately acquainted with him, being employed in printing his sermons and journals, never had the least suspicion of his integrity, but am to this day decidedly of opinion, that he was in all his conduct a perfectly honest. E.T. 33-35 Life of Franklin. 139. And methinks my testimony in his favor ought to have the more weight, as we had no religious connection. He used, indeed, sometimes to pray for my conversion, but never had the satisfaction of believing that his prayers were heard. Ours was a mere civil friendship, sincere on both sides, and lasted to his death. The following instance will show the terms on which we stood. Upon one of his arrivals from England at Boston, he wrote to me, that he should come soon to Philadelphia, but knew not where he could lodge when there, as he understood his old friend and host, Mr. Benezet, was removed to Germantown. My answer was, "You know my house, if you can make shift with its scanty accommodations, you will be most heartily welcome." He replied, that if I made that kind offer for Christ's sake, I should not miss of a reward. And I returned, "Don't let me be mistaken, it was not for Christ's sake, but for your sake." One of our common acquaintance jocosely remarked, that, knowing it to be the custom of the saints, when they received any favor, to shift the burden of the obligation from off their own shoulders, and place it in heaven, I had contrived to fix it on earth. The last time I saw Mr. Whitefield was in London, when he consulted me about his orphan house concern, and his purpose of appropriating it to the establishment of a college. He had a loud and clear voice, and articulated his words so perfectly, that he might be heard and understood at a great distance, especially as his auditors observed the most perfect silence. He preached one evening from the top of the courthouse steps, which are in the middle of Market Street, and on the west side of 2nd Street, which crosses it at right angles. 140 Life of Franklin. 1739-41. Both streets were filled with his hearers to a considerable distance. Being among the hindmost in Market Street, I had the curiosity to learn how far he could be heard, by retiring backwards down the street towards the river, and I found his voice distinct till I came near Front Street, when some noise in that street obscured it. Imagining then a semicircle, of which my distance should be the radius, and that it was filled with auditors, to each of whom I allowed 2 square feet, I computed that he might well be heard by more than 30,000. This reconciled me to the newspaper accounts of his having preached to 25,000 people in the fields, and to the history of generals haranguing whole armies, of which I had sometimes doubted. By hearing him often, I came to distinguish easily between sermons newly composed, and those which he had often preached in the course of his travels. His delivery of the latter was so improved by frequent repetition, that every accent, every emphasis, every modulation of voice, was so perfectly well turned and well placed, that, without being interested in the subject, one could not help being pleased with the discourse, a pleasure of much the same kind with that received from an excellent piece of music. This is an asterisk. In the early part of his life, Mr. Whitefield was preaching in an open field, when a drummer happened to be present, who was determined to interrupt his pious business, and rudely beat his drum in a violent manner, in order to drown the preacher's voice. Mr. Whitefield spoke very loud, but was not as powerful as the instrument. He therefore called out to the drummer in these words: "Friend, you and I serve the 2 greatest masters existing, but in different callings. You beat up for volunteers for King George, I for the Lord Jesus. In God's name, then, let us not interrupt each other. The world is wide enough for both, and we may get recruits in abundance." This speech had such an effect on the drummer, that he went away in great good humor, and left the preacher in full possession of the field. Pound T 3335. Life of Franklin. 141. Advantage itinerant preachers have over those who are stationary, as the latter cannot well improve their delivery of a sermon by so many rehearsals. His writing and printing from time to time gave great advantage to his enemies. Unguarded expressions, and even erroneous opinions, delivered in preaching, might have been afterwards explained or qualified by supposing others that might have accompanied them, or they might have been denied, but litera scriptum. Critics attacked his writings violently, and with so much appearance of reason as to diminish the number of his votaries and prevent their increase. So that I am satisfied, that, if he had never written anything, he would have left behind him a much more numerous and important sect, and his reputation might in that case have been still growing even after his death, as, there being nothing of his writing on which to found a censure, and give him a lower character, his proselytes would be left at liberty to attribute to him as great a variety of excellences as their enthusiastic admiration might wish him to have possessed. E and LTL asterisk. Asterisk. The following notices, selected from Franklin's newspaper, the Pennsylvania Gazette, show that he was the first publisher of _Whitefield's writings, and they also contain some curious facts respecting the success of that eloquent preacher, immediately after his arrival in America. November 15, 173. The Reverend Mr. Whitefield, have given me copies of his journals and sermons. With leave to print the same, I propose to publish them with all expedition, if I find sufficient encouragement. The sermons will make 2 volumes, and the journals 2 more, which will be delivered to subscribers at 2 shillings for each volume bound. Those, therefore, who are inclined to encourage this work, are desired speedily to send in their names to me, that I may take measures accordingly. November 29. On Friday last, Mr. Whitefield arrived here with his friends from New York, where he preached 8 times. He has preached twice every day to great crowds, except Tuesday, when he preached at Germantown, from a balcony, to about 5,000 people in the street. And last night the crowd was so great to hear his farewell sermon, that the church could not contain one half, whereupon. 142 Life of Franklin. 1739-41. My business was now constantly augmenting, and my circumstances growing daily easier, my newspaper having become very profitable, as being for a time almost the only one in this and the neighboring provinces. I experienced too, the truth of the observation, that after getting the first £100, it is nowhere easy to get the second, money itself being of a prolific nature. The partnership at Carolina having succeeded, I was encouraged to engage in others, and to promote several of my workmen, who had behaved well, by establishing them in printing houses in different colonies. They withdrew to Society Hill, where he preached from a balcony to a multitude, computed at not less than 10,000 people. He left the city today. December 5. On Thursday last, the Reverend Mr. Whitefield left the city, and was accompanied to Chester by about 150 horse, and preached there to about 7,000 people. On Friday he preached twice at Willingstown to about 5,000, on Saturday at Newcastle to about 2,500, and the same evening at Christiana Bridge to about 3,000, on Sunday at White Clay Creek he preached twice, resting about half an hour between the sermons, to about 8,000, of whom 3,000 it is computed came on horseback. It rained most of the time, and yet they stood in the open air. May 15, 1740. This evening the Reverend Mr. Whitefield went on board his sloop at Newcastle to sail for Georgia. On Sunday he preached twice at Philadelphia. The last was his farewell sermon, at which was a vast audience. On Monday he preached at Derby and Chester, on Tuesday at Wilmington and Whiteclay Creek, on Wednesday at Nottingham, on Thursday at Fogg's Manor. The congregations were, at every place, 1 rmch more numerous than when he was here last. We hear that he has collected in these parts, in goods and money, between £400 and £500 for his orphan house in Georgia. May 22 d. 1740. Monday next will be delivered to the subscribers 2 volumes of the Reverend Mr. Whitefield's works, viz. 1 of sermons and 1 of journals. The other volumes being nearly finished, will be ready in a short time. The whole number of names subscribed far exceeds the number of books printed. Those subscribers, who have paid, or who bring the money in their hands, will have the preference. Editor. Pound T, 37. Life of Franklin. 143. The same terms with that in Carolina. Most of them did well, being enabled at the end of our term, 6 years, to percase the types of me and go on working for themselves, by which means several families were raised. Partnerships often finish in quarrels, but I was happy in this, that mine were all carried on and ended amicably, owing, I think, a good deal to the precaution of having very explicitly settled, in our articles, everything to be done by or expected from each partner, so that there was nothing to dispute, which precaution I would therefore recommend to all who enter into partnerships, for, whatever esteem partners may have for, and confidence in, each other at the time of the contract. Little jealousies and disgusts may arise, with ideas of inequality in the care and burden, business, and which are attended often with breach of friendship and of the connection, perhaps with lawsuits and other disagreeable consequences. I had on the whole abundant reason to be satisfied with my being established in Pennsylvania. There were, however, some things that I regretted, there being no provision for defense, nor for a complete education of youth, no militia, nor any college. I therefore, in 1743, drew up a proposal for establishing an academy, and at that time, thinking the Reverend Richard Peters. By the general terms of these partnerships, Franklin supplied a printing press and a certain quantity of types at his own charge, and all other materials for carrying on the business were provided by the partner. The amount of necessary expenses for rent, paper, ink, and the like, was deducted from the gross receipts, and the remainder, including the debts, was divided into 3 parts, of which 2 belonged to the partner and 1 to Franklin. All accounts were settled quarterly. At the expiration of the time agreed upon, which was commonly 6 years, the partner was at liberty to return the press and types, or to purchase them at a fair valuation. A partnership of this description existed for many years between Franklin and James Parker, a respectable printer in New York. Editor. T.C. Appendix, No. 3. 144. Life of Franklin. 1744. Who was out of employ, a fit person to superintend such an institution. I communicated the project to him, but he, having more profitable views in the service of the proprietors, which succeeded, declined the undertaking, and, not knowing another at that time suitable for such a trust, I let the scheme lie a while dormant. I succeeded better the next year, 1744, in proposing and establishing a philosophical society. The paper I wrote for that purpose will be found among my writings, if not lost with many others. With respect to defense, Spain having been several years at war against Great Britain, and being at length joined by France, which brought us into great danger, and the labored and long continued endeavor of our governor, Thomas, to prevail with our Quaker assembly to pass a militia law, and make other provisions for the security of the province, having proved abortive, I proposed to try what might be done by a voluntary sub**. See Volume 6. p. 14, also appendix to this volume, No. 4. The author has omitted to mention an enterprise, which he undertook in the year 1741, being the publication of a periodical work, called the General V. Magazine. The first notice of it is contained in his Gazette for November 13, 1740. This magazine, he says, in imitation of those in England, was long since projected. A correspondence is settled with intelligent men in most parts of the colonies, and small types are procured for carrying it on in the best manner. It would not, indeed, have been published quite so soon, were it not that a person, to whom the scheme was communicated in confidence, has thought fit to advertise it in the last Furker 1/ without our participation, and probably with a view, by starting before us, to discourage us from prosecuting our first design, and reap the advantage of it wholly to himself. We shall endeavor, however, by executing our plan with care, diligence, and impartiality, and by printing the work neatly and correctly, to deserve a share of the public favor. But we desire no subscriptions. We shall publish the hooks at our own expense, and risk the sale of them, which method, we suppose, will be most agreeable to our readers, as they will then be at liberty to buy only what they like, and we shall be under the constant necessity of endeavoring to make every particular pamphlet worth their money. Bach magazine shall contain 4 sheets, of common-sized paper, in a 1e1. 40. Life of Franklin. 145. Scription of the People. To promote this, I first wrote and published a pamphlet, entitled, Plain Truth*, in which I stated our helpless situation in strong lights, with the necessity of union and discipline for our defense, and promised to propose in a few days an association, to be generally signed for that purpose. The pamphlet had a sudden and surprising effect. I was called upon for the instrument of association. Having settled the draft of it with a few friends, I appointed a meeting of the citizens in the large building before mentioned. The house was pretty full. I had prepared a number of printed copies, and provided pens and ink dispersed all over the room. I harangued them a little on the subject, read the paper, explained it, and then distributed the copies, which were eagerly signed, not IHE least objection being made. When the company separated, and the papers were collected, we found above 1,200 signatures. Small character. Price 6 pence sterling, or 9 pence Pennsylvania. Money, with considerable allowance to Chapman, who take quantities. To be printed and sold by B. Franklin, in Philadelphia. The work was accordingly begun, and entitled The General Magazine. An Historical Chronicle, for all the British plantations in America. January, 1741. Philadelphia, printed and sold by B. Franklin. It is in a duodecimo form, handsomely printed on a small type. The title page. Io ornamented with the Prince of Wales's coronet and 3 plumes. With the motto, Ich Dein. One number was published monthly till June. Making 6 in the whole. It was then discontinued. The contents are miscellaneous, but mostly historical, political, and theological. Very few of the articles were original. A large part of each number was occupied with the proceedings of Parliament relating to the colonies. Governor's speeches, the Assembly's replies, and extracts from books. There was a department for poetry, chiefly selected, but interspersed with original pieces both in English and Latin. Much space was allowed for theological controversy, in which articles were admitted on both sides. 2 of the numbers contain a manual of military exercise. In short, although the work imparted much useful information, it seems not to have been well adapted to win popular favor and one tour. See Volume 3. P1. Vol. I. 19m. 146 Life of Franklin. 1747. And, other copies being dispersed in the country, the subscribers amounted at length to upwards of 10,000. These all furnished themselves as soon as they could with arms, formed themselves into companies and regiments, chose their own officers, and met every week to be instructed in the manual exercise, and other parts of military discipline. The women, by subscriptions among themselves, provided silk colors, which they presented to the companies, painted with different devices and mottos, which I supplied asterisk. The officers of the companies composing the Philadelphia regiment, being met, chose M for their colonel, but, conceiving myself unfit, I declined that station, and recommended Mr. Lawrence, a fine person, and a man of influence, who was accordingly appointed. I then proposed a lottery to defray the expense of building a battery below the town, and furnished with cannon. It filled expeditiously, and the battery was soon. Asterisk. The following are the devices and mottos, as published at the time. 1. A lion erect, a naked scimitar in one paw, the other holding the Pennsylvania scutcheon. Motto, Patria. 3 arms, wearing different linen ruffled, plain, and checked, the hands joined by grasping each other's wrist, denoting the union of all ranks. Motto, Unita Virtus Valet. 3. An eagle, the emblem of victory, descending from the skies. Motto, FL Deo Victoria. 4. The figure of liberty sitting on a cube, holding a spear with the cap of freedom on its point. Motto, Inestimabilis. 5. An armed man with a naked falchion in his hand. Motto, Deus Agibit Fortes. 6. An elephant, being the emblem of a warrior always on his guard. As that creature is said never to lie down, and hath his arms ever in readiness. Motto, Semper Paratus. 7. A city walled round. Motto, Salus Patri and LTL, Summa Lex. 8. A soldier with his peace recovered, ready to present. Motto, Sic. Pacem Chu and LTL, Remus. 9. A coronet and plume of feathers. Motto, In God we trust. 10. A man with a sword drawn. Motto, Pro. Ris et Focis. 11. 3 of the associators, marching with their muskets shouldered. Let. 41 Life of Franklin. 147. Erected, the merlons being framed of logs, and filled with earth. Asterisk. We bought some old cannon from Boston, but, these not being sufficient, we wrote to London for more, soliciting at the same time our proprietaries for some assistance, though without much expectation of obtaining it. Meanwhile Colonel Lawrence, Mr. Allen, Abraham Taylor, and myself were sent to New York by the associators, commissioned to borrow some cannon of Governor Clinton. He at first refused us peremptorily, but at a dinner with his council, where there was great drinking of Madeira wine, as the custom of that place then was, he softened by degrees, and said he would lend us 6. After a few more bumpers he advanced to 10, and at length he very good nond. Dressed in different clothes, intimating the unanimity of the different sorts of people in the association. Motto, Vis Unita Fortier. 12. A musket and sword crossing each other. Motto, Pro Regi Tigridge. 13. Representation of a glory, in the middle of which is wrote, Jehovah N1SS1, in English, the Lord our banner. 14. A castle, at the gate of which a soldier stands sentinel. Motto, Cavendish Tudes. 15. David, as he advanced against Goliath, and slung a stone. Motto, In nomine Domini. 16. A lion rampant, one paw holding up a scimitar, another a sheaf of wheat. Motto, Domini, protege lamentum. 17 A sleeping lion, motto, rouse me, if you dare. 18 Hope, represented by a woman standing clothed in blue, holding one hand on an anchor. Motto, Spero per deum vincere. 19 Duke of Cumberland, as a general. Motto, pro Deo et Georgian Reach. 20 A soldier on horseback. Motto, pro libertate patri. Most of the above colors, together with the officers' half-pikes and spontoons, and even the halberds and drums, have been given by the good ladies of the city, who raised money by subscription among themselves for that purpose. Pennsylvania Gazette, January 12, and April 14, 1748. Editor. For a more particular account of these proceedings, see Volume 3. p. 1-3, also Volume 7. Pages 28-32. It appears that the proprietaries were not pleased with the scheme. 148 Life of Franklin 1748. Turdley conceded 18. They were fine cannon, 18-pounders, with their carriages, which were soon transported and mounted on our batteries, where the associators kept a nightly guard, while the war lasted, and among the rest I regularly took my turn of duty there, as a common soldier. My activity in these operations was agreeable to the governor and council, they took me into confidence, and I was consulted by them in every measure where their concurrence was thought useful to the association. Calling in the aid of religion, I proposed to them the proclaiming of fast, to promote reformation, and implore the blessing of heaven on our undertaking. They embraced the motion, but, as it was the first fast ever thought of in the province, the secretary had no purse of associating for the defense of the province. They deemed it an illegal act, and an exercise of too much power, to unite in this manner without the previous sanction of the government, and they feared it would prove a dangerous precedent, by encouraging the people to form combinations for making new claims to civil privileges, and new encroachments on the prerogatives of the proprietaries. In answer to their letters on this subject, L/IR Secretary Peters wrote as follows. After mentioning the cannon obtained from New York, he proceeds to say. And now the people are hastening to erect a battery, and, when it is done, their fears will subside for the city, though the trade will be absolutely destroyed. There are now 80 associated companies, who behave very orderly, signals and words of command are settled all over the country, and the alarms are, as far as I can judge, well contrived. I shall send you the general disposition, with lists of the officers and number of men in each company, by the London ship. I begin to see this affair in a different light from what I did at first, and think it may be exceedingly for the proprietary's interest, for the ease of government, and the preservation of the place, under divine providence, and that you may, by instructions to the new governor, obviate every inconvenience. The Quaker principle of non-resistance would, I fear, endanger the constitution of the province, if the war continues and any invasion happens to this province, the center of America and its granary, but so general an association and batteries on the river may the better reconcile the province to his majesty and his ministers, and save them the trouble, and the Quakers the shame, of an act of parliament to incapacitate them from sitting in the assembly. The President and Council. Lee. Fay of Franklin. 149. Dent from which to draw the proclamation. My education in New England, where a fast is proclaimed every year, was here of some advantage. I drew it in the accustomed style, it was translated into German, printed in both languages, and circulated through the province. This gave the clergy of the different sects an opportunity of influencing their congregations to join the association, and it would probably have been general among all but the Quakers, if the peace had not soon intervened. It was thought by some of my friends, that, by my activity in these affairs, I should offend that sect, and thereby lose my interest in the assembly of the province, where they formed a great majority. A young man, who had likewise some friends in the assembly, have applied for a man of war, and the loan of cannon, to the governors of New England and Cape Breton, and there is some reason to think, that, from one place or the other, there will be one or more vessels of force cruising on our coasts this summer. JL1S Letter, Philadelphia, March 25, 1748. I am truly concerned at what you say about the association, but, as your notions of it are taken from the perusal of the association paper only, I am in hopes it will be seen one eye another light when it comes to be known, that they have never acted but by orders from the horde, that leaving them to choose their own officers was looked upon by the council only in the nature of a recommendation, the tenure of their commissions being to receive their orders from the governor for the time being, according to the rules of war, and they have it in their power at any time to revoke their commissions. The rules agreed to by the associators, though they are oddly expressed, and in too general terms, yet they were only intended for the more easy learning of the military art, and the more commodious management of their musters. They tell me that they plainly respect discipline, not action, and, as they never thought of acting independently of the government, they are exceedingly surprised, that their intentions are so much misconstrued. However, if they should have missed it in the form, since in fact they have ever had recourse to the council, since they have ever taken their measures from them, and have behaved with remarkable dutifulness, order, sobriety, and quietness, these they think such substantial evidences of their submission to the king and his representative here, that they will more than obviate the objections taken against their manner. 1/1 150 Life of Franklin. Lee 48. And wished to succeed me as their clerk, acquainted me, that it was decided to displace me at the next election, and he through goodwill advised me to resign, as more consistent with my honor than being turned out. My answer to him was, that I had read or heard of some public man, who made it a rule, never to ask for an office, and never to refuse one when offered to him. I approve, said I, of this rule, and shall practice it with a small addition: I shall never ask, never refuse, nor ever resign an office. If they will have my office of clerk to dispose of it to another, they shall take it from me. I will not, by giving it up, lose my right of some time or other mock off wording their association, and may draw upon them His Majesty's favor, not resentment. I am no associator, and had no hand in the thing or in any one paper that was drawn, and, at the time it was proposed, no one could entertain more doubtful apprehensions than I did, but those we were at the head of it desired Mr. Allen to inform me, that they were all hearty friends of the proprietaries, and had it much at heart to recommend themselves to their favor. They hoped that what was done from the glorious motive of defending the city would receive the proprietaries' countenance, and that they will become generous contributors. And in fact the batteries, with the numbers of men associated, their being furnished with arms and doing their military exercises to admiration, have rendered the minds of the citizens easy, have prevented a civil war within the province, and have, as I am well informed, frustrated some schemes concerted against the city by the people of Havana. These are considerations, which will, I hope, reconcile them to your favor, and, as I was an eyewitness of all their proceedings, justice extorts from me what I have said, and indeed would induce me to say everything I could for them. M.S. Letter, June 13, 1748. As cannon were afterwards sent from England, it is probable that the proprietaries became better reconciled to the association, when they were more fully informed of its objects. The new large cannon, that lately arrived from England, purchased by the managers of the lottery, being mounted on the Great Battery, on Monday last, the associators of the city met under arms and marched thither, where they were saluted with 21 guns, and named the battery the Association. Pennsylvania Gazette, September LST, 1748. Editor. Pound T 42. Life of Franklin. 151. In reprisal on my adversaries. I heard, however, no more of this. I was chosen again unanimously as clerk at the next election. Possibly, as they disliked my late intimacy with the members of council, who had joined the governors in all the disputes about military preparations, with which the House had long been harassed, they might have been pleased if I would voluntarily have left them, but they did not care to displace me on account merely of my zeal for the association, and they could not well give another reason. Indeed, I had some cause to believe, that the defense of the country was not disagreeable to any of them, provided they were not required to assist in it. And I found that a much greater number of them, than I could have imagined, though against offensive war, were clearly for the defensive. Many pamphlets pro and con were published on the subject, and some by good Quakers, in favor of defense, which I believe convinced most of their young people. A transaction in our fire company gave me some insight into their prevailing sentiments. It had been proposed, that we should encourage the scheme for building a battery by laying out the present stock, then about £60, in tickets of the lottery. By our rules no money could be disposed of till the next meeting after the proposal. The company consisted of 30 members, of whom 22 were Quakers, and 8 only of other persuasions. We 8 punctually attended the meeting, but, though we thought that some of the Quakers would join us, we were by no means sure of a majority. Only one Quaker, Mr. James Morris, appeared to oppose the measure. He expressed much sorrow, that it had ever been proposed, as he said friends were all against it, and it would create such discord as might break up the calm. 152 Life of Franklin. 1748. Painting. We told him, that we saw no reason for that, we were the minority, and if friends were against the measure, and outvoted us, we must and should, agreeably to the usage of all societies, submit. When the hour for business arrived, it was moved to put this to the vote. He allowed we might do it by the rules, but, as he could assure us that a number of members intended to be present for the purpose of opposing it, it would be but candid to allow a little time for their appearing. While we were disputing this, a waiter came to tell me, that 2 gentlemen below desired to speak with me. I went down, and found there 2 of our Quaker members. They told me, there were 8 of them assembled at a tavern just by, that they were determined to come and vote with us if there should be occasion, which they hoped would not be the case, and desired we would not call for their assistance, if we could do without it, as their voting for such a measure might embroil them with their elders and friends. Being thus secure of a majority, I went up, and, after a little seeming hesitation, agreed to a delay of another hour. This Mr. Morris allowed to be extremely fair. Not one of his opposing friends appeared, at which he expressed great surprise, and, at the expiration of the hour, we carried the resolution 8-1, and as, of the 22 Quakers, 8 were ready to vote with us, and 13 by their absence manifested that they were not inclined to oppose the measure, I afterwards estimated the proportion of Quakers sincerely against defense as 1 to 21 only. For these were all regular members of the society, and in good reputation among them, and who had notice of what was proposed at that meeting. The Honorable A.N.J. Learned Mr. Logan, who had let 41-43 Life of Franklin. 153. Always been of that sect, wrote an address to them, declaring his approbation of defensive war, and supported his opinion by many strong arguments. He put into my hands £60 to be laid out in lottery tickets for the battery, with directions to apply what prizes might be drawn wholly to that service. He told me the following anecdote of his old master, William Penn, respecting defense. He came over from England when a young man, with that proprietary, and as his secretary. It was wartime, and their ship was chased by an armed vessel, supposed to be an enemy. Their captain prepared for defense, but told William Penn, and his company of Quakers, that he did not expect their assistance, and they might retire into the cabin, which they did, except James Logan, who chose to stay upon deck, and was quartered to a gun. The supposed enemy proved a friend, so there was no fighting, but when the secretary went DMVN to communicate the intelligence, William Penn rebuked him severely for staying upon deck, and undertaking to assist in defending the vessel, contrary to the principles of friends, especially as it had not been required by the captain. This reprimand, being before all the company, piqued the secretary, who answered, I being thy servant, why did thee not order me to come down one but thee was willing enough that I should stay and help to fight the ship, when thee thought there was danger. My being many years in the assembly, a majority of which were constantly Quakers, gave me frequent opportunities of seeing the embarrassment given them by their principle against war, whenever application was made to them, by order of the Crown, to grant aids for military purposes. They were unwilling to offend government, on the one hand, by a direct refusal, and Vol. I-20. 154 Life of Franklin. 1747-49. Their friends, the body of the Quakers, on the other, by a compliance contrary to their principles, using a variety of evasions to avoid complying, and modes of disguising the compliance, when it became unavoidable. The common mode at last was, to grant money under the phrase of its being for the king's use, and never to inquire how it was applied. But, if the demand was not directly from the Crown, that phrase was found not so proper, and some other was to be invented. Thus, when powder was wanting, I think it was for the garrison at Louisburg, and the government of New England solicited a grant of some from Pennsylvania, which was much urged on the House by Governor Thomas, they would not grant money to buy powder, because that was an ingredient of war, but they voted an aid to New England of £3,000, to be put into the hands of the governor, and appropriated it for the purchase of bread, flour, wheat, or other grain. Some of the council, desirous of giving the House still further embarrassment, advised the governor not to accept provision, as not being the thing he had demanded, but he replied, I shall take the money, for I understand very well their meaning, other grain is gunpowder, which he accordingly bought, and they never objected to it. It was in allusion to this fact, that, in our fire company we feared the success of our proposal in favor of the lottery, and I had said to a friend of mine, one of our MEMers, if we fail, let us move the purchase of a fire engine with the money, the Quakers can have no objection to that, and then, if you nominate me and you as a committee for that purpose, we will buy a great gun, which is certainly a fire engine. I see, said he, you have improved. Pound TJL-J.3. Life of Franklin. 155. By being so long in the assembly, your equivocal project would be just a match for their wheat or other grain. Those embarrassments that the Quakers suffered, from having established and published it as one of their principles, that no kind of war was lawful, and which, being once published, they could not afterwards, however they might change their minds, easily get rid of, reminds me of what I think a more prudent conduct in another sect among us, that of the Dunkers. I was acquainted with one of its founders, Michael Veffer, soon after it appeared. He complained to me, that they were grievously calumniated by the zealots of other persuasions, and charged with abominable principles and practices, to which they were utter strangers. I told him this had always been the case with new sects, and that, to put a stop to such abuse, I imagined it might be well to publish the articles of their belief, and the rules of their discipline. He said that it had been proposed among them, but not agreed to, for this reason, when we were first drawn together as a society, said he, it had pleased God to enlighten our minds so far as to see that some doctrines, which were esteemed truths, were errors, and that others, which we had esteemed errors, were real truths. From time to time he has been pleased to afford us further light, and our principles have been improving, and our errors diminishing. Now we are not sure, that we are arrived at the end of this progression, and at the perfection of spiritual or theological knowledge, and we fear, that, if we should once print our confession of faith, we should feel ourselves as if bound and confined by it, and perhaps be unwilling to receive further improvement, and our successors still more so, as conceiving what their elders end. Life of Franklin. 1747-49. 156. Founders had done to be something sacred, never to be departed from. This modesty in a sect is perhaps a singular instance in the history of mankind, every other sect supposing itself in possession of all truth, and that those who differ are so far in the wrong, like a man traveling in foggy weather, those at some distance before him on the road he sees wrapped up in the fog, as well as those behind him, and also the people in the fields on each side, but near him all appear clear, though in truth he is as much in the fog as any of them. To avoid this kind of embarrassment, the Quakers have of late years been gradually declining the public service in the assembly and in the magistracy, choosing rather to quit their power than their principle. In order of time, I should have mentioned before, that having, in 1742, invented an open stove for the better warming of rooms, and at the same time saving fuel, as the fresh air admitted was warmed in entering, I made a present of the model to Mr. Robert Grace, one of my early friends, who, having an iron furnace, found the casting of the plates for these stoves a profitable thing, as they were growing in demand. To promote that demand, I wrote and published a pamphlet, entitled, An Account of the New Invented Pennsylvanian Fireplaces, wherein their construction and manner of operation are particularly explained, their advantages above every other method of warming rooms demonstrated, and all objections that have been raised against the use of them, answered and obviated, and see*. This pamphlet had a good effect, Governor Thomas was so pleased with the construction of this stove, as described in it, that he offered to give *C Volume 6. p. 34. Life of Franklin. 157. Me a patent for the sole vending of them for a term of years, but I declined it from a principle which has ever weighed with me on such occasions, viz. That, as we enjoy great advantages from the inventions of others, we should be glad of an opportunity to serve others by any invention of ours, and this we should do freely and generously. An ironmonger in London, however, assuming a good deal of my pamphlet, and working it up into his own, and making some small changes in the machine, which rather hurt its operation, got a patent for it there, and made, as I was told, a little fortune by it. And this is not the only instance of patents taken out of my inventions by others, though not always with the same success, which I never contested, as having no desire of profiting by patents myself, and hating disputes. The use of these fireplaces in very many houses, both here in Pennsylvania, and the neighboring states, has been, and is, a great saving of wood to the inhabitants. Vol. R. No. 4. N. Life of Franklin. 1749. 158. Chapter 9. Proposals relating to the education of youth. Subscriptions for that object an academy established. Appointed one of the trustees for managing it. Partnership with David Hall. Electrical experiments. Chosen a member of the Assembly a commissioner for making a treaty with the Indians. Pennsylvania Hospital writes in favor of it, and procures subscriptions. Advice to Gilbert Tennant. Suggests plans for cleaning, paving, and lighting the streets of Philadelphia. Project for cleaning the streets of London. Appointed Postmaster General for America. Receives the degree of Master of Arts from Harvard and Yale colleges. Peace being concluded, and the association business therefore at an end, I turned my thoughts again to the affair of establishing an academy. The first step I took was to associate in the design a number of active friends, of whom the junto furnished a good part. The next was to write and publish a pamphlet, entitled Proposals Relating to the Education of Youth in Pennsylvania. This I distributed among the principal inhabitants gratis, and as soon as I could suppose their minds a little prepared by the perusal of it, I set on foot a subscription for opening and supporting an academy. It was to be paid in quotas yearly for 5 years. By so dividing it I judged the subscription might be larger, and I believe it was so, amounting to no less, if I remember right, than £5,000. T. The same paper is mentioned above, p. 143. It appears not to have been printed when it was first written. See Appendix, No. 3.N1 Tour. Other great benefactions for this institution were subsequently obtained, both in America and Great Britain, through the influence of Dr. Franklin, who, on his return to Philadelphia from England, in 1775, carried thence 2 large gold medals, given by Mr. Sargent, one of his friends, to be bestowed as prizes on such scholars as should distinguish themselves by writing on subjects to be proposed to them by the trustees or governors of the college. Dr. Franklin, one of the Truss. Pound 43 Life of Franklin. 159. In the introduction to these proposals, I stated their publication not as an act of mine, but of some public-spirited gentleman, avoiding a 5 much as I could, according to my usual rule, the presenting myself to the public as the author of any scheme for their benefit. The subscribers, to carry the project into immediate execution, chose out of their number 24 trustees, and appointed Mr. Francis, then Attorney General and myself, to draw up constitutions for the government of the academy, which being done and signed, a house was hired, masters engaged, and the schools opened, I think in the same year, 1749 *. The scholars increasing fast, the house was soon found too small, and we were looking out for a piece of ground, properly situated, with intent to build, when accident threw into our way a large house ready built, which with a few alterations might well serve our purpose. This was the building before mentioned, erected by the heroes of Mr. Whitefield, and was obtained for us in the following manner. It is to be noted, that, the contributions to this building being made by people of different sects, care was taken in the nomination of trustees, in whom the building and ground were to be vested, that a predominancy should not be given to any sect, lest in time that predominancy might be a means of appropriating the whole to the use of such sect, contrary to the original intention. It was for this reason, that one of each sect was appointed, viz. 1 Church of England man, 1 Presbyterian, 1 Baptist, 1 Moravian. T's, named for the first subject, the motives to, and advantages of, a perpetual union between Britain and her colonies. 5 pieces on the subject were produced, one of which obtained the medal. They were all printed, and read in America with approbation, and were reprinted M. England W. T.F. See Volume 7. Pages 44 to 47. 160 Life of Franklin. 1749. And C, who, in case of vacancy by death, were to fill it by election from among the contributors. The Mora. Vian happened not to please his colleagues, and on his death they resolved to have no other of that sect. The difficulty then was, how to avoid having 2 of some other sect, by means of the new choice. Several persons were named, and for that reason not agreed to. At length one mentioned me, with the observation, that I was merely an honest man, and of no sect at all, which prevailed with them to choose me. The enthusiasm, which existed when the house was built, had long since abated, and its trustees had not been able to procure fresh contributions for paying the ground rent, and discharging some other debts the building had occasioned, which embarrassed them greatly. Being now a member of both boards of trustees, that for the building, and that for the academy, I had a good opportunity of negotiating with both, and brought them finally to an agreement, by which the trustees for the building were to cede it to those of the academy, the latter undertaking to discharge the debt, to keep forever open in the building a large hall for occasional preachers, according to the original intention, and maintain a free school for the instruction of poor children. Writings were accordingly drawn, and, on paying the debts, the trustees of the academy were put in possession of the premises, and, by dividing the great and lofty hall into stories, and different rooms above and below for the several schools, and purchasing some additional ground, the whole was soon made fit for our purpose, and the scholars removed into the building. The whole care and trouble of agreeing with the workmen, purchasing materials, and superintending the work, fell upon me, and I went through it the more cheerfully, as it did not then interfere with Jet. 43 Life of Franklin. 161. My private business, having the year before taken a very able, industrious, and honest partner, Mr. David Hall, with whose character I was well acquainted, as he had worked for me 4 years. He took off my hands all care of the printing office, paying me punctually my share of the profits. This partnership continued 18 years, successfully for us both. The trustees of the academy, after a while, were incorporated by a charter from the governor, their funds were increased by contributions in Britain, and grants of land from the proprietaries, to which the assembly has since made considerable addition, and thus was established the present University of Philadelphia. I have been continued one of its trustees from the beginning, now near 40 years, and have had the very great pleasure of seeing a number of the youth, who have received their education in it, distinguished by their improved abilities, serviceable in public stations, and ornaments to their coercion asterisk. When I was disengaged myself, as above mentioned, from private business, I flattered myself that, by the sufficient though moderate fortune I had acquired, I had found leisure during the rest of my life for phi asterisk. A free school was likewise attached to the academy, as appears by the following advertisement in Franklin's Gazette, of September 19, 1751. Notice is hereby given, that on Monday, the 16th of this instant September, a free school will be opened, under the care and direction of the trustees of the academy, at the new building, for the instruction of poor children gratis in reading, writing, and arithmetic. Those, who are desirous of having their children admitted, may apply to any of the trustees. Again, October 26, 1752. The charity school, opened by the trustees in the academy, now teaches reading, writing, and arithmetic to 100 poor children, most of whom, though from 8 to 13 years of age, had never been sent to any school before, nor did it seem likely many of them would ever have been sent to any school, if it had not been for this institution. Editor. Vol. I. 21. Life of Franklin. 1750. Lossificar Studies and Amusements. I purchased all Dr. Spence's apparatus, who had come from England to lecture in Philadelphia, and I proceeded in my electrical experiments with great alacrity, but the public, now considering me as a man of leisure, laid hold of me for their purposes, every part of our civil government, and almost at the same time, imposing some duty upon me. The governor put me into the commission of the peace, the corporation of the city chose me one of the common council, and soon after aldermen, and the citizens at large elected me a burgess to represent them in the assembly. This latter station was the more agreeable to me, as I grew at length tired with sitting there to hear the debates, in which, as clerk, I could take no part, and which were often so uninteresting, that I was induced to amuse myself with making magic squares or circles, or anything to avoid weariness, and I conceived my becoming a member would enlarge my power of doing good. I would not however insinuate, that my ambition was not flattered by all these promotions, it certainly was, for, considering my low beginning, they were great things to me, and they were still more pleasing, as being so many spontaneous testimonies of the public good opinion, and by me entirely unsolicited. The office of Justice of the Peace I tried a little, by attending a few courts, and sitting on the bench to hear causes, but finding that more knowledge of the common law than I possessed was necessary to act in that station with credit, I gradually withdrew from it, excusing myself by being obliged to attend the higher duties of a legislator in the assembly. My election to this trust was repeated every year for 10 years, with see Volume 6. Pages 100, 104. Pound T 44. Life of Franklin. 163. Out my ever asking any elector for his vote, or signifying, either directly or indirectly, any desire of being chosen. On taking my seat in the House, my son was appointed their clerk. The year following, a treaty being to be held with the Indians at Carlisle, the governor sent a message to the House, proposing that they should nominate some of their members, to be joined with some members of council, as commissioners for that purpose. The House named the Speaker, Mr. Norris, and myself, and, being commissioned, we went to Carlisle, and met the Indians accordingly. As those people are extremely apt to get drunk, and, when so, are very quarrelsome and disorderly, we strictly forbade the selling any liquor to them, and, when they complained of this restriction, we told them, that, if they would continue sober during the treaty, we would give them plenty of rum when the business was over. They promised this, and they kept their promise, because they could get no rum, and the treaty was conducted very orderly, and concluded to mutual satisfaction. They then claimed and received the rum. This was in the afternoon. They were near 100 men, women, and children, and were lodged in temporary cabins, built in the form of a square, just without the town. In the evening, hearing a great noise among them, the commissioners walked to see what was the matter. We found they had made a great bonfire in the middle of the square. They were all drunk, men and women, quarreling and fighting. Their dark-colored bodies, half naked, seen only by the gloomy light of the bonfire, running after and beating one another with firebrands, accompanied by their horrid yellings, formed a scene the most resembling our ideas of hell that could well be imagined. There was no appeasing. 164 Life of Franklin. 1751. The tumult, and we retired to our lodging. At midnight a number of them came thundering at our door, demanding more rum, of which we took no notice. The next day, sensible they had misbehaved, in giving us that disturbance, they sent 3 of their old counselors to make their apology. The Autobiography acknowledged the fault, but laid it upon the rum, and then endeavored to excuse the rum, by saying, the Great Spirit, who made all things, made everything for some use, and whatever use he designed anything for, that use it should always be put to. Now, when he made rum, he said, let this be for the Indians to get drunk with, and it must be so. And indeed, if it be the design of Providence to extirpate these savages in order to make room for the cultivators of the earth, it seems not impossible that rum may be the appointed means. It has already annihilated all the tribes who formerly inhabited the seacoast. In 1751, Dr. Thomas Bond, a particular friend of mine, conceived the idea of establishing a hospital in Philadelphia, a very beneficent design, which has been ascribed to me, but was originally and truly his, for the reception and cure of poor sick persons, whether inhabitants of the province or strangers. He was zealous and active in endeavoring to procure subscriptions for it, but, the proposal being a novelty in America, and at first not well understood, he met but with little success. At length he came to me with the compliment, that he found there was no such a thing as carrying a public-spirited project through without my being concerned in it. For, said he, I am often asked by those to whom I propose subscribing, have you consulted Franklin on this business, and what does he think of it? And when I tell them, that I have not, sup. Jet. 45 Life of Franklin. 165. Posing it rather out of your line, they do not subscribe, but say, they will consider it. I inquired into the nature and probable utility of this scheme, and, receiving from him a very satisfactory explanation, I not only subscribed to it myself, but engaged heartily in the design of procuring subscriptions from others. Previously, however, to the solicitation, I endeavored to prepare the minds of the people, by writing on the subject in the newspapers, which was my usual custom in such cases, but which Dr. Bond had omitted. The subscriptions afterwards were more free and generous, but, beginning to flag, I saw they would be insufficient without some assistance from the Assembly, and therefore proposed to petition for it, which was done. The country members did not at first relish the project. They objected that it could only be serviceable to the city, and therefore the citizens alone should be at the expense of it, and they doubted whether the citizens themselves generally approved of it. My allegation on the contrary, that it met with such approbation as to leave no doubt of our being able to raise £2,000 by voluntary donations, they considered as a most extravagant supposition, and utterly impossible. On this I formed my plan, and, asking leave to bring in a bill for incorporating the contributors according to the prayer of their petition, and granting them a blank sum of money, which leave was obtained chiefly on the consideration, that the House could throw the bill out if they did not like it, I drew it so as to make the important clause a conditional one, viz. And be it enacted, by the authority aforesaid, that, when the said contributors shall have met and chosen their managers and treasurer, and shall have raised by their contributions a capital stock of 166 Li. of Franklin. £2,000 value, the yearly interest of which is to be applied to the accommodation of T.N.E. sick poor in the said hospital, and of charge for diet, attendance, advice, and medicines, and shall make the same appear to the satisfaction of the Speaker of the point 11. Assembly for the time being, that then it shall and may be lawful for the said Speaker, and he is hereby required, to sign an order on the Provincial Treasurer, for the payment of £2,000, in 2 yearly payments, to the Treasurer. Of the said hospital, to be applied to the founding, building, and finishing of the same. This condition carried the bill through, for the members, who had opposed the grant, and now conceived they might have the credit of being charitable without the expense, agreed to its passage, and then in soliciting subscriptions among the people, we urged the conditional promise of the law as an additional votive to give, since every man's donation would be doubled, thus the clause worked both ways. The subscriptions accordingly soon exceeded the requisite sum, and we claimed and received the public gift, which enabled us to carry the design into execution. A convenient and handsome building was soon erected. The institution has by constant experience been found useful, and flourishes to this day, and I do not remember any of my political maneuvers, the success of which at the time gave me more pleasure, or wherein, after thinking of it, I more easily excused myself for having made some use of cunning asterisk. The principal facts, respecting the origin and establishment of the hospital, are contained in a quarto pamphlet, entitled Some Point 11. Count of the Pennsylvania Hospital, from its first rise to the beginning of the 5th month, called May, 1754, Philadelphia, printed by B. Franklin and D. Hall. The bill, alluded to in the text, makes a part of this pam. 167. It was about this time, that another projector, the Reverend Gilbert Tennant, came to me with a request, that I would assist him in procuring a subscription for erecting a new meeting house. It was to be for the use of a congregation he had gathered among the Presbyterians, who were originally disciples of Mr. Whitefield. Unwilling to make myself disagreeable to my fellow citizens, by too frequently soliciting their contributions, I absolutely refused. He then desired I would furnish him with a list of the names of persons I knew by experience to be generous and public-spirited. I thought it would be unbecoming in me, after their kind compliance with my solicitations, to mark them out to be worried by other beggars, and therefore refused to give such a list. He then desired I would at least give him my advice. That I will. Flit, and also 2 papers previously published in the Pennsylvania Gazette, showing the benefits of such an institution, and urging contributions to the fund from motives of benevolence and charity. The names of the original contributors are likewise printed in this pamphlet, and among them is that of Franklin. The preliminary arrangements were completed, and the first managers were elected, on the 1st of July, 1751. The persons chosen were Joshua Crosby, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Bond, Samuel Hazard, Richard Peters, Israel Pemberton, Jr., Samuel Rhodes, Hugh Roberts, Joseph Morris, John Smith, Evan Morgan, and Charles Norris. The elections were annual, and Franklin was chosen for 3 years successively, which is as far as the records in the pamphlet extend, and probably till he went to England as a commissioner from the Assembly in 1757. He also acted as secretary of the board. While in England, he corresponded with the Friends of the institution, as an agent for aiding its objects, and he always took a lively interest in its affairs. In a letter to Hugh Roberts, dated London, February 26, 1761, he says, "I was glad to hear that the hospital is still well supported. I write to the managers by this ship. In my journeys through England and Scotland I have visited several of the same kind, which I think were all in a good way. I send you by this gift sundry of their accounts and rules, which were given me. Possibly you may find a useful hint or two in some of them. I believe we shall be able to make a small collection here, but I cannot promise it will be very considerable. Editor. 168 Life of Franklin. Readily do, said I, and, in the first place, I advise you to apply to all those, who you know will give something, next to those who you are uncertain whether they will give anything or not, and show them the list of those who have given, and lastly, do not neglect those, who you are sure will give nothing, for in some of them you may be mistaken. He laughed and thanked me, and said he would take my advice. He did so, for he asked of everybody, and he obtained a much larger sum than he expected, with which he erected the capacious and elegant meeting house that stands in Arch Street. Our city, though laid out with a beautiful regularity, the streets large, straight, and crossing each other at right angles, had the disgrace of suffering those streets to remain long unpaved, and in wet weather the wheels of heavy carriages plowed them into a quagmire, so that it was difficult to cross them, and in dry weather the dust was offensive. I had lived near what was called the Jersey Market, and saw with pain the inhabitants wading in mud, while purchasing their V1S10NS. A strip of ground down the middle of that market was at length paved with brick, so that, being once in the market, they had firm footing, but were often over shoes in dirt to get there. By talking and writing on the subject, I was at length instrumental in getting the street paved with stone between the market and the brick-foot pavement, that was on the side next the houses. This, for some time, gave an easy access to the market dry-shod, but, the rest of the street not being paved, whenever a carriage came out of the mud upon this pavement, it shook off and left its dirt upon it, and it was soon covered with mire, which was not removed, the city as yet having no scavengers. Life of Franklin. 169. After some inquiry, I found a poor industrious man, who was willing to undertake keeping the pavement clean, by sweeping it twice a week, carrying off the dirt from before all the neighbors' doors, for the sum of 6d. per month, to be paid by each house. I then wrote and printed a paper setting forth the advantages to the neighborhood, that might be obtained from this small expense, the greater ease in keeping our houses clean, so much dirt not being brought in by people's feet, the benefit to the shops by more Tom, as buyers could more easily get at them, and by not having in windy weather the dust blown in upon their goods, NC. I sent one of these papers to each house, and in a day or two went round to see who would subscribe an agreement to pay these sixpences. It was unanimously signed, and for a time well executed. All the inhabitants of the city were delighted with the cleanliness of the pavement that surrounded the market, it being a convenience to all, and this raised a general desire to have all the streets paved, and made the people more willing to submit to a tax for that purpose. After some time I drew a bill for paving the city, and brought it into the Assembly. It was just before I went to England, in 1757, and did not pass till I was gone, and then with an alteration in the mode of assessment, which I thought not for the better, but with an additional provision for lighting as well as paving the streets, which was a great improvement. It was by a private person, the late Mr. John Clifton, giving a sample of the utility of lamps, by placing one at his door, that the people were first impressed with the idea of lighting all the city. The honor of this public benefit has also been ascribed to me, but it belongs truly to that gentleman. I did but follow his Vol. I. 22-0. 170 Life of Franklin. Example, and have only some merit to claim respecting the form of our lamps, as differing from the globe lamps, we were at first supplied with from London. They were found inconvenient in these respects: they admitted no air below, the smoke therefore did not readily go out above, but circulated in the globe, lodged on its inside, and soon obstructed the light they were intended to afford, giving besides the daily trouble of wiping them clean, and an accidental stroke on one of them would demolish it, and render it totally useless. I therefore suggested the composing them of 4 flat panes, with a long funnel above to draw up the smoke, and crevices admitting the air below to facilitate the ascent of the smoke. By this means they were kept clean, and did not grow dark a few hours, as the London lamps do, but continued bright till morning, and an accidental stroke would generally break but a single pane, easily repaired. I have sometimes wondered that the Londoners did not, from the effect holes in the bottom of the globe lamps used at Vauxhall have in keeping them clean, learn to have such holes in their street lamps. But, these holes being made for another purpose, viz. to communicate flame more suddenly to the wick by a little flax hanging down through them, the other use, of letting in air, seems not to have been thought of, and therefore, after the lamps have been lit a few hours, the streets of London are very poorly illuminated. The mention of these improvements puts me in mind of one I proposed, when in London, to Dr. Fothergill, who was among the best men I have known, and a great promoter of useful projects. I had observed, that the streets, when dry, were never swept, and the light dust carried away, but it was suffered to accumulate. Life of Franklin. 171. Till wet weather reduced it to mud, and then, after lying some days so deep on the pavement that there was no crossing but in paths kept clean by poor people with brooms, it was with great labor raked together and thrown up into carts, open above. The sides of the hitch suffered some of the slush at every jolt on the pavement to shake out and fall, sometimes to the annoyance of foot passengers. The reason given for not sweeping the dusty streets was, that the dust would fly into the windows of shops and houses. An accidental occurrence had instructed me how sweeping might be done in a little time. I found at my door in Craven Street, one morning, a poor woman sweeping my pavement with a birch broom. She appeared very pale and feeble, as just come out of a fit of sickness. I asked who employed her to sweep there. She said, "Nobody, but I am poor and in distress, and I sweeps before gentle folks' doors, and hopes they will give me something." I bid her sweep the whole street clean, and I would give her a shilling. This was at 9 o'clock, at noon she came for the shilling. From the slowness I saw at first in her working, I could scarce believe that the work was done so soon, and sent my servant to examine it, who reported that the whole street was swept perfectly clean, and all the dust placed in the gutter which was in the middle, and the next rain washed it quite away, so that the pavement and even the kennel were perfectly clean. I then judged, that, if that feeble woman could sweep such a street in 3 hours, a strong active man might have done it in half the time. And here let me remark, the convenience of having but one gutter in such a narrow street running down its middle instead of 2, one on each side near the footway. 4. 172 Life of Franklin. Where all the rain that falls on a street runs from the sides and meets in the middle, it forms there a current, strong enough to wash away all the mud it meets with, but, when divided into 2 channels, it is often too weak to cleanse either, and only makes the mud it finds more fluid, so that the wheels of carriages and feet of horses throw and dash it upon the foot pavement, which is thereby rendered foul and slippery, and sometimes splash it upon those who are walking. My proposal, communicated to the doctor, was as follows. For the more effectually cleaning and keeping clean the streets of London and Westminster, it is proposed, that the several watchmen be contracted with T.C., have the dust swept up in dry seasons, and the mud raked up at other times, each in the several streets and lanes of his round, that they be furnished with brooms and other proper instruments for these purposes, to be kept at their respective stands, ready to furnish the poor people they may employ in the service. That in the dry summer months the dust be all swept up into heaps at proper distances, before the shops and windows of houses are usually opened, when scavengers, with close-covered carts, shall also carry it all away. That the mud, when raked up, be not left in heaps to be spread abroad again by the wheels of carriages and trampling of horses, but that the scavengers be provided with bodies of carts, not placed high upon wheels, but low upon sliders, with lattice bottoms, which, being covered with straw, will retain the mud thrown into them, and permit the water to drain in from it, whereby it will become much lighter, water making the greatest part of the weight. These bodies of carts to be placed at convenient distances, and the Life of L. Franklin. Mud brought to them in wheelbarrows, they remaining where placed till the mud is drained, and then horses brought to draw them away. I have since had doubts of the practicability of the latter part of this proposal, in all places, on account of the narrowness of some streets, and the difficulty of placing the draining sled so as not to encumber too much the passage, but I am still of opinion, that the former, requiring the dust to be swept up and carried away before the shops are open, is very practicable in the summer, when the days are long, for, in walking through the Strand and Fleet Street one morning at 7 o'clock, I observed there was not one shop open, though it had been daylight and the sun up above 3 hours, the inhabitants of London choosing voluntarily to live much by candlelight, and sleep by sunshine, and yet often complain, a little absurdly, of the duty on candles, and the high price of tallow. Some may think these trifling matters not worth minding or relating, but, when they consider, that though dust blown into the eyes of a single person, or into a single shop in a windy day, is but of small importance, yet the great number of the instances in a populous city, and its frequent repetition, gives it weight and consequence, perhaps they will not censure very severely those, who bestow some attention to affairs of this seemingly low nature. Human felicity is produced not so much by great pieces of good fortune that seldom happen, as by little advantages that occur every day. Thus, If you teach a poor young man to shave himself, and keep his razor in order, you may contribute more to the happiness of his life than in giving him 1,000 gomes. This sum. O*. 174 Life of Franklin. 1753. May be soon spent, the regret only remaining of having foolishly consumed it, but in the other case, he escapes the frequent vexation of waiting for barbers, and of their sometimes dirty fingers, offensive breaths, and dull razors. He shaves when most convenient to him, and enjoys daily the pleasure of its being done with a good instrument. With these sentiments I have hazarded the few preceding pages, hoping they may afford hints, which some time or other may be useful to a city I love, having lived many years in it very happily, and perhaps to some of our towns in America. Having been some time employed by the Postmaster General of America, as his controller in regulating several offices, and bringing the officers to account, I was, upon his death, in 1753, appointed jointly with Mr. William Hunter, to succeed him, by a commission from the Postmaster General in England. The American office had hitherto never paid anything to that of Britain. We were to have £600 a year between us, if we could make that sum out of the profits of the office. To do this, a variety of improvements was necessary. Some of these were inevitably at first expensive, so that in the first 4 years the office became above £900 in debt to us. But it soon after began to repay us, and before I was displaced by a freak of the ministers, of which I shall speak hereafter, we had brought it to yield 3 times as much clear revenue to the Crown, as the Post Office of Ireland. Since that imprudent transaction, they have received from it not 1 farthing. The business of the Post Office occasioned my taking a journey this year to New England, where the col. Warning, empty page. Warning, empty page. Jet. 47 Life of Franklin 175. Leg of Cambridge, of their own motion, presented me with the degree of Master of Arts. Yale College in Connecticut had before made me a similar compliment. Thus, without studying in any college, I came to partake of their honors. They were conferred in consideration of my improvements and discoveries in the electric branch of natural philosophy. 176 Life of Franklin. 1754. Chapter X. Attends a general convention at Albany, as a delegate from Pennsylvania proposes a plan of union for the colonies, which is adopted by the convention. Interview with Governor Shirley at Boston. Conversations with Governor Morris on Pennsylvania affairs. Assists Mr. Quincy in procuring aids for New England. Visits General Braddock's army in Maryland. Procures horses and wagons to facilitate the march of the army. Obtains supplies for the officers. Character of Braddock. Account of his defeat in the Battle of the Monongahela. Braddock commends his services in letters to the government. These services poorly rewarded. Society for the Relief and Instruction of Germans in Pennsylvania. In 1754, war with France being again apprehended, a Congress of Commissioners from the different colonies was by an order of the Lords of Trade to be assembled at Albany, there to confer with the chiefs of the 6 nations, concerning the means of defending both their country and ours. Governor Hamilton, having received this order, acquainted the House with it, requesting they would furnish proper presents for the Indians, to be given on this occasion, and naming the Speaker, Mr. Norris, and myself to join Mr. John Penn and Mr. Secretary Peters, as commissioners to act for Pennsylvania. The House approved the nomination, and provided the goods for the presents, though they did not much like treating out of the province, and we met the other commissioners at Albany about the middle of June. In our way thither, I projected and drew up a plan for the union of all the colonies under one government, so far as might be necessary for defense, and other important general purposes. As we passed through New York, I had there shown my project to Mr. James Alexander and Mr. Kennedy, 2 gentlemen. Life of Franklin. Of great knowledge in public affairs, and, being fortified by their approbation, I ventured to lay it before the Congress. It then appeared, that several of the commissioners had formed plans of the same kind. A previous question was first taken, whether a union should be established, which passed in the affirmative unanimously. A committee was then appointed, 1 member from each colony, to consider the several plans and report. Mine happened to be preferred, and, with a few amendments, was accordingly reported. By this plan the general government was to be administered by a President General, appointed and supported by the Crown, and a Grand Council was to be chosen by the representatives of the people of the several colonies, met in their respective assemblies. The debates upon it in Congress went on daily, hand in hand with the Indian business. Many objections and difficulties were started, but at length they were all overcome, and the plan was unanimously agreed to, and copies ordered to be transmitted to the Board of Trade and to the assemblies of the several provinces. Its fate was singular. The assemblies did not adopt it, as they all thought there was too much prerogative in it, and in England it was judged to have too much of the democratic. The Board of Trade did not approve it, nor recommend it for the approbation of His Majesty, but another scheme was formed, supposed to answer the same purpose better, whereby the governors of the provinces, with some members of their respective councils, were to meet and order the raising of troops, building of forts and to draw on the treasury of Great Britain for the expense, which was afterwards to be refunded by an act of Parliament laying a tax in America. My plan, with my reasons am support of Vol. I. 23. 178 Life of Franklin. 1754. It is to be found among my political papers that were printed **. Being the winter following in Boston, I had much conversation with Governor Shirley upon both the plans. Part of what passed between us on this occasion may also be seen among those papers. The different and contrary reasons of dislike to my plan makes me suspect that it was really the true medium, and I am still of opinion, it would have been happy for both sides, if it had been adopted. The colonies so united would have been sufficiently strong to have defended themselves, there would then have been no need of troops from England, of course the subsequent pretext for taxing America, and the bloody contest it occasioned, would have been avoided. But such mistakes are not new, history is full of the errors of states and princes. Look round the habitable world, how few know their own good, or, knowing it, pursue. Those who govern, having much business on their hands, do not generally like to take the trouble of considering and carrying into execution new projects. The best public measures are therefore seldom adopted from previous wisdom, but forced by the occasion. The governor of Pennsylvania, in sending it down to the Assembly, expressed his approbation of the plan, as appearing to him to be drawn up with great clearness and strength of judgment, and therefore recommended it as well worthy of their closest and most serious attention. The House, however, by the management of a certain member, took it up when I happened to be absent, which I thought not very fair, and reprobated it without paying any attention to it at all, to my no small mortification. See Volume 3. Pages 22-55. T. Ibid p. 56. Pound T. 49. Life of Franklin. In my journey to Boston this year, I met at New York with our new governor, Mr. Morris, just arrived there from England, with whom I had been before intimately acquainted. He brought a commission to supersede Lvir. Hamilton, who, tired with the disputes his proprietary instructions subjected him to, had resigned. Lvir. Morris asked me, if I thought he must expect as uncomfortable an administration. I said, no, you may on the contrary have a very comfortable one, if you will only take care not to enter into any dispute with the Assembly. Lve dear friend, said he pleasantly, how can you advise my avoiding disputes? You know I love disputing, it is one of my greatest pleasures, however, to show the regard I have for your counsel, I promise you I will, if possible, avoid them. He had some reason for loving to dispute, being eloquent, an acute sophister, and therefore generally successful in argumentative conversation. He had been brought up to it from a boy, his father, as I have heard, accustoming his children to dispute with one another for his diversion, while sitting at table after dinner, but I think the practice was not wise, for, in the course of my observation, those disputing, contradicting, and confuting people, are generally unfortunate in their affairs. They get victory sometimes, but they never get goodwill, which would be of more use to them. We parted, he going to Philadelphia, and I to Boston. In returning I met at New York with T.N.E. votes of the Assembly of Pennsylvania, by which it appeared, that, notwithstanding his promise to me, he and the House were already in high contention, and it was a continual battle between them, as long as he retained the government. I had my share of it, for, as soon as I got back to my seat in the Assembly, I was put on. 180 Life of Franklin. 1755. Every committee for answering his speeches and messages, and by the committees always desired to make the drafts. Our answers, as well as his messages, were often tart, and sometimes indecently abusive, and, as he knew I wrote for the Assembly, one might have imagined that, when we met, we could hardly avoid cutting throats. But he was so good-natured a man, that no personal difference between him and me was occasioned by the contest, and we often dined together. One afternoon, in the height of this public quarrel, we met in the street. Franklin, said he, you must go home with me and spend the evening, I am to have some company that you will like, and, taking me by the arm, led me to his house. In gay conversation over our wine, after supper, he told us jokingly, that he much admired the idea of Sancho Panza, who, when it was proposed to give him a government, requested it might be a government of blacks, as then, if he could not agree with his people, he might sell them. One of his friends, who sat next to me, said, Franklin, why do you continue to side with those damned Quakers? One had you not better sell them one the proprietor would give you a good price. The governor, said I, has not yet blacked them enough. He indeed had labored hard to blacken the Assembly in all his messages, but they wiped off his coloring as fast as he laid it on, and placed it, in return, thick upon his own face, so that, finding he was likely to be negrofied himself, he, as well as Mr. Hamilton, grew tired of the contest, and quitted the government. These public quarrels were all at bottom owing to the proprietaries, our hereditary governors, who, when any expense was to be incurred for the defense of their province, with incredible meanness, instructed their deputies to pass no act for levying the necessary. Jet. 49. Life of Franklin. 181. Taxes, unless their vast estates were in the same act expressly exonerated, and they had even taken the bonds of these deputies to observe such instructions. The assemblies for 3 years held out against this injustice, though constrained to bend at last. At length Captain I. Denny, who was Governor Morris's successor, ventured to disobey those instructions. How that was brought about I shall show hereafter. But I am got forward too fast with my story. There are still some transactions to be mentioned, that happened during the administration of Governor Morris. War being in a manner commenced with France, the government of Massachusetts Bay projected an attack upon Crown Point, and sent Mr. Quincy to Pennsylvania, and Mr. Pownall, afterwards Governor Pownall, to New York, to solicit assistance. As I was in the Assembly, knew its temper, and was Mr. Quincy's countryman, he applied to me for my influence and assistance. I dictated his address to them, which was well received. They voted an aid of £10,000, to be laid out in provisions. But, the governor refusing his assent to their bill, which included this with other sums granted for the use of the crown, unless a clause were inserted, exempting the proprietary estate from bearing any part of the tax that would be necessary, the assembly, though very desirous of making their grant to New England effectual, were at a loss how to accomplish it. Mr. Quincy labored hard with the governor to obtain his assent, but he was obstinate. I then suggested a method of doing the business without the governor, by orders on the trustees of the loan office, which, by law, the assembly had the right of drawing. There was indeed little or no money at the time in the office, and therefore I Vol. IP. 182 Life of Frank Dotlin. 1755. Posed, that the orders should be payable a year, and to bear an interest of 5%. With these orders I suppose the provisions might easily be purchased. The assembly, with very little hesitation, adopted the proposal. The orders were immediately printed and I was one of the committee directed to sign and dispose of them. The fund for paying them was the interest of all the paper currency then extant in the province upon loan, together with the revenue arising from the excès, which being known to be more than sufficient, they obtained credit, and were not only taken in payment for the provisions, but many moneyed people, who had cash lying by them, vested it in those orders, which they found advantageous, as they bore interest while upon HRND, and might on any occasion be used as money. So that they were eagerly all bought up, and in a few weeks none of them was to be seen. Thus this important affair was by my means completed. Mr. Quincy returned, thanks to the assembly in a handsome memorial, went home highly pleased with the success of his embassy, and ever after bore for me the most cordial and affectionate friendship. The British government, not choosing to permit the union of the colonies as proposed at Albany, and to trust that union with their defense, lest they should thereby grow too military, and feel their own strength, suspicion, and jealousies at this time being entertained of them, sent over General Braddock with 2 regiments of regular English troops for that purpose. He landed at Alexandria in Virginia, and thence marched to Fredericktown in Maryland, where he halted for carriages. Our assembly apprehending, from some information, that he had received violent prejudices against them, as averse to the service, wished me to wait. Pound T. 49. Life of Franklin, 183. Upon him, not as from them, but as Postmaster General, under the guise of proposing to settle with him the mode of conducting with most celerity and certainty the dispatches between him and the governors of the several provinces, with whom he must necessarily have continual correspondence, and of which they proposed to pay the expense. My son accompanied me on this journey. We found the general at Fredericktown, waiting impatiently for the return of those he had sent through the back parts of Maryland and Virginia to collect wagons. I stayed with him several days, dined with him daily, and had full opportunities of removing his prejudices, by the information of what the assembly had before his arrival actually done, and were still willing to do, to facilitate his operations. When I was about to depart, the returns of wagons to be obtained were brought in, by which it appeared, that they amounted only to 25, and not all of those were in serviceable condition. The general and all the officers were surprised, declared the expedition was then at an end, being impossible, and exclaimed against the ministers for ignorantly sending them into a country destitute of the means of conveying their stores, baggage, and not less than 150 wagons being necessary. I happened to say, I thought it was a pity they had not been landed in Pennsylvania, as in that country almost every farmer had his wagon. The general eagerly laid hold of my words, and said, then you, sir, who are a man of interest there, can probably procure them for us, and I beg you will undertake it. I asked what terms were to be offered the owners of the wagons, and I was desired to put on paper the terms that appeared to me necessary. This I did. 184 Life of Franklin. 1755. And they were agreed to, and a commission and instructions accordingly prepared immediately. What those terms were will appear in the advertisement I published as soon as I arrived at Lancaster, which being, from the great and sudden effect it produced, a piece of some curiosity, I shall insert it at length as follows. Advertisement. Lancaster, April 26, 1755. Whereas, 150 wagons, with 4 horses to each wagon, and 1500 saddle or pack horses, are wanted for the service of His Majesty's forces, now about to rendezvous at Will's Creek, and His Excellency General Braddock having been pleased to empower me to contract for the hire of the same, I hereby give notice, that I shall attend for that purpose at Lancaster from this day to next Wednesday evening, and at York from next Thursday morning, till Friday evening, where I shall be ready to agree for wagons and teams, or single horses, on the following terms, viz. I that there shall be paid for each wagon, with 4 good horses and a driver, 15 shillings per diem, and for each able horse with a pack saddle, or other saddle and furniture, 2 shillings per diem, and for each able horse without a saddle, 18 pence per diem. 2. That the pay commence from the time of their joining the forces at Will's Creek, which must be on or before the 20th of May ensuing, and that a reasonable allowance be paid over and above for the time necessary for their travelling to Will's Creek and home again after their discharge. 3. Each wagon and team, and every saddle or pack horse is to be valued by indifferent persons chosen between me and the owner, and, in case of the loss, let 49 Life of Franklin. 185. Of any wagon, team, or other horse in the service, the price according to such valuation is to be allowed and paid. For 7 days' pay is to be advanced and paid in hand by me to the owner of each wagon and team, or horse, at the time contracting, if required, and the remainder to be paid by General Braddock, or by the paymaster of the army, at the time of their discharge, or from time to time, as it shall be demanded. 5. No drivers of wagons, or persons taking care of the hired horses, are on any account to be called upon to do the duty of soldiers, or be otherwise employed than in conducting or taking care of their carriages or horses. 6. All oats, Indian corn, or other forage that wagons or horses bring to the camp, more than is necessary for the subsistence of the horses, is to be taken for the use of the army, and a reasonable price paid for the same. Note. My son, William Franklin, is empowered to enter into like contracts with any person in Cumberland County. B.F. Franklin. To the inhabitants of the counties of Lancaster, York, and Cumberland. Friends and countrymen. Being occasionally at the camp at Frederick a few days since, I found the general and officers extremely exasperated on account of their not being supplied with horses and carriages, which had been expected from this province, as most able to furnish them, but, through the dissensions between our governor and assembly, money had not been provided, nor any steps taken for that purpose. It was proposed to send an armed force immediately into these counties, to seize as many of the best. Vol. I-24p*. 186 Life of Franklin. 1755. Carriages and horses as should be wanted, and compel as many persons into the service as would be necessary to drive and take care of them. I apprehended, that the progress of British soldiers through these counties on such an occasion, especially considering the temper they are in, and their resentment against us, would be attended with many and great inconveniences to the inhabitants, and therefore more willingly took the trouble of trying first what might be done by fair and equitable means. The people of these back counties have lately complained to the Assembly, that a sufficient currency was wanting. You have an opportunity of receiving and dividing among you a very considerable sum, for, if the service of this expedition should continue, as it is more than probable it will for 120 days, the hire of these wagons and horses will amount to upwards of £30,000, which will be paid you in silver and gold, of the king's money. The service will be light and easy, for the army will scarce march above 12 miles per day, and the wagons and baggage horses, as they carry those things that are absolutely necessary to the welfare of the army, must march with the army, and no faster, and are, for the army's sake, always placed where they can be most secure, whether in a march or in a camp. If you are really, as I believe you are, good and loyal subjects to His Majesty, you may now do a most acceptable service, and make it easy to yourselves, for 3 or 4 of such as cannot separately spare from the business of their plantations, a wagon, and 4 horses and a driver, may do it together, one furnishing the wagon, another 1 or 2 horses, and another the driver, and divide the pay proportionably. Jet. 49. Life of Franklin. 187. Between you. But, if you do not this service to your king and country voluntarily, when such good pay and reasonable terms are offered to you, your loyalty will be strongly suspected. The king's business must be done, so many brave troops, come so far for your defense, must not stand idle through your backwardness to do what may be reasonably expected from you. Wagons and horses must be had, violent measures will probably be used, and you will be left to seek for a recompense where you can find it, and your case perhaps be little pitied or regarded. I have no particular interest in this affair, as, except the satisfaction of endeavoring to do good, I shall have only my labor for my pains. If this method of obtaining the wagons and horses is not likely to succeed, I am obliged to send word to the general in 14 days, and I suppose Sir John St. Clair, the hussar, with a body of soldiers, will immediately enter the province for the purpose, which I shall be sorry to hear, because I am very sincerely and truly your friend and well-wisher. B. Franklin. I received of the general about £800, to be dispersed in advance money to the wagon owners, but, that sum being insufficient, I advanced upwards of £200 more, and in 2 weeks the 150 wagons, with 259 carrying horses were on their march for the camp. The advertisement promised payment according to the valuation, in case any wagons or horses should be lost. The owners, however, alleging they did not know General Braddock, or what dependence might be had on his promise, insisted on. 188 Life of Franklin. 1755. My bond for the performance, which I accordingly gave them. While I was at the camp, supping one evening with the officers of Colonel Dunbar's regiment, he represented to me his concern for the subalterns, who, he said, were generally not in affluence, and could ill afford in this dear country to lay in the stores that might be necessary in so long a march through a wilderness, where nothing was to be purchased. I commiserated their case, and resolved to endeavor procuring them some relief. I said nothing, however, to him of my intention, but wrote the next morning to the committee of the Assembly, who had the disposition of some public money, warmly recommending the case of these officers to their consideration, and proposing that a present should be sent them of necessaries and refreshments. My son, who had some experience of a camp life, and of its wants, drew up a list for me, which I enclosed in my letter. The committee approved, and used such diligence, that, conducted by my son, the stores arrived at the camp as soon as the wagons. They consisted of 20 parcels, each containing 6 pounds loaf sugar, 1 Gloucester cheese, 6 do. Muscovado do. 1 keg containing 20 pounds good butter, 1 do. Green tea, 2 dozen old Madeira wine, 1 do. Bohea do. 2 gallons Jamaica spirits, 6 do. Ground coffee, 1 bottle flour of mustard, 6 do. Chocolate, 2 well-cured hams, Chest best white biscuit. Dozen dried tongues. 1/2 bee pepper. 6 pounds rice. 1 quart white vinegar. 6 pounds raisins. These parcels, well packed, were placed on as many horses, each parcel, with the horse, being intended as a present for one officer. They were very thankfully. Pound T 49. Life of Franklin. 189. Received, and the kindness acknowledged by letters to me, from the colonels of both regiments, in the most grateful terms. The general too was highly satisfied with my conduct in procuring him the wagons, and readily paid my account of disbursements, thanking me repeatedly, and requesting my further assistance in sending provisions after him. I undertook this also, and was busily employed in it till we heard of his defeat, advancing for the service, of my own money, upwards of 1,000 pounds sterling, of which I sent him an account. It came to his hands, luckily for me, a few days before the battle, and he returned me immediately an order on the paymaster for the round sum of 1,000 pounds, leaving the remainder to the next account. I consider this payment as good luck, having never been able to obtain that remainder, of which more hereafter. This general was, I think, a brave man, and might probably have made a figure as a good officer in some European war. But he had too much self-confidence, too high an opinion of the validity of regular troops, and too mean a one of both Americans and Indians. George Croghan, our Indian interpreter, joined him on his march with 100 of those people, who might have been of great use to his army as guides and scouts, if he had treated them kindly, but he slighted and neglected them, and they gradually left him. In conversation with him one day, he was giving me some account of his intended progress. After taking Fort Duquesne, said he, I am to proceed to Niagara, and, having taken that, to Frontenac, if the season will allow time, and I suppose it will, for Duquesne can hardly detain me above 3 or 4. 190 Life of Franklin. 1755 days, and then I see nothing that can obstruct my march to Niagara. Having before revolved in my mind the long line his army must make in their march by a very narrow road, to be cut for them through the woods and bushes, and also what I had read of a former defeat of 1,500 French, who invaded the Illinois country, I had conceived some doubts and some fears for the event of the campaign. But I ventured only to say, to be sure, sir, if you arrive well before Duquesne, with these fine troops, so well provided with artillery, the fort, though completely fortified, and assisted with a very strong garrison, can probably make but a short resistance. The only danger I apprehend of obstruction to your march, is from the ambuscades of the Indians, who, by constant practice, are dexterous in laying and executing them, and the slender line, near 4 miles long, which your army must make, may expose it to be attacked by surprise in its flanks, and to be cut like a thread into several pieces, which, from their distance, cannot come up in time to support each other. He smiled at my ignorance, and replied, these savages may indeed be a formidable enemy to your raw American militia, but upon the king's regular and disciplined troops, sir, it is impossible they should make any impression. I was conscious of an impropriety in my disputing with a military man in matters of his profession, and said no more. The enemy however did not take the advantage of his army, which I apprehended its long line of march exposed it to, but let it advance without interruption till within 9 miles of the place, and then, when more in a body, for it had just passed a river, where the front had halted till all were come over, and in a more open part of 49. Life of Franklin. The woods than any it had passed, attacked its advanced guard by a heavy fire from behind trees and bushes, which was the first intelligence the general had of an enemy's being near him. This guard being disordered, the general hurried the troops up to their assistance, which was done in great confusion through wagons, baggage, and cattle, and presently the fire came upon their flank. The officers being on horseback were more easily distinguished, picked out as marks, and fell very fast, and the soldiers were crowded together in a huddle, having or hearing no orders, and standing to be shot at till 2/3 of them were killed, and then, being seized with a panic, the remainder fled with precipitation. The wagoners took each a horse out of his team and scampered. Their example was immediately followed by others, so that all the wagons, provisions, artillery, and stores were left to the enemy. The general, being wounded, was brought off with difficulty. His secretary, Mr. Shirley, was killed by his side, and out of 86 officers 63 were killed or wounded, and 714 men killed of 1,100. These 1,100 had been picked men from the whole army, the rest had been left behind with Colonel Dunbar, who was to follow with the heavier part of the stores, provisions, and baggage. The flyers, not being pursued, arrived at Dunbar's camp, and the panic they brought with them instantly seized him and all his people. And, though he had now above 1,000 men, and the enemy who had beaten Braddock did not at most exceed 400 Indians and French together, instead of proceeding, and endeavoring to recover some of the lost honor, he ordered all the stores, ammunition, and Life of Franklin. 1755. 192. To be destroyed, that he might have more horses to assist his flight towards the settlements, and less lumber to remove. He was there met with requests from the governors of Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania, that he would post his troops on the frontiers, so as to afford some protection to the inhabitants, but he continued his hasty march through all the country, not thinking himself safe till he arrived at Philadelphia, where the inhabitants could protect him. Underscore this whole transaction gave us Americans the first suspicion, that our exalted ideas of the prowess of British regular troops had not been well founded. In their first march, too, from their landing till they got beyond the settlements, They had plundered and stripped the inhabitants, totally ruining some poor families, besides insulting, abusing, and confining the people, if they remonstrated. This was enough to put us out of conceit of such defenders, if we had really wanted any. How different was the conduct of our French friends in 1781, who, during a march through the most inhabited part of our country, from Rhode Island to Virginia, near 700 miles, occasioned not the smallest complaint for the loss of a pig, a chicken, or even an apple. Captain Orme, who was one of the general's aides de camp, and, being grievously wounded, was brought off with him, and continued with him to his death, which happened in a few days, told me, that he was totally silent all the first day, and at night only said, "Who would have thought it?" That he was silent again the following day, saying only at last, "We shall." There are some errors in this account of Braddock's defeat. A full description of that event may be seen in Washington's Writings, Volume 2. p. 468. Editor. Pound T49. Life of Franklin. 193. Better know how to deal with them another time, and died in a few minutes after. The secretary's papers, with all the general's orders, instructions, and correspondence, falling into the enemy's hands, they selected and translated into French a number of the articles, which they printed, to prove the hostile intentions of the British court before the declaration of war. Among these I saw some letters of the general to the ministry, speaking highly of the great service I had rendered the army, and recommending me to their notice. David Hume, who was some years after secretary to Lord Hertford, when minister in France, and afterwards to General Conway, when Secretary of State, told me, he had seen among the papers in that office letters from Braddock, highly recommending me. But, the expedition having been unfortunate, my service, it seems, was not thought of much value, for those recommendations were never of any use to me. As to rewards from himself, I asked only one, which was, that he would give orders to his officers not to enlist any more of our bought servants, and that he would discharge such as had been already enlisted. This he readily granted, and several were accordingly returned to their masters, on my application. Dunbar, when the command devolved on him, was not so generous. He being at Philadelphia, on his retreat, or rather flight, I applied to him for the discharge of the servants of 3 poor farmers of Lancaster County, that he had enlisted, reminding him of the late general's orders on that head. He promised me, that, if the masters would come to him at Trenton, where he J.L.C. Washington's Writings, Volume 2. p. 78. Vol. I. 25q. 194 Life of Franklin. 1755. Should be in a few days on his march to New York, he would there deliver their men to them. They accordingly were at the expense and trouble of going to Trenton, and there he refused to perform his promise, to dot their gr1, at loss and disappointment. As soon as the loss of the wagons and horses was generally known, all the owners came upon me for the valuation which I had given bond to pay. Their demands gave me a great deal of trouble. I acquainted them, that the money was ready in the paymaster's hands, but the order for paying it must first be obtained from General Shirley, and that I had applied for it, but, he being at a distance, an answer could not soon be received, and they must have patience. All this, however, was not sufficient to satisfy them, and some began to sue me. General Shirley at length relieved me from this terrible situation, by appointing commissioners to examine the claims, and ordering payment. They amounted to near £20,000, which to pay would have ruined me. Before we had the news of this defeat, the 2 doctors Bond came to me with a subscription paper for raising money to defray the expense of a grand firework, which it was intended to exhibit at a rejoicing on receiving the news of our taking Fort Duquesne. I looked grave, and said, it would, I thought, be time enough to prepare the rejoicing when we knew we should have occasion to rejoice. They seemed surprised that I did not immediately comply with their proposal. Why the D1, said one of them, you surely don't suppose that the fort will not be taken? One, I don't know that it will not be. See General Shirley's letter, Volume 7. p. 94. Also, p. 96. Pound T49. Life of Franklin. 195. Taken, but I know that the events of war are subject to great uncertainty. I gave them the reasons of my doubting, the subscription was dropped, and the projectors thereby missed the mortification they would have undergone, if the firework had been prepared. Dr. Bond, on some other occasion afterwards, said, that he did not like Franklin's forebodings. At this time, in conjunction with several other gentlemen, Franklin was actively engaged in carrying into effect a benevolent plan for improving the condition of the German population in America. At his press was printed a tract entitled, A Brief History of the Rise and Progress of the Charitable Scheme, carrying on by a society of noblemen and gentlemen in London, for the relief and instruction of poor Germans and their descendants in Pennsylvania and the adjacent colonies in North America. Published by order of the trustees appointed for the management of the said charitable scheme. Philadelphia, 1755. The trustees were James Hamilton, William Allen, Richard Peters, Benjamin Franklin, Conrad Weiser, and William Smith. The objects in view were to provide missionaries and teachers of schools, and to render such relief as particular cases might require. For an interesting letter on the condition of the Germans in Pennsylvania, see Volume 7 p. 66. Editor. Life of Franklin. 1755. 196. Chapter 11. Appointed one of the commissioners for appropriating the public money for military defense. Proposes a militia bill, which passes the Assembly. commissioned to take charge of the frontier, and build a line of forts. Ilfarches at the head of a body of troops. Account of the march. Operations at Nattenhutton. Indian massacres. Moravians at Bethlehem. Returns to Philadelphia. Chosen colonel of a regiment journey to Virginia. Declines accepting the governor's proposal to lead an expedition against Fort Duquesne. Account of his electrical discoveries. Chosen a member of the Royal Society. Receives the Copley Medal. Governor Morms, who had continually worried the assembly with message after message before the defeat of Braddock, to beat them into the making of acts to raise money for the defense of the province, without taxing among others the proprietary estates, and had rejected all their bills for not having such an exempting clause, now redoubled his attacks with more hope of success, the danger and necessity being greater. The assembly however continued firm, believing they had justice on their side, and that it would be giving up an essential right, if they suffered the governor to amend their money bills. In one of the last, indeed, which was for granting £50,000, his proposed amendment was only of a single word. The bill expressed, that all estates real and personal were to be taxed, those of the proprietaries not excepted. His amendment was, for not read only. A small, but very material alteration. However, when the news of the disaster reached England, our friends there, whom we had taken care to furnish with all the Assembly's answers to the governor's messages, raised a clamor against the proprietaries for their meanness and injustice in giving their governor such instructions. Some. Let. 49 Life of Franklin. 197. Going so far as to say, that, by obstructing the defense of their province, they forfeited their right to it. They were intimidated by this, and sent orders to their Receiver General to add £5,000 of their money to whatever sum might be given by the Assembly for such purpose. This, being testified to the House, was accepted in lieu of their share of a general tax, and a new bill was formed with an exempting clause, which passed accordingly. By this act I was appointed one of the Com 1 SS tenants for disposing of the money, £60,000. I had been active in modelling the bill, and procuring its passage, and had at the same time drawn one for establishing and disciplining a voluntary militia, which I carried through the House without much difficulty, as care was taken in it to leave the Quakers at liberty. To promote the association necessary to form the militia, I wrote a dialogue stating and answering all the objections I could think of to such a militia, which was printed, and had, as I thought, great effect. While the several companies in the city and country were forming, and learning their exercise, the governor prevailed with me to take charge of our northwestern frontier, which was infested by the enemy, and provide for the defense of the inhabitants by raising troops and building a line of forts. I undertook this military business, though I did not conceive myself well qualified for it. He gave me a commission with full powers, and a parcel of blank commissions for officers, to be given to whom I thought fit. I had but little difficulty in raising men, having soon 560 under my command. My son, who had in the G. See Volume 3. Pages 78, 84. 198 Life of Franklin. 1755. Preceding war been an officer in the army raised against Canada, was my aide-de-camp, and of great use to me. The Indians had burned Nattenhutton, a village settled by the Moravians, and massacred the inhabitants, but the place was thought a good situation for one of the forts. In order to march thither, I assembled the companies at Bethlehem, the chief establishment of these people. I was surprised to find it in so good a posture of defense. The destruction of Nattenhutton had made them apprehend danger. The principal buildings were defended by a stockade. They had purchased a quantity of arms and ammunition from New York, and had even placed quantities of small paving stones between the windows of their high stone houses, for their women to throw them down upon the heads of any Indians that should attempt to force into them. The armed brethren too kept watch, and relieved each other on guard, as methodically as in any garrison town. In conversation with the Bishop, Spangenberg, I mentioned my surprise, for, knowing they had obtained an act of Parliament exempting them from military duties in the colonies, I had supposed they were conscientiously scrupulous of bearing arms. He answered me, that it was not one of their established principles, but that, at the time of their obtaining that act, it was thought to be a principle with many of their people. On this occasion, however, they to their surprise found it adopted by but a few. It seems they were either deceived in themselves, or deceived the Parliament, but common sense, aided by present danger, will sometimes be too strong for whimsical opinions. It was the beginning of January when we set out upon this business of building forts. I sent one detachment towards the Minisink, with instructions to Life of Franklin. 199. Erect one for the security of that upper part of the country, and another to the lower part, with similar instructions, and I concluded to go myself with the rest of my force to Nattenhutton, where a fort was thought more immediately necessary. The Moravians procured me 5 wagons for our tools, stores, and baggage. Just before we left Bethlehem, 11 farmers, whc had been driven from their plantations by the Indians, came to me requesting a supply of firearms, that they might go back and bring off their cattle. I gave them each a gun with suitable ammunition. We had not marched many miles, before it began to rain, and it continued raining all day. There were no habitations on the road to shelter us, till we arrived near night at the house of a German, where, and in his barn, we were all huddled together as wet as water could make us. It was well we were not attacked in our march, for our arms were of the most ordinary sort, and our men could not keep the locks of their guns dry. The Indians are dexterous in contrivances for that purpose, which we had not. They met that day the 11 poor farmers above mentioned, and killed 10 of them. The one that escaped informed us that his and his companions' guns would not go off, the priming being wet with the rain. The next day being fair, we continued our march, and arrived at the desolate Naden Hutton. There was a mill near, round which were left several pine boards, with which we soon hut ourselves, an operation the more necessary at that inclement season, as we had no tents. Our first work was to bury more effectually the dead we found there, who had been half interred by the country people. The next morning our fort was planned and marked out, the circumference measuring 400 and 200 Life of Franklin. 1756. 55 feet, which would require as many palisades to be made, one with another, of a foot diameter each. Our axes, of which we had 70, were immediately set to work to cut down trees, and, our men being dexterous in the use of them, great dispatch was made. Seeing the trees fall so fast, I had the curiosity to look at my watch when 2 men began to cut at a pine. In 6 minutes they had it upon the ground, and I found it of 14 inches diameter. Each pine made 3 palisades of 18 feet long, pointed at one end. While these were preparing, our other men dug a trench all round, of 3 feet deep, in which the palisades were to be planted, and, the bodies being taken off our wagons, and the fore and hind wheels separated by taking out the pin which united the 2 parts of the perch, we had 10 carriages, with 2 horses each, to bring the palisades from the woods to the spot. When they were set up, our carpenters built a platform of boards all round within, about 6 feet high, for the men to stand on when to fire through the loopholes. We had 1 swivel gun, which we mounted on one of the angles, and fired it as soon as fixed, to let the Indians know, if any were within hearing, that we had such pieces, and thus our fort, if that name may be given to so miserable a stockade, was finished in a week, though it rained so hard every other day, that the men could not work. His gave me occasion to observe, that, when men are employed, they are best contented, for on the days they worked they were good-natured and cheerful, and, with the consciousness of having done a good day's work, they spent the evening jollily, but on our idle days they were mutinous and quarrelsome, finding fault with the pork, the bread, and were continually in bad humor, which put me in mind of a C. Jet. 50 Life of Franklin. 201. Captain, whose rule it was to keep his men constantly at work, and, when his mate once told him, that they had done everything, and there was nothing further to employ them about, 0, said he, make them scour the anchor. This kind of fort, however contemptible, is a sufficient defense against Indians, who have no cannon. Finding ourselves now posted securely, and having a place to retreat to on occasion, we ventured out in parties to scour the adjacent country. We met with no Indians, but we found the places on the neighboring hills, where they had lain to watch our proceedings. There was an art in their contrivance of those places, that seems worth mentioning. It being wider, a fire was necessary for them, but a common fire on the surface of the ground would by its light have discovered their position at a distance. They had therefore dug holes in the ground about 3 feet diameter, and somewhat deeper, ve found where they had with their hatchets cut off the charcoal from the sides of burnt logs lying in the woods. With these coals they had made small fires in the bottom of the holes, and we observed among the weeds and grass the prints of their bodies, made by their lying all round with their legs hanging down in the holes to keep their feet warm, which with them is an essential point. This kind of fire so managed could not discover them either by its light, flame, sparks, or even smoke. It appeared that the number was not great, and it seems they saw we were too many to be attacked by them with prospect of advantage. We had for our chaplain a zealous Presbyterian minister, Mr. Beatty, who complained to me, that the men did not generally attend his prayers and exhortations. /v when they enlisted they were promised, besides. Vol. I-26. 202 Life of Franklin. 1756. Pay and provisions, a gill of rum a day, which was punctually served out to them, half in the morning, and the other half in the evening, and I observed they were punctual in attending to receive it, upon which I said to Mr. Beatty, it is perhaps below the dignity of your profession to act as steward of the rum, but if you were only to distribute it out after prayers, you would have them all about you. He liked the thought, undertook the task, and, with the help of a few hands to measure out the liquor, executed it to satisfaction, and never were prayers more generally and more punctual one why attended. So that I think this method preferable to the punishment inflicted by some military laws for non-attendance on divine service *. I had hardly finished this business, and got my fort well stored with provisions, when I received a letter from the governor, acquainting me, that he had called the assembly, and wished my attendance there, if the posture of affairs on the frontiers was such that my remaining there was no longer necessary. My friends too of the assembly pressing me by their letters to be, if possible, at the meeting, and, my 3 intended forts being now completed, and the inhabitants contented to remain on their farms under that protection, I resolved to return, the more willingly, as a New England officer, Colonel Clapham, experienced in Indian war, being on a visit to our establishment, consented to accept the command. I gave him a commission, and, parading the garrison, had it read before them, and introduced him to them as an officer, who, from his skill in military affairs, was much more fit to command them than myself, and, giving them a little ***. For other particulars respecting these military transactions, see Vol. 7. Pages 101 to 112. Et. 50. Life of Franklin. Hortation, took my leave. I was escorted as far as Bethlehem, where I rested a few days to recover from the fatigue I had undergone. The first night, lying in a good bed, I could hardly sleep, It was so different from my hard lodging on the floor of a hut at Naden Hutton, with only a blanket or two. While at Bethlehem, I inquired a little into the practices of the Moravians. Some of them had accompanied me, and all were very kind to me. I found they worked for a common stock, ate at common tables, and slept in common dormitories, great numbers together. In the dormitories I observed loopholes, at certain distances all along just under the ceiling, which I thought judiciously placed for change of air. I went to their church, where I was entertained with good music, the organ being accompanied with violins, hautboys, flutes, clarinets, and I understood their sermons were not usually preached to mixed congregations of men, women, and children, as is our common practice, but that they assembled sometimes the married men, at other times their wives, then the young men, the young women, and the little children, each division by itself. The sermon I heard was to the latter, who came in and were placed in rows on benches, the boys under the conduct of a young man, their tutor, and the girls conducted by a young woman. The discourse seemed well adapted to their capacities, and was delivered in a pleasing, familiar manner, coaxing them, as it were, to be good. They behaved very orderly, but looked pale and unhealthy, which made me suspect they were kept too much within doors, or not allowed sufficient exercise. I inquired concerning the Moravian marriages, whether the report was true, that they were by lot. I was told, that lots were used only in particular cases, that 204 Life of Franklin. 1756. Generally, when a young man found himself disposed to marry, he informed the elders of his class, who consulted the elder ladies, that governed the young women. As these elders of the different sexes were well acquainted with the tempers and dispositions of their respective pupils, they could best judge what matches were suitable, and their judgments were generally acquiesced in. But if, for example, it should happen that 2 or 3 young women were found to be equally proper for the young man, the lot was then recurred to. I objected, if the matches are not made by the mutual choice of the parties, some of them may chance to be very unhappy. And so they may, answered my informer, if you let the parties choose for themselves. Which indeed I could not deny. Being returned to Philadelphia, I found the association went on with great success. The inhabitants that were not Quakers, having pretty generally come into it, formed themselves into companies, and chose their captains, lieutenants, and ensigns, according to the new law. Dr. Bond visited me, and gave me an account of the pains he had taken to spread a general good liking to the law, and ascribed much to those endeavors. I had the vanity to ascribe all to my dialogue, however, not knowing but that he might be in the right, I let him enjoy his opinion, which I take to be generally the best way in such cases. The officers, meeting, chose me to be colonel of the regiment, which I this time accepted. I forget how many companies we had, but we paraded about 1200 well-looking men, with a company of artillery, who had been furnished with 6 brass field pieces, which they had become so expert in the use of, as to fire 12 times in a minute. The first time I Jet, 50. Life of Franklin. Viewed my regiment, they accompanied me to my house, and would salute me with some rounds fired before my door, which shook down and broke several glasses of my electrical apparatus. And my new honor proved not much less brittle, for all our commissions were soon after broken, by a repeal of the law in England *. During this short time of my colonelship, being about to set out on a journey to Virginia, the officers of my regiment took it into their heads, that it would be. The following account of these transactions was published in the Pennsylvania Gazette, March 25, 1756. On Thursday last the Philadelphia regiment, consisting of upwards of 1,000 able-bodied, effective men, besides officers, was drawn 1 under arms, on Society Hill, and reviewed by the colonel. Each company met in the morning at the houses of their respective captains, and marched down 2nd Street till they came near the New Market, where the first company halted, drew up in platoons, and waited till the second company came up, and then each platoon of the first company fired retreating, according to the manner of street firing, and the second company at the same time advanced, and fired in like manner, till they got possession of the other's ground. The third company then adversary, disputed, and took the ground from the second, and so on, each company advancing and retreating in their turns. The artillery company, consisting of upwards of 100 men, with 4 neatly painted cannon, drawn by some of the largest and most stately horses in the province, being the company that last took possession of the ground. The whole were then drawn up in battalion, according to seniority, and, after being reviewed, and performing the manual exercise, marched through the town in 3 grand divisions. When the regiment came opposite to the colonel's door, they were again drawn up in battalion, and made 1 general discharge of small arms, and several discharges of cannon. Then the several companies marched off to their respective places of rendezvous, and saluted their captains, on being dismissed, with a discharge of their firearms. The whole was conducted with the greatest order and regularity, and, notwithstanding the vast concourse of people, not the least accident happened to anyone. It is allowed, on all hands, that most of the platoon firings, the general fire of the regiment, and the discharge of the artillery, were nearly as well performed as they could be by any troops whatever. And it is likewise agreed, that so grand an appearance was never before seen in Pennsylvania. Editor. Vol. J.R. 206 Louis of Franklin. 1756. Proper for them to escort me out of town, as far as the lower ferry. Just as I was getting on horseback they came to my door, between 30 and 40, mounted, and all in their uniforms. I had not been previously acquainted with their project, or I should have prevented it, being naturally averse to the assuming of state on any occasion, and I was a good deal chagrined at their appearance, as I could not avoid their accompanying me. What made it worse was, that, as soon as we began to move, they drew their swords and rode with them naked all the way. Some body wrote an account of this to the proprietor, and it gave him great offense. No such honor had been paid to him, when in the province, nor to any of his governors, and he said, it was only proper to princes of the blood royal, which may be true for aught I know, who was, and still am, ignorant of the etiquette in such cases. This silly affair, however, greatly increased his rancor against me, which was before considerable on account of my conduct in the assembly respecting the exemption of his estate from taxation, which I had always opposed very warmly, and not without severe reflections on the meanness and injustice of contending for it. He accused me to the ministry, as being the great obstacle to the king's service, preventing by my influence in the house the proper form of the bills for raising money, and he instanced the parade with my officers, as a proof of my having an intention to take the government of the province out of his hands by force. He also applied to Sir Everard Falconer, the postmaster general, to deprive me of my office. But it had no other effect than to procure from Sir Everard a gentle admonition. Notwithstanding the continual wrangle between the Jet. 50. Life of Franklin. 207. Governor and the House, in which I as a member had so large a share, there still subsisted a civil intercourse between that gentleman and myself, and we never had any personal difference. I have sometimes since thought, that his little or no resentment against me, for the answers it was known I drew up to his messages, might be the effect of professional habit, and that, being bred a lawyer, he might consider us both as merely advocates for contending clients in a suit, he for the proprietaries, and I for the assembly. He would therefore sometimes call in a friendly way to advise with me on difficult points, and sometimes, though not often, take my advice. We acted in concert to supply Braddock's army with provisions, and, when the shocking news arrived of his defeat, the governor sent in haste for me, to consult with him on measures for preventing the desertion of the back counties. I forget now the advice I gave, but I think it was, that Dunbar should be written to, and prevailed with, if possible, to post his troops on the frontiers for their protection, until, by reinforcements from the colonies, he might be able to proceed in the expedition. And, after my return from the frontier, he would have had me undertake the conduct of such an expedition with provincial troops, for the reduction of Fort Duquesne, Dunbar and his men being otherwise employed, and he proposed to commission me as general. I had not so good an opinion of my military abilities as he professed to have, and I believe his professions must have exceeded his real sentiments, but probably he might think, that my popularity would facilitate the business with the men, and influence in the assembly the grant of money to pay for it, and that perhaps without taxing the proprietary. Finding me not so forward to engage as he. 208 Life of P.R. Acklin. Expected, the project was dropped, and he soon after left the government, being superseded by Captain Denny. Before I proceed in relating the part I had in public affairs under this new governor's administration, it may not be amiss to give here some account of the rise and progress of my philosophical reputation. In 1746, being in Boston, I met there with a Dr. Spence, who was lately arrived from Scotland, and showed me some electric experiments. They were imperfectly performed, as he was not very expert, but, being on a subject quite new to me, they equally surprised and pleased me. Soon after my return to Philadelphia, our library company received from Mr. Peter Collinson, Fellow of the Royal Society of London, a present of a glass tube, with some account of the use of it in making such experiments. I eagerly seized the opportunity of repeating what I had seen at Boston, and, by much practice, acquired great readiness in performing those also, which we had an account of from England, adding a number of new ones. I say much practice, for my house was continually full, for some time, with persons who came to see these new wonders. To divide a little this encumbrance among my friends, I caused a number of similar tubes to be blown in our glass house, with which they furnished themselves, so that we had at length several performers. Among these the principal was Mr. Kinnersley, an ingenious neighbor, who being out of business, I encouraged him to undertake showing the experiments for money, and drew up for him 2 lectures, in which the experiments were ranged in such order, and accompanied with explanations in such method, as that the foregoing should assist in comprehending the follow. Life of Franklin. 209. M.G. He procured an elegant apparatus for the purpose, in which all the little machines that I had roughly made for myself were neatly formed by instrument makers. His lectures were well attended, and gave great satisfaction, and after some time he went through the colonies, exhibiting them in every capital town, and picked up some money. In the West India Islands, indeed, it was with difficulty the experiments could be made, from the general moisture of the air. Obliged as we were to Mr. Collinson for the present of the tube, and I thought it right he should be informed of our success in using it, and wrote him several letters containing accounts of our experiments. He got them read in the Royal Society, where they were not at first thought worth so much notice as to be printed in their transactions. One paper, which I wrote for Mr. Kinnersley, on the sameness of lightning with electricity, I sent to Mr. Mitchell, an acquaintance of mine, and one of the members also cf. that society, who wrote me word, that it had been read, but was laughed at by the connoisseurs. The papers, however, being shown to Dr. Fothergill, he thought them of too much value to be stifled, and advised the printing of them. Mr. Collinson then gave them to Cave for publication in his Gentleman's magazine, but he chose to print them separately in a pamphlet, and Dr. Fothergill wrote the preface. Cave, it seems, judged rightly for his profession, for by the editions that arrived afterwards, they swelled to a quarto volume, which has had 5 editions, and cost him nothing for copy money. It was however some time before those papers were much taken notice of in England. A copy of them happening to fall into the hands of the Count de Buff. See volume BP 180. Vol. 1. Number 5. 27 R**. 210 Life of Franklin. FON, a philosopher deservedly of great reputation in France, and indeed all over Europe, he prevailed with M. Dubourg to translate them into French, and they were printed at Paris. The publication offended the Abbé Nollet, preceptor in natural philosophy to the royal family, and an able experimenter, who had formed and published a theory of electricity, which then had the general vogue. He could not at first believe that such a work came from America, and said it must have been fabricated by his enemies at Paris, to oppose his system. Afterwards, having B.O.O. assured that there really existed such a person as Franklin at Philadelphia, which he had doubted, he wrote and published a volume of letters, chiefly addressed to me, defending his theory, and denying the verity of my experiments, and of the positions deduced from them. I once purposed answering the Abbé, and actually began the answer, but, on consideration that my writings contained a description of experiments, which anyone might repeat and verify, and, if not to be verified, could not be defended, or of observations offered as correfectures, and not delivered dogmatically, therefore not laying me under any obligation to defend them, and reflecting, that a dispute between two persons, written one in different languages, might be lengthened greatly by mistranslations, and thence misconceptions of one another's meaning, much of one of the Abbé's letters being founded on an error in the translation, I concluded to let my papers shift for themselves, believing it was better to spend what time I could spare from public business in making new experiments, than in disputing about those already made. I therefore never answered M. Nollet, and the event gave me no cause to repent my silence, for my friend M. Leroy, of the Royal Academy of Sciences, took up my cause. Life of Franklin. 211. And refuted him. My book was translated into the Italian, German, and Latin languages, and the doctrine it contained was by degrees generally adopted by the philosophers of Europe, in preference to that of the Abbé, so that he lived to see himself the last of his sect, except Monsieur B., of Paris, his beloved and immediate disciple. What gave my book the more sudden and general celebrity, was the success of one of its proposed experiments, made by Messrs. Dalibard and Delort at Marly, for drawing lightning from the clouds. This engaged the public attention everywhere. M. Delort, who had an apparatus for experimental philosophy, and lectured in that branch of science, undertook to repeat what he called the Philadelphia experiments, and, after they were performed before the king and court, all the curious of Paris flocked to see them. I will not swell this narrative with an account of that capital experiment, nor of the infinite pleasure I received in the success of a similar one I made soon after with a kite at Philadelphia, as both are to be found in the histories of electricity. Dr. Wright, an English physician, when at Paris, wrote to a friend, who was of the Royal Society, an account of the high esteem my experiments were in among the learned abroad, and of their wonder, that my writings had been so little noticed in England. The Society on this resumed the consideration of the letters that had been read to them, and the celebrated Dr. Watson drew up a summary account of them, and of all I had afterwards sent to England on the subject, which he accompanied with some praise of the writer. This summary was then printed in their trans**. See volume BP 487. 212 Life of Franklin. Actions, and, some members of the Society in London, particularly the very ingenious Mr. Canton, having verified the experiment of procuring lightning from the clouds by a pointed rod, and acquainted them with the success, they soon made me more than amends for the slight with which they had before treated me. Without my having made any application for that honor, they chose me a member, and voted, that I should be excused the customary payments, which would have amounted to 25 guineas, and ever since have given me their transactions gratis*. They also pre**. Dr. Franklin gives a further account of his election, in a letter to his son, Governor Franklin, from which the following is an extract. London, December 19, 1767. We have had an ugly affair at the Royal Society lately. One Da Costa, a Jew, who, as our clerk, was intrusted with collecting our moneys, has been so unfaithful as to embezzle near £1,300 in 4 years. Being one of the council this year, as well as the last, I have been employed all the last week in attending the inquiry into, and unravelling, his accounts, in order to come at a full knowledge of his frauds. His securities are bound in £1,000 to the Society, which they will pay, but we shall probably lose the rest. He had this year received 26 admission payments of 25 guineas each, which he did not bring to account. While attending to this affair, I had an opportunity of looking over the old council books and journals of the Society, and, having a curiosity to see how I came in, of which I had never been informed, I looked back for the minutes relating to it. You must know, it is not usual to admit persons that have not requested to be admitted, and a recommendatory certificate in favor of the candidate, signed by at least 3 of the members, is by our rule to be presented to the Society, expressing that he is desirous of that honor, and is so and so qualified. As I never had asked or expected the honor, I was, as I said before, curious to see how the business was managed. I found that the certificate, worded very advantageously for me, was signed by Lord Macclesfield, then President, Lord Parker, and Lord Villufby, that the election was by a unanimous vote, and, The honor being voluntarily conferred by the society, unsolicited by me, it was thought wrong to demand or receive the usual fees or composition, so that my name was entered on the list. With a vote of council, that I was not to pay anything. And accordingly nothing has ever been demanded of me. Those, who are. Life of Franklin. 213. Sended me with the gold medal of Sir Godfrey Copley, for the year 1753, the delivery of which was accompanied by a very handsome speech of the President, Lord Macclesfield, wherein I was highly honoured. Admitted in the common way, pay 5 guineas admission fees, and 2 guineas and a half yearly contribution, or 25 guineas down, in lieu of it. In my case a substantial favour accompanied the honour. WTF. See this speech, volume BP 499. 214 Life of Franklin. 1757. Chapter 12. Conversations with Governor Denny. Disputes between the Governor and Assembly. Deputed by the Assembly to present a petition to the King, and to act in England as an agent for Pennsylvania. Meets Lord Loudoun in New York. Anecdotes illustrating his character. Sails from New York. Incidents of the voyage. Arrives in England. Our new Governor, Captain Denny, brought over for me the before-mentioned medal from the Royal Society, which he presented to me at an entertainment given him by the city. He accompanied it with very polite expressions of his esteem for me, having, as he said, been long acquainted with my character. After dinner, when the company, as was customary at that time, were engaged in drinking, he took me aside into another room, and acquainted me, that he had been advised by his friends in England to cultivate a friendship with me, as one who was capable of giving him the best advice, and of contributing most effectually to the making his administration easy. That he therefore desired of all things to have a good understanding with me, and he begged me to be assured of his readiness on all occasions to render me every service that might be in his power. He said much to me also of the proprietor's good disposition towards the province, and of the advantage it would be to us all, and to me in particular, if the opposition that had been so long continued to his measures was dropped, and harmony restored between him and the people, in effecting which it was thought no one could be more serviceable than myself, and I might depend on adequate acknowledgments and recompenses. The drinkers, finding we did not return immediately. Point 2 et. 51 Life of Franklin. To the table, sent us a decanter of Madeira, which the Governor made a liberal use of, and in proportion became more profuse of his solicitations and promises. L/J answers were to this purpose, that my circumstances, thanks to God, were such as to make proprietary favours unnecessary to me, and that, being a member of the Assembly, I could not possibly accept of any, that, however, I had no personal enmity to the proprietary, and that, whenever the public measures he proposed should appear to be for the good of the people, no one would espouse and forward them more zealously than myself, my past opposition having been founded on this, that the measures which had been urged were evidently intended to serve the proprietary interest, with great prejudice to that of the people. That I was much obliged to him, the Governor, for his profession of regard to me, and that he might rely on everything in my power to render his administration as easy to him as possible, hoping at the same time that he had not brought with him the same unfortunate instructions his predecessors had been hampered with. On this he did not then explain himself, but, when he afterwards came to do business with the Assembly, they appeared again, the disputes were renewed, and I was as active as ever in the opposition, being the penman, first of the request to have a communication of the instructions, and then of the remarks upon them, which may be found in the votes of the Times, and in the historical rerio I afterwards published. But between us personally no enmity arose, we were often together, he was a man of letters, had seen much of the world, and was entertaining and pleasing. See Volume 3. p. 107, 7. p. 208. 216 Life of Franklin. 1757. Versation. He gave me information, that my old friend Ralph was still alive, that he was esteemed one of the best political writers in England, had been employed in the dispute between Prince Frederick and the King, and had obtained a pension of £300 a year, that his reputation was indeed small as a poet, Pope having damned his poetry in the Dunciad, but his prose was thought as good as any man's. The Assembly finally finding the proprietary obstinately persisted in shackling the deputies with instructions inconsistent not only with the privileges of the people, but with the service of the Crown, resolved to petition the King against them, and appointed me their agent to go over to England, to present and support the petition. The House had sent up a bill to the Governor, granting a sum of £60,000 for the King's use, £10,000 of which was subjected to the orders of the then General, Lord Loudoun, which the Governor, in compliance with his instructions, absolutely refused to pass. I had agreed with Captain Morris, of the packet at New York, for my passage, and my stores were put on board. When Lord Loudoun arrived at Philadelphia, expressly as he told me, to endeavour an accommodation between the Governor and Assembly, that His Majesty's service might not be obstructed by their dissensions. Accordingly he desired the Governor and myself to meet him, that he might hear what was to be said on both sides. /VE met and discussed the business. In behalf of the Assembly, I urged the various arguments, that may be found in the public papers of that time, which were of my writing, and are printed with the minutes of the Assembly, and the Governor pleaded his instructions, the bond he had given to observe them, and his ruin if he disobeyed. Life of Franklin. 217. Yet seemed not unwilling to hazard himself, if Lord Loudoun would advise it. This his lordship did not choose to do, though I once thought I had nearly prevailed with him to do it, but finally he rather chose to urge the compliance of the assembly, and he entreated me to use my endeavors with them for that purpose, declaring that he would spare none of the king's troops for the defense of our frontiers, and that, if we did not continue to provide for that defense ourselves, they must remain exposed to the enemy. I acquainted the House with what had passed, and, presenting them with a set of resolutions I had drawn up, declaring our rights, that we did not relinquish our claim to those rights, but only suspended the exercise of them on this occasion, through force, against which we protested, they at length agreed to drop that bill, and frame another conformable to the proprietary instructions. This of course the governor passed, and I was then at liberty to proceed on my voyage. But in the meantime the packet had sailed with my sea stores, which was some loss to me, and my only recompense was his lordship's thanks for my service, all the credit of obtaining the accommodation falling to his share. He set out for New York before me, and, as the time for dispatching the packet boats was at his disposition, and there were 2 then remaining there, one of which, he said, was to sail very soon, I requested to know the precise time, that I might not miss her by any delay of mine. The answer was, I have given out that she is to sail on Saturday next, but I may let you know, entre nous, that if you are there by Monday morning, you will be in time, but do not delay longer by some accidental hindrance at a ferry. It was Monday noon before I arrived, and I was much Vol. I. 28s. 218 Life of Franklin. 1757. Afraid she might have sailed, as the wind was fair, but I was soon made easy by the information, that she was still in the harbor, and would not move till the next day. One would imagine, that I was now on the very point of departing for Europe. I thought so, but I was not then so well acquainted with his lordship's character, of which indecision was one of the strongest features. I shall give some instances. It was about the beginning of April, that I came to New York, and I think it was near the end of June before we sailed. There were then 2 of the packet boats, which had been long in readiness, but were detained for the general's letters, which were always to be ready tomorrow. Another packet arrived, she too was detained, and, before we sailed, a 4th was expected. Ours was the first to be dispatched, as having been there longest. Passengers were engaged for all, and some extremely impatient to be gone, and the merchants uneasy about their letters, and for the orders they had given for insurance, it being wartime, and for autumnal goods, but their anxiety availed nothing, his lordship's letters were not ready, and yet whoever waited on him found him always at his desk, pen in hand, and concluded he must needs write abundantly. Going myself one morning to pay my respects, I found in his antechamber one Innes, a messenger of Philadelphia, who had come thence express, with a packet from Governor Denny, for the general. He delivered to me some letters from my friends there, which occasioned my inquiring, when he was to return, and where he lodged, that I might send some letters by him. He told me, he was ordered to call tomorrow at 9 for the general's answer to the governor, and should set off immediately. I put my letters into his E.R. 51 Life of Franklin. 219. Hence the same day. A fortnight after I met him again in the same place. So, you are soon returned, Innes. Returned? No, I am not gone yet. How so? I have called here this and every morning these 2 weeks past for his lordship's letters, and they are not yet ready. Is it possible, when he is so great a writer, for I see him constantly at his escritoire? Yes, said Innes, but he is like St. George, on the signs, always on horseback, and never rides on. This observation of the messenger was, it seems, well founded, for, when in England, I understood that Mr. Pitt, afterwards Lord Chatham, gave it as one reason for removing this general, and sending Generals Amherst and Wolfe, that the minister never heard from him, and could not know what he was doing. In this daily expectation of sailing, and all the 3 packets going down to Sandy Hook, to join the fleet there, the passengers thought it best to be on board, lest by a sudden order the ships should sail, and they be left behind. There, if I remember, we were about 6 weeks, consuming our sea stores, and obliged to procure more. At length the fleet sailed, the general and all his army on board, bound to Louisburg, with intent to besiege and take that fortress, and all the packet boats in company were ordered to attend the general's ship ready to receive his dispatches, when they should be ready. \VE were out 5 days before we got a letter with leave to part, and then our ship quitted the fleet and steered for England. The other 2 packets he still detained, carried them with him to Halifax, where he stayed some time to exercise the men in sham attacks upon sham forts, then altered his mind as to besieging Louisburg, and returned to New York, with all his troops, together with the 2 packets above mentioned, and all their passengers. During 220 Life of Franklin. 1757. His absence the French and savages had taken Fort George, on the frontier of that province, and the Indians had massacred many of the garrison after capitulation. ISW afterwards in London, Captain Bound, who commanded one of those packets. He told me, that, when he had been detained a month, he acquainted his lordship, that his ship was grown foul, to a degree that must necessarily hinder her fast sailing, a point of consequence for a packet boat, and requested an allowance of time to heave her down and clean her bottom. His lordship asked how long time that would require. He answered, 3 days. The general replied, if you can do it in 1 day, I give leave, otherwise not, for you must certainly sail the day after tomorrow. So he never obtained leave, though detained afterwards from day to day during full 3 months. I saw also in London one of Bonnell's passengers, who was so enraged against his lordship for deceiving and detaining him so long at New York, and then carrying him to Halifax and back again, that he swore he would sue him for damages. Whether he did or not, I never heard, but, as he represented it, the injury to his affairs was very considerable. On the whole, I wondered much how such a man came to be intrusted with so important a business, as the conduct of a great army, but, having since seen more of the great world, and the means of obtaining, and motives for giving, places and employments, my wonder is diminished. General Shirley, on whom the command of the army devolved, upon the death of Braddock, would, in my opinion, if continued in place, have made a much better campaign than that of Loudoun, in 1756, which was frivolous, expensive, and disgraceful to our nation beyond conception. 4. Though. T. 51. Life of Franklin. 221. Shirley was not bred a soldier, he was sensible and sagacious in himself, and attentive to good advice from others, capable of forming judicious plans, and quick and active in carrying them into execution. Loudoun, instead of defending the colonies with his great army, left them totally exposed, while he paraded idly at Halifax, by which means Fort George was lost. Besides, he deranged all our mercantile operations, and distressed our trade, by a long embargo on the exportation of provisions, on pretence of keeping supplies from being obtained by the enemy, but in reality for beating down their price in favor of the contractors, in whose profits, it was said, perhaps from suspicion only, he had a share, and, when at length the embargo was taken off, neglecting to send notice of it to Charleston, where the Carolina fleet was detained near 3 months, and whereby their bottoms were so much damaged by the worm, that a great part of them foundered in their passage home. Shirley was, I believe, sincerely glad of being relieved from so burdensome a charge, as the conduct of an army must be to a man unacquainted with military business. I was at the entertainment given by the city of New York to Lord Loudoun, on his taking upon him the command. Shirley, though thereby superseded, was present also. There was a great company of officers, citizens, and strangers, and, some chairs having been borrowed in the neighborhood, there was one among them very low, which fell to the lot of Mr. Shirley. I sat by him, and perceiving it, I said, they have given you a very low seat. No matter, Mr. Franklin, said he, I find a low seat the easiest. While I was, as before mentioned, detained at New York, I received all the accounts of the provisions, and see, that I had furnished to Braddock, some of which. 222 Life of Franklin. 1757. Accounts could not sooner be obtained from the different persons I had employed to assist in the business. I presented them to Lord Loudoun, desiring to be paid the balance. He caused them to be examined by the proper officer, who, after comparing every article with its voucher, certified them to be right, and his lordship promised to give me an order on the paymaster for the balance due to me. This was, however, put off from time to time, and, though I called often for it by appointment I did not get it. At length, just before my departure, he told me he had, on better consideration, concluded not to mix his accounts with those of his predecessors. And you, said he, when in England, have only to exhibit your accounts to the Treasury, and you will be paid immediately. I mentioned, but without effect, the great and unexpected expense I had been put to by being detained so long at New York, as a reason for my desiring to be presently paid, and, on my observing, that it was not right I should be put to any further trouble or delay in obtaining the money I had advanced, as I charged no commission for my service. 0, said he, you must not think of persuading us, that you are no gainer, we understand better those matters, and know, that every one concerned in supplying the army finds means, in the doing it, to fill his own pockets. I assured him, that was not my case, and that I had not pocketed a farthing, but he appeared clearly not to believe me, and indeed I afterwards learned, that immense fortunes are often made in such employments. As to my balance, I am not paid it to this day, of which more hereafter. Our captain of the packet boasted much, before we sailed, of the swiftness of his ship. Unfortunately, when we came to sea, she proved the dullest of 96 pound T 51. Life of Franklin. Sail, to his no small mortification. After many conjectures respecting the cause, when we were near another ship almost as dull as ours, which, however, gained upon us, the captain ordered all hands to come aft and stand as near the ensign staff as possible. We were, passengers included, about 40 persons. While we stood there, the ship mended her pace, and soon left her neighbor far behind, which proved clearly what our captain suspected, that she was loaded too much by the head. The casks of water, it seems, had been all placed forward, these he therefore ordered to be moved further aft, on which the ship recovered her character, and proved the best sailor in the fleet. The captain said, she had once gone at the rate of 13 knots, which is accounted 13 miles per hour. We had on board, as a passenger, Captain Archibald Kennedy, of the Royal Navy, who contended that it was impossible, and that no ship ever sailed so fast, and that there must have been some error in the division of the log line, or some mistake in heaving the log. A wager ensued between the two captains, to be decided when there should be sufficient wind. Kennedy therefore examined the log line, and being satisfied with it, he determined to throw the log himself. Some days after, when the wind was very fair and fresh, and the captain of the packet, Lutwidge, said he believed she then went at the rate of 13 knots, Kennedy made the experiment, and owned his wager lost. The foregoing fact I give for the sake of the following observation. It has been remarked, as an imperfection in the art of shipbuilding, that it can never be known till she is tried, whether a new ship will, or will not, be a good sailor, for that the model of a good sailing ship has been exactly followed in a new. 224 Life of Franklin. 1757. 1. Which has been proved on the contrary remarkably dull. I apprehend, that this may partly be occasioned by the different opinions of seamen respecting the modes of loading, rigging, and sailing of a ship. Each has his method, and the same vessel, laden by the method and orders of one captain, shall sail worse than when by the orders of another. Besides, it scarce ever happens, that a ship is formed, fitted for the sea, and sailed by the same person. One man builds the hull, another rigs her, a third loads and sails her. No one of these has the advantage of knowing all the ideas and experience of the others, and therefore cannot draw just conclusions from a combination of the whole. Even in the simple operation of sailing when at sea, I have often observed different judgments in the officers, who commanded the successive watches, the wind being the same. One would have the sails trimmed sharper or flatter than another, so that they seem to have no certain rule to govern by. Yet I think a set of experiments might be instituted, first to determine the most proper form of the hull for swift sailing, next the best dimensions and most proper place for the masts, then the form and quantity of sails, and their position, as the winds may be, and lastly, the disposition of the lading. This is an age of experiments, and I think a set accurately made and combined will be of great use. We were several times chased in our passage, but outsailed everything, and in 30 days had soundings. We had a good observation, and the captain judged himself so near our port, Falmouth, that, if we made a good run in the night, we might be off the mouth of that harbor in the morning, and by running in the night might escape the notice of the enemies. Pound T51. Life of Franklin. 225. Privateers, who often cruised near the entrance of the channel. Accordingly all the sail was set that we could possibly carry, and the wind being very fresh and fair, we stood right before it, and made great way. The captain, after his observation, shaped his course, as he thought, so as to pass wide of the Scilly rocks, but it seems there is sometimes a strong current setting up St. George's Channel which formerly caused the loss of Sir Cloud Esley Shovel's squadron, in 1707. This was probably also the cause of what happened to us. We had a watchman placed in the bow, to whom they often called, "Look well out before there," and he as often answered, "Fly, aye," but perhaps had his eyes shut, and was half asleep, at the time, they sometimes answering, as is said, mechanically, for he did not see a light just before us, which had been hid by the studding sails from the man at the helm, and from the rest of the watch, but by an accidental yaw of the ship was discovered, and occasioned a great alarm, VE being very near. The light appearing to me as large as a cartwheel. It was midnight, and our captain fast asleep, but Captain Kennedy, jumping upon deck, and seeing the danger, ordered the ship to wear round, all sails standing, an operation dangerous to the masts, but it carried us clear, and we avoided shipwreck, for we were running fast on the rocks on which the light was erected. This deliverance impressed me strongly with the utility of lighthouses, and made me resolve to encourage the building some of them in America, if I should live to return thither. In the morning it was found by the soundings, that we were near our port, but a thick fog hid the land from our sight. About 9 o'clock the fog began to rise, and seemed to be lifted up from the water like. Vol. L29. Life O. E. Franklin. 1757. The curtain of a theatre, discovering underneath the town of Falmouth, the vessels in the harbor, and the fields that surround it. This was a pleasing spectacle to those, who had been long without any other prospect in the uniform view of a vacant ocean, and it gave us the more pleasure, as we were now free from the anxieties which had arisen. I set out immediately, with my son, for London, and we only stopped a little by the way to view Stonehenge on Salisbury Plain, and Lord Pembroke's house and gardens, with the very curious antiquities at Wilton. We arrived in London, the 27th of July, 1757. In a jetter from Dr. Franklin to his wife, dated at Falmouth, the 17th of July, 1757, after giving her a similar account of his voyage, escape, and landing, he adds, the bell ringing for church, we went thither immediately, and, with hearts full of gratitude, returned sincere thanks to God for the mercies we had received. Were I a Roman Catholic, perhaps I should on this occasion vow to build a chapel to some saint, but as I am not, if I were to vow at all, it should be to build a lighthouse. WTF. Here close Dr. Franklin's memoirs, as written by himself. From several passages in his letters it would seem, that it was his intention to continue them further, and perhaps to the end of his life, but public business for some time, and afterwards his declining health, prevented him from executing his purpose. Editor. Life of Benjamin Franklin. Part 2nd, continuation, B.V. Jared Spark S. Warning, empty page. Warning, empty page. Warning, empty page. Life of Benjamin F. R. Franklin. Continuity on. Chapter I. State of Affairs in Pennsylvania. Defects of the Government. Legislation. Conduct of the Proprietaries. Object of Franklin's agency in England. Collinson, Miss Stevenson, Strahan, Governor Shirley, Beccaria, Mustin broke Franklin's interview with the proprietaries. He causes a letter to be published respecting Pennsylvania. Delays. In his public business. He travels in various parts of England. Visits the place in which his ancestors were born. Forms an acquaintance with Baskerville. Publishes the Historical Review of Pennsylvania. Authorship of that work. The dissensions, which had long existed and continually increased, between the governors and assemblies of Pennsylvania, had their origin in the peculiar structure of the government, and the manner of its administration. The system, possessing in itself many excellent principles, became vicious, and almost impracticable, in its operation. William Penn, the founder and first proprietor, while he was careful of his own interest, made to the original settlers some valuable concessions. The royal charter obtained by him was such, as to secure political rights on the broad basis of English freedom, and the charter of privileges, which he granted to the people, established unlimited toleration in religion, and gave them so large a share. Vol. It. 230 Life of Franklin. 1757. In the making of the laws, as to place civil liberty and the protection of property, almost entirely in their own keeping. These were substantial benefits, and the liberal and benevolent motives of Penn in conferring them, and his enlightened views on the subject of legislation, cannot be questioned. It was a maxim with him, that freedom can exist only where the laws rule, and the people are parties in making those laws. Theoretically considered, his frame of government promised all that could be desired by a free people in a state of colonial dependence. But it was marred with defects, which admitted of no remedy, and which, in practice often defeated the best aims for the general welfare. In the first place, there was a charter from the king, imposing restraints and conditions by which he and the inhabitants were equally bound. In the next place, as proprietor, he retained for himself and his descendants certain rights of property and a political control, which conflicted with the public interests, and abridged the freedom of legislation. During his lifetime these evils were so manifest, and perplexed him so much, that he was on the point of surrendering the jurisdiction of the province to the crown, reserving to himself and family the right of property only in the territory, which had been confirmed to him by the royal charter. And afterwards, when his sons became proprietaries as successors to their father, the difficulties were constantly increased by their mode of administering the government. They sent out deputy governors, armed with instructions so imperative and pointed, as to leave them neither discretion nor power to conform to circumstances by yielding to the will or wishes of the representatives of the people. Hence these governors refused their assent to laws. Life of Franklin. Vihish the assemblies regarded as of vital importance both to the safety and prosperity of the Commonwealth. Again, the king added his instructions, forbidding laws of a particular description to be passed by the governors, without a clause suspending their operation till they had received the royal sanction. This was a violation of the charter. By that instrument, all laws were permitted to take effect as soon as they were passed, although they were to be sent to England within 5 years, and, if disapproved by the king, they were then to be null and void. And even this process was slow, vexatious, and expensive. Well, a law had gone through all the forms in Pennsylvania, it was transmitted to an agent in London, by whom it was laid before the Board of Trade. It was next referred to the king's solicitor for his opinion, after which it came back to the Board of Trade, where it was considered and acted upon. Thence it made its way to the king's council, and here it was at last confirmed or rejected. If the proprietaries took exceptions to an act, they employed counsel to argue against it before the board, and it was necessary for the agent of the assembly to do the same on the other side. Meantime the business was attended with endless delays and heavy expenses. Harassed in this way from year to year, it is no wonder that the patience of the assembly was gradually worn out, and that they resolved to seek redress. The conduct of the proprietaries was censured chiefly on the ground of attempts to strengthen their pecuniary interests, though, in some instances, they also sought to extend their political powers. They owned large tracts of land in various parts of the province, which had been selected and surveyed for them where. 232 Life of Franklin. 1757. Ever a new purchase was made of the Indians. This land was of the choicest quality, and it rose rapidly in value as the country around it became settled. The proprietaries set up a pretension, that their lands ought not to be taxed for the public service, and they instructed their governors not to pass any bill in which such a tax was imposed. For many years this was no necessary, as the revenue for defraying the expenses of government was derived from an excise, and from the interest on bills of credit lent out to landholders. In times of war, however, extraordinary contributions were required for the defense of the province, and for the king's use in prosecuting the war. A land tax was then resorted to, and the assembly, considering it just that the proprietaries should bear their proportion in providing the means for defending their own property, included their lands in the laws for raising money. The governors, bound by their instructions, uniformly rejected these laws, and insisted, that the proprietary estates should in no case be taxed. Frequent altercations ensued. Franklin was the champion of the assembly, being well qualified for this task, not more by his talents and skill as a writer, than by his perfect knowledge of the subjects in dispute. The able and elaborate replies, which from time to time were made to the objections and arguments of the governors, were nearly all from his pen. When it was determined, therefore, to send an agent to England with a remonstrance to the proprietaries, and, should this prove ineffectual, with a petition to the king, Franklin was selected as the most competent person for this important mission. His instructions embraced several objects, tending to a removal of the obstacles to the peace and prosperity of the province, but the principal one was the complaint against the life of Franklin. 233. Proprietaries for refusing to bear their just share of the public burdens for defense, in common with the inhabitants, and in proportion to the value of their estates in Pennsylvania. He was, in general, to make such representations, and demand such redress, as would restore the violated rights of the people, and establish them on the fundamental principles of charter privileges and English liberty. Franklin's fame as a philosopher, and as a political writer, had preceded him in England. His brilliant discoveries in electricity had been made known to the world 10 years before. He was already a member of the Royal Society, that body having rendered ample justice to his merits as an original discoverer, though tardily, and not till these merits had elicited the applause of the learned in France and other countries. When he arrived in England, therefore, he did not find himself a stranger or without friends. His letters on electricity had been written to Peter Collinson, a member of the Royal Society, and a benevolent and worthy man, who had raised himself to usefulness and some degree of celebrity by his zeal and exertions in promoting the researches of others in various branches of science, and collecting the results of their labors. Mr. Collinson kindly invited him to his house, where he stayed till he took lodgings at Mrs. Stevenson's, in Craven Street, a few doors from the Strand. Mrs. Stevenson's house had been recommended to him by some of his Pennsylvania friends, who had lodged there, and, so well was he pleased with the accommodations, and the amiable character of the family, that he remained in the same place during the whole of his residence in England, a period of 15 years. This circumstance is the more worthy of being mentioned, as he often alludes to the family. Vol. I. 30 *. 234 Life of Franklin. 1757. In his letters. Mrs. Stevenson had an only daughter, Miss Mary Stevenson, an accomplished young lady, whose fondness for study and acuteness of mind early attracted his notice, and some of his best papers on philosophical subjects were written for her instruction, or in answer to her inquiries. Mr. Strahan, afterwards the King's printer and a member of Parliament, who acquired wealth by his occupation and eminence by his talents, had long been one of Franklin's correspondents, and he now extended to him the welcome and the substantial kindnesses of a cordial friendship. In London he also met Governor Shirley, with whom he had been much acquainted in America, and who had consulted him confidentially on several important subjects relating to the administration of the colonies. They visited each other frequently. But his chief associates were men of science, who sought his society, and whose conversation he relished, for, although he had recently been much devoted to politics, yet his taste for philosophical investigations, originally strong and confirmed by success, had not abated, and he seemed at all times to derive from it more real satisfaction than from the bustle of political life, into which he had first been drawn rather by circumstances and accident than by inclination. His arrival in England was likewise soon known on the continent, and he received congratulatory letters from some of the most distinguished men of the time, expressing admiration of his scientific achievements and respect for his character. See the letters to Governor Shirley, Volume 3. p. 56. T. Beccaria. The celebrated Italian electrician, who had corresponded with him before he left America, sent to him a long communication, containing an account of some new experiments in electricity illustrative of the Franklinian hypothesis. It begins as follows. So spitem. Jet. 51 Life of Franklin. 235. The business of his mission, however, was his first and principal care. But this was retarded by a severe illness, which confined him to his rooms for nearly 8 weeks. A violent cold terminated in an intermitting fever, during which he suffered extremely from pain in the head, accompanied with occasional delirium. By cupping, a copious use of Peruvian bark, and other remedies, Dr. Fothergill succeeded in removing the disease, but not till it had reduced his patient to a very low and feeble state. As soon as his strength enabled him to go abroad, he applied himself again to his public duties. His instructions required, that, as a preliminary STP, he should see the proprietaries, present to them the remonstrance with which he had been furnished by the Assembly, and endeavor to bring about an amicable arrangement, which might render further proceedings unnecessary. He accordingly had an interview with them, and explained the tenor of his instructions, the embarrassments under which public affairs labored in Pennsylvania, and the claims and wishes of the Assembly. The proprietaries were not in a humor to listen to these representations, or to yield anything to the complaints of the people. They insisted on their right to instruct the governors according to their own interpretation of the charters, defended what had been ex America Londonum te opulis gaudio, vir preclarissime. And at the conclusion he says, Tu vero cura, ut velis, serveri nmte deset quam diotissime utilissime science tire perficicnder amplificandraki, quam certissimam instituisti l/is shenbroic, at the request of a mutual friend, drew up for him a list of the principal writers on electricity. LLND forwarded it with a jetter in which he said, Votus tuis libenter annui, ita adiscis quid alii in Europa prestiterunt eruditi, sed simulvidspes neminum magis reconditur mysteria electricitatis. De Texas Franklino. See Volume BP 505, Volume 7. p. 186. 236 Life of Franklin. 1757. Done, and complained of the encroachments of the Assembly upon their prerogatives. They agreed, however, to consider the matter, and to give an answer to the remonstrance. From the temper in which they discussed the subject, Franklin foresaw that it would be impossible to bring them to any change of sentiments or of conduct on the points at issue, and that he should be obliged in the end to appeal to the higher tribunals. The proprietaries at this time were Thomas and Richard Penn, sons of William Penn, the founder of the colony. He soon discovered that many obstacles were to be encountered even in preparing the way for his ulterior proceedings. In the first place, he had to meet and baffle the opposition of the proprietaries, who were resolved to resist his efforts step by step with all the means and influence they could command. Again, the great officers of the crown, by whom the cause must be decided, were naturally inclined to favor the royal prerogative, and looked with a jealous eye upon every movement of the people, which aimed at liberty or privilege. And, lastly, a prejudice existed against the Pennsylvanians, on account of their apparent backwardness in supporting the war, and the reluctance of the Quakers to bear arms, or even to aid any scheme for military defense. This prejudice had been raised and kept alive by the proprietaries and their agents, who represented the opposition to the governors as originating in the obstinacy and factious spirit of the people, equally hostile to the proprietary rights and the king's prerogative. The newspapers and other journals teemed with falsehoods of this kind, censuring alike the conduct and the motives of the Pennsylvanians. Franklin felt bound, not more by a regard for truth, than by a T. 51. Life of Franklin. 237. Sense of justice to his countrymen, and in return for the confidence they had placed in him, to counteract these artifices, and disabuse the public mind of the mischievous errors into which it had been deceived. Indeed, there was little hope of success to his further endeavors, till this should be done. An opportunity soon presented itself. A piece of intelligence was published, said to be the substance of letters from Philadelphia, in which the members of the Assembly were accused of wasting their time in idle disputes with the governor, whilst the frontiers were ravaged by the Indians, and of refusing to raise money for the public service, except by laws clogged with such conditions, that the governor could not assent to them. The obstinacy of the Quakers in the Assembly was assigned as the principal cause of the dissensions. These charges were refuted in a letter, which was published in the name of Franklin's son, and addressed to the printer of the paper in which the pretended intelligence had first appeared. And here he had a proof that neither justice, nor a fair hearing, was to be obtained on easy terms. He was obliged to pay the printer for allowing the article a place in his paper, although this same paper was the vehicle in which the false reports had originally been circulated. In this letter the actual condition of the province was briefly stated and explained. It was shown that the frontiers were no more exposed than those of other colonies, that the inhabitants had arms in their hands and used them, that the Quakers made but a small part of the whole population, and, though they had conscientious scruples as to bearing arms, yet they had never, as a body, opposed the measures for military defense. On the contrary, some of them had withdrawn from the Assembly because their 238 Life of Franklin. 1758. Religious principles would not suffer them to join in such measures, and others had refused to be elected for the same reason, that, so far from neglecting to provide the means of defense, the Assembly had already granted more than £100,000 for the king's use since the beginning of the war, besides the heavy contingent expenses of government, that numerous forts had been built, supplied, and garrisoned, soldiers raised, armed, and accoutred, a ship of war fitted out and sent to cruise on the coast, an expedition against the Indians undertaken and successfully executed, and that, in short, the arbitrary and unjust instructions from the proprietaries to the governors were the real and only sources of the troubles in Pennsylvania, the only obstacles to the harmony and energetic action of the government, to the prosperity and happiness of the people. This paper was skillfully drawn up, and with such fairness and so clear a statement of facts, that it could not fail to awaken the attention of thinking men, and to diminish the effect of the illiberal aspersions, which had called it forth. No attempt was made to refute it. The proprietaries, however, remained firm, proceeding slowly or not at all in their reply to the remonstrance, and showing no disposition to enter into a compromise by a private arrangement. Even after a year had elapsed, they had done nothing, and they gave as a reason, that they could not obtain the papers they wanted from their legal advisers. Meantime he thought it necessary to go forward with HB business. The forms required, that the case should first be brought before the Board of Trade, who were to report their opinion to the Privy Council, where a final decision was to be obtained. If justice could not Jet. 52 Life of Franklin. 239. Be reached through this channel, it was intended, as a last resort, to seek redress from Parliament. The delays necessarily attending all affairs of this kind, left no room to hope for a speedy termination. The public mind was so much occupied with European politics and the war on the continent, and the attention of the ministers and other officers of the government was so deeply engaged with these great concerns, that there was as little leisure as inclination to meddle with the colonial disputes, and least of all to go through a laborious investigation of facts, and a discussion of the complex difficulties in which the subject was involved. Underscore. In a letter to his wife, Dated January 21, 1758, Franklin says, I begin to think I shall hardly be able to return before this time 12 months. I am for doing effectually what I came about, and I find it requires both time and patience. You may think, perhaps, that I can find many amusements here to pass the time agreeably. It is true, the regard and friendship I meet with from persons of worth, and the conversation of ingenious men, give me no small pleasure, but, at this time of life, domestic comforts afford the most solid satisfaction, and my uneasiness at being absent from my family, and longing desire to be with them, make me often sigh in the midst of cheerful company. He could do no more than to put the business in train, by furnishing the lawyers, employed on the part of his constituents, with the materials and facts for enabling them to appear in behalf of the province, when the Board of Trade should take the case into consideration. For more than a year afterward scarcely any progress seems to have been made. He spent the summer in journeying through various parts of England. 240 Life of Franklin. 1758. He visited the University of Cambridge twice, and was present by invitation at the commencement. He expresses himself as having been particularly gratified with the civilities and regard shown to him by the Chancellor and the heads of colleges. Curiosity led him also to the town where his father was born, and where his ancestors had lived, and he sought out with a lively interest such traditions concerning them, as could be gathered from the memory of ancient persons, from parish registers, and inscriptions on their tombstones. At Wellingborough he found a Mrs. Fisher, the only daughter of Thomas Franklin, his father's eldest brother, advanced in years, but in good circumstances. From Wellingborough, he says, we went to Ecton, about 3 or 4 miles, being the village where my father was born, and where his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather had lived, and how many of the family before them we know not. We went first to see the old house and grounds. They came to Mr. Fisher with his wife, and, after letting them for some years, finding his rent something ill paid, he sold them. The land is now added to another farm, and a school kept in the house. It is a decayed old stone building, but still known by the name of Franklin House. Thence we went to visit the rector of the parish, who lives close by the church, a very ancient building. He entertained us very kindly, and showed us the old church register, in which were the births, marriages, and burials of our ancestors for 200 years, as early as his book began. His wife, a good-natured, chatty old lady, granddaughter of the famous Archdeacon Palmer, who formerly had that parish and lived there, remembered a great deal about the family, carried us out into the churchyard, and showed us several of their gravestones, which were so covered with Mt 52. Life of Franklin. 241. Moss, that we could not read the letters, till she ordered a hard brush and basin of water, with which Peter scoured them clean, and then Billy copied them. She entertained and diverted us highly with stories of Thomas Franklin, Mrs. Fisher's father, who was a conveyancer, something of a lawyer, clerk of the county courts, and clerk to the archdeacon in his V1s1 Tashions, a very leading man in all county affairs, and much employed in public business. He was alike successful at Birmingham. Here, upon inquiry, he adds, in writing to his wife, we soon found out yours, and cousin Wilkinson's, and cousin Cash's relations. First, we found out one of the Cashes, and he went with us to Rebecca Fiance, where we saw her and her husband. She is a turner and he a button maker, they have no children, were very glad to see any person that knew their sister Wilkinson, told us what letters they had received, and showed us some of them, and even showed us that they had, out of respect, preserved a keg, in which they had received a present of some sturgeon. They sent for their brother, Joshua North, who came with his wife immediately to see us. He is a turner also, and has 6 children, a lively, active man. Mrs. Flint desired me to tell her sister, that they live still in the old house she left them in, which I think she says was their father's. On his return to London he pursued his inquiries still further, and found out a daughter of his father's only sister, very old and never married, a good, clever woman, but poor, though vastly contented with her situation, and very cheerful. He mentions other relations, of whom he heard in his journey, but, being out of the range of his tour, he intended visiting them at another time. His manner of speaking on this subject, in both his autobiography and Vol 31 U. 242 Life of Franklin. 1758. His letters, shows that he took much delight in seeking out and rendering kindness to the members of his family, even where the relationship was remote, although they were all in humble life, and many of them poor, and there are evidences of his substantial and continued bounty to such as were in a needy condition. At Birmingham he became acquainted with the celebrated type founder and printer, Baskerville, one of those men, the results of whose labors prove how much can be achieved in the arts by resolution, perseverance, and an energetic devotion to a favorite object. Franklin always loved the profession by which he had first gained a livelihood and afterwards a liberal competency, and, even when he had risen to eminence, and whilst he associated with statesmen and courtiers, he was fond of talking with printers, entering into their chems, and suggesting or aiding improvements in their art. So far was he from being reserved on the subject of his early condition and pursuits, that he often alluded to them as giving value to his experience, and as furnishing incidents illustrative of his maxims of life. One day at his dinner table in Passy, surrounded by men of rank and fashion, a young gentleman was present who had just arrived from Philadelphia. He showed a marked kindness to the young stranger, conversed with him about the friends he had left at home, and then said, I have been under obligation to your family, When I set up business in Philadelphia, being in debt for my printing materials and wanting employment, the first job I had was a pamphlet written by your grandfather. It gave me encouragement and was the beginning of my success. A similarity of taste was the foundation of an intimate and lasting friendship between him and Baskerville. After passing a few days at Tunbridge Wells, his Pound T. 53. Life of Franklin. 243. Health being much improved by travel and recreation, he went back to London and established himself again at his lodgings. Nor was he neglectful of his public duties. It was not possible to advance in the business of his mission, till the government should be ready to give it a hearing, but the press, which had been freely employed to calumniate the Pennsylvanians, was open to his use. His friends, who understood the state of opinion in England, advised him to resort to it, as affording the best means of counteracting the errors that were abroad, and defeating the arts by which they were disseminated. Speaking of Mr. Charles, an eminent lawyer employed as counsel on the part of the Assembly, he says in an official letter, "One thing, that he recommends to be done before we push our point in Parliament, is, removing the prejudices, that art and accident have spread among the people of this country against us, and obtaining for us the good opinion of the bulk of mankind without doors. This I hope we have it in our power to do, by means of a work now nearly ready for the press, calculated to engage the attention of many readers, and at the same time to efface the bad impression received of us, but it is thought best not to publish it, till a little before the next session of Parliament." The work, here alluded to, was the Historical Review of Pennsylvania, rendered famous not more on account of the ability with which it is written and the matter it contains, than of the abuse it brought upon Franklin as its supposed author. It was published anonymously near the beginning of the year 1759. It is the professed object of the writer to support the cause of the Assembly and people of Pennsylvania against the encroachments and arbitrary 244 Life of Franklin. 1759. Signs of the Proprietaries. With this aim, he sketches the political history of the province from its first settlement, and, in executing his task, he is led occasionally to touch with considerable severity upon the transactions both of William Penn and of his descendants. As a composition, the treatise possesses merits of a high order. The style is vigorous and clear, always well sustained, and rising sometimes to eloquence. The dedication and introduction, especially, are finished specimens of their kink. The tone and sentiments of the work may be inferred from the motto, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety, deserve neither liberty nor safety." As a history, however, it wants the essential requisites of completeness and impartiality. Yet there is no disguise about it. From the first page to the last the reader is made to see and understand the writer's drift and purpose, which are, to describe in strong language the oppressions under which the people have struggled, and to vindicate them from the censures of their enemies. This is done, in the first place, by copious abstracts and selections from public records and documents, and, next, by such deductions and arguments as seem naturally to flow from them. As to the facts, there can be no doubt of their accuracy, since they are all drawn from authentic sources. The reader is left to judge how well they bear out the inferences and arguments. In short, the writer's statements, as far as they go, cannot be charged with misrepresentation or with essential errors in point of fact. Their chief fault is, that they exhibit only one side of the subject. The evils of the proprietary system, emanating from its inherent defects and a vicious administration, are represented in glowing colors, while the advantages derived from it, such as they were, have no place in his picture. Jet. 53. Life of Franklin. 245. The partisans of the proprietaries, in England and Pennsylvania, eagerly ascribed this performance to the pen of Franklin, the leader of the popular party whose influence and talents they most dreaded. The style, and other circumstances, gave countenance to such a suspension 1c1 on. As he never publicly affirmed the contrary, it has generally been supposed that the suspension 1c10n was well founded. Very recently, however, an original letter has been obtained, which was written by him to David Hume soon after the work was published, and in which he explicitly disavows the authorship. "I am obliged to you," he says in that letter, "for the favorable sentiments you express of the pieces sent to you, though the volume relating to our Pennsylvania affairs was not written by me, nor any part of it, except the remarks on the proprietor's estimate of his estate, and some of the inserted messages and reports of the Assembly, which I wrote when at home, as a member of committees appointed by the House for that purpose. The rest was by another hand." This declaration, made for no other end than to correct an erroneous impression on the mind of Mr. Hume, puts to rest the question of authorship. It is certain, however, that the book was written under his direction, and he may fairly be considered responsible for its contents. Nor does it appear, that he was disposed to shrink from this responsibility, since, if he had been, nothing more was necessary than to avow publicly what he wrote to Mr. Hume. In fact, he was really the author of a large portion of the work, which consists of the messages and reports mentioned above. The reason for withholding the author's name at the time was see Volume 7. p. 208. U*. 246 Life of L. and L. T. Franklin. 1759. That, if this were known, it would weaken the effect intended to be produced, by fixing the public attention upon an individual, rather than upon the book itself. Those, who have doubted Franklin's authorship, have attributed it to Ralph, one of his early associates, an able political writer, and an historian of some celebrity. Ralph was then in London, and this conjecture, to say the least, is not improbable. Life of Franklin. 247. Chapter 2. Franklin advises the conquest of Canada. His scheme adopted by the ministry. Journey to Scotland. Lord Cairns, Robertson, Hume. Parable against persecution. First published by Lord Cairns. How far Franklin claimed to be its author. His Miss Ryan brought to a favorable termination. Lord Manfield's agency in the affair. Franklin's sentiments in regard to Canada. Writes a pamphlet to show that it ought to be retained at the peace. Tour to the north of England. Receives public money for Pennsylvania. Tour in Holland. Experiments to prove the electrical properties of the tourmalin. Cold produced by evaporation. Ingenious theory for explaining the causes of northeast storms. Invents a musical instrument, called the harmonica. His son A. wounded governor of New Jersey returns to America. Although Franklin devoted himself mainly to the affairs of his agency, yet a mind like his could not be inattentive to the great events that were taking place around him, and he entered warmly into the general politics of the nation. Just before his arrival in England, Mr. Pitt had become Prime Minister. In the hope of drawing the attention of this sagacious statesman to the concerns of Pennsylvania, he made several attempts to gain an introduction to him, but without success. Alluding to this circumstance at a subsequent date, he said of Mr. Pitt, he was then too great a man, or too much occupied in affairs of greater moment. I was therefore obliged to content myself with a kind of non-apparent and unacknowledged communication through Mr. Potter and Mr. Wood, his secretaries, who seemed to cultivate an acquaintance with me by their civilities, and drew from me what information I could give relative to the American war, with my sentiments occasionally on measures that were proposed or advised by others, which gave me the opportunity of recommending and 248 Life of Franklin. 1759. Enforcing the utility of conquering Canada. I afterwards considered Mr. Pitt as an inaccessible. I admired him at a distance, and made no more attempts for a nearer acquaintance. It will be seen hereafter, when Mr. Pitt was no longer minister, that his reserve had softened, and that he not only sought the acquaintance of Franklin, but consulted him confidentially on important national affairs. It is known, moreover, that his advice at this time was both received and followed. It has been said on good authority, that the expedition against Canada, and its consequences in the victory of Wolfe at Quebec and the conquest of that country, may be chiefly ascribed to Franklin. He disapproved the policy, by which the ministry had hitherto been guided, of carrying on the war against the French in the heart of Germany, where, if successful, it would end in no real gain to the British nation, and no essential loss to the enemy. In all companies, and on all occasions, he urged the reduction of Canada as an object of the utmost importance. It would inflict a blow upon the French power in America, from which it could never recover, and which would have a lasting influence in advancing the prosperity of the British colonies. These sentiments he conveyed to the minister's friends, with such remarks on the practicability of the enterprise, and the manner of conducting it, as his intimate knowledge of the state of things in America enabled him to communicate. They made the impression he desired, and the result verified his prediction. During the year 1759, little progress, if any, was made in the Pennsylvania affair. The Historical Review was silently operating on public opinion, and preparing the minds of men in office to act with a better understanding of the subject, than they had heretofore. Jet. 53. Life of Franklin. 249. Possessed. The proprietary sent out a new governor to take the place of Mr. Denny, with whom they became dissatisfied as having been too compliant to the assembly. His successor was Mr. Hamilton, who had formerly held the office. In their instructions to him, they still refused to have their estates taxed, though they consented, that, in case the exigency of the times demanded it, a tax might be laid on their rents and quit rents only, provided their tenants should be obliged to pay the same, the amount being deducted when payments were made by the tenants to their receiver in Pennsylvania. Mr. Hamilton endeavored to procure better terms, and told them plainly before he left England, that, in his opinion, the proprietary estates ought to be taxed in common with all the other estates in the province. His efforts to carry this point, however, were unavailing. In the summer of this year Franklin made a journey to Scotland, accompanied by his son. His reputation as a philosopher was well established there, and he was received and entertained in a manner that evinced the highest respect for his character. The University of St. Andrews had some time before honored him with the degree of Doctor of Laws. He formed an acquaintance with nearly all the distinguished men, who then adorned Scotland by their talents and learning, particularly Lord Cairns, Dr. Robertson, and Mr. Hume, with whom he kept up long afterwards a friendly correspondence. The pleasure he derived from his visit is forcibly expressed in a letter to Lord Cairns. On the whole, I must say, I think the time we spent there was 6 weeks of the densest happiness I have met with in any part of my life, and the agreeable and instructive society we found there in such plenty has left so pleasing an impression on my memory. Vol. I. 32. 250 Life of Franklin. 1759. That, did not strong connections draw me else one. I believe Scotland would be the country I should choose to spend the remainder of my days in. Similar sentiments are repeated at a later date, and he often resolved to renew his visit, but this he was not able to do, till several years afterwards, being prevented by his numerous occupations, and by the increasing pressure of public business. He passed several days with Lord Cairns at his mansion in the country. While there, he read or recited from memory the celebrated parable against persecution, which, on account of the notoriety it has gained, deserves a notice in this place, especially as some writers have inconsiderately, and without a knowledge of the facts, charged him with plagiarism for allowing it to be published as his own. The particulars are these. Some time after this visit, Lord Cairns wrote to him for a copy of this parable, which he accordingly forwarded. No more was heard of it for 14 years. The University of St. Andrews had conferred upon him the degree of Doctor of Laws in the month of February preceding his visit to Scotland. The following is a copy of the diploma. NOS Universitate TISS/1. Andrier AP 11D Scotos Rector, Promoter, Collegium Perfecti, Facultatis .11. Retium Decanus, Crederic Professorum Ordens, Lectoribus Salutum. Cuiuendo quidem requiem est et rationi congruens, ut qui magno studio bonus didicerunt arts, idem referent premium studiis sui and lignum, ac pro inerti hominum vulgo propris quibus dam fulgent honoribus et privilegius, unde et ipsis bene sit, et galiorum propositur industria, cuiuendo entium ea presidum spectant amplissima illegura universitati andrinra antiquitacio ncsesa, ut, quodies residential postulat idonios quasqui in quavis facultate viros, vel summis, qui ad ern facultatem pertinent. Honoribus amplificare quid, cuiunque ingenuus et honstus vir, Benjaminus Franklin, artium magister, non solemn jurisprudentiae cognition, morum integritate, suavic vitra consuetudine nobis sit commendatus, verum entium acute inventus et exitu felici factis experimentus, quibus rerum naturalium, et imprimus rei electricare parum hactinus exploratura, scientium locuplatavit, tantum sibi concilia verit per orbum terrarum laudum, ut summos in republica leader aria myriader honors, his nos adducti. Et premia virtudi debita, quantum in nobis est, tribuer. Pound T, 53. Life of Franklin. 251. When Lord Cairns published the first edition of his Sketches of the History of Man. In that work the parable was inserted, with the following declaration by the author. It was communicated to me by Dr. Franklin of Philadelphia, a man who makes a great figure in the learned world, and who would still make a greater figure for benevolence and candor, were virtue as much regarded in this declining age as knowledge. Lord Cairns does not say, that Dr. Franklin wrote the parable, yet such an inference is fairly deducible from his language, and in this light it was understood by the public. At length someone lit upon a similar story in Jeremy Taylor's Liberty of Prophesying, where Taylor says, that it was taken from the Jevs books. So vague a reference afforded no clue to its origin, but a Latin version of it was found in the dedication of a work by George Gentius, who ascribes it to Saadi the Persian poet, and Saadi relates it as coming from another person, so that its source still remains a matter for curious research. Volentes, L/Iagistrum Benjaminum Franklin Supernominatum, Utriusque Juris Doctororum Cremus, Constituimus, et Renunciamus, Junqui Dinceps ab Universis pro Doctori Digniso Habri Volumus, Agisimus ei, Plena. Manu, Micunque, Uspium Gentium, Juris Utriusque Doctoribus Competunt Privilegia et Ornamenta. In cujus rei testimonium has nostris privilegii literas, chirographi singulorum confirmatas, et communi almeri universitatis sigillum unitas, d dimis Andriapoli 12 dimensis Februarii, anno domini renillissimo septingentesimo quinquagesimo nono. This diploma was signed by Andrew Shaw, rector of the university, David Gregory, professor of mathematics, Robert Watson, the historian, and 9 other officers of the university. While he was at Edinburgh, the freedom of the city was presented to him. The following is an extract from the record, dated September 5, 1759. Benjamin Franklin of Philadelphia is hereby admitted a burgess and guild brother of the city, as a mark of the affectionate respect, which the magistrates and council have for a gentleman, whose amiable character, greatly distinguished for usefulness to the society which he belongs to, and love to all mankind, had long ago reached them across the Atlantic Ocean. On the 2d of October the same compliment was paid to him by the magistrates of St. Andrews. 252 Life of Franklin. 1760. The parable was imperfectly printed from Lord Cames's copy. The last 4 verses were omitted, and these are essential to its completeness and beauty as it came from the hands of Franklin. Nor are there any grounds for the charge of plagiarism, since it was published without his knowledge, and without any pretense of authorship on his part. In a letter to Mr. Vaughan, written a short time before his death, he says, "The truth is, that I never published the parable, and never claimed more credit from it, than what related to the style, and the addition of the concluding threatening and promise. The publishing of it by Lord Cairns, without my consent, deprived me of a good deal of amusement, which I used to take in reading it by heart out of any Bible, and obtaining the remarks of the scripturians upon it, which were sometimes very diverting, not but that it is in itself, on account of the importance of its moral, well worth being made known to all mankind. A principal charm of this apology is the felicity with which the scripture style is imitated, both as to the thoughts and the manner of expressing them. For this charm, as well as for the closing verses, which give additional force to the moral, it is wholly indebted to Franklin, and it should moreover be observed, that the popular favor it has received, and the curiosity it has excited, are to be ascribed to the dress in which he clothed it. Till it appeared in this dress, it never attracted notice, although made public, long before, in so remarkable a work as the one into which it was incorporated by Jeremy Taylor *. After a delay of nearly 3 years, Franklin finally succeeded in bringing his public business to a term. See the parable, and other particulars concerning it, Volume 2. p. 118. MT 54. Life of Franklin. 253. Nation. The case was decided in June, 1760. Governor Denny had given his assent to several acts of the Assembly, which displeased the proprietaries, and on account of which they removed him from office. Among them was an act for raising £100,000 by a tax, in which the proprietary estates were put on the same footing as the estates of other landholders in the province. These laws were sent over to England, as usual, to be approved by the king, but the proprietaries opposed them, and exerted their endeavours to procure their rejection. Able lawyers were employed on both sides to argue the points at issue before the Board of Trade, and in the end all the laws were repealed except the one for RA1 SMG money. This was strenuously resisted by the counsel for the proprietaries, on the ground that it was an invasion of the prerogative, and an encroachment upon the proprietary rights, but the equity of the case was too plain to be misunderstood or eluded. The law was confirmed, under certain conditions, requiring that the governor should have a voice in the disposal of the money, that the waste lands of the proprietaries should not be taxed, and that their unimproved lands should be rated as low as those of any of the inhabitants. The agent engaged, on the part of the Assembly, that these conditions should be complied with. In fact, they did not materially affect the original claim of the Assembly, as the great principle, so long contended for, of taxing the proprietary estates, was established. Thus, after much embarrassment and vexatious delay, Franklin succeeded in accomplishing the main object of his mission, and his services met with the entire approbation of his constituents. It was obvious, however, from the spirit which had been shown in Vol. I.V. 254 Life of Franklin. 1760. The course of these proceedings, that the administration were not disposed to favor popular rights in the colonies, and it was deemed inexpedient at that time to press further upon their notice the grievances, of which the people of Pennsylvania complained. The proprietaries submitted to their defeat with as good a grace as they could, after holding out so long, but, in writing to the governor, they expressed themselves not well pleased, that the Board of Trade did not privately confer with them in drawing up their report, which they say had formerly been the usage. Lord Mansfield was chiefly concerned in that part of the report, which recommended the approval of the act for taxing the proprietary lands. This circumstance was mentioned in one of Franklin's letters to the Assembly, and he seemed to infer from it a good intention in his lordship towards the Pennsylvanians. When this was told to the proprietaries, they expressed surprise, that he should be so much deceived, and added, "My lord had no design to favor the Assembly, but to do us justice, and at the same time to extend the king's prerogative at both ours and the people's cost by and by." This may be true, and yet, by granting to the Assembly all they asked, it settled the controversy in their favor, and so far it indicated goodwill to the Pennsylvanians, whatever may have been the ultimate design, if indeed there were any such. As the war was now drawing to a close, there began to be much speculation among politicians respecting the terms of peace. Canada, Guadeloupe, and other possessions in the West Indies, East Indies, and Africa, had been taken from the French during the war. Which of these possessions did a sound policy and the interests of the nation require to be retained? A discussion of this question was entered into with Life of Franklin. Warmed by two parties. One was for holding Canada, the other Guadeloupe. The Earl of Bath wrote an able pamphlet to prove that Canada, as the most important acquisition, should by all means be retained at the peace. Another writer, supposed to be Mr. Burke, replied to the Earl of Bath, and vigorously urged the retention of Guadeloupe in preference to Canada. The arguments were drawn out at much length on both sides, and public opinion was divided. Strongly impressed with the importance of the subject in its relation to the American colonies, Franklin now engaged in the controversy, and published anonymously a tract, entitled The Interest of Great Britain Considered, in which he advanced reasons for keeping Canada. His views are briefly stated in a letter to Lord Cairns, written a short time before. No one can more sincerely rejoice than I do, on the reduction of Canada, and this is not merely as I am a colonist, but as I am a Briton. I have long been of opinion, that the foundations of the future grandeur and stability of the British Empire lie in America, and though, like other foundations, they are low and little now, they are, nevertheless, broad and strong enough to support the greatest political structure that human wisdom ever yet erected. I am, therefore, by no means for restoring Canada. If we keep it, all the country from the St. Lawrence to the Mississippi will in another century be filled with British people. Britain itself will become vastly more populous, by the immense increase of its commerce, the Atlantic Sea will be covered with your trading ships, and your naval power, thence continually increasing, will extend your influence round the whole globe, and ave the world. If the French remain in Canada, they will continually harass our colonies by the Indians, and impede if not prevent their 256 Life of Franklin. 1760. Growth. Your progress to greatness will at best be slow, and give room for many accidents that may forever prevent it. But I refrain, for I see you begin to think my notions extravagant, and look upon them as the ravings of a mad prophet. The same sentiments were more fully explained and defended in the Canada pamphlet, as the above-mentioned tract has usually been called. He argued, that the possession of Canada was essential to the security of the British colonies against the Indians on the frontiers, whom the French had always continued to keep in their interest, and who were instigated by them to commit depredations and outrages upon the inhabitants, and, moreover, that, politically considered, this security was a justifiable ground for retaining a territory, which had been acquired in open war by the blood and treasure of the nation. It would, likewise, defeat forever the ambitious designs of France for extending her power in America by seizing a large part of the continent and confining the British settlements to a narrow line along the coast, which design had long been manifest, and was indeed the principal cause of the war. Forts and military posts would afford but a feeble barrier, as experience had proved. He repudiated the idea advanced by some, that this was an affair of the colonies alone, and he showed, that the whole British Empire was as much concerned in it as any of its remote parts, that the wealth, strength, and political power of Great Britain would be immensely increased by the growing prosperity of the colonies, if they were encouraged and protected by a wise policy and a due regard to the ties by which they were united to the mother country. These points were illustrated by a mass of facts, indicating a profound knowledge of the history and Life of Franklin. 257. Deunion of the colonies, and of the commerce and political interests of Great Britain. It had been said, that Canada ought to be left to the French as a check to the growth of the colonies, which might in process of time become too formidable to be controlled by a distant master. To which he replied, a modest word, this check, for massacring men, women, and children, and suggested the easier method adopted by Pharaoh for preventing the increase of the Israelites. The success of this pamphlet was as great as the author could desire. By the advocates of the measure, which he supported, it was held up as irrefutable, and by the opposite party, who attempted an answer, it was praised as spirited, able, and ingenious, and as containing everything that could be said on that side of the question. It was believed to have produced an influence on the minds of the ministry, which was felt at the negotiation for peace. At any rate, Canada was retained. The author afterwards acknowledged his obligation to his friend, Mr. Richard J. Axon, for assistance in preparing the pamphlet for the press, but it is not known to what extent or in what manner this assistance was rendered. It is a curious fact, that Franklin was thus instrumental in annexing Canada to the British dominions, which was in reality the first step in the train of events, that led in a few years to the independence of the colonies, a result, which he afterwards contributed so much to accomplish, but which at this time was as little anticipated by him, as by any member of the British cabinet. Whilst he resided in England, it was his custom to spend several weeks of each summer in travelling. This year he made a tour to the north, returning through Cheshire and Wales to Bristol and Bath. He. Vol. I. 33v*. 258 Life of Franklin 1760. At first proposed going over to Ireland, and thence to Scotland, but he relinquished this part of his design. When he came back to London, he found a letter from Mr. Norris, Speaker of the Assembly in Pennsylvania, informing him, that he had been appointed by that body to receive the proportion of the parliamentary grant, which had been assigned to that province. During the latter years of the war, the annual sum of £200,000 was allowed by Parliament to the colonies, in consideration of the heavy charges to which they were subjected in providing an army, and the losses they sustained from the inroads of the enemy on the frontiers. This sum was apportioned to each colony according to the number of effective men employed in the field under the British generals. The share of Pennsylvania and the Delaware counties for the first year was about £30,000. This amount was paid into the hands of Franklin, by whom it was invested in the stocks, and otherwise disposed of, as directed by his constituents. The trust, though involving a high responsibility, and attended with embarrassments, was executed to the entire satisfaction of the Assembly. The governor endeavored at the outset to prevent his appointment, and then he insisted that he had a right to nominate other commissioners to act with the Assembly's agent in receiving the money. The proprietaries used their influence, also, to thwart his proceedings, alleging, that their deputy ought to have a voice in the disposal of this money after it reached Pennsylvania. This pretense was not tolerated by the Assembly. The grant was meant as a relief to the people, a just remuneration for the services they had rendered, and it was maintained, that the only proper authority for disposing of it rested with the peoples. Jet. 55, Life of Franklin. 259. Representatives. The ministry seemed to view the matter in the same light, for the money was paid to the agent of the Assembly. Having now finished the most important parts of his public business, he had leisure for other employments. In the summer of 1761, he went over to the continent, and travelled through Holland and Flanders, visiting the large cities, and returning in time to be present at the coronation of George III. There is no record of the incidents of this tour, except a short letter to his wife written at Utrecht, in which he says, he had seen almost all the principal places, and the things worthy of notice, in those two countries, and received a good deal of information, that would be useful when he returned to America. His philosophical studies had been in a measure suspended for some time, yet he had recurred to them occasionally, and performed experiments, which were attended with novel or useful results. There was a dispute among the philosophers about the properties of tourmalin, a stone which Epinus had discovered to possess the singular quality of being at the same time positively electrified on one side, and negatively on the opposite side, by heat alone, without the aid of friction. Others denied this fact. Franklin made a series of experiments with 2 specimens of tourmalin, given to him by Dr. Heberden, which confirmed AP_News's account. He found, that the heat of boiling water was sufficient to excite these opposite electrical properties, and he supposed that others had failed in the experiment by using imperfect stones, or such as had not their faces properly cut. Before he left America, Professor Simpson, of Glasgow, had communicated to him some curious experiments made by Dr. Cullen, showing that cold could 260 Life of Franklin be produced by evaporation. This fact, so well established since, was then little known. He repeated the experiment, by applying spirits of wine to the bulb of a thermometer, and thereby caused the mercury to fall 5 or 6 degrees. On his first visit to the University of Cambridge, at the suggestion of Dr. Hadley, professor of chemistry there, he performed the same process with ether, when the mercury fell to 25 degrees below the freezing point, and ice was formed on the bulb to the underscore thickness of 1/4 of an inch. From this experiment, he observes, one may see the possibility of freezing a man to death on a warm summer's day, if he were to stand in a passage through which the wind blew briskly, and to be wet frequently with ether, a spirit more inflammable than brandy or common spirits of wine. This principle of evaporation he applied to an ingenious solution of several phenomena, hitherto unconsidered or unexplained. Among others, it furnished him with a reason why the heat of the human body is not increased above its natural temperature, or 96 degrees, by hot air, while inanimate substances will receive an accumulation of heat. He had himself known the thermometer to stand at 100 degrees in the shade at Philadelphia, while the heat of his body was not above its usual temperature of 96. Being at the same time in a profuse perspiration, he inferred that the heat was carried off by evaporation, as fast as it came in contact with his body from the surrounding air. Hence, laborers in the Barvest field, under a burning sun, will endure excessive heat, whilst they perspire freely, and drink a sufficient quantity of water, or other liquid, to supply the moisture that is exhausted by evaporation. His mind was ever busy in searching for the causes. Life of Franklin. 261. Not only of remarkable phenomena, but of the common operations of nature. A visit to the salt mines in England led him to reflect on the formation of those mines and on the saltness of the sea. It has been the opinion of some great naturalists, he observes, that the sea is salt only from the dissolution of mineral or rock salt, which its waters happen to meet with. But this opinion takes it for granted, that all water was originally fresh, of which we can have no proof. I own I am inclined to a different opinion, and rather think all the water on this globe was originally salt, and that the fresh water we find in springs and rivers, is the produce of distillation. The sun raises the vapors from the sea, which form clouds, and fall in rain upon the land, and springs and rivers are formed of that rain. As to the rock salt found in mines, I conceive, that, instead of communicating its saltness to the sea, it is itself drawn from the sea, and that of course the sea is now fresher than it was originally. This is only another effect of nature's distillery, and might be performed various ways. One of these ways he thus describes. As we know from their effects, that there are deep fiery caverns under the earth, and even under the sea, if at any time the sea leaks into any of them, the fluid parts of the water must evaporate from that heat, and pass off through some volcano, while the salt remains, and by degrees, and continual accretion, becomes a great mass. Thus the cavern may at length be filled, and the volcano connected with it cease burning, as many, it is said, have done, and future miners, penetrating such cavern, find what we call a salt mine. This may be no more than a theory, but perhaps it is as good a theory as any other that has been advanced on the subject. To Mr. Alexander Small, a gentleman in London, No. 6. LLLTE of Franklin. 262. Fond of scientific inquiries, he communicated his reason for thinking that the northeast storms, so common along the Atlantic coast of North America, extending from Newfoundland to Florida, begin at the southeast. In October, 1743, there was to be an eclipse of the moon at 9 o'clock in the evening, which he prepared to observe at Philadelphia. But when the time came, the heavens were overcast, and a northeast storm had set in. He was surprised to learn, by the Boston newspapers, that the eclipse was visible in a clear sky at that place, as he supposed a storm, attended by a strong wind from that quarter, would naturally begin there first. He ascertained, however, that it actually began in Boston nearly 4 hours later than in Philadelphia, and that along the southern coast it began earlier in proportion as any given place was less distant from the Gulf of Mexico. This put him upon observing these storms whenever they occurred. And he found in each instance, that they began at the southeast, and moved northwestward, against the current of the wind, at the rate of about 100 miles an hour. The fact being established, he next set himself to assign a reason. Experience shows, that cool air will flow in and occupy the place of warmer and more rarefied air. A fire in a chimney is made to burn, and the smoke and warm air to ascend, by a current of air flowing into it from the room. The motion begins at the chimney, where a portion of air is first displaced, and thus a current is produced from all parts of the room towards the chimney. For several days previously to one of these storms, he supposes the air to become heated and rarefied by the rays of the sun about the regions of the Gulf of Mexico and Florida. The cooler and moister air from the northeast flows. Life of F.R. Franklin. 263. In and causes the rarefied air to ascend, clouds and rain are formed by the action of heat upon this cooler and moister air, and thus the storm begins, with a current of wind setting from the northeast. The denser air presses upon the lighter, till the current extends itself, in a retrograde direction, along the whole coast *. From early life he had a passion for music, and he both studied it as a science, and practiced it as an art. His remarks on the harmony and melody of the old Scotch songs have been much commended. Mr. Tytler says, this notion of Dr. Franklin's, respecting what may be called the ideal harmony of the Scottish melodies, is extremely acute, and is marked by that ingenious simplicity of thought, which is the characteristic of a truly philosophical mind. In a letter to his brother he explains the defects of modern music, with the same simplicity and acuteness, illustrating his idea by a criticism on one of Handel's admired compositions. Plus, In London he saw for the first time an instrument, consisting of musical glasses, upon which tunes were played by passing a wet finger round their brims. He was charmed with the sweetness of its tones, but the instrument itself seemed to him an imperfect contrivance, occupying much space and limited in the number of its tones. The glasses were arranged on a table, and tuned by putting water into them till they gave the notes required. After many trials he succeeded in constructing an instrument of a different form, more commodious, and the facts and hypothesis, respecting northeast storms, are likewise contained in a letter written to the Reverend Jared Elliott, 10 years before they were communicated to Mr. Small, which is now for the first time published in this work. See Volume 6. p. 105. T. Life of Lord Cairns, 2d ed. Volume 2. p. 31. J. See Volume 6. p. 269. 264 Life of Franklin. 1762. More extended in the compass of its notes. His glasses were made in the shape of a hemisphere, with an open neck or socket in the middle, for the purpose of being fixed on an iron spindle. They were then arranged one after another, on this spindle, the largest at one end and gradually diminishing in size to the smallest at the other end. The tones depended on the size of the glasses. The spindle, with its series of glasses, was fixed horizontally in a case, and turned by a wheel attached to its larger end, upon the principle of a common spinning wheel. The former sat in front of the instrument, and the tones were brought out by applying a wet finger to the exterior surface of the glasses as they turned round. He called it the fluid harmonica, in honor of the musical language of the Italians, as he says in a Gente Tubicaria, in which it is minutely described. For some time the harmonica was in much use. Miss Davies acquired great skill in playing upon it. She performed in public, and, accompanied by her sister, who was a singer, she exhibited her skill in the principal cities of Europe, where she attracted large audiences, and the notice of distinguished individuals. The instruments were manufactured in London, and sold at the price of 40 guineas each. At the beginning of the year 1762, Dr. Franklin began to think seriously about returning to his native country, and to prepare for his departure. His friend, Mr. Strahan, had endeavored to prevail on him to bring over his family and settle himself in London. Mr. Strahan wrote to Mrs. Franklin on the subject, using much persuasion to win her consent to this project. Miss Davies performed in the presence of the Imperial Court of Vienna, at the celebration of the nuptials of the Duke of Parma and the Archduchess of Austria. An ode was composed for the occasion by Med. AK 56. J. Life of Franklin. 265. She was no less opposed to it than her husband, whose opinion may be gathered from the following account of a conversation with one/Lr. Strahan, contained in a letter to his wife. He was very urgent with me to stay in England, and prevail with you to remove hither with Sally. He proposed several advantageous schemes to me, which appeared reasonably founded. His family is a very agreeable one, Mrs. Strahan a sensible and good woman, the children of amiable characters, and particularly the young man, who is sober, ingenious, and industrious, and a desirable person. In point of circumstances there can be no objection, Mr. Strahan. Astagio, expressly designed to be sung by her sister and accompanied by the Florianonica. It was set to a new piece of music adapted to the instrument. Fiode is here printed from a manuscript copy found among Dr. Franklin's papers. Poesia. Per Loccasione del Nace del Real Infante Duca de Parmacon l'Archmucchessad Austria, cantata in Vrnna. Dalla Cecilia Davies, detta al Faglesina, sorella del Ec. Cell and sonatrice del nu 0v0 is trumento de Muzerque, Chia. Motto l'Ardionica, inventat 0 dal celebre Dottori Franklin. A percicio el canto mio dolce al morder catina perci mi non posso anch'io, Filomena, al par di te. Sag all or un labro spanderazzi accenti, e troppo audes, ma, esitus in dls1 grande, men culpabili nani. Ardere, Germana, a tuoi sonori auditivi olubili cristalli l esperdomano, eni risvegli il raro conc sedutor. Col canto anch'io tentero di imitar nel amoroso tenor. Di applausi e voti orche la parma el istro di amalia e di Fernando agli Augusti imini I tutto risuana. Vol. I. 34W. 266 Life of Franklin. 1762. Being in such a way as to lay up £1,000 every year from the profits of his business, after maintaining his family and paying all charges. I gave him, however, 2 reasons why I could not think of removing hither: 1, my affection to Pennsylvania, and long-established friendships and other connections there; the other, your invincible aversion to crossing the seas. And, without removing hither, I could not think of parting with my daughter to such a distance. I thanked him for the regard shown to us in the proposal, but gave him no expectation that I should forward the letters. So you are at liberty to answer or not, just as you think proper. As far as his pecuniary interest. Sarifio il Tacker. Nete del nuovo armonico strumento rendidubiosa il lento, 1110 il fleeble suono. Abbiasi mart I sua di ir ministri strepitosi oracleque, una soave armonia, non disdini ma di teneri offetti eccitatrice, piu convene ad amor, Meglio accompagna quul che dal alma bella si trasfond sul volto alla sposa real placido lum, il benino costume, la dolce maesta. Bench samaso lo stil de nostri accenti e le grado sera, che l'emulsuano non e colpato difetto, e sempre insuano emul parla il rispetto. Alla stagenta fiore e de novelli amori e grado il malfiato di un zeffiro leggier. Zero gemitra le frond, zero lento increspi el onde, zeffiro in ogni lato compagno e del piecer. Questa cantata fu scritta dalla Bate Pietro Metastasio, e messa in musica de Giovanni Adolfo Haas. Detto il Sassoni. 1 Et5G. Life of Franklin. 267. Were concerned, there is no doubt that they would have been essentially advanced by complying with Mr. Strahan's advice, but he had higher motives, and events proved that he judged wisely. Before he left England he received the degree of Doctor of Laws from the Universities of Edinburgh and Oxford. Other friends, besides Mr. Strahan, regretted his departure. Mr. Hume wrote, I am very sorry, that you intend soon to leave our hemisphere. America has sent us many good things, gold, silver, sugar, tobacco, indigo, and sea, but you are the first philosopher, and indeed the first great man of letters, for whom we are beholden to her. It is our own fault, that we have not kept him, whence it appears, that we do not agree with Solomon, that wisdom is above gold, for we take care never to send back an ounce of the latter, which we once lay our fingers upon. Franklin replied, your compliment of gold and wisdom is very obliging to me, but a little injurious to your country. The various value of everything in every part of this world arises, you know, from the various proportions of the quantity to the demand. We are told, that gold and silver in Solomon's time were so plenty, as to be of no more value in his country than the stones in the street. You have here at present just such a plenty of wisdom. Your people are, therefore, not to be censured for desiring no more among them than they have, and, if the date of the Oxford degree is April 30th, 17G2. The following extract from the university records is found among Dr. Franklin's papers. February, 22d, 1762. Agreed, Nem. Con. At a meeting of the heads of houses, that G.Ir. Franklin, whenever he shall please to visit the university, shall be offered the compliment of the degree of D.C.L. honoris causa. I. Brown, Vice Cand. The degree of Master of Arts was likewise conferred on his son, William Franklin, at Oxford. 268 Life of Franklin. 1762. I have any, I should certainly carry it where, from its scarcity, it may probably come to a better market. A few days before he sailed, his son was appointed governor of New Jersey, although the appointment was not publicly announced till some time afterwards. It is evident from this act of the ministry, that they had then conceived no prejudice against the father, on account of the part he had taken in the Pennsylvania controversy, for it could only have been through the influence of his character, and the interest made by his friends on this ground, that so high an office could have been obtained for the son, whose personal services had given him no adequate claims to such an elevation. This proof of confidence from the ministry was displeasing to the proprietaries. They drew some consolation, however, even from so unpropitious a circumstance. Thomas Penn said, in a letter to Governor Hamilton, I am told you will find Mr. Franklin more tractable, and I believe we shall, in matters of prerogative, as his son must obey instructions, and what he is ordered to do, the father cannot you oppose in Pennsylvania. This hope was of short duration. The father continued as untractable as ever, zealous in the people's cause, firm in its support, and active in every measure for establishing their rights on the basis of liberty and a just administration of the government. The proprietaries, suspicious of his designs, and directly 11G his influence, kept a watchful eye on him while he was in England, and they at least deserve the credit of candor for acquitting him of having been engaged in any practices, which they could censure. I do not find, said Thomas Penn, in another letter to Governor Hamilton, that he has done me any dice with any party, having had conversations with T5G. Life of Franklin. 269. All, in which I have studied to talk of these affairs, and I believe he has spent most of his time in philosophical, and especially in electrical matters, having generally company in a morning to see those experiments, and musical performances on glasses, where any one that knows him carries his friends. This declaration is honorable to both parties, and it shows that the agent, while performing his duty to his constituents, was not unmindful of a proper respect for the character and interests of his opponents. Dr. Franklin sailed from England about the end of August, having resided there more than 5 years. In a letter, dated at Portsmouth on the 17th of that month, bidding farewell to Lord Kames, he said, I am now waiting here only for a wind to waft me to America, but cannot leave this happy island and my friends in it without extreme regret, though I am going to a country and a people that I love. I am going from the old world to the new, and I fancy I feel like those, who are leaving this world for the next, grief at the parting, fear of the passage, hope of the future. He arrived at Philadelphia on the 1st of November. The fleet, in which he took passage, under the convoy of a man of war, touched at Madeira, and was detained there a few days. They were kindly received and entertained by the inhabitants, on account of the protection afforded them by the English fleet against the united invasion of France and Spain. Not long after his return to Philadelphia, he wrote to Mr. Richard Jackson a full account of the island of Madeira, its population, soil, climate, and productions, but the letter has never been published, and it is supposed to be lost. W***. Life of Franklin. 1762. 270. Chapter 3. Receives the thanks of the Assembly. Tour through the Middle and Eastern colonies. Engages again in public affairs. Massacre of Indians in Lancaster. Franklin's pamphlet on the subject, and his agency in pacifying the insurgents. Colonel Bouquet's account of his public services. Disputes revived between the governor and the Assembly. Militia bill defeated. The governor rejects a bill in which the proprietary estates are taxed. The Assembly resolved to petition the king for a change of government: petition drafted by Franklin. Chosen Speaker of the Assembly. Norris, Dickinson, Galloway scheme for stamp duties opposed by the Assembly. Franklin is not elected to the Assembly. Appointed agent to the court of Great Britain. Sails for England. No sooner was his arrival known in Philadelphia, than his friends, both political and private, whose attachment had not abated during his long absence, flocked around him to offer their congratulations on the success of his mission, and his safe return to his family. At each election, while he was abroad, he had been chosen a member of the Assembly, and he again took his seat in that body. The subject of his agency was brought before the House. A committee was appointed to examine his accounts, who reported that they were accurate and just, and a resolve was passed, granting him £3,000 as a remuneration for his services while engaged in the public employment. This resolve was followed by a vote of thanks for his many services, not only to the province of Pennsylvania, but to America in general, during his late agency at the court of Great Britain. As the contest was one, however, in which two parties were enlisted in opposition, with all the vilely p_ce of zeal and acrimony of personal feeling, which usually attend controversies of this nature, he had the T57. Life of Franklin. Misfortune to draw down upon himself the enmity of one party, in proportion to the applause which his successful endeavors elicited from the other. And it may here be observed, that the part he took in these proprietary quarrels for the defense and protection of popular rights, which he sustained by the full weight of his extraordinary abilities, was the foundation of the inveterate hostility against his political character, with which he was assailed in various ways to the end of his life, and the effects of which have scarcely disappeared at the present day. Yet no one, who now impartially surveys the history of the transactions in which he was engaged, can doubt the justice of the cause he espoused with so much warmth, and which he upheld to the last with unwavering constancy and firmness. Circumstances raised him to a high position as a leader, his brilliant talents kept him there, and he thus became the object of a malevolence, which had been engendered by disappointment, and embittered by defeat. This he bore with a philosophical equanimity, and went manfully onward with the resolution of a stern and true patriot, forgiving his enemies, and never deserting his friends, faithful to every trust, and, above all, faithful to the liberties and best interests of his country. In consequence of so long an absence from home, his private affairs required attention for some time. After his return, holding the office of Postmaster General in America, he spent 5 months of the year 1763 in traveling through the northern colonies for the purpose of inspecting the post offices. He went eastward as far as New Hampshire, and the whole extent of his tour, in going and coming, was about 1,600 miles. In this journey he was AC 272. Life of Franklin. 1763. Accompanied by his daughter, and it was performed in a light carriage, driven by himself. A saddle horse made a part of the equipage, on which his daughter rode, as he informs us, nearly all the way from Rhode Island to Philadelphia. The meeting of his old friends in Boston, Rhode Island, and New York, afforded him much enjoyment, and he was detained many days in each place by their hospitality. At New York he met General Amherst, Commander-in-Chief of the British Army in America, who received him with flattering civilities. He was also obliged to move slowly, on account of a weakness and pain in the breast, attended with unfavorable symptoms, which were increased by 2 accidental falls, in one of which his shoulder was dislocated. To relieve the anxiety of his sister, at whose house he had stayed in Boston, he wrote to her as follows, immediately after he reached home. I find myself quite clear from pain, and so have at length left off the cold bath. There is, however, still some weakness in my shoulder, though much stronger than when I left Boston, and mending. I am otherwise very happy in being at home, where I am allowed to know when I have eaten enough and drunk enough, am warm enough, and sit in a place that I like, and nobody pretends to know what I feel better than myself. Do not imagine that I am a whit the less sensible of the kindness I experienced among my friends in New England. I am very thankful for it, and shall always retain a grateful remembrance of it. His health and strength were gradually restored, and he entered again with his accustomed ardor and energy into the pursuits of active life. At this time, also, there was a demand for the service of every citizen, whose knowledge of business and experience in E.T. 57 Life of Franklin. 273. Public affairs qualified him to execute important trusts. The peace, while it relieved the country from a foreign foe, had been the signal for disbanding the forces which protected the frontiers. Hitherto, the thirst of the savages for blood and rapine, inflamed by the late way, had been satisfied in fighting the battles of Th1, Ir. civilized neighbors, and in murdering and plundering. Under their sanction I but now, having had no share in making the peace, and deriving no benefit from it, they conceived the project of continuing the war on their own account. In pursuance of this plan, the western tribes formed themselves into a confederacy, and broke in upon the frontier settlements of the middle provinces, with a boldness and ferocity that had seldom been shown on former occasions, murdering the inhabitants, burning their houses, and carrying off or destroying their effects. To meet this exigency, it was necessary to raise troops, and to procure money for paying them and for purchasing military supplies. This was promptly done by the Assembly of Pennsylvania, and commissioners were appointed to expend the money appropriated for these objects. Franklin was one of the cornreams tenants. In the month of December, a tragical occurrence took place in Lancaster County, as revolting to humanity as it was disgraceful to the country. At the Conestoga Manor, resided the remnant of a tribe of Indians, which had dwindled down to 11 persons. Men, women, and children. Their chief, a venerable old man, who had assisted at the second treaty held with the Indian tribes by William Penn, more than 60 years before, had from that day lived on terms of friendship with his white neighbors, and he and his people had ever been distinguished for their peace. Vol. I. 35. 274 Life of Franklin. 1763. Able and inoffensive behavior. The little village of huts, which they occupied, was surrounded in the night by 57 armed men, who came on horseback from 2 of the frontier townships, and every individual then present was massacred in cold blood. The old chief was murdered in his bed. It happened that 6 persons only were at home, the other 14 being absent among the surrounding whites. These Indians were collected by the magistrates of Lancaster, brought to the town, and put into the workhouse as the place of greatest safety. When the news of this atrocious act came to Philadelphia, the governor issued a proclamation, calling on all justices, sheriffs, and other public officers civil and military, to make diligent search for the perpetrators of the crime, and cause them to be apprehended and confined in the jails, till they could be tried by the law. vs. In defiance of this proclamation, 50 of these barbarians, armed as before, marched into the town of Lancaster, broke open the door of the workhouse, and deliberately murdered every Indian it contained, and, strnge as it may seem, the magistrates and other inhabitants were mute spectators of the scene of horror, without attempting to rescue the unhappy victims from their fate. Not one of the murderers was apprehended, the laws and the governor's authority being alike disregarded. Such an outrage upon humanity, and so daring a violation of all laws human and divine, could not but kindle the indignation of every benevolent mind, and fill with alarm every friend of social order. To exhibit the transaction in its proper colors before the public, Franklin wrote a narrative of the late acres in Lancaster County, usually called the Paxton Dotterforders, because many of the rioters belonged to a Let. 58, Life of Franklin. Frontier town of that name. After a brief and impressive relation of the facts, he cites examples from history to show that even heathens, in the rudest stages of civilization, had never tolerated such crimes as had here been perpetrated in the heart of a Christian community. Appealing to the inhabitants, he says, "Let us rouse ourselves, for shame, and redeem the honor of our province from the contempt of its neighbors. Let all good men join heartily and unanimously in support of the laws, and in strengthening the hands of government, that justice may be done, the wicked punished, and the innocent protected, otherwise we can, as a people, expect no blessing from heaven. There will be no security for our persons or properties, anarchy and confusion will prevail over all, and violence without judgment dispose of everything." The style of this pamphlet is more vehement and rhetorical than is common in the author's writings, but it is characterized by the peculiar clearness and vigor which mark all his compositions. But neither the able exposure of the wickedness of the act, nor the eloquent and passionate appeal to the sensibilities of the people, contained in this performance, could stifle the spirit that was abroad, or check the fury with which it raged. The friendly Indians throughout the province, some of whom had been converted to Christianity by the Moravians, were alarmed at this war of extermination waged against their race. 140 of them fled for protection to Philadelphia. For a time they were kept in safety on Province Island, near the city. When the insurgents threatened to march down and put them all to death, the assembly resolved to repel them by force. The fugitives were taken into the city, and secured in the barracks. 276 Life of Franklin. 1764. There being no regular militia, Franklin, at the request of the governor, formed a military association, as he had done on another occasion in a time of public danger. 9 companies were organized, and nearly 1,000 citizens embodied themselves under arms. The insurgents advanced as far as Germantown, within 6 miles of Philadelphia, where, hearing of the preparation that had been made to protect the Indians, they thought it prudent to pause. Taking advantage of this crisis, the governor and council appointed Franklin and 3 other gentlemen to go out and meet them, and endeavor to turn them from their purpose. This mission was successful. Finding it impossible to carry their design into execution, they were at last prevailed upon to return peaceably to their homes. 2 persons were deputed by the rioters, before they separated, to be the bearers of their complaints to the governor and the assembly. This was done by a memorial to the governor in behalf of the inhabitants of the frontier settlements. Divers grievances were enumerated, particularly the distresses they suffered from the savages, who had murdered defenseless families, and been guilty in numerous instances of the most barbarous cruelties. Much sophistry was used to extenuate, or rather to defend, the conduct of those, who, driven to desperation, had determined to make an indiscriminate slaughter of the Indians. It was alleged, that the friendship of these Indians was only a pretense, that they harbored traitors among them, who sent intelligence to the war parties and abetted their atrocities, that retaliation was justifiable, the war being against the Indians as a nation, of which every tribe and individual constituted a part. With such reasoning as this the multitude was set. And R. 58.J. Life of Franklin. 277. Isfied. Religious frenzy suggested another argument. Joshua had been commanded to destroy the heathen. The Indians were heathens, hence there was a divine command to exterminate them. Another memorial, with 1,500 signatures, was sent to the assembly. They were both referred to a committee. But, the governor declining to support the measures recommended, no further steps were taken. The character and result of these extraordinary proceedings show, in the first place, that the criminal outrages were approved by a large party in the province. And next, that the government, either from want of intelligence and firmness in the head, or of unity and GTN in the parts, were too feeble to execute justice and preserve public order. Great credit is due to the agency of Franklin, in stopping the tide of insurrection and quieting the commotions. By his personal exertions and influence, as well as by his pen, he labored to strengthen the arm of government, diffuse correct sentiments among the people, and maintain the supremacy of the laws. His duties, as a member of the Board of Commissioners for the disposal of the public money, in carrying on the war against the Indians, were arduous and faithfully performed. Colonel Bouquet commanded the army in Pennsylvania, consisting of regular troops and provincial levies. He applied to the governor and commissioners for liberty to enlist more men, his ranks having been thinned by desertions. On this subject, he wrote a letter to Franklin, containing a recital of his public services, which justly claims the reader's notice. It is dated at Fort Loudoun, August 22 d. 1764. L/E dependence was, as usual, upon you, and, indeed, had you not supported my request in the warm Vol. I. X. 278 Life of Franklin. 1764. Est manner, it must have miscarried, and left me exposed to many inconveniences. Your conduct on this occasion does not surprise me, as I have not alone experienced the favorable effects of your readiness to promote the service. I know that General Shirley owed to you the considerable supply of provisions this government voted for his troops, besides warm clothing, that you alone could and did procure for General Braddock the carriages, without which he could not have proceeded on his expedition, that you had a road open through this province to supply more easily his army with provisions, and spent a summer in those different services without any other reward, than the satisfaction of serving the public. And I am not unacquainted with the share you had in carrying safely through the House, at a very difficult time, the bill for £60,000 during Lord Loudoun's command. But, without recapitulating instances in which I was not directly concerned, I remember gratefully, that as early as 1756, when I was sent by Lord Loudoun to obtain quarters in Philadelphia for the 1st Battalion of the Royal American Regiment, I could not have surmounted the difficulties made by your people, who, at that time unacquainted with the quartering of troops, expressed the greatest reluctance to comply with my request, till you were so good as to take the affair in hand, and obtain all that was desired. I have not been less obliged to you in the execution of the present act, having been an eyewitness of your forwardness to carry at the board, as a commissioner, every measure I proposed for the success of this expedition. This acknowledgment being the only return I can make, for the repeated services I have received from you in my public station, I beg you will. Jet. 58 Life of Franklin. 279. Excuse my prolixity upon a subject so agreeable to myself, as the expression of my gratitude. In October, 1763, John Penn arrived in Pennsylvania as successor to Governor Hamilton. Being connected by family ties with the proprietaries, it was hoped that he was invested with larger discretionary powers than had been intrusted to the late deputy governors, and that he would be both enabled and disposed to administer the government in a manner better adapted to the condition, wants, and privileges of the people. He called the assembly together by a special summons, and his first message abounded in good wishes and patriotic professions. It was received by the assembly, as stated in their reply, with the most cordial satisfaction. The session opened propitiously, £600 were granted to the governor towards his support for the first year, and a vote was passed to raise, pay, and supply 1,000 men, to be employed in the king's service during the A.P. Prouching campaign against the Western Indians. It was soon perceived, however, that the hope of a change in the temper and aims of the proprietaries was not to be realized. The old controversies were revived, with as much warmth and pertinacity as ever, and with as little prospect of a reconciliation. Franklin, from the position he held, necessarily became a leader, on the side of the Assembly, in these new disputes. The recent disorders in the province convinced the governor that the civil power required a stronger support than any that could then be brought to its aid. He recommended a militia law, by which the citizens might be embodied for their own protection and the public defense. The proposal was well 280 Life of Franklin. 1764. Received by the Assembly, and a committee was instructed to frame a bill. Franklin was a member of this committee. A bill was reported, similar to the one which he had framed and carried through the House. At the beginning of the late war, each company was allowed to choose 3 persons for each of the offices of captain, lieutenant, and ensign. Out of these 3 the governor was to select and commission the one he thought most proper. In like manner the officers of companies were to choose the officers of regiments, 3 for each office being recommended to the governor, any one of whom he might select and commission. Fines were imposed for offences, and the offenders were to be tried by judges and juries in the courts of law. In this shape the bill was passed, and presented to the governor for his signature. He refused his assent, and returned it to the House with amendments, claiming to himself the sole appointment of officers, enhancing the amounts of the fines, requiring all trials to be by a court-martial, and making some offences punishable by death. The Assembly would not for a moment listen to an assumption so dangerous to the liberties of the people. It was no less than putting the power of imposing exorbitant fines, and even of inflicting the punishment of death, into the hands of a set of officers depending on the governor alone for their commissions, and responsible to him alone for the manner in which these were executed. The bill was accordingly lost. De Franklin wrote and published an account of the proceedings, in relation to this militia bill, showing the causes of its failure, and the unjustifiable conduct and designs of the proprietary party in the course they had taken to defeat it. 58 Life of Franklin. 281. This was only the prelude to a more important dispute, in which the governor contrived to embroil himself with the Assembly. Money was to be provided for paying the expenses of the Indian War. It was proposed to raise £50,000 by emitting bills of credit, and, for the redemption of these bills, a land tax, among other sources of revenue, was to be laid. Conformably to the decision of the King in Council, the proprietary lands were to be included in this tax. In one part of that decision the words were, "The located uncultivated lands of the proprietaries shall not be assessed higher than the lowest rate, at which any located uncultivated lands belonging to the inhabitants shall be assessed." The Assembly understood this clause to mean, that the proprietary lands should not be rated higher, than lands of a similar quality belonging to other persons. The governor, availing himself of an ambiguity in the language, gave it a different sense, insisting that all the proprietary lands, however good their quality, were to be rated as low as the worst and least valuable lands belonging to the people. The Assembly replied, that, if it were possible to torture the clause into this meaning, it was nevertheless a forced construction, unheard of before, contrary to justice, and discreditable to the proprietaries, since it was bottomed on selfishness, and brought their interest in conflict with their honor. After much wrangling and delay, the Assembly were obliged to waive their rights, and consent to the passage of the act on the governor's terms. The savages were invading their borders, and the troops must be supported. These vexations exhausted the patience of the Assembly. Convinced that they must continually fight the same battles over with the new governor, and Vol. I. 36x*. 282 Life of Franklin. 1764. With every succeeding governor appointed by the proprietaries, they passed a series of resolves, just before their adjournment, stating the oppressions which the inhabitants of Pennsylvania suffered from their rulers, and expressing their belief that peace and happiness could never be restored to the province, till the power of governing it should be lodged in the crown. They then adjourned, for the avowed purpose of consulting their constituents on the subject of presenting a petition to the king, praying him to take the government into his own hands. During the recess of the Assembly, Dr. Franklin wrote a tract, entitled Cool Thoughts on the Present Situation of Public Affairs, in which he described the evils of the proprietary government, explained their causes, and came to the conclusion, that most of these evils were inherent in the nature of the government itself, and that the only remedy was a change, by substituting a royal government in its stead, without the intervention of proprietary powers, which, like unnecessary springs and movements in a machine, are apt to produce disorder. This pamphlet was written with the design of drawing public attention to the Assembly's resolves, and of preparing the way for prompt and efficient action when the members should again convene. They came together on the 14th of May, after an adjournment of 7 weeks. And numerous petitions to the king for a change of government, signed by more than 3,000 of the inhabitants and coming from all parts of the province, were laid before them. Encouraged by this manifestation of public sentiment, the House decided by a large majority to promote and sustain the prayer of the petitioners. A petition to the king from the Assembly, for the same object. Let. 58. J. Life of Franklin. 283. Was accordingly drafted by Dr. Franklin. The debates were animated, both parties exerting their whole strength in the conflict. The majority in favor of the measure was so great, however, that the war of words produced no effect on the result. Yet some men wavered, who had hitherto stood firm. Among these was Mr. Norris, the Speaker, who had filled the chair many years, respected by all parties for his integrity, abilities, and public spirit. He had acted steadily with those who opposed the proprietary encroachments, but he looked for redress and amendment, rather than for a radical change, and he was unwilling to affix his signature to the petition. He resigned at his seat, and Franklin was chosen in his place. The petition passed the House, and was signed by him as Speaker. John Dickinson was another wavering member. He had disapproved the proprietary measures, but in this affair of the petition he was the champion of that party in the Assembly. His speech on the occasion, eloquent and spirited, though more declamatory than argumentative, was published, with a preface by another hand. The writer of the preface indulged himself in a strain of personal invective and harsh reflection, never called for by a good cause, and rarely serviceable to a bad one. As a counterbalance to this pamphlet, Galloway, an able and popular leader on the other side, wrote out and published the speech he had delivered in reply to Dickinson. A preface was contributed by Dr. Franklin, which, for sarcastic humor and force of argument, is one of the best of his performances. Perfectly master of his subject, and confident in his strength, he meets his opponents on their own ground, using his weapons in defense and assault with equal adroitness and self-command. 284 Life of Franklin. 1764. One of the objections against a change of government gave some uneasiness even to those who were bent upon that measure. The rights and privileges of the people, which they most valued, were secured by the charters, and, it was said, if the government should devolve on the king, he might take away the charters, or impose such restraints as would essentially abridge, if not annihilate, the freedom they then enjoyed. To this it could only be replied, that such a thing was in the highest degree improbable, that nothing more was asked of the king, than that he would, by fair purchase, obtain the jurisdiction of the province, thereby standing in the place of the proprietaries, that William Penn had made some progress in negotiating such a sale to the crown before his death, and it could never have been his design to deprive the inhabitants of the charters, which had been granted to them in good faith, and which had afforded the chief inducement to the settlers for purchasing and cultivating the lands. As a proof that this confidence in the royal honor and magnanimity was not misplaced, the example of other colonies was cited, where a similar change had been effected, without any injury to the charters or any abridgment of liberty. These views were plausible, but they were not such as to remove all doubts, even from the majority in the Assembly, for, when they forwarded the petitions to Mr. Jackson, their agent in London, they enjoined him to proceed with the utmost caution, securing to the inhabitants all the privileges, civil and religious, which they had hitherto enjoyed by their charters and laws, and, in case he should apprehend any danger to these privileges, he was required to suspend further action, till he should receive additional directions from the Assembly. Jet. 58, Life of Franklin. 285. At the next session, the most important business, which engaged the attention of the House, was the proposal of the British Ministry to raise a revenue by stamp duties in the colonies. The Assembly of Pennsylvania, participating in the excitement, which this intelligence had caused throughout the country, sent instructions to their agent in England, remonstrating against any such scheme, as tending to deprive the people of their most essential rights as British subjects. The signing of these instructions was the last act of Dr. Franklin as Speaker of the House. The election in the autumn of this year, 1764, was sharply contested. It turned on the question of a change of government. The proprietary party, having much at stake, redoubled their efforts, and, in the city of Philadelphia and some of the counties, they were successful. Franklin, after having been chosen 14 years successively, now lost his election, there being against him a majority of about 25 votes in 4,000. But, after all, it was an empty triumph. When the members convened, there were 2 to 1 in favor of the measures of the last assembly, and they resolved to carry these measures into effect. Being determined to pursue their object with all the force they could bring to bear upon it, they appointed Dr. Franklin as a special agent to proceed to the court of Great Britain, and there to take charge of the petition for a change of government, and to manage the general affairs of the province. This appointment was a surprise upon the proprietary party. They had imagined that, by defeating his election, they had rid themselves of an active and troublesome opponent in the Assembly, and weakened his influence abroad. When it was proposed, therefore, to raise him to a situation in which he could. 286 Life of Franklin. FL 764. More effectually than ever serve the same cause, the agitation in the House, and the clamor out of doors, were extreme. His adversaries testified their chagrin by the means they used to prevent his appointment. Even John Dickinson, while he could not refrain from eulogizing him as a man, inveighed strenuously against his political principles and conduct, at the same time exhibiting symptoms of alarm, that would, almost ludicrous, if it were not known what power there is in the spirit of party to distort truth and pervert the judgment. The gentleman proposed, he says, in a speech to one he House, has been called here today a great luminary of the learned world. Far be it from me to detract from the merit I admire. Let him still shine, but without wrapping his country in flames. Let him, from a private station, from a smaller sphere, diffuse, as I think he may, a beneficial light, but let him not be made to move and blaze like a comet to terrify and distress. Not satisfied with lavishing abuse upon him in debate, his enemies procured a remonstrance to be drawn up and signed by many of their adherents in the city, which was presented to the Assembly. Such an attempt to prejudice the representatives, or bias their proceedings, was not likely to have any other effect on his friends, than to excite their indignation, and unite them more firmly in his favor. The remonstrance, failing in the Assembly, published their objections in the form of a protest. As it was now too late to change what had been done, no practical end could be answered by this publication. Hence it may be ascribed to other motives than solicitude for the public welfare. It was object. Ed. That Dr. Franklin had been the chief author of Life of Franklin. The late measures for a change of government. Allowing this to be true, it was so far from being an objection in the opinion of his friends, that it afforded one of the best reasons for entrusting to him the prosecution of those measures. It was further objected, that he was not in favor with the ministers, that he stood on ill terms with the proprietaries, and that he was extremely disagreeable to a large number of the inhabitants of the province, all of which, as declared by the protesters, disqualified him for the agency he was about to undertake. He wrote remarks on these charges, just before his departure for England, examining them in detail, replying to each, and saying at the conclusion, I am now to take leave, perhaps a last leave, of the country I love, and in which I have spent the greatest part of my life. Esto perpetua, I wish every kind of prosperity to my friends, and I forgive my enemies. This forgiveness he could the more easily bestow, since his enemies, with all their industrious efforts to defame and injure him as a public man, had never insinuated a suspicion unfavorable to his private reputation or his character as a citizen. There being no money in the treasury, that could be immediately appropriated to defray the agent's expenses, the assembly voted, that these expenses should be provided for in the next bill that should be passed for raising money. Upon the strength of this pledge, the merchants, in 2 hours, subscribed £1,100 as a loan to the public for this object. On the 7th of November, only 12 days after his appointment, Franklin left Philadelphia, accompanied by a cavalcade of 300 citizens, who attended him to Chester, where he was to go on board the vessel. The affectionate leave taken of me by so. 288 Life of Franklin. 1764. Many dear friends at Chester, said he, was very endearing, God bless them and all Pennsylvania. He sailed the next day, but the vessel was detained overnight at Reedy Island in the Delaware. At that place he wrote a letter to his daughter, from which the following is an extract. My dear child, the natural prudence and goodness of heart God has blessed you with, make it less necessary for me to be particular in giving you advice. I shall therefore only say, that the more attentively dutiful and tender you are towards your good mamma, the more you will recommend yourself to me. But why should I mention me, when you have so much higher a promise in the commandments that such conduct will recommend you to the favor of God? You know I have many enemies, all indeed on the public account, for I cannot recollect, that I have in a private capacity given just cause of offense to any one whatever, yet they are enemies, and very bitter ones, and you must expect their enmity will extend in some degree to you, so that your slightest indiscretions will be magnified into crimes, in order the more sensibly to wound and afflict me. It is, therefore, the more necessary for you to be extremely circumspect in all your behavior, that no advantage may be given to their malevolence. Go constantly to church, whoever preaches. The act of devotion in the common prayer book is your principal business there, and, if properly attended to, will do more towards amending the heart than sermons generally can do. For they were composed by men of much greater piety and wisdom, than our common composers of sermons can pretend to be, and therefore I wish you would never miss the prayer days, yet I do not mean you should despise sermons. Let. 58 Life of Franklin 289. Even. Of the preachers you dislike, for the discourse is often much better than the man, as sweet and clear waters come through very dirty earth. I am the more particular on this head, as you seem to express, a little before I came away, some inclination to leave our church, which I old not have you do. After a tempestuous voyage of 30 days, he landed at Portsmouth, and proceeded immediately to London, where he again took lodgings at Mrs. Stevenson's in Craven Street. When the news of his safe arrival came back to Philadelphia, his friends celebrated the event by the RMGMG of bells and other demonstrations of joy. Vol. I. 37y. 290 Life of Franklin. 1765. Chapter 4. Origin of the Stamp Act. Franklin's opposition to 1t, his remarks on the passage of the Act, in a letter to Charles Thomson. False charges against him in relation to this subject. Dean Tucker. Effects of the Stamp Act in America. Franklin's examination before Parliament. Stamp Act repealed. M.R. Pitt. Declaratory Act. American paper currency. Franklin's answer to Lord Hillsborough's report against it. New scheme for taxing the colonies by supplying them with paper money. Franklin travels in Holland and Germany. His ideas of the nature of the union between the colonies and Great Britain. Plan of a colonial representation in Parliament. Franklin visits Paris. His account of the causes of the American discontents. Change of ministry. Lord Hillsborough at the head of the American department. Rumor that Dr. Franklin was to have an office under him. Henceforth we are to pursue the career of Franklin on a broader theater of action. Although he went to England as a special agent for Pennsylvania, yet circumstances soon led him to take an active and conspicuous part in the general affairs of the colonies. The policy avowed by the British government after the Treaty of Paris, and the fruits of that policy in new restrictions on the colonial trade, had already spread discontent throughout the country. The threatened measure of the Stamp Act had contributed to increase this discontent, and fix it more deeply in the hearts of the people. The colonies were unanimous in remonstrating against this new mode of taxation, as hostile to the liberties of Englishmen, and an invasion of the charter rights, which had been granted to them, and which they had hitherto enjoyed. The Assembly of Pennsylvania, entertaining this view, of the subject, in common with all the other assemblies on the continent, instructed Dr. Franklin to use his efforts, in behalf of the province, to prevent the Life of Franklin. 291. Passage of the Act. The first steps he took for this object, as well as the origin of the measure itself, are briefly explained by him in a letter written some years afterwards to Mr. William Alexander. It is dated at Passy, March 12, 1778. In the pamphlet you were so kind as to lend me, there is one important fact misstated, apparently from the writer's not having been furnished with good information. It is the transaction between Mr. Grenville and the colonies, wherein he understands that Mr. Grenville demanded of them a specific sum, that they refused to grant anything, and that it was on their refusal only that he made the motion for the Stamp Act. No one of these particulars is true. The fact was this. Sometime in the winter of 1763-4, Mr. Grenville called together the agents of the several colonies, and told them that he proposed to draw revenue from America, and to that end his intention was to levy a stamp duty on the colonies by Act of Parliament in the ensuing session, of which he thought it fit that they should be immediately acquainted, that they might have time to consider, and, if any other duty equally productive would be more agreeable to them, they might let him know it. The agents were therefore directed to write this to their respective assemblies, and communicate to him the answers they should receive. The agents wrote accordingly. I was a member in the Assembly of Pennsylvania when this notification came to hand. The observations there made upon it were, that the ancient, established, and regular method of drawing aids from the colonies was this. The occasion was always first considered by their sovereign in his privy council, by whose sage advice he directed his Secretary of State. 292 Life of Franklin. 1765. To write circular letters to the several governors, who were directed to lay them before their assemblies. In those letters the occasion was explained for their satisfaction, with gracious expressions of His Majesty's confidence in their known duty and affection, on which he relied, that they would grant such sums as should be suitable to their abilities, loyalty, and zeal for his service. That the colonies had always granted liberally on such requisitions, and so liberally during the late war, that the king, sensible they had granted much more than their proportion, had recommended it to Parliament, 5 years successively, to make them some compensation, and the Parliament accordingly returned them £200,000 a year, to be divided among them. That the proposition of taxing them in Parliament was therefore both cruel and unjust. That, by the constitution of the colonies, their business was with the king, in matters of aid, they had nothing to do with any financier, nor he with them, nor were the agents the proper channels through which requisitions should be made. It was therefore improper for them to enter in any stipulation, or make any proposition, to Mr. Grenville about laying taxes on their constituents by Parliament, which had really no right at all to tax them, especially as the notice he had sent them did not appear to be by the king's order, and perhaps was without his knowledge, as the king, when he would obtain anything from them, always accompanied his requisition with good words. But this gentleman, instead of a decent demand, sent them a menace, that they should certainly be taxed, and only left them the choice of the manner. But, all this notwithstanding, they were so far from refusing to grant money, that they resolved to the following purpose, that, as they always had, so they always should think. Pound T 59. Life of Franklin. 293. It their duty to grant aid to the Crown, according to their abilities, whenever required of them in the usual constitutional manner. I went soon after to England, and took with me an authentic copy of this resolution, which I presented to Mr. Grenville before he brought in the Stamp Act. I asserted in the House of Commons, Mr. Grenville being present, that I had done so, and he did not deny it. Other colonies made similar resolutions. And, had Mr. Grenville, instead of that act, applied to the King in Council for such requisitional letters to be circulated by the Secretary of State, I am sure he would have obtained more money from the colonies by their voluntary grants, than he himself expected from his stamps. But he chose compulsion rather than persuasion, and would not receive from their goodwill what he thought he could obtain without it. And thus the Golden Bridge, which the ingenious author thinks the Americans unwisely and unbecomingly refused to hold out to the Minister and Parliament, was actually held out to them, but they refused to walk over it. This is the true history of that transaction, and, as it is probable there may be another edition of that excellent pamphlet, I wish this may be communicated to the candid author, who, I doubt not, will correct that error. It is here to be observed, that the alternative allowed by the Minister was, that the colonists might either submit to a stamp duty, or suggest some other tax, which should yield an equal amount to the revenue. At all events, the tax was to be levied by Parliament. The proposal in both forms was universally rejected by the colonists, who denied that Parliament had any right to tax them, since they were not represented in that body, it being a fundamental. Y**. 294 Life of Franklin. 1765. Principle of the British Constitution, that no man shall be taxed except by himself or his representatives. It was affirmed, that this principle, constituting the bulwark of British freedom, recognized in the colonial charters, and confirmed by numerous laws which had received the King's assent, could not now be violated, without an exercise of power, as unjust and tyrannical as it was unprecedented. But the ministry had formed their plans, and were not in a humor to recede. The Stamp Act was passed, notwithstanding the remonstrances of the American assemblies, and the strenuous opposition of all their agents in London. Some time after this event, Dr. Franklin wrote as follows to Charles Thomson. Depend upon it, my good neighbor, I took every step in my power to prevent the passing of the Stamp Act. Nobody could be more concerned and interested than myself to oppose it sincerely and heartily. But the tide was too strong against us. The nation was provoked by American claims of independence, and all parties joined by resolving in this act to settle the point. We might as well have hindered the sun setting. That we could not do. But since it is down, my friend, and it may be long before it rises again, let us make as good a night of it as we can. We may still light candles. Frugality and industry will go a great way towards indemnifying us. Idleness and pride tax with a heavier hand than kings and parliaments. If we can get rid of the former, we may easily get rid of the latter. Asterisk. This letter was dated in Tondo, July 11, 1765. Charles Thomson said, in his answer, the sun of liberty is indeed fast setting, if not down already, in the American colonies. But I much fear, instead of the candles you mention being lighted, you will hear of the works of darkness. They are in general alarmed to the last degree. The colonies expect, and with reason expect, that some regard shall be had to their liberties and privileges, as well as trade. They cannot bring. Ht. 59. Life of Franklin. Dr. Franklin's political enemies in Pennsylvania spread a rumor that he approved the Stamp Act. A gentleman in London hearing of this report, wrote to his correspondent in Philadelphia, I can safely assert, from my own personal knowledge, that Dr. Franklin did all in his power to prevent the Stamp Act from passing, that he waited on the ministry to inform them fully of its mischievous tendency, and that he has uniformly opposed it to the utmost of his ability. This rumor was set afloat for party purposes, and was propagated by those who wished to lessen his credit and growing popularity in the province. The end was not gained. On the contrary, when his exertions against this mother of mischiefs, as he called the Stamp Act, became known, and the motives of his enemies in giving countenance to such a charge were understood, the popular voice was more loud than before in his favor, and the public confidence in his character and patriotism was increased. Dr. Tucker, Dean of Gloucester, in a treatise pub. Themselves to believe, nor can they see how England with reason or justice expects, that they should have encountered the horrors of a desert, borne the attacks of barbarous savages, and, at the expense of their blood and treasure, settled this country to the great emolument of England, and, after all, quietly submit to be deprived of everything an Englishman has been taught to hold dear. It is not property only we contend for. Our liberty and most essential privileges are struck at. Other parts of this jetter are contained in the Pennsylvania Gazette, of March 6, 1766, where the extract above quoted, and Thompson's reply, were first published. See also the Jail American Quarterly Review, Volume 18 p. 92. The extract from Franklin's letter is inaccurately printed in the Gazette, there being omissions and additions. The changes were probably made by his correspondent, or the editor, to suit the occasion. It was printed without the author's name, and of course without his knowledge, as he was then absent in England. Historians, following Dr. Gordon, have quoted the passage still less accurately. When the author speaks of the American claims of independence, he alludes to the claim of the colonists to an independence of Parliament in regard to taxation, which was now the subject of dispute. 296 Life of Franklin. 1765. Lished by him on the colonial troubles, reiterated the same false charge, and added, that Dr. Franklin even solicited for himself the office of stamp distributor in America. When this strange assertion fell under the eyes of Franklin, he wrote to the dean, demanding an explanation. The dean's reply was awkward and unsatisfactory. He had heard it often reported, that Dr. Franklin applied for a place in the distribution of stamps. He drew the inference, that the place was solicited for himself, and this inference he had converted into a fact. So much he was constrained to confess, whereas, upon further inquiry, he could find no positive proof of the charge, though there was evidence of Dr. Franklin's having applied in favor of another person. This latter circumstance, in the dean's opm 1 on, was a sufficient vindication of his conduct, since it appeared to him very immaterial to the general merits of the question, whether he had solicited for himself or for a friend. To correct this distorted and disingenuous view of the subject, Dr. Franklin communicated to him the particulars of the transaction, which are briefly these. Not long after the Stamp Act was passed, Mr. Grenville called the colonial agents together, and, by his secretary, requested them to name such persons in the respective colonies, as they thought were qualified for the office of stamp distributor, and as would be acceptable to the inhabitants, saying, that he did not design to send these officers over from England, but to select them from among the people, who were to pay the tax. Each agent accordingly nominated an individual for the province he represented. Dr. Franklin named for Pennsylvania Mr. John Hughes, who received the appointment. Here we have the substance of all that he did in Life of Franklin. 297. This business, which was misrepresented at the time, and artfully turned to his disadvantage. Neither he, nor any of the agents, had the least suspicion, that they were to be considered as approving the Stamp Act, because they had complied with the minister's request in making these nominations. In fact, they had opposed it at every step, and, the act being passed, they could not foresee the hostility it was destined to encounter in America, nor could they, with common prudence, set up a resistance against it without knowing the will of their constituents, thereby weakening, if not destroying, their influence at the British court at a time when it was most needed, and jeoparding the interests they were bound to protect. The news of the passage of the Stamp Act produced a universal excitement in America. The assemblies, as soon as they came together, passed resolutions in which the act was declared to be iniquitous, oppressive, and without precedent in the annals of British legislation. The same tone and temper, the same firmness of purpose, and the same enthusiastic attachment to their liberties, pervaded them all. Yet their public proceedings were marked with decorum and moderation. They were resolute in proclaiming their rights, and their determination to preserve them unimpaired. The authority of the British government, within its former just limits, was acknowledged. Their resolves were pointed and strong, but respectful in temper and language. To procure a repeal of the Stamp Act was the immediate object, and, to effect this, petitions were sent from all quarters to the agents. See the correspondence between Dr. Franklin and Dr. Tucker, Volume 4. Pages 516 to 525. In a subsequent edition of his tract, the Dean corrected, in part, his erroneous assertion, but in such a manner as left him little credit for candor or magnanimity. Vol. I. 38. 298 Life of Franklin. 1766. In London, with instructions to have them laid before the King and Parliament. While the assemblies were thus engaged, the people testified their sentiments in a different manner. They showed their resentment particularly against the distributors of stamps, officers odious in their sight, as having consented to be agents in executing the detested act. By riots, mobs, burning in effigy, threats, and violent assaults, they compelled every stamp officer in the country to resign his commission, and to declare publicly, that he would not act in his office. The people's wrath was kindled against the stamp paper, as if it were fraught with the seeds of a pestilence, or a contagious poison. They resolved, that the American soil should never be contaminated by its touch, and, when it arrived, the governors and other principal officers were forced to keep it on board armed vessels in the harbors, till it was finally all sent back to England. Such was the state of things in America, when the subject was again brought before Parliament, at the beginning of the year 1766. In the meantime, there had been a change of ministry, Mr. Grenville giving place to the Marquis of Rockingham. The petitions of the colonies were laid on the table, and left there unnoticed, but, as they had generally been published, their contents were well known, and the new ministry came to a resolution to advise a repeal of the act. The subject was discussed with great warmth on both sides of the House. While the debates were in progress, Dr. Franklin was called before Parliament, to be examined respecting the state of affairs in America. This motion probably originated with the ministers, who were now striving for a repeal of the act, and was seconded by Dr. Franklin's friends, who had et. 60 Life of Franklin. 299. Confidence in the result, but he was questioned in the presence of a full house by various individuals of both parties, including the late ministers, and his answers were given without premeditation, and without knowing beforehand the nature or form of the question that was to be put. The dignity of his bearing, his self-possession, the promptness and propriety with which he replied to each interrogatory, the profound knowledge he displayed upon every topic presented to him, his perfect acquaintance with the political condition and internal affairs of his country, the fearlessness with which he defended the late doings of his countrymen, and censured the measures of Parliament, his pointed expressions and characteristic manner, all these combined to rivet the attention and excite the astonishment of his audience. And, indeed, there is no event in this great man's life, more creditable to his talents and character, or more honorable to his fame, than this examination before the British Parliament. It is an enduring monument of his wisdom, firmness, sagacity, and patriotism. When he was asked, whether the Americans would pay the stamp duty if it were moderated, he answered, no, never, unless compelled by force of arms. Again, when it was inquired how the Americans would receive another tax, imposed upon the same principles, he said, just as they do this, they will never pay it. And again, he was asked whether the Americans would rescind their resolutions, if the Stamp Act were repealed. To this he replied, no, never, they will never do it unless compelled by force of arms. He was also questioned, as to the non-importation agreements, and asked whether the Americans would not soon become tired of them, and fall back to purchasing British manufactures as before. 300 Life of Franklin. 1766. He said he did not believe they would, that he knew his countrymen, that they had materials, and industry to work them up, that they could make their own clothes, and would make them, that they loved liberty, and would maintain their rights. The examination was closed with the two following questions and answers. What used to be the pride of the Americans? He answered, to indulge in the fashions and manufactures of Great Britain. What is now their pride? Answer, to wear their old clothes over again till they can make new ones. After much stormy debate in Parliament, the Stamp Act was repealed, but, as if unwilling to do their work thoroughly, or fearing that they should concede too much, they accompanied the repeal with a declaration, which never ceased to rankle in the hearts of the colonists. They passed what was called a declaratory leaf, in which it was affirmed, that Parliament had a right to bind the colonies in all cases whatsoever. It was said at the time, that the partisans of the ministers were driven to this act by the indiscreet warmth of Mr. Pitt, who openly denied the right of Parliament to tax the colonies in any manner, and said, in the course of his speech, I am glad Limerick has resisted. Such a doctrine as this, from so high a source, was not to be tolerated, and, to make amends for its having been uttered in Parliament, the members opposed to him hit upon the device of declaring solemnly, that they had a right, not only to tax, but to do what else they pleased. Lord Mansfield, who was against the repeal of the Stamp Act, said in the House of Lords, that this declaration amounted to nothing, and that it was a poor contrivance to save the dignity of Parliament. But, whatever may have been the origin or design. Warning, empty page. Boston. Jet, 60. Life of Franklin. 301. Of the Declaratory Act, it was looked upon as a sober reality and with great concern by the colonists. If Parliament could declare, it was natural to suppose, that, when occasion offered, they would act accordingly. Taxing was one of the least evils they might inflict, if they chose to exercise their assumed sovereign power. What should prevent them from putting an end to the very existence of the colonial governments, and annihilating every right they possessed? According to this doctrine, not only the property, but the liberty, and even the life, of every American were held at the will of Parliament, a body always agitated by party strifes, moving at the beck of a Mertester, and irresponsible to any power for the tyranny it might exercise over distant colonists, who had no representatives in Parliament to defend their cause or vindicate their rights. It is no wonder, that such a doctrine, maintained with great unanimity by the British lawgivers, should excite the astonishment and indignation of the Americans. The result proved, that their fears were not groundless, for they were soon taught to understand and to feel, that the Declaratory Act was meant to be more than a form of words, or a mere expression of OPM 10N. The joy diffused by the repeal of the Stamp Act, however, quieted for a time all uneasiness. No one, who reads Dr. Franklin's examination, as it was afterwards published, can doubt, that he performed a very important and effective part in promoting this measure. The facts he communicated, drawn from his long experience and knowledge of American affairs, and the sentiments he expressed concerning the designs and character of his countrymen, were many of them new to his hearers, and were conveyed M. Vol. I. Z. 302 Life of Franklin. 1766. Language so clear and forcible, as to make a deep impression. Moreover, his personal endeavors with men in power and men of influence, wherever he met them, were unremitted. His services were well known and properly valued in London, by those who sought to bring about the repeal. Letters were written to his friends by gentlemen acquainted with the particulars, acknowledging and applauding these services, and when the repeal of the Stamp Act was celebrated by a public festivity at Philadelphia, his name was honored with unusual expressions of respect and gratitude. Another subject engaged much of his attention for some time after his arrival in England. The late war had occasioned derangement in the American paper currency, and the British merchants had raised a clamor against it, which was sustained by a report of the Board of Trade, written by Lord Hillsborough, recommending that any further emission of paper bills of credit in the colonies, as a legal tender, should be prohibited. Franklin answered this report by a series of cogent arguments, interspersed with illustrative facts and remarks respecting the American paper money, and its effects on the trade and internal prosperity of the country. He had written a tract on this subject when he was 23 years old, in which he advanced some of Th. doctrines in political economy, that were afterwards more fully unfolded by Adam Smith, as essential elements of his theory. The history of the colonial paper currency is curious and interesting. Before the Revolution there were no banks in the country, resembling the institutions since known by that name. Bills of credit, issued from time to time by the assemblies, constitute and LTL the only paper medium in use for circulation. The gold et. 60 Life of Franklin 303. And silver coin found its way to England, as a remittance for British manufactures, and its place was supplied by these bills, which were sometimes necessary and always convenient. Indeed, when an emergency came, such as a French or an Indian war, there was no other way of raising large sums of money than by emissions of paper. Various methods were adopted by the different colonies, but the one practiced in Pennsylvania was considered the best. A certain amount of paper was emitted for a given time, say 10 years, at the expiration of which it was all to be redeemed. The paper was put into circulation in the form of underscore loans to individuals, secured by mortgages on land. 1/10 of each loan was to be paid back annually by the borrower, with the interest at 5%. Thus, at the end of the 10 years, the whole had been returned to the loan offices and redeemed, the government having gained the interest during that time, and the community having received the benefit of the circulation. The paper VRNS made a legal tender for the payment of debts, and it generally maintained its original value, with slight fluctuations caused by the rise of gold and silver, when a larger quantity of these metals than usual was wanted for exportation. In some of the other colonies the paper was emitted merely on the credit of the government, certain taxes being pledged for redeeming it within a limited time. This security was not sufficient to gain the public confidence, although supported by the legal tender, and the bills fell in value. The evil was increased by forced emissions beyond the quantity required as a circulating medium, and also by the remissness of the assemblies in collecting the taxes, or by their appropriating these taxes to other objects. In Virginia. 304 Life of Franklin. 1766. Likewise, the value of the bills fluctuated according to the more or less abundant crops of tobacco, which was the chief commodity of trade in that province. At length the British merchants, finding it difficult to collect their American debts, ascribed the cost to the depreciation of the local currency, and used their influence with the ministers to procure an act of parliament restraining emissions, with a legal tender, in all the colonies. They carried their point, and such an act was passed. The restraint was considered onerous and inequitable in Pennsylvania, where the paper money had always been so managed as to keep its value nearly at par, and the Assembly petitioned Parliament for a repeal of the act. Dr. Franklin presented the petition, and, having brought over the merchants to join with him in the application, he urged it so effectively, that the ministers agreed to favor the measure. He found it necessary, however, first to dispossess them of a notion, which they had taken up, and which he looked upon as threatening more mischief to the colonies, than the prohibition of the legal tender. They were meditating a project for drawing a revenue from the colonial paper money, by retaining the interest derived from it to be appropriated by Parliament. He assured them, that no colony would emit money on such terms, and advanced other reasons against the plan, which seemed to convince them, that it was impolitic if not impracticable. But when Parliament assembled, the subject was introduced in a new and still more objectionable form. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Townsend, after he had proposed an American revenue by duties on glass, paper, tea, and some other articles, said he had another proposition to offer, and that a bill would be E.T. Go. Life of Franklin. 305. Prepared for the purpose. By his scheme all the paper money for the colonies was to be made by the British government in London, sent over to America, deposited in loan offices there, and then issued on interest precisely according to the Pennsylvania method. The whole amount of the interest was to be paid into the British Treasury. In its principles the scheme was exactly the same as the Stamp Act. It aimed to impose a direct tax on the colonies by a law of Parliament, and also to take away from the assemblies all power over their currency. Foreseeing the consequences, and wishing to remove every ground for such a proceeding on the score of complaints from the colonies, Dr. Franklin thought it prudent not to press the petition any further at that time. Shortly afterwards he wrote, "I am not for applying here again very soon for a repeal of the restraining act. I am afraid an ill use will be made of it. The plan of our adversaries is, to render assemblies in America useless, and to have a revenue, independent of their grants, for all the purposes of their defense and supporting governments among them. It is our interest to prevent this. And, that they may not lay hold of our necessities for paper money, to draw revenue from that article whenever they grant us the liberty we want, of making it a legal tender, I wish some other method may be fallen upon of supporting its credit." He therefore recommended the experiment of paper money not a legal tender, which had been already begun by the Pennsylvanians upon a small scale, and he also intimated, that a bank might be established, which would answer the desired purpose. This latter plan, however, was never resorted to, either by Pennsylvania or any other province. Vol. I. 39Z*. 306 Life of Franklin. 1766. Mr. Townsend's project was dropped. If the new duties had been submitted to, the tax on paper money would probably have followed. In the summer of 1766, Dr. Franklin went over to Germany, accompanied by Sir John Pringle, who spent some time at Pyrmont for the benefit of the waters. Franklin made a more extended journey, but little is known of it, except that he visited Göttingen, Hanover, and some of the principal cities and universities on the continent, and returned to London after an absence of 8 weeks. During this tour he learned from the boatmen in Holland, that boats propelled by an equal force move more slowly in shoal than in deep water. He afterwards performed a variety of experiments to prove and illustrate this fact, which he considered important in the construction of canals. The results of these experiments, with an explanation of them on philosophical principles, he communicated in a letter to Sir John Pringle. The main business of his mission to England, which was to prosecute the petition for a change of the government in Pennsylvania, received his early and continued attention. The ministers listened to the application so far, as to raise encouraging hopes of its ultimate success. As the change, desired by the Pennsylvanians, was such as to enlarge the authority of the Crown in that province, there was no reluctance on the part of the administration to agree to an arrangement, whenever it could be done consistently with the proprietary claims. It was proposed, that the government should purchase of the proprietaries their right of jurisdiction, leaving them in possession of the lands and other property belonging to them in the province. The affair was discussed from time to time, but the increasing disorders in the colonies, and Jed. 60 Life of Franklin. 307. The resistance to acts of Parliament, in which the Pennsylvanians joined as heartily as any of their neighbors, prevented its being brought to an issue till the war broke out. If quiet had been restored, by establishing the relations between the two countries on the old footing, as they stood before the Stamp Act, which was demanded by the colonists, the change would doubtless have been effected. Recent events led to the investigation of a subject, which had hitherto been little considered, because no occasion had arisen for calling it into notice. An inquiry began to be made, on both sides of the Atlantic, into the principles by which the people of the two countries were bound together, and the reciprocal duties involved in this union. Franklin devoted his thoughts with great earnestness to this inquiry, and, after a full examination, expressed his sentiments decidedly and without reserve. The first settlers came to America by permission of the king, certain rights and privileges were granted to them by royal charters, they were allowed to have assemblies of their own, and to pass laws not repugnant to the laws of England. These laws might be confirmed or annulled by the king, Suits arising in the colonies, whenever transferred to the mother country, were decided by the king in council. Parliament had never been consulted in making the charters, nor had any authority been reserved to that body over them, in regard to the terms upon which they were conferred, and, indeed, Parliament had taken no notice of the colonies, till a long time after their settlement. Besides, the emigrants did not remove to a conquered country. They purchased the soil of the natives with their own means, nor did they ever put the British government to the expense of a farthing, either for their removal or thy establishment in an unexplored wilderness. Life of Franklin. 1766. The power over commerce was naturally lodged in Parliament, because the laws regulating commerce necessarily extended to the whole empire, and for this reason the colonists had yielded obedience to the commercial restrictions, although they had sometimes been oppressive. But the internal affairs of the colonies were under the control of the laws passed by the assemblies, subject only to the king's negative, and, whenever Parliament had meddled with these affairs, it was a usurpation, is contrary to justice and to early usage. He considered the mother country and colonies to be connected as England and Scotland were before the Union, each having its assembly, or parliament, under the king as a common sovereign. The British Empire, said he, is not a single state, it comprehends many, and, though the Parliament of Great Britain has arrogated to itself the power of taxing the colonies, it has no more right to do so, than it has to tax Hanover. We have the same king, but not the same legislatures. These doctrines he sustained by arguments drawn from history, and from well-established principles in the British and colonial constitutions. He communicated them freely to his friends in both countries. Governor Hutchinson complains, that they produced an influence in Massachusetts unfavorable to the ministerial schemes, that he corresponded with the principal advocates of the controversy with Parliament in Boston, from the first stir about the Stamp Act, and they professed, in all the important parts of it, to govern themselves by his advice. This is doubtless true, and they had no reason to regret, that they followed such advice, or were guided by such a counselor. Another topic, nearly allied to this, occupied public attention at the same time. It became a question. Jet. 60 Life of Franklin. 309. Whether all difficulties might not be adjusted, and a permanent union be established between the two countries, by admitting representatives in Parliament from the colonies. Politicians invented theories and suggested plans. Dr. Franklin thought that such a representation, on fair and equal terms, afforded the only basis of a union, which could be expected to endure. But the proposal must first come from England. He was persuaded this would never be done, and he hoped little from the project. The time has been, said he, in a letter to Lord Cairns, when the colonies might have been pleased with it, they are now indifferent about it, and, if it is much longer delayed, they too will refuse it. But the pride of this people cannot bear the thought of it, and therefore it will be delayed. Every man in England seems to consider himself as a piece of a sovereign over America, seems to jostle himself into the throne with the king, and talks of our subjects in the colonies. The Parliament cannot well and wisely make laws suited to the colonies, without being properly and truly informed of their circumstances, abilities, temper, and this it cannot be without representatives from thence, and yet it is fond of this power, and averse to the only means of acquiring the necessary knowledge for exercising it, which is desiring to be omnipotent, without being omniscient. The same letter, written only a year after the repeal of the Stamp Act, contains the following remarkable passage, which would seem almost to have been penned in the spirit of prophecy. America, an immense territory, favored by nature with all advantages of climate, soils, great navigable rivers, and lakes, must become a great country, populous and mighty, and will, in a less time than is generally conceived, be. 310 Life of Franklin. 1767. Able to shake off any shackles that may be imposed upon her, and perhaps place them on the imposers. In the meantime, every act of oppression will sour their tempers, lessen greatly, if not annihilate, the profits of your commerce with them, and hasten their final revolt, for the seeds of liberty are universally found there, and nothing can eradicate them. And yet there remains among that people so much respect, veneration, and affection for Britain, that, if cultivated prudently, with a kind usage and tenderness for their privileges, they might be easily governed still for ages, without force or any considerable expense. But I do not see here a sufficient quantity of the wisdom that is necessary to produce such a conduct, and I lament the want of it. The temporary tranquility in the colonies, which followed the repeal of the Stamp Act, afforded Dr. Franklin a respite from the public duties in which he was constantly engaged before that event, and again afterwards when the controversy was revived. A portion of this period he devoted to traveling. In September, 1767, he visited Paris, accompanied, as he had been the year preceding in Germany, by his steady, good friend, Sir John Pringle. The French ambassador in London, who had been particularly civil to him of late, gave him letters of introduction to several eminent persons. His papers on electricity had long before been translated and published in Paris, and his philosophical discoveries were probably better known and more highly estimated there, than in any other part of Europe. The reception he met with was in all respects gratifying to him. He was intro*. The letter, from which these extracts are taken, was not received by Lord Cairns. A copy of it was sent to him by Dr. Franklin too. Life 0 Franklin. 311. Dios to the king and royal family, and formed an acquaintance with the distinguished men in the scientific and political circles. These advantages, and the knowledge he gained by his observations and inquiries in France, were not only serviceable to him at the time, but they prepared the way for the successful execution of the important trust, which he was destined to hold in that country at a later period, as minister plenipotentiary from the American States. Scarcely had he returned to London, when the news arrived of commotions in Boston, occasioned by Mr. Townsend's Revenue Act, and by the laws for establishing commissioners of the customs in America, and making the salaries of governors, judges, and other officers, dependent on the crown. These acts of Parliament the Bostonians regarded as a continuation of the same oppressive system, which had commenced with the Stamp Act, and which it had been fondly hoped would cease with its repeal. Disappointed and indignant, they assembled in town meeting, and passed a series of spirited resolutions, recommending that all prudent and lawful measures should be taken for the encouragement of industry, economy, and domestic manufactures. A paper was drawn up, and circulated among the inhabitants for their signature, by which they engaged to promote the use and consumption of American manufactures, and, after a stated time, not to purchase certain enumerated articles, which had been imported from abroad. These proceedings gave great offense to the ministerial party in England, and some uneasiness to the friends of the colonies. The former represented them. Years after its date, L/Fr Tytler supposes the original was intercepted, and that it fell into the hands of the ministers. Life of Lord Cairns, Volume 2. 2nd ed., p. 112. 312 Life of Franklin. 1768. As too tensionally disrespectful to Parliament, and little short of rebellion, and the latter thought them ill-timed and injudicious. They were generally condemned by all parties. To calm the excitement, and to draw public attention to the true grounds of the controversy, Dr. Franklin wrote a paper, entitled Causes of the Dottelmerican Discontents before 1768. This was published in the London Chronicle. But the editor took great liberties with the manuscript, omitting and altering to suit his humor. He has drawn the teeth and pared the nails of my paper, said Franklin, so that it can neither scratch nor bite, it seems only to paw and mumble. It was, nevertheless, extremely well adapted to the occasion, being written with the author's peculiar felicity of style, and in a tone of moderation and fairness, which could not fail to win the favorable opinion even of those, who were resolved not to be convinced. The causes of all the late troubles in the colonies are traced from their origin, and stated with so much clearness and method, as to place the subject in its full force before the reader's mind. The Boston resolutions are not directly brought into view, yet the complaints of the colonists and the reasons for those complaints are so explained, as to make it evident, that the conduct of the Bostonians was a natural consequence of the aggressions of the British government, and such as ought to have been expected from a people jealous of their rights, and nurtured in the atmosphere of freedom. The example of Boston was speedily followed by the whole continent. About this time, also, Dr. Franklin published his excellent pieces against smuggling, and on the laboring poor, designed to correct practical abuses and errors of opinion then prevalent in England. Let. 62. Life of Franklin. 313. At the beginning of the year 1768, there was a change in the ministry. The American business had been in the charge of Lord Shelburne, but it was now transferred to Lord Hillsborough, as Secretary of State for America, this being made a distinct department. He was likewise placed at the head of the Board of Trade. In these stations he had so large a control over the affairs of the colonies, that almost everything depended on his dispositions towards them. He was accounted a man of integrity and honest purposes, but too fond of his own opinions, and obstinate in carrying out his schemes. It was not known that he had any special hostility to the colonies, yet. The American agents regarded his appointment as by no means auspicious to the interests of their countrymen. His general character gave a countenance to this apprehension, and his conduct in his office proved it not to be groundless. At first, however, he was courteous to the American agents, and seemed to listen to their representations with some degree of favor. To Dr. Franklin, in particular, he showed much civility, conversed with him often on American affairs, and professed to have great respect for his opinions. This circumstance, probably, gave rise to the report, that some office was to be offered to him in his lordship's department. Alluding to this subject, Franklin writes, I am told there has been a talk of getting me appointed under secretary to Lord Hillsborough, but with little likelihood, as it is a settled point here, that I am too much an American. An indirect overture was made to him, nevertheless, at the instance of the Duke of Grafton, by which it would appear, that there was a project for taking away from him the place of postmaster. Vol. R. No. 7. 40a. 314 Life of Franklin. 1768. General of the Colonies, and appointing him to some office under the government. After speaking of this overture, in a letter to his son, he adds, so great is my inclination to be at home and at rest, that I shall not be sorry, if this business falls through, and I am suffered to retire with my old post, nor, indeed, very sorry, if they take that from me too, on account of my zeal for America, in which some of my friends have hinted to me, that I have been too open. If Mr. Grenville comes into power again, in any department respecting America, I must refuse to accept anything that may seem to put me in his power, because I apprehend a breach between the two countries, and that refusal might give offense. And he says further, I am grown so old, as to feel much less than formerly the spur of ambition, and, if it were not for the flattering expectation, that, by being fixed here, I might more effectually serve my country, I should certainly determine for retirement, without a moment's hesitation. This is all that is known of the negotiation. There is no evidence that any office was directly proposed to him. The overture itself evinces a desire on the part of the government to profit by his talents, influence, and knowledge of American affairs. The scheme was probably laid aside for the reason he suggested. His well-known sentiments in regard to the American controversy, and the boldness and constancy with which he had maintained them by his writings and otherwise, left no ground for hope that he would either support or approve the measures which it was resolved to pursue. For the same reason he could not accept an appointment, knowing as he did the designs of the ministers, and their determination to carry them out at all hazards. Life of Franklin. 315. The rumor, which could scarcely fail to arise from the above transactions, found its way to America, and was industriously circulated to his disadvantage by his political adversaries in Pennsylvania. He was accused of seeking office under the ministers, and of thus betraying the confidence reposed in him by his country. Such a charge needs no refutation. His writings, and the whole tenor of his conduct during his residence in England, are proof alike of its falsehood and of the malicious intent with which it was propagated. The popular party in Pennsylvania, who sought a change of government, looked to him as the most suitable candidate for governor under the new system, if it should ever go into operation. When his sister hinted this to him in a letter, he replied, "There is no danger of such a thing being offered to me, and I am sure I shall never ask it. But, even if it were offered, I certainly could not accept it, to act under such instructions, as I know must be given with it. So you may be quite easy on that head." The appointment would of course be made by the king, and the instructions must have been in conformity with the doctrines then in vogue respecting colonial subordination, which Franklin had opposed from the time they were first promulgated. Some of the principal people in Massachusetts also wished him to become the successor of Sir Francis Bernard, as governor of that province, believing he would be acceptable to all parties, and be able to conciliate the unhappy differences, which Bernard had contrived to stir up and foment. But, even if there had been any serious attempt to place him in this office, the same objections existed as in the former case. 316 Life of Franklin. 1768. Chapter V. Dr. Franklin is appointed agent for Georgia. Causes of farmers' letters to be republished in London. His opinion of them. Chosen president of the American Philosophical Society. Promotes the culture of silk in Pennsylvania. Encourages his countrymen to adhere to their non-importation agreements. Journey to France. Appointed agent for New Jersey. His answers to Mr. Strahan's queries. Repeal of some of the American Revenue Acts. Intimations that he would be removed from NINFAS. His remarks on that subject. Chosen agent for the Assembly of Massachusetts: _singular interview with Lord Hillsborough. Objectionable footing on which the colonial agents were placed by his lordship. Dr. Franklin makes a tour through the north of England, Wales, Ireland, and Scotland. His reception by Lord Hillsborough in Ireland. Irish Parliament. Richard Back, Bishop of St. Asaph. During the year 1768, Dr. Franklin was on the point of returning to America. In the present agitated condition of public affairs with respect to the colonies, he despaired of drawing the attention of the British rulers to the principal purpose of his mission, a change of government in Pennsylvania, although the Assembly had renewed their application every year with increased urgency, and the last time by a vote of every member except one. His private concerns, he said, required his presence at home, and the general business of the province could be transacted by his associate, Mr. Jackson, who resided in London. At this juncture he received intelligence, in a letter from Governor Wright, of his having been appointed agent for Georgia. He then felt it his duty to wait for the papers and instructions of the Georgia Assembly, which would probably demand his special care. The appointment had been made without any previous intimation, and therefore he was under no obligation to accept it, yet he was unwilling to Pound T. 62. Life of Franklin. 317. Klein, a trust, which had been spontaneously conferred upon him by so respectable a portion of his countrymen, and which he might possibly execute for their benefit. This kept him till winter. Other business followed, and he found himself detained in England much longer than he had anticipated. Having read, with approbation and pleasure, the celebrated Farmer's Letters, written by John Dickinson, he caused them to be republished in London, with a commendatory preface from his own pen. Besides the patriotic motive for this publication, it afforded him an opportunity of showing that the extreme warmth with which Mr. Dickinson had opposed his appointment in the Pennsylvania Assembly had not produced on his part any diminution of friendship or personal regard. This was still further manifested by their harmonious intercourse after he returned again to his own country. The Farmer's Letters were written against the late Revenue Acts. The depth of research, force of argument, and perspicuity of style, which appeared in these letters, made them popular with all classes of readers in America. Franklin had a high opinion of their general merits, but he thought there was one important point, which was not well established nor clearly explained. The farmer acknowledged the power of Parliament to regulate the trade of the colonies, yet he denied the right of laying certain duties, which whilst the King of Denmark was on a visit to London, he sought the acquaintance of Dr. Franklin, who was one of the 16 invited guests at a dinner, when the king dined in public, on the 1st of October, 1768. The company consisted mostly of foreign ambassadors and officers of distinction. The other English gentlemen, who were present besides Dr. Franklin, were Lord Moreton, Admiral Rodney, General Hervey, Mr. Dunning, and Dr. Maida. 318 Life of Franklin. 1768. would seem to be included in the power of regulation. If Parliament was to be the judge, this distinction amounted to little. Every state in Europe claimed and exercised the right of laying duties on its exports. In Franklin's opinion, the grievance was not that Britain imposed duties on exported commodities, but that she prohibited the colonists from purchasing the like commodities in the markets of other countries, thus forcing them to pay such prices as she pleased, and depriving them of the advantages of a competition in trade. It was true that Parliament had exercised this power, and compelled obedience, under the vague pretense of regulating trade, but it had been done in violation of the principles upon which the relations between Great Britain and the colonies had originally been established. As early as the year 1743, when Franklin was much engaged in philosophical studies, he projected a society, which was to include the principal men in America, who were fond of such pursuits, and who would thus be enabled to combine their efforts for the promotion of science. The plan met with favor, and an association was formed. The original members, besides Franklin, were Thomas Hopkinson, John Bartram the botanist, Thomas Godfrey the mathematician, Dr. Thomas Bond, Dr. Phineas Bond, William Parsons, Samuel Rhodes, and William Coleman, of Philadelphia, Chief Justice Moniz, Mr. Home, John Cox, and Mr. Martin, of New Jersey, Cadwallader Colden and William Alexander, of New York. Other members were soon added, whose names are not known. Hopkinson was president, and Franklin secretary. This association proceeded with some degree of vigor at first, but it gradually declined. It was Pound T62. Life of Franklin. 319. Viewed at a later day, and, in January, 1769, it was united with another society, which had been formed in Philadelphia for similar objects. The institution, which grew out of this union, took the name of the .11. American Philosophical Society. Franklin was chosen president, and the same honor was annually conferred upon him to the end of his life, although he was much the larger part of the time absent from the country. He contributed several valuable papers to the second volume of the Society's Transactions *. All his philosophical inquiries, and, indeed, all the studies to which he applied his mind, whether in science, politics, morals, or the economy of life, were directed to some useful end, either for the improvement of mankind, or the increase of human comfort. With this aim he endeavored to promote the culture of silk in America, believing the soil and climate extremely well adapted to it, and that it might be carried to a great extent without interfering with any other branch of industry. He spared no pains to collect in Europe such information, as would enable the cultivators to prosecute the undertaking with success, as *See Appendix, No. 4. Dr. Franklin was a member of nearly all the principal scientific and literary societies in America and Europe. Highly the diplomas and other evidences among his papers, it appears, that he was one of the earliest members of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences at Boston, a member of the Royal Societies of London and Göttingen, of the Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris, to which place he was nominated by the king. 8 foreign members only belonged to the society at that time. He was chosen in 1772, and succeeded the celebrated Van Swieten of Vienna. He was likewise a member of the Philosophical Societies of Rotterdam, Edinburgh, and Manchester, the Academy of Sciences, Belles Lettres and Arts at Lyons, the Academy of Sciences and Arts at Padua, the Royal Academy of History in Madrid, the Patriotic Society of Milan, the Imperial Academy of Sciences at St. Petersburg, the Medical Society of London, the Royal Medical Society of Paris, and others, of which an exact list has not been obtained. 320 Life of Franklin. 1769. Well, in regard to the planting of mulberry trees, as to the rearing of silkworms, and reeling the silk from the cocoons. The particulars were communicated, from time to time, to Dr. Cadwallader Evans, of Philadelphia, who, with some other gentlemen, was zealously engaged in the enterprise. A company was formed for the cultivation of silk, and public-spirited individuals contributed money to aid in prosecuting the work. In one of his letters on this subject, Dr. Franklin says, "There is no doubt with me but that it might succeed in our country. It is the happiest of all inventions for clothing. Wool uses a good deal of land to produce it, which, if employed in raising corn, would afford much more subsistence for man, than the mutton amounts to. Flax and hemp require good land, impoverish it, and at the same time permit it to produce no food at all. But mulberry trees may be planted in hedgerows on walks or avenues, or for shade near a house, where nothing else is wanted to grow. The food for the worms, which produce the silk, is in the air, and the ground under the trees may still produce grass, or some other vegetable good for man or beast. Then the wear of silken garments continues so much longer, from the strength of the materials, as to give it greatly the preference. Hence it is, that the most populous of all countries, China, clothes its inhabitants with silk, while it feeds them plentifully, and has besides a vast quantity, both raw and manufactured, to spare for exportation. And again, I hope our people will not be disheartened by a few accidents, and such disappointments as are incident to all new undertakings, but persevere bravely in the silk business, till they have conquered all difficulties. By diligence and patience the mouse ate in twain the cable. It is. Let. 63. Life of Franklin. 321. Not 2 centuries since it was as much a novelty in France, as it is now with us in North America, and the people as much unacquainted with it. The difficulties have not yet been conquered, but so much progress has been made as to render it certain, that these anticipations will finally be realized. *. The Dean and Chapter of St. Paul's having requested the opinion of the Royal Society in regard to the best method of protecting the cathedral from lightning, Dr. Franklin was one of the committee appointed to investigate the subject. The other members were Mr. Canton, Dr. Watson, Mr. de Laval, and Mr. Wilson. On the 8th of June they made a report, which was approved by the Society, and the method recommended by them for putting up electrical conductors was accordingly followed. Dr. Franklin did not cease, in writing to his friends in America, to urge upon them a strict adherence to the resolutions, which had been universally adopted, not to import or use British goods. The more he reflected on what was passing before him, the more he was convinced that the British government would not relax from the measures, so much and so justly complained of by the colonists, which, it was now said, even if they had originated in ignorance and a false policy, must be continued for the honor and dignity of Parliament. The supremacy of the national. The operations of Dr. Evans and his associates were continued, till the Revolution put a stop to all enterprises of this sort. A quantity of raw silk, produced by them, was sent over to England in 1772, which Dr. Franklin sold at a good price, and obtained a bounty on it from the British government. Some of the company's silk was likewise manufactured in Pennsylvania. In his paper concerning a new settlement proposed to be made 011, the Ohio River, Dr. Franklin says, above 10,000 weight of cocoons was, in August, 1,771, sold at the public filature in Philadelphia. Vol. I-41. 322 Life of Franklin. 1769. Legislature was not to be questioned by the king's subjects anywhere, and opposition was to be suppressed without reference to the cause or the consequences. Parliament might repeal its acts, when besought to do so, by humble petitions, but it could never yield to a demand, or tolerate a refractory spirit. This was the doctrine of the ruling party in Great Britain, and perhaps not a very extravagant one when viewed in the abstract. But unfortunately it was at variance with practice. The colonists had petitioned, till their patience was exhausted, without obtaining relief or even a hearing. When thus neglected and trifled with, they thought it time to take care of themselves, not by resisting the laws, but by rendering these laws ineffectual in their application. They resolved to provide for their own wants by their industry and frugality, and such other means as Providence had blessed them with, and not to depend on a foreign people for supplying them at exorbitant prices, loaded with such additional burdens of taxation, as, in the plenitude of their power, they might choose to impose. A committee of merchants in Philadelphia sent to Dr. Franklin a copy of their non-importation agreements, with a request that he would communicate them to the British merchants, who were concerned in the American trade. In his reply, dated July 9, 1769, he commended their zeal, and remarked, by persisting steadily in the measures you have so laudably entered into, I hope you will, if backed by the general honest resolution of the people to buy British goods of no others, but to manufacture for themselves, or use colony manufactures only, be the means, under God, of recovering and establishing the freedom of our country entire, and of handing it down. Warning, empty page. FAC's Diet E. .iet. 63 Life of Franklin. 323. Complete to posterity. This advice he often repeated, and, although he was too far distant to partake of the feeling kindled by sympathy throughout the colonies, yet his sentiments accorded perfectly with those of his countrymen. A few days after writing the letter, quoted above, he went over to France, and passed several weeks at Paris. He has left no account of the journey, or of the business that called him abroad. His son being governor of New Jersey, an opportunity had thus been afforded to Dr. Franklin for rendering occasional services to that colony, and, on the 8th of December, 1769, he was chosen, by a unanimous vote of the Assembly, to be the agent for transacting their affairs in England. A letter of instructions accompanied the notice of his appointment. He was requested to procure the royal signature to certain laws, which had been passed by the Assembly, and, among others, an act for emitting £100,000 in bills of credit, to be lent at 5%, but not a legal tender. There had been a controversy long pending between East and West Jersey respecting a boundary line, which it had now become more necessary than ever to have settled, and which was intrusted to his management. Just before the meeting of Parliament, Mr. Strahan addressed to Dr. Franklin certain queries, designed to draw out from him an opinion as to the effect, which a partial repeal of the Revenue Acts would have on the minds of the Americans, the repealing act being so framed as to preserve the dignity and supremacy of the British legislature. The queries were promptly and explicitly answered. In regard to the supremacy of Parliament, so much talked of, Dr. Franklin said the best way of preserve. 324 Life of Franklin. 1769. It was, to make a very sparing use of it, and never to use it at all to the prejudice of one part of the empire for the advantage of another part. By such a prudent course he imagined the supremacy might be established, but otherwise it would be disputed and lost. The colonies had submitted to it in regulations of commerce, but this was voluntary, as they were not bound to yield obedience to acts of Parliament by their original constitution. An assumed authority might safely be exercised when it aimed only to do good and render equal justice to all, but, if it erred in this respect, its dignity might be impaired, and the most likely method of restoring it would be to correct the error as soon as an opportunity offered. And thus the British legislature might easily keep its dignity from harm, in relation to the colonies, by repealing the Revenue Acts intended to operate against them. To Mr. Strahan's inquiry, whether the Americans would be satisfied with a partial repeal, he replied in the negative. He said it was not the amount to be paid in duties that they complained of, but the duties themselves and the reasons assigned for laying them, namely, that the revenue might be appropriated for the support of government and the administration of justice in the colonies. This was encroaching upon their rights, and interfering with the power of their assemblies. In fact, if this principle were allowed, it might be so extended as to reduce the assemblies to a nullity, and thus subject the people to a servile dependence on the will and pleasure of Parliament, without having any voice in making the laws they were to obey. Till the principle itself should be abandoned, therefore, he was persuaded there would be no chance of a reconciliation. Other questions were asked, which he answered in 21K64 Life of Franklin. 325. The same spirit, giving it as his unqualified opinion, that the people would not be quieted by anything short of a total repeal of all the acts for collecting a revenue from them without their consent. If this were done, and they were restored to the situation they were in before the Stamp Act, he believed their discontents would subside, that they would dissolve their agreements not to import goods, and that commerce, returning again into its old channels, would revive and flourish. He added, however, that he saw no prospect of any such salutary measures, either in the wisdom of ministers, or in the temper of the British legislature. When Parliament assembled, the subject was brought forward, and in April, I-770, after an experiment of 3 years, the British ministry, finding the Americans still obstinate in refusing to import goods, and trade declining, procured a repeal of the duties on all the commodities enumerated in the Revenue Act, except tea. This was done with a view to commercial policy, and not with any regard to the rights of the colonists, or the least pretence that it was meant to remove the cause of their complaints. On the contrary, the insignificant tea duty was retained for the express purpose of upholding the sovereignty of Parliament. The consequence was, that it rather increased than allayed the popular ferment in America, for it implied, that they estimated their grievances by the amount of money demanded of them, and not by the principle upon which this demand was made. They renewed their non-importation agreements with more zeal than ever. The freedom with which Dr. Franklin wrote to his correspondents in America, and the sentiments he repeatedly uttered respecting the disputes between the Vol. I. B.B. Life of Franklin. 1770. Two countries, gave offense to the British government. Copies of some of his letters were clandestinely obtained and forwarded to the ministers. Intimations were thrown out, that he would be made to feel their resentment, by being removed from his place in the American post office. As he had never been charged with neglect in this station, but, on the contrary, by long and unwearied exertions, had raised the post office from a low condition to a state of prosperity and productiveness, a removal could only be intended as a punishment for his political conduct and opinions, or rather for his perseverance in defending what he believed to be the true interests and just claims of his country. He was determined, therefore, not to give up the office, till it should be taken from him, although he was plentifully abused in the newspapers to provoke him to a resignation. A retreat, under such circumstances, did not comport with his ideas either of self-respect or of consistency. Abuse from adversaries, the displeasure of ministers, and the loss of his office, were not to be coveted, but they could be borne, and they would never drive him to sacrifice his principles, or to desert a cause, which he had embraced from a conviction of its justice and a sense of duty. As to the letters complained of, said he, it was true I did write them, and they were written in compliance with another duty, that to my country, a duty quite distinct from that of postmaster. My conduct in this respect was exactly similar to that I held on a similar occasion but a few years ago, when the then ministry were ready to hug me for the assistance I afforded them in repealing a former Revenue Act. My sentiments were still the same, that no such acts should be made here for America, or, if made, should as soon. Jet. 64 Life of Franklin. 327. As possible be repealed, and I thought it should not be expected of INE to change my political opinions every time His Majesty thought fit to change his ministers. This was my language on the occasion, and I have lately heard, that, though I was thought much to blame, it being understood, that every man who holds an office should act with the ministry, whether agreeable or not to his own judgment, yet, in consideration of the goodness of my private character, as they were pleased to compliment me, the office was not to be taken from me. Possibly they may still change their minds, and remove me, but no apprehension of that sort will, I trust, make the least alteration in my political conduct. My rule, in which I have always found satisfaction, is, never to turn aside in public affairs through views of private interest, but to go straight forward in doing what appears to me right at the time, leaving the consequences with Providence. The person most active on this occasion was Lord Hillsborough, who had taken umbrage at Dr. Franklin's conduct of late, finding him in the way of all his schemes for humbling the Americans and forcing upon them his official mandates. How far the other ministers participated in his feelings of hostility is uncertain, but Franklin was permitted for some time longer to retain his office. For many years he had corresponded on political affairs with gentlemen in Massachusetts, who had been much influenced by his opinions and advice. Some of his best letters were written to the Reverend Dr. Samuel Cooper, a man of strong abilities, skillful with his pen, extremely well informed on all the public transactions of the time, and a zealous defender of the rights and privileges of the colonists. Dr. Franklin. 328 Life of Franklin. 1771. Confided in his discretion and good sense, and opened his mind to him freely, receiving in return accurate intelligence of what was doing in America, with sound and judicious observations on the state of the country, and the impressions produced on the minds of the people by the policy and acts of the British government. The correspondence was shown, from time to time, to the prominent men in Massachusetts, who thus became acquainted with Dr. Franklin's private sentiments, as well as with his labors in promoting the cause of his country, both of which met with their entire approbation. It was natural, therefore, that they should wish to secure his services for the province, and more especially as he was a native of Boston, and had always manifested a warm attachment to the place of his birth. He was accordingly chosen by the Assembly to be their agent, as expressed in the resolve, to appear for the House at the Court of Great Britain, and to sustain their interests, before His Majesty in Council, or in either House of Parliament, or before any public board. The appointment was made on the 24th of October, 1770, and was to continue for 1 year, but it was annually renewed whilst he remained abroad. Mr. Cushing, the Speaker of the Assembly, transmitted to him a certificate of his election, and other papers, setting forth in detail the grievances of which the people complained, and instructing the agent to use his best efforts to have them redressed. The first step he took, after receiving these papers, was to wait on Lord Hillsborough, the American Secretary, both to announce his appointment officially, and to explain the purport of his instructions. The interview was a very singular one. Franklin had but just time to mention Massachusetts, and to add, that the .iet. 65 Life of Franklin. 329. Assembly had chosen him to be their agent, when his lordship hastily interrupted him by saying, "I must set you right there, Mr. Franklin, you are not agent." To which the latter replied, "I do not understand your lordship. I have the appointment in my pocket." The minister still insisted, that it was a mistake, he had later advices, and Governor Hutchinson would not give his assent to the bill. "There was no bill, my lord," said Franklin, "it was by a vote of the House." Whereupon his lordship called his secretary, and asked for Governor Hutchinson's letter, but it turned out that the letter related wholly to another matter, and there was not a word in it about the agent. "I thought it could not well be," said Franklin, "as my letters are by the last ships, and they mention no such thing. Here is the authentic copy of the vote of the House appointing me, in which there is no mention of any act intended. Will your lordship please to look at it?" But this his lordship was not pleased to do. He took the paper with apparent unwillingness, and, without opening or paying the least regard to it, he declaimed in an angry tone against the practice of appointing agents by a vote of the assemblies, and declared, that no agent should for the future be attended to, except such as had been appointed by a regular act of the assembly, approved by the governor. Franklin expostulated with his lordship on this head. He could not conceive that the consent of the governor was necessary. The agent was to transact the business of the people, and not that of the governor. The people had a right, by their representatives, to appoint and instruct such agents as they thought proper to manage their own affairs. They had always. Vol. I-42 BB*. Life of Franklin. 1771. 330. Done so, and the thing was as reasonable in itself as it had been common in practice. The minister was not in a humor to be reasoned with. He would not even read the certificate of Dr. Franklin's appointment, nor any of the papers, but handed them back unopened. Franklin had kept himself cool during the altercation, yet he could not brook this effrontery, especially as it was not more a breach of good manners, than an insult to the Assembly of Massachusetts, and he bluntly told his lordship, that he believed it was of little consequence whether the appointment was acknowledged or not, for it was clear to his mind, that, as affairs were now administered, an agent could be of no use to any of the colonies. The doctrine, here broached by Lord Hillsborough, was both novel and dangerous. If carried out, it would deprive the people of the only method, by which they could hold communication with the king, or any other branch of the government, except through the intervention of governors, who were often unfriendly to their interests, indeed, generally opposed to them, and might, by their negative, defeat any choice the assemblies should make. It would, moreover, place them, in this respect, at the mercy of a minister, since he might easily instruct the governors not to approve the appointment of particular men, or men whose opinions were suspected of being too much tinctured with ideas favorable to the popular claims. And thus, in reality, the minister would nominate the agents, and such of them as were not subservient to his wishes would be sure to lose their places at the next election. Dr. Franklin declared, that he would not accept an agency under such an appointment, nor countenance in any way so arbitrary and mischievous a doctrine. Lord Hillsborough succeeded in procuring a Jet. 65 Life of Franklin. 331. Resolution of the Board of Trade not to allow an agent to appear before them, who had not been appointed according to his plan. It was never followed, however, by the assemblies, and never could have been, without sacrificing one of their most valuable privileges. In the meantime, the business was prosecuted before the board, whilst Lord Hillsborough continued at the head of it, though to a great disadvantage, by written applications and indirect influence with the members. Having now in his charge the concerns of 4 colonies, Dr. Franklin's time was necessarily much occupied with them. Little being done by Parliament, however, relating to American affairs, in the year 1771, he had leisure for his annual excursions, which, from his confinement and close attention to business while in London, he found essential to his health. He made short journeys through different parts of England, stopping and passing some time at gentlemen's country seats, to which he had been invited. He visited Dr. Priestley at Leeds, Dr. Percival at Manchester, and Dr. Darwin at Lichfield, and assisted them in performing some new philosophical experiments. With each of these gentlemen he corresponded for many years, chiefly on scientific subjects. Priestley's celebrated experiments on air, and discoveries in the economy of vegetation, were regularly communicated to him during their progress. When Dr. Priestley was in London, their intercourse was constant and intimate. They belonged to a club of honest Whigs, as it was designated by Dr. Franklin, which held stated meetings, and of which Dr. Price and Dr. Kippies were also members. After these little excursions, he made a tour through Wales, Ireland, and Scotland. He had never been in Ireland before. He was entertained, as he says. 332 Life of Franklin. 1771. By both parties, the courtiers and the patriots, the latter treating him with particular respect. But the most remarkable occurrence that happened to him there was his meeting with Lord Hillsborough, who had retreated from the fatigues of public business for a few weeks to seek relaxation on his estates. The story is best told in his own words, as contained in a letter to Mr. Cushing. Being in Dublin at the same time with his lordship, I met with him accidentally at the Lord Lieutenant's, who had happened to invite us to dine with a large company on the same day. As there was something curious in our interview, I must give you an account of it. He was surprising civil, and urged my fellow travelers and me to call at his house in our intended journey northward, where we might be sure of better accommodations than the inns would afford us. He pressed us so politely, that it was not easy to refuse without apparent rudeness, as we must pass through his town, Hillsborough, and by his door, and therefore, as it might afford an opportunity of saying something on American affairs, I concluded to comply with his invitation. His lordship went home some time before we left Dublin. We called upon him, and were detained at his house 4 days, during which time he entertained us with great civility, and a particular attention to me, that appeared the more extraordinary, as I knew that just before we left London he had expressed himself concerning me in very angry terms, calling me a Republican, a factious, mischievous fellow, and the like. He seemed attentive to everything that might make my stay in his house agreeable to me, and put his eldest son, Lord Kilwarling, into his phaeton with me, to drive me around of 40 miles, that I might see. Et. 65. Life of Franklin. 333. The country, the seats, and manufactures, covering me with his own greatcoat, lest I should take cold. In short, he seemed extremely solicitous to impress me, and the colonies through me, with a good opinion of him. All which I could not but wonder at, knowing that he likes neither them nor me, and I thought it inexplicable but on the supposition, that he apprehended an approaching storm, and was desirous of lessening beforehand the number of enemies he had so imprudently created. But, if he takes no steps towards withdrawing the troops, repealing the duties, restoring the castle * or recalling the offensive instructions, I shall think all the plausible behavior I have described is meant only, by patting and stroking the horse, to make him more patient, while the reins are drawn tighter, and the spurs set deeper into his sides. He stayed in Dublin till the opening of the Irish Parliament, for the purpose of seeing the principal patriots in that assembly. I found them, he says, disposed to be friends of America, in which I endeavored to confirm them, with the expectation that our growing weight might in time be thrown into their scale, and, by joining our interests with theirs, a more equitable treatment from this nation might be obtained for them as well as for us. There are many brave spirits among them. The gentry are a very sensible, polite, and friendly people. Their parliament makes a most respectable figure, with a number of very good speakers in both parties, and able men of business. And I must not omit acquainting you, that, it being a standing rule to admit members of the English Parliament to sit, though they do not vote, in the House. Castle William, a fortification in Boston Harbor, which belonged to Massachusetts, but which was at this time occupied by British troops. 334 Life of Franklin. 1771. Among the members, while others are only admitted into the gallery, my fellow traveller, being an English member, * was accordingly admitted as such. But I supposed I must go to the gallery, when the speaker stood 1,1p, and acquainted the House, that he understood there was in town an American gentleman of, as he was pleased to say, distinguished character and merit, a member or delegate of some of the parliaments of that country, who was desirous of being present at the debates of the House, that there was a rule of the House for admitting members of English parliaments, and that he supposed the House would consider the American assemblies as English parliaments, but, as this was the first instance, he had chosen not to give any order in it without receiving their directions. On the question, the House gave a loud, unanimous "Lee," when 2 members came to me without the bar, led me in between them, and placed me honourably and commodiously. In Scotland he had many friends, who received him with a cordial welcome and an open-handed hospitality. He spent 5 days with Lord of Fames at Blair Drummond, near Stirling, 2 or 3 days at Glasgow, and about 3 weeks at Edinburgh, where he lodged with David Hume. His old acquaintances, Sir Alexander Dick, Doctors Robertson, Cullen, Black, Ferguson, Russell, and others, renewed the civilities, which they had formerly shown to him, and which attached him so strongly to Scottish manners and society. His intimacy with Dr. Robertson had before enabled him to be the means of rendering a just tribute to the merit of some of his countrymen, by obtaining for them his friend, Mr. Jackson, who was a member of the British Parliament. Let. 65. Life of Franklin. 335. Honorary degrees from the University of Edinburgh, over which that distinguished historian presided. Dr. Cooper, President Stiles, and Professor Winthrop of Harvard College, were among those upon whom this honor was conferred in consequence of his recommendation. On his way back from Scotland, at Preston in Lancashire, he met his son-in-law, Mr. Richard Back, who, with his consent, had married his only daughter 4 years before in Philadelphia. Mr. Back had just come over from America, and was on a visit to his mother and sisters, who resided at Preston. He accompanied his father-in-law to London, and sailed thence for Philadelphia a few weeks afterwards. Dr. Franklin had never seen him before, but this short acquaintance seems to have made a favorable impression. In writing to his wife, he said he had been much pleased with what he had observed of his character and deportment, as also with the condition and good repute of his relations in England. Some of Dr. Franklin's happiest days were passed in the family of Dr. Shipley, Bishop of St. Asaph, a man renowned for his virtues, his abilities, attainments, and steady adherence to the principles of political and civil liberty. He was one of the very small number on the bench of bishops in the House of Lords, who opposed, from the beginning, the course pursued by the ministry in the American controversy. His writings on this subject were applauded by all parties as models of style and argument, and by the friends of liberty for their candor and independent spirit. In the course of this year, Franklin paid 2 visits to the good bishop, as he was accustomed to call him, at Twyford in Hampshire, the place of LL.L. E.O.F. Franklin. 1771. 336. The bishop's summer residence, and, while there, he employed his leisure hours in writing the first part of his autobiography. His friendship for this amiable family continued without diminution through life, and was kept bright by an uninterrupted correspondence with the bishop and his daughters, particularly Miss Georgiana Shipley, a young lady of distinguished accomplishments. Life of Franklin. 337. Chapter 6. Dr. Franklin meditates a return to America. Singular conduct of Lord Hillsborough. Walpole's grant. Hillsborough's report against it. Franklin's answer. Reasons for settling a new colony west of the Alleghenies. Interview with Lord Hillsborough at Oxford. Franklin draws up the report of a committee appointed to examine the powder magazines at Perfeet. Performs new electrical experiments. Controversy about pointed and blunt conductors. Lord Dartmouth succeeds Lord Hillsborough. His character. Franklin's interview with him. Petitions from the Assembly of Massachusetts. Franklin writes a preface to the London edition of the Boston Resolutions, also rules for reducing a great empire to a small one, and an edict of the King of Prussia. Abridges the Book of Common Prayer. Experiments to show the effect of oil in smoothing waves. Dubourg's translation of his writings. At this time he again meditated a return to Pennsylvania. Impatient of the delays attending all kinds of American business, disgusted at the manner in which the American department was administered, and weary of fruitless solicitations, he was inclined to retire from a service, which seemed to promise as little benefit to his country as satisfaction to himself. Writing to his son in January, 1772, he said, "I have of late great debates with myself whether or not I shall continue here any longer. I grow homesick, and, being now in my 67th year, I begin to apprehend some infirmity of age may attack me, and make my return impracticable. I have, also, some important affairs to settle before my death, a period I ought now to think cannot be far distant. I see here no disposition in Parliament to meddle further in colony affairs for the present, either to lay more duties or to repeal any, and I think, though I were to return again, I may be absent from here a year without any prejudice to the business I am engaged in, though it is not probable." Vol. I. 43 cubic centimeters. 338 Life of Franklin. 1772. That, being once at home, I should ever again see England. I have, indeed, so many good, kind friends here, that I could spend the remainder of my life among them with great pleasure, if it were not for my American connections, and the indelible affection I retain for that dear country, from which I have so long been in a state of exile. Circumstances induced him, as on a former occasion, to suspend the execution of this design. His friends urged him to wait the result of the session of Parliament. Letters and papers came from the American assemblies requiring his attention, and at length, by the resignation of Lord Hillsborough, the agents were restored to the footing on which they had formerly stood. The conduct of this minister was as inexplicable in some things, as it was arrogant and absurd in others. When I had been a little while returned to London, says Dr. Franklin, I waited on him to thank him for his civilities in Ireland, and to discourse with him on a Georgia affair. The porter told me he was not at home. I left my card, went another time, and received the same answer, though I knew he was at home, a friend of mine being with him. After intermissions of a week each, I made 2 more visits, and received the same answer. The last time was on a levee day, when a number of carriages were at his door. My coachman driving up, alighted, and was opening the coach door, when the porter, seeing me, came out, and surlily chid the coachman for opening the door before he had inquired whether my lord was at home, and then, turning to me, said, "My lord is not at home." I have never since been nigh him, and we have only abused one another at a distance. This caprice was the more extraordinary, as they had not met, nor had any kind of intercourse passed between them, since his lordship's caresses in Ireland. Et. 66. Life of Franklin. 339. There was an incident, however, connected with a public transaction, which may perhaps afford some explanation of the minister's conduct in this instance. Several years before, Sir William Johnson, and others in America, had projected a plan for settling a new colony west of the Allegheny Mountains. A company was formed, consisting of individuals, some of whom resided in America and others in England, and an application was made to the Crown for a grant of land. Gentlemen of rank and distinction were among the associates. Mr. Thomas Walpole, a wealthy banker of London, was at the head of the company, and from this circumstance the territory in question was usually called Walpole's Grant. The company's agents for obtaining the grant, and making the requisite arrangements with the government, were Thomas Walpole, Dr. Franklin, John Sargent, and Samuel Wharton. They presented a petition, which lay for a long time before the Board of Trade, without attracting much favor. It was said to interfere with the Ohio Company's lands, and with other grants made by the governor of Virginia. Lord Hillsborough presided at the Board of Trade, and was secretly opposed to it, although he contrived to lead Mr. Walpole and his associates into the belief that he was not unfriendly to their objects. At last it was necessary for the board to give an opinion, and he then wrote an elaborate report against the petition, which report was approved by the board and sent up to the King's Council. In the meantime Dr. Franklin answered this report in a very able paper, taking up and confuting each of his lordship's objections, and advancing many arguments to prove the great advantages that would flow, both to the colonies and to the British nation, by extending the settlements westward. This answer. 340 Life of Franklin. 1772 was likewise presented to the council. It produced the desired effect. Notwithstanding the opposition of the Board of Trade, the petition was approved. Lord Hillsborough had set his heart upon defeating the measure, for he had a scheme of his own in regard to the western boundary of the colonies, by which emigrations were not to extend beyond the headwaters of the streams running eastward into the Atlantic. He thought it necessary thus to restrict the limits of the colonies, that they might be within reach of the trade and commerce of Great Britain, and be kept under a due subjection to the mother country. He was, therefore, disappointed and offended at the course taken by the council, and the more so, as it was a proof that his influence was on the wane. He thought his opinions and judgment were treated with less respect than he was entitled to, as a member of the cabinet and the head of the Board of Trade. The issue of this affair, chiefly brought about by Dr. Franklin's answer to his report, was the immediate cause of his resignation. The answer was drawn up with great skill, containing a clear and methodical statement of historical facts, and weighty reasons for extending the western settlements. It was impossible to prevent the population, tempted by new and fertile lands, from spreading in that direction. Already many thousands had crossed the mountains and seated themselves on these lands, and others were daily following them. Was it good policy, or fair treatment to this portion of His Majesty's subjects, to leave them without a regular government, under which they might have the benefit of laws and a proper administration of justice? A colony, thus established, would, moreover, be a barrier against the incursions of the Indians into the Papu. Pound T66. Life of Franklin. 341. Laos districts along the Atlantic, which had hitherto been a constant source of bloody wars and vast expense to the inhabitants. It would afford additional facilities for promoting the Indian trade. So far from being out of the reach of British commerce, as Lord Hillsborough imagined, it would, in fact, enlarge that commerce by increasing the consumption of British manufactures, and filling the markets with new products of industry, derived from a soil now lying waste, but which, from its variety and richness, with an uncommon benignity of climate, would yield ample returns to the labor of the cultivator, and in such commodities as would meet a ready demand in all the principal marts with which the trade of Great Britain was connected. There would also be an easy communication with the seacoast by the navigable rivers, and by roads, which the settlers would soon find the means of constructing. Dr. Franklin's exact knowledge of the internal state of America enabled him to amplify these topics, and illustrate them with statistical and geographical details, in such a manner as to overthrow all his opponents' objections, and the arguments upon which they were founded. The revolution came on before the plan was executed, and, by depriving the king of his authority over the lands, defeated the completion of the grant. The experience of a few years, however, proved the accuracy and wisdom of Dr. Franklin's views on the subject, by the unparalleled rapidity with which the western territory was settled. Asterisk. Lord Hillsborough seemed resolved to let it be known, that his temper was not implacable, if it was capricious. More than a year after his resignation, he met Dr. Franklin at Oxford. Calling at his room, his first salutation was, "Dr. Franklin, I did not know till this minute that you were here, and I am come to make you my bow. I am glad." C.C. Asterisk. 342 Life of Franklin. 1772. In August, 1772, a committee of the Royal Society, under the direction of the government, examined the powder magazines at Perfeet, for the purpose of suggesting some method of protecting them from lightning. Dr. Franklin had already visited Perfeet, at the request of the Board of Ordnance, and recommended the use of pointed iron rods, according to the method originally proposed by him, which had been practiced with success in America for more than 20 years. The committee consisted of Messrs. Cavendish, Watson, Franklin, Wilson, and Robertson, all of whom were distinguished for their acquaintance with electricity. A report was drawn up by Dr. Franklin, and signed by the committee, in which they advised the erecting of pointed rods, with a minute description of the manner of constructing them. L.Fr. Wilson was the only dissenting member, who gave it as his opinion, that pointed conductors were dangerous, inasmuch as they attracted the lightning, and might thus overcharge the rod and promote the mischief they were intended to prevent. According to his theory, the conductors ought to be blunt at the top. To satisfy himself more fully in this particular, as well as to remove all doubts from the minds of others, Dr. Franklin performed a series of new electrical experiments, by which he demonstrated, that pointed rods are preferable to blunt ones. It is true, they invite the lightning, yet this is the very thing desired, for the charge is thereby silently and gradually drawn from the clouds, and conveyed without. To see you at Oxford, and that you look so well. The conversation continued for a short time. Alluding to this incident, Dr. Franklin said, "Of all the men I ever met with, he is surely the most unequal in his treatment of people, the most insincere, and the most wrong-headed." It is believed that there was no intercourse afterwards between them. Jet. 66. Life of Franklin. 343. Danger to the earth, whereas a conductor, blunt at the top, may receive a larger quantity of the fluid at once, than can be carried away, which will thus cause an explosion. This was the principle, upon which his theory of lightning rods was originally formed, and it was established more firmly than ever by these new experiments. They were satisfactory to nearly all the men of science, and the conductors at Perfect were erected in the manner recommended by the committee ***. The controversy about pointed and blunt conductors continued for some time. Mr. Wilson grew warm in it, and gained adherents to his cause. A stroke of lightning fell upon the buildings at Perfect in May, 1777, without doing any damage, but this accident brought the subject again into agitation. It was referred to another committee of the Royal Society, who reported as before in favor of pointed rods. Mr. Wilson seized this occasion to propagate his theory with renewed vigor, repeating his experiments in public, and in presence of the king and royal family, by whom they were countenanced. At one of these exhibitions Lord Mahone was present, and showed by experiments of his own, that Mr. Wilson misunderstood the theory of Dr. Franklin, or represented it unfairly. Mr. Henley and Mr. Nairn also demonstrated the fallacy of his principles. In the midst of the dispute, however, the pointed conductors were taken down from the Queen's palace, and blunt ones were substituted in their place. Dr. Ingenhouse, a member of the Royal Society, wrote an account of the affair, inveighing against Mr. Wilson's conduct, which was transmitted to a gentleman in Paris, with a request that he would show it to Dr. Franklin and have it published in France. Dr. Franklin replied as follows to this gentleman, in a letter dated at Passy, October 14, 1777. "I am much obliged by your communication of the letter from England. I am of your opinion, that it is not proper for publication here. Our friend's expressions concerning Mr. Wilson will be thought too angry to be made use of by one philosopher when speaking of another, and on a philosophical question. He seems as much heated about this one point, as the Jansenists and Molinists were about the fiv colon. As to my writing anything on the subject, which you seem to desire, I think it not necessary, especially as I have nothing to add to what I have already said upon it in a paper read to the committee, who ordered the conductors at Perfect, which paper is printed in the last French edition of my writings. I have never entered into any controversy in defense of my Philo. 344 Life of Franklin. 1772. The successor of Lord Hillsborough in the American department was Lord Dartmouth. This appointment gave satisfaction to the colonial agents, and it has even been supposed that Dr. Franklin was instrumental in effecting it. Some time before Lord Hillsborough's resignation, it was rumored that he would probably be removed, as he was known not to be on cordial terms with the ministry, and, when Dr. Franklin was asked by a friend at court, if he could name another person for the place, who would be more acceptable to the Americans, he answered, "Yes, there is Lord Dartmouth. We liked him very well when he was at the head of the board formerly, and probably should like him again." The colonists generally were pleased with the change. Lord Dartmouth had been on their side in opposing the Stamp Act. Sophical opinions, I leave them to take their chance in the world. If they are right, truth and experience will support them; if wrong, they ought to be refuted and rejected. Disputes are apt to sour one's temper, and disturb one's quiet. I have no private interest in the reception of my inventions by the world, having never made, nor proposed to make, the least profit by any of them. The king's changing his pointed conductors for blunt ones is, therefore, a matter of small importance to me. If I had a wish about it, it would be, that he had rejected them altogether as ineffectual. For it is only since he thought himself and family safe from the thunder of heaven, that he dared to use his own thunder in destroying his innocent subjects. The wits entered the lists and amused the public and themselves at the expense of the philosophers. In allusion to this dispute, and to the political state of the times, the following epigram was written. "While you, great George, for safety hunt, and sharp conductors change for blunt, the empire's out of joint. Franklin a wiser course pursues. And all your thunder fearless views, by keeping to the point." The controversy died away, and was not revived so as to diminish the confidence in Franklin's theory of pointed conductors, which has been universally followed in practice. Jet. 66 Life of Franklin. 345. And they hoped much from his character, and the dispositions he had shown towards them. If they were disappointed in this hope, it was perhaps less owing to the fault of this minister, than to the policy which had been adopted in regard to Amer and which he was obliged to support while he retained his office. In the administration of his own department, he at first assumed some degree of independence, and his conduct was more mild and considerate than that of his predecessor, but he soon betrayed a want of consistency and firmness, which, although he was inclined to good measures, led him to join in sustaining the worst. He abolished the rule of not admitting agents to appear before the Board of Trade, whose election had not been approved by the governors, and restored to them all their former privileges. He consulted them frequently, and in a temper which at least evinced a desire to become thoroughly acquainted with the grounds of the colonial complaints, whatever may have been his opinion as to the expediency or the manner of removing them. At his first interview with Lord Dartmouth on business, Dr. Franklin put into his hands a petition from the Assembly of Massachusetts to the King. Hutchinson, the governor of the province, had lately received his salary from the crown, contrary to all former usage, and, as the assembly declared, contrary to the spirit and intent of their charter, and to the constitution under which the government was established. It was a violation of their rights, and an alarming precedent, out of which might spring innumerable abuses subversive of their liberties. It was a prerogative of the assembly, which had never before been encroached upon or questioned, to tax the people by laws of their own enacting for the support of government, and Vol. I 44. 346 Life of Franklin. 1772. This was designed not more as a security for the existence of government, than as a protection from any undue influence of the crown over the officers by whom it was administered. The governor could negative their laws, and, being appointed by the king, the only tie that bound him to their interests was his dependence on them for his means of support. When this tie was broken, by making him exclusively dependent on the crown for his office and his salary, no motive remained with him for cultivating the goodwill of the people, and no restraint which would prevent him from exercising his power, whenever he should think proper, in such a manner as to undermine and ultimately break down the pillars of the Constitution. The Assembly of Massachusetts saw, in this dangerous innovation, the ruin of their freedom, if it should be allowed to grow into a practice. They passed several spirited resolves in opposition to it, and petitioned the king for redress. It was this petition, which Dr. Franklin handed to Lord Dartmouth. When they met again to discourse upon the subject, his lordship advised, that it should not be presented for the present, said he was sure it would give offence, that it would probably be referred to the judges and lawyers for their opinion, who would report against it, and that the king might possibly lay it before Parliament, which would bring down the censure of both houses in the shape of a reprimand by order of his Majesty. This would irritate the people, and add fresh fuel to the heats, which had already become so violent as to threaten unhappy consequences. He believed it would be better for both parties, if a little time could be left for these heats to cool, yet, as the petition had been delivered to him officially, he would, if Dr. Franklin insisted. Jet. 66. Life of Franklin. Discharge his duty and present it to the king. Prompted by the most friendly feelings towards the province, however, he could not but repeat the wish, that it might be delayed, till these considerations could be stated to the petitioners and new instructions received. In reply Dr. Franklin said, that, considering the large majority with which the resolves and petition had been carried through the House, after long and mature deliberation, he could not hope for any change. Upon a revision of the subject, that the refusing to receive petitions from the colonies had occasioned the loss of the respect for Parliament, which formerly existed. That his lordship might observe, that petitions came no more to Parliament, but to the king only. That the king appeared now to be the only connection between the two countries, that, as a continued union was necessary to the well-being of the whole empire, he should be sorry to see that link weakened, as the other had been, and that he thought it a dangerous thing for any government to refuse receiving petitions, and thereby prevent the subjects from giving vent to their griefs. Lord Dartmouth interrupted him by saying, that he did not refuse to present the petition, that he should never stand in the way of the complaints, which should be made to the king by any of his subjects, and that, in the present instance, he had no other motive for advising delay, than the purest goodwill to the province, and an ardent desire for harmony between the two countries. Dr. Franklin finally concluded to comply with the minister's request, and to wait till he could communicate the substance of the conversation, and obtain further orders. Not long after the adjournment of the Assembly, by which this petition had been sent to the king, news. Life of Franklin. 1772. Arrived in Boston, that the salaries of the judges, as well as that of the governor, were to be paid by the crown. The inhabitants immediately assembled in town meeting, and passed resolutions strongly remonstrating against the measure, as tending to complete the system of bondage, which had been preparing for the colonies ever since the passage of the Stamp Act. These resolutions were clothed in bold and energetic language, and they embraced an enumeration of the late acts of the British government, which were deemed oppressive and hostile to American liberty. It was voted also, that a copy of them should be transmitted to the other towns in the province, with a circular letter, recommending that the people should everywhere assemble in town meetings, and express their sentiments in a similar manner. Governor Hutchinson took umbrage at these proceedings, and used his endeavors to counteract them. He denounced the meetings as unlawful, and the Boston resolutions as encouraging such principles, as would justify the colonies in a revolt, and in setting up an independent state. He moreover charged them mainly to the influence of Franklin. The claims of the colonies, he afterwards said, were prepared in England, in a more full manner than ever before, with a manifest design and tendency to revive a flame, which was near extinction. These, it seems to have been intended, should be first publicly avowed in Massachusetts Bay, and that the example should be followed by all the other colonies. And again, speaking of the statement of rights, which was reported by a committee appointed for the purpose at the town meeting of Boston, he adds, although, at its first appearance, it was considered as their own work, yet they had little more to do than to make the necessary Jet. 66. Life of Franklin. 349. Alterations in the arrangement of materials prepared for them by their great director in England, whose counsels they obeyed, and in whose wisdom and dexterity they had an implicit faith. Asterisk. The individual here alluded to, as the great director, was Dr. Franklin, but the charge is utterly unfounded. The guiding spirits in Massachusetts well understood their rights, and needed no aid from England to teach them in what manner to declare those rights to the world. Franklin's correspondence, containing the advice he actually gave, affords a complete vindication of his conduct in reference to this charge. In fact, his friends in America thought him too lukewarm, while those in England were concerned at his boldness. He had all along avowed his opinions without reserve, in his letters and published writings, and advised the colonists to hold fast their rights, to protest against every encroachment upon them, and to reiterate petitions for redress, but at the same time he recommended moderation in the measures of resistance, because he feared that any rashness or precipitancy in this respect would be seized upon by the ministry as a pretext for more severe acts of Parliament, and for filling the country with troops to crush the spirit of liberty before the people were in a condition to maintain it, and because the growing strength and importance of the colonies would in due time cause them to be respected and their claims to be acknowledged. When the pamphlet, containing the votes and resolutions of the town of Boston, came to his hands, he had it republished in London, with a preface written by himself. In this performance he again took *UTCM & Sons History of Massachusetts, Volume 3. p. 364. Vol. IDD. 350 Life of Franklin. 17I3. Acus 10 and to describe the condition of the colonists, and to explain the nature and reasons of their complaints, representing their late transactions as the natural consequences of the unwise policy of the government, in driving them to extremities by refusing to listen to their petitions and remove their real grievances. The temper and matter of this preface were such, as to gain from the public a fair hearing to the resolutions themselves, which spoke in so high a tone, that they would necessarily give great offence to the partisans of the ministry, and in some measure cool the zeal of those in England, who wished well to the American cause. The Massachusetts Assembly convened a short time after the Boston resolutions were passed. They took the same subject and the general state of the province into consideration. The result was another petition to the king, which was likewise transmitted to Dr. Franklin. He immediately waited on Lord Dartmouth, told him there could be no more delay, and requested him to deliver this petition to his Majesty, and also the one which had been held in suspense. The minister promised to comply with his wishes. About this time Dr. Franklin published anonymously 2 pieces, remarkable for the style in which they. It has generally been said, that Dr. Franklin was the first to get a Continental Congress. In a private letter to Mr. Cushing, dated July 7, 1773, after mentioning the proposal of the Virginia House of Burgesses to establish committees of correspondence, he says, "It is natural to suppose, as you do, that, if the oppressions continue, a Congress may grow out of that correspondence. Nothing could more alarm our ministers, but, if the colonies agree to hold a Congress, I do not see how it can be prevented." In an official letter, of the same date as the above, which was to be read to the Assembly, he dwells more at large upon the subject, and advances such solid reasons for a Congress, as to amount to a recommendation. As the strength of an empire, he says, depends not only on the union of let 67 Life of Franklin. 351. Are composed. They were entitled, Rules for Reducing a Great Empire to a Small One, and point 9. An edict by the King of Prussia. An admirable vein of irony runs through both these pieces. In the former, all the late measures of the British government, in relation to the colonies, are brought together under 20 distinct heads, and so represented, by an ingenious arrangement and turn of expression, as to constitute general rules, which, if put in practice, would enable any ministry to curtail the borders of a great empire and reduce it to a small one. The edict purports to have been promulgated with much solemnity by the King of Prussia, imposing restraints on the trade and manufactures of the island of Great Britain, for the purpose of replenishing the coffers of his Prussian Majesty, it being alleged as a reason in the preamble, that the early settlements were made by Germans, who were subject to his ancestors, having flourished under their protection, and whose descendants were bound to obey the laws of its parts, but on their readiness for united exertion of their common force, and as the discussion of rights may seem unseasonable in the commencement of actual war, and the delay it might occasion be prejudicial to the common welfare, as likewise the refusal of one or a few colonies would not be so much regarded, if the others granted liberally, which perhaps by various artifices and motives they might be prevailed on to do, and as this want of concert would defeat the expectation of general redress, that otherwise might be justly formed, perhaps it would be best and fairest for the colonies, in a general congress now in peace to be assembled, or by means of the correspondence lately proposed, after a full and solemn assertion and declaration of their rights, to engage firmly with each other, that they will never grant aids to the crown in any general war, till those rights are recognized by the king and both houses of parliament, communicating at the same time to the crown this their resolution. Such a step I imagine will bring the dispute to a crisis. From these extracts it appears, that there had been a hint about a Congress in one of Mr. Cushing's previous letters, but it is believed, that no other direct recommendation of the measure can be found at so early a date as the above. 352 Life of Franklin. 1773 His kingdom and contribute to its revenues. A parallel is pursued throughout between the actual conduct of the British government, and the pretended claims of the King of Prussia upon the inhabitants of Great Britain on account of their Saxon origin. Lord Mansfield was heard to say of this edict, that it was very able and very artful indeed, and would do mischief by giving in England a bad impression of the measures of government, and, in the colonies, by encouraging them in their contumacy. The good humour, which pervade both these compositions, and the pointed manner of expression, attracted to them many readers, who would scarcely have turned aside to a grave and argumentative discussion of the colonial controversy. During his absence from London, in the summer of 1773, he passed a few weeks at the country residence of Lord Le Despencer, and employed himself, while there, in abridging some parts of the Book of Common Prayer. A handsome edition of this abridgment was printed for Wilkie, in St. Paul's churchyard, but it seems never to have been adopted in any church, nor to have gained much notice. The preface explains his motives in this undertaking, and the principles upon which the alterations were made, with remarks on the objects and importance of public worship. At the conclusion he says, "And thus, conscious of upright meaning, we submit this abridgment to the serious consideration of the prudent and dispassionate, and not to enthusiasts and bigots, being convinced in our own breasts, that this shortened method, or one of the same kind better executed, would further religion, remove animosity, and occasion a more frequent attendance on the worship of God." Asterisk. See volume XP 207, where the preface is printed entire. Jet. 67. Life of Franklin. 353. Many experiments were performed by Dr. Franklin, at different times and places, to show the effect of oil in smoothing the surface of water agitated by the wind. While on a tour in the north of England with Sir John Pringle, he tried this experiment successfully upon the Derwent water at Keswick. Dr. Brownrigg was present, and, in answer to his inquiries afterwards, Dr. Franklin gave a history of what he had done in this way, and explained upon philosophical principles the singular fact, that had been established by his experiments. It was proved by numerous trials, that a small quantity of oil poured upon a lake or pond, when rough with waves, would speedily calm the waves, and produce a smooth and glassy surface. This had often been shown in the presence of many spectators. Indeed, he was accustomed in his travels to carry a little oil in the joint of a bamboo cane, by which he could repeat the experiment whenever an occasion offered. The Abbé Morellet mentions his having passed 5 or 6 days in company with Franklin, Garrick, Dr. Hawkesworth, and Colonel Barr, at Wycombe, the seat of Lord Shelburne, where he saw it performed with complete success. He explained as follows the operation of the oil in producing this effect. Waves are caused by winds, which so far adhere to the water as to raise it into ridges by their force. The particles of oil, when dropped on water, repel each other, and are also repelled by the water, so that they do not mingle with it. Hence they expand and diffuse themselves on the surface, till they meet with some obstruction, covering the water with an extremely thin and continuous asterisk. Memoirs de l'Abbé Morellet, Tom. IP 197. Vol. I. 45 dd asterisk. 354 Life of Franklin. 1773 US film. The wind slides over this film, without coming in contact with the water, and thus the waves subside. The most remarkable thing observable in the process is the expansive power of the oil, by which a few drops will spread over a large surface, if they meet with no obstruction. Dr. Franklin's mind was always more or less intent upon philosophical studies, for which his habits of observation and reflection peculiarly fitted him, yet he wrote little on subjects of this kind during his second mission to England. His various political duties, and the deep interest he took in the affairs of his country, absorbed his time and thoughts. He wrote a few pieces, however, on electricity and other kindred subjects, and one on the analogy between electricity and magnetism. He also sketched the plan of an elaborate essay on the causes of taking cold. It was never finished, but he left copious notes, from which it appears that he made extensive investigations, and formed a theory by which he imagined, that the nature of the malady would be better understood, and that more easy and effectual preventives might be used. A new edition of his philosophical writings was published at Paris in 1773, translated by Barbier Dubourg, a man of considerable eminence in the scientific world, and apparently well qualified for the task he undertook of translator and commentator. There. The whole of the Jetter to Dr. Brownrigg is curious, containing anecdotes, and details of experiments. See Volume 6. p. 357. Dr. Franklin did not pretend to have discovered this property of oil. He had read, when a youth, Pliny's account of a practice among seamen of his time to still the waves in a storm by pouring oil into the sea, and had heard of a similar practice among seamen and fishermen in modern times. But he seems to have been the first, who tried experiments with the view of ascertaining the fact, and who attempted to explain its cause. Jet. 67. Life of Franklin. 355. Had already been 2 French editions, but M. Dubourg's is much superior to either of them, as well in the matter it contains as in the style of its execution. It is handsomely printed, in 2 volumes quarto, and includes several original pieces communicated to him by the author. It comprises nearly all he had written on electricity and other philosophical subjects, with a few of his political and miscellaneous papers. The translator's notes are valuable. A 5th edition of the philosophical writings was nearly at the same time published in London. 356 Life of Franklin. 1773. Chapter 7. Hutchinson's Letters. How they first became known to Franklin. His motives for transmitting them to Massachusetts. Proceedings of the Assembly concerning them. D.R. Cooper's remarks on that occasion. Petition for the removal of Hutchinson and Oliver presented by Franklin. Duel between Temple and Whately. Franklin's declaration that the letters had been transmitted by him. Whately commences against him a chancery suit. Proceedings of the Privy Council on the petition. Further account of those proceedings. Wedderburn's abuse of speech. The petition rejected. Franklin dismissed from his place at the head of the American Post Office. We are now come to the date of a transaction, which contributed to reveal the origin of some of the most offensive proceedings of the British government against the colonies, and which subjected Dr. Franklin to much obloquy and abuse from the supporters of the administration. In December 1772, he procured and sent to Mr. Cushing, chairman of the Committee of Correspondence in Massachusetts, certain original letters, which had been written by Governor Hutchinson, Lieutenant Governor Oliver, and others, to Mr. Thomas Whately, a member of Parliament, and for a time secretary under one of the ministers. These letters, though not official, related wholly to public affairs, and were intended to effect public measures. They were filled with representations, in regard to the state of things in the colonies, as contrary to the truth, as they were insidious in their design. The discontents and commotions were ascribed to a factious spirit among the people, stirred up by a few intriguing leaders, and it was intimated, that this spirit would be subdued, and submission to the acts of Parliament would be attained. Et. 67. Life of Franklin. 357. Ed. By the presence of a military force, and by severing in the coercive measures already begun. When Dr. Franklin sent over these letters, he stated to Mr. Cushing his motives for doing it, and his opinion of their objects and tendency. On this occasion, he says, I think it fit to acquaint you, that there has lately fallen into my hands part of a correspondence, that I have reason to believe laid the foundation of most, if not all, our present grievances. I am not at liberty to tell through what channel I received it, and I have engaged that it shall not be printed, nor copies taken of the whole, or any part of it, but I am allowed to let it be seen by some men of worth in the province, for their satisfaction only. In confidence of your preserving inviolably my engagement, I send you enclosed the original letters, to obviate every pretence of unfairness in copying, interpolation, or omission. The hands of the gentlemen will be well known. Possibly they may not like such an exposal of their conduct, however tenderly and privately it may be managed. But, if they are good men, or pretend to be such, and agree that all good men wish a good understanding and harmony to subsist between the colonies and their mother country, they ought the less to regret, that, at the small expense of their reputation for sincerity and public spirit among their compatriots, so desirable an event may in some degree be forwarded. For my own part, I cannot but acknowledge, that my resentment against this country, for its arbitrary measures in governing is, conducted by the late minister, has, since my conviction by these papers that those measures were projected, advised, and called for by men of character among ourselves, and whose advice must therefore be attended with all the weight that was proper to mislead. Lhe of Franklin. 1773. 358. And Hitch could therefore scarce fail of misleading, my own resentment, I say, has by this means been exceedingly abetted. I think they must have the same effect with you, but I am not, as I have said, at liberty to make the letters public. I can only allow them to be seen by yourself, by the other gentlemen of the Committee of Correspondence, by Messrs. Bowden and Pitts of the Council, and Doctors Chauncey, Cooper, and Winthrop, with a few such other gentlemen as you may think fit to show them to. After being some months in your possession, you are requested to return them to me. As to the writers, I can easily as well as charitably conceive it possible, that men educated in prepossessions of the unbounded authority of Parliament, and may think unjustifiable every opposition even to its unconstitutional exactions, and imagine it their duty to suppress, as much as in them lies, such opposition. But, when I find them bartering away the liberties of their native country for posts, and negotiating for salaries and pensions extorted from the people, and, conscious of the odium these might be attended with, calling for troops to protect and secure the enjoyment of them, when I see them exciting jealousies in the crown, and provoking it to work against so great a part of its most faithful subjects, creating enmities between the different countries of which the empire consists, occasioning a great expense to the old country for suppressing or preventing imaginary rebellions in the new, and to the new country for the payment of needless gratifications to useless officers and enemies, I cannot but doubt their sincerity even in the political principles they profess, and deem them mere time servers, seeking their own private emolument, through any quantity of public mischief, betrayers of the interest, not of their. Er. 67 Life of Franklin. 359. Native country only, but of the government they pretend to serve, and of the whole English empire. The manner in which the letters fell into his hands was never explained. In the account of the affair, which he wrote previously to his leaving England, but which was not published till many years after his death, he says, the first hint he had of their existence was from a gentleman of character and distinction, in conversation with whom he strongly condemned the sending of troops to Boston, as a measure fraught with mischief, and from which the worst consequences were to be apprehended. The gentleman assured him, that not only the measure he particularly insured so warmly, but all the other grievances complained of, took their rise, not from the government, but were projected, proposed to administration, solicited, and obtained, by some of the most respectable among the Americans themselves, as necessary measures for the welfare of that country. As he seemed incredulous, the gentleman said he could bring such testimony as would convince him, and a few days after he produced the letters in question. He was astonished, but could no longer doubt, because the handwriting, particularly of Hutchinson and Oliver, was recognized by him, and their signatures were affixed. The name of the person, to whom they were addressed, was nowhere written upon them. It either had been erased, or perhaps the letters themselves were originally forwarded under envelopes, which had not been preserved. There is no evidence from which it can be inferred that Dr. Franklin at that time knew the name of this person, or that he was ever informed of the manner in which the letters were obtained. If this secret was ever revealed to him, he does not appear to have disclosed it, and it is still a Life of Franklin. 1773. 360. Mystery. 3 individuals, besides himself, were acquainted with the circumstance of their being sent. One of these was Mr. John Temple, the names of the other 2 are not known. It has been said that one of them was a member of Parliament. Acting in this business from an imperative sense of duty, Dr. Franklin took no pains to screen himself from consequences. Idge mentioned the subject several times in his correspondence with Mr. Cushing and Dr. Cooper, but he did not in any instance intimate a wish that his name as connected with it, or his agency, should be concealed. Mr. Cushing proceeded with caution, however, and informed 2 gentlemen only of the source from which the letters had come, and these gentlemen kept the secret till it was published by Dr. Franklin himself in London. Nor was it known, except to these individuals, by whom the letters were received in Boston. Mr. Cushing said, in writing to Dr. Franklin, "I desire, so far as I am concerned, my name may not be mentioned, for it may be a damage to me." This injunction was obeyed to the last. Although the names of the persons chiefly concerned were thus kept out of sight, yet the letters themselves were seen by many persons, the instructions in this respect not confining them within narrow limits. Mr. John Adams carried them about with him on a judicial circuit. The rumor of their existence, and of the general character of their contents, soon got abroad, and, when the legislature met, the members became exceedingly inquisitive and solicitous concerning them. It was finally concluded to lay them before the assembly, which usually sat with closed doors. They were read, but nothing could be done with them, while the prohibition against taking copies remained. Life of Franklin. 361. Soon after, copies were produced in the House, said to have come from England by the last ships. The originals being already before the House, the accuracy of the copies could easily be proved. While they were under consideration, Dr. Cooper wrote a letter to Dr. Franklin, dated Boston, June 14, 1773, from which the following is an extract. Many members scrupled to act upon these copies, while they were under such public engagements to the unknown proprietor of the originals. As the matter was now so public, and the restrictions could answer no good end, no view of the sender, but, on the contrary, might prevent in a great measure a proper use of the letters for the public benefit, and for weakening the influence and power of the writers and their friends, and disarming their revenge, it was judged most expedient, by the gentlemen to whom they were first shown, to allow the House such use of the originals, as they might think necessary to found their proceedings upon for the common safety. By whom and to whom they were sent is still a secret, known only to 3 persons here, and may still remain so, if you desire it. I forgot to mention, that, upon the first appearance of the letters in the House, they voted, by a majority of 101 to 5, that the design and tendency of them were to subvert the Constitution, and introduce arbitrary power. Their committee upon this matter reported this day a number of resolutions, which are to be printed by tomorrow morning, and every member furnished with a copy, that they may compare them with the letters, and tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon is the time appointed to decide upon the report. The acceptance of it by a great majority is not doubted. Vol. I. 46. E. I. 362 Life of Franklin. 1773. Nothing could have been more seasonable than the arrival of these letters. They have had great effect, they make deep impressions wherever they are known, they strip the mask from the writers, who, on day underscore are the professions of friendship to their country, now plainly appear to have been endeavoring to build up themselves and their families upon its ruins. They and their adherents are shocked and dismayed, the confidence reposed in them by many is annihilated, and administration must soon see the necessity of putting the provincial power of the crown into other hands, if they mean it should operate to any good effect. This, at present, is almost the universal sentiment. The resolutions here mentioned, as having been reported by a committee of the House, were passed the next day by a very large majority, warmly censuring the letters, as having the tendency and design not only to sow the seeds of discord and encourage the oppressive acts of the British government, but to introduce arbitrary power into the province, and subvert its constitution. A petition to the King was then voted with the same unanimity, praying His Majesty to remove from office Governor Hutchinson and Lieutenant Governor Oliver, who, by their conduct, had rendered themselves obnoxious to the people, and entirely lost their confidence. Governor Hutchinson says, that he received early information from whom, and to whom, these letters were sent, and with what injunctions, from a person let into the secret. Dr. Franklin had, indeed, written to Dr. Cooper, that the letters might be shown to some of the governor's and lieutenant governor's partisans, and spoken of to everybody, for there was no restraint proposed to talking of them, but only to copying. There was, nevertheless, a want of good faith somewhere, as well in other cases as in this. Copies of Franklin's letters were secretly procured and communicated to Hutchinson, who is known to have sent one of them to the ministry, and it may be Jet. 67. Life of Franklin. 363. When the Pet 1T10N arrived, Lord Dartmouth was at his seat in the country. Dr. Franklin transmitted it to him, and his lordship, after his return to town, informed him, that it had been presented to His Majesty, but, from the tenor of the minister's conversation, he was led to suspect, that it would not be complied with. In the meantime an event took place, which caused much excitement. Hutchinson's letters had been printed in Boston, and copies of them came over to London. Public curiosity was raised, and great inquiry was made, as to the person by whom they had been transmitted. Mr. Thomas Whately was dead, and his papers had gone into the possession of his brother, Mr. William Whately, who was censured for allowing the letters to be taken away. Mr. Temple had asked permission of him to examine his brother's papers, with the view of perusing a certain document on colonial affairs, which he believed to be among them. The permission was granted, and now Mr. Whately's suspicion rested upon Mr. Temple, whom he imagined to have taken advantage of this opportunity to gain. Some that this was not a solitary instance. In his history is published an extract from one of Franklin's letters to Dr. Cooper, which could hardly have been obtained otherwise than surreptitiously. And, what is worse, there is an omission and a substitution, which materially alter the sense, and misrepresent the motives of the writer. The extract relates to the reasons for refusing copies of the letters. As printed in Hutchinson's history, it is to close as follows, "LL&D possibly, as distant objects seen through a mist appear larger, the same may happen from the mystery in this case." Nothing like this was written by Franklin. It was invented for the occasion. His words, for which the above were substituted, are the following. However, the tyrannies given with these the original letters could only be those with which they were received. The design of the forgery is obvious. With whom it originated is uncertain. It may have been done before the extract was conveyed to Hutchinson. See Volume 8. p. 72. History of Massachusetts, Volume ILP 396. 364 Life of Franklin. 1774. Possession of the letters in question. A duel was the consequence, in which Mr. Whately was wounded. At this crisis Dr. Franklin felt himself bound to interfere. He immediately published a declaration, in which he assumed the entire responsibility of having transmitted the letters, and said, that, as they were not among Mr. Thomas Whately's papers when these passed into the hands of this brother, neither he nor Mr. Temple could have been concerned in withdrawing them. The whole tide of obloquy was now turned against Dr. Franklin. He was assailed by the friends of Mr. Whately for not having prevented the duel by an earlier declaration, and he was vehemently attacked by the retainers of the ministry for the part he had acted in procuring and sending the letters. To the first charge it is enough to say, that he had no intimation of the duel till it was over. He thought himself entitled to the thanks of the parties, rather than their censure, for thus relieving them from suspicion in the eyes of the public, and removing the cause of their personal difference. As to the other charge, it was no more than he expected, and he was prepared to meet it with a clear conscience, having no private ends to serve in the transaction, and no other motive than justice to his country. Mr. Whately did not stop here. Without any previous warning or complaint, he commenced a chancery suit against Dr. Franklin. The bill contained a strange list of false specifications, all of which were denied on oath by Dr. Franklin, who affirmed at the same time, in reference to the letters, that, when they were given to him, no address appeared on them, and that he had not previously any knowledge of their existence. At this stage of the business the chancery suit seems to have been suspended, and it was finally dropped. He considered this an ungrateful, as Let. 68. Life of Franklin. 365. Well as a precipitate step of Mr. Whately, to whom he had lately rendered an important service, by enabling him to secure a valuable property in Pennsylvania. Notice was at length given to Dr. Franklin, that His Majesty had referred the petition to the Privy Council, and that a meeting would be held in 3 days to take it into consideration at the Cockpit, where his attendance was required. He accordingly appeared there at the time appointed, January 11, 1774, with Mr. Ballin, the agent for the Massachusetts Council. The petition was read, and Dr. Franklin was asked what he had to offer in support of it. He replied, that Mr. Ballin would speak in behalf of the petitioners, this having been agreed upon between them. Mr. Ballin began to speak, but he was silenced by the Lords of the Council, because he was not the agent for the Assembly. It then appeared, that Hutchinson and Oliver had employed Mr. Wedderburn, the King's solicitor, as their counsel, who was then present, and ready to go on with their defense. Authenticated copies of the letters were produced, and some conversation ensued, in which Mr. Wedderburn advanced divers cavils against them, and said it would be necessary to know how the Assembly came by them, through whose hands they had passed, and to whom they were addressed. To this the Lord Chief Justice assented. When Mr. Wedderburn proceeded to speak further, Dr. Franklin interrupted him, and said he had not understood that counsel was to be employed against the petition. He did not conceive, that any point of law or right was involved, which required the arguments of lawyers, but he supposed it to be rather a question of civil and political prudence, in which Number 8. E**. 366 Life of Franklin. 1774. Their lordships would decide, from the state of facts presented in the papers themselves, whether the complaints of the petitioners were well founded, and whether the governor and lieutenant governor had so far rendered themselves obnoxious to the people, as to make it for the interest of His Majesty's service to remove them. He then requested, that counsel might likewise be heard in behalf of the Assembly. The request was granted, and 3 weeks were allowed for preparation. A report now prevailed through the town. Dr. Franklin afterwards wrote, that I had been grossly abused by the Solicitor General, at the Council Board. But this was premature. He had only intended it, and mentioned that intention. I heard, too, from all quarters, that the ministry and all the courtiers were highly enraged against me for transmitting those letters. I was called an incendiary, and the papers were filled with invectives against me. Hints were given me, that there were some thoughts of apprehending me, seizing my papers, and sending me to Newgate. I was well informed, that a resolution was taken to deprive me of my place. It was only thought best to defer it till after the hearing, I suppose, because I was there to be so blackened, that nobody should think it injustice. Many knew, too, how the petition was to be treated, and I was told, even before the first hearing, that it was to be rejected with some epithets, the assembly to be censured, and some honor done the governors. How this could be known, one cannot say. It might be only conjecture. Mr. Dunning and Mr. John Lee, two eminent barristers, were the counsel employed for the assembly. They concluded to rest the argument on the facts stated in the petition and the assembly's other papers, showing the discontents of the people, and the Pound T. 68. Life of Franklin. 367. Expediency of removing officers, whose conduct had made them so odious, that their usefulness was at an end, and not to touch upon the objectionable parts of the letters, these being of a political nature, the falsehood of which it would be difficult to prove. Nor, indeed, would any proof be satisfactory to judges, who deemed these very offences, so much detested by the people, as meritorious acts in support of the arbitrary designs of the government. If this was not manifest from what had already passed, it was made so by the manner in which the petition was treated, when it came again to be considered by the council. This extraordinary scene was described by Dr. Franklin, a few days after its occurred. Ins. Notwithstanding the intimations I had received, I could not believe that the Solicitor General would be permitted to wander from the question before their lordships, into a new case, the accusation of another person for another matter, not cognizable before them, who could not expect to be there so accused, and therefore could not be prepared for his defence. And yet all this happened, and in all probability was preconcerted, for all the courtiers were invited, as to an entertainment, and there never was such an appearance of privy councillors on any occasion, not less than 35, besides an immense crowd of other auditors. The hearing began by reading my letter to Lord Dartmouth, enclosing the petition, then the petition itself, the resolves, and lastly the letters, the Solicitor General making no objections, nor asking any of the questions he had talked of at the preceding board. Our council then opened the matter, upon their general plan, and acquitted themselves very handsomely, only Mr. Dunning, having a disorder on his lungs, that weakened his voice exceedingly, was not so perfectly. 368 Life of Franklin. 1774. Heard as one could have wished. The Solicitor General then went into what he called a history of the province for the last 10 years, and bestowed plenty of abuse upon it, mingled with encomium on the governors. But the favourite part of his discourse was levelled at your agent, who stood there the butt of his invective ribaldry for near an hour, not a single lord adverting to the impropriety and indecency of treating a public messenger in so ignominious a manner, who was present only as the person delivering your petition, with the consideration of which no part of his conduct had any concern. If he had done a wrong, in obtaining and transmitting the letters, that was not the tribunal where he was to be accused and tried. The cause was already before the Chancellor. Not one of their lordships checked and recalled the orator to the business before them, but, on the contrary, a very few accepted. They seemed to enjoy highly the entertainment, and frequently burst out in loud applauses. This part of his speech was thought so good, that they have since printed it, in order to defame me everywhere, and particularly to destroy my reputation on your side of the water, but the grosser parts of the abuse are omitted, appearing, I suppose, in their own eyes, too foul to be seen on paper, so that the speech, compared to what it was, is now perfectly decent. I send you one of the copies. My friends advise me to write an answer, which I purpose immediately. The reply of Mr. Dunning concluded. Being very ill, and much incommoded by standing so long, his voice was so feeble, as to be scarce audible. What little I heard was very well said, but appeared to have little effect. Their lordships' report, which I send you, is dated the same day. It contains a severe censure, as you. Life of Franklin. 369. Will see, on the petition and the petitioners, and, as I think, a very unfair conclusion from my silence, that the charge of surreptitiously obtaining the letters was a true one, though the solicitor, as appears in the printed speech, had acquainted them that that matter was before the Chancellor, and my counsel had stated the impropriety of my answering thereto charges then trying in another court. In truth, I came by them honourably, and my intention in sending them was virtuous, if an endeavour to lessen the breach between two states of the same empire be such, by showing that the injuries complained of by one of them did not proceed from the other, but from traitors mmg themselves. After this judicial farce, no one could be surprised at the result. Their lordships reported, that the petition was founded upon resolutions formed upon false and erroneous allegations, and that the same was groundless, vexatious, and scandalous, and calculated only for the seditious purpose of keeping up a spirit of clamour and discontent in the provinces. The king approved the report, and the petition was dismissed. And such was the language, which the British rulers thought proper to use in replying to the respectful complaints of an ancient and populous province. If the people would bear this, they might well say, that their long-cherished freedom had become an empty sound and a mockery. Let history tell how they bore it, and how long. The next day Dr. Franklin was officially informed of his being dismissed from the place of Deputy Postmaster General. For this manifestation of the royal displeasure he was prepared, as well by previous intimations as by the proceedings of the council. It cannot be supposed, that he was callous to these in Vol. I-47. 370 Life of Franklin. 1774 dignities, especially as they were intended to overwhelm him with disgrace, and ruin his credit and influence. But he suppressed his resentment, and took no steps either to vindicate himself, or to counteract the malicious arts of his enemies, conscious of having done only what his duty required. When the facts came to be known and understood, his conduct was applauded by every friend of liberty and justice in both countries. He gained new credit, instead of losing what he possessed, thus baffling the iniquitous schemes of his adversaries, whom he lived to see entangled in their own toils, and whose disgraceful overthrow it was his fortune to be a principal instrument in effecting. From this time he kept aloof from the ministers, going no more to their levees, nor seeking any further intercourse with them. He contemplated bringing his affairs to a close in England and returning home, and with this view he put the papers relating to the Massachusetts agency into the hands of Mr. Arthur Lee, who had been appointed to succeed him whenever he should retire. Mr. Lee went over to the continent, to be absent several months, and then Dr. Franklin took upon himself again the business of the agency, thinking it improper to leave the post vacant, till the assembly should be apprised of the absence of Mr. Lee, and of his own wish to withdraw. The following extract from a letter, written by Dr. Rush to Arthur Lee, will show the estimation in which Dr. Franklin was at this time held by his countrymen. There is a general union among the colonies, says Dr. Rush, which no artifices of a ministry will be able to break. Dr. Franklin is a very popular character in every part of America. He will be received, and carried in triumph to his house, when he arrives amongst us. It is to be hoped he will not consent to hold any more offices under government. No step but this can prevent his being handed down to posterity among the first and greatest characters in the world. Philadelphia, JIIE 4th, 1774. Let. 68 Life of Franklin. 371. Chapter 8. Franklin remains in England to await the result of the Continental Congress. Josiah Quincy, Jr. Anecdotes. Death of Dr. Franklin's wife. Family incidents. He receives and presents the petition of Congress. Rejected by Parliament. Galloway's plan of union. Franklin's attempts to promote a reconciliation between the two countries. Visits Lord Chatham. Remarks on independence. Mrs. How he draws up articles as the basis of a negotiation, at the request of Dr. Fothergill and Mr. Barclay. These articles shown to the ministers, and various conferences concerning them. Interviews with Lord Howe respecting some mode of reconciliation. He drafts another paper for that purpose. Lord Chatham's approval of the proceedings of Congress. Lord Camden. Lord Chatham's motion in Parliament. Franklin's interviews with him in forming a plan of reconciliation. This plan offered to Parliament, and rejected. Negotiation resumed and broken off. Franklin sails from England and arrives in Philadelphia. In the meantime the news arrived, that a Continental Congress was about to convene, and, by the advice of his friends, Dr. Franklin concluded to wait the issue of that event. My situation here, he observes, is thought by many to be a little hazardous, for if, by some accident, the troops and people of New England should come to blows, I should probably be taken up, the ministerial people affecting everywhere to represent me as the cause of all the misunderstanding, and I have been frequently cautioned to secure my papers, and by some advised to withdraw. But I venture to stay, in compliance with the wish of others, till the result of the Congress arrives, since they suppose my being here might on that occasion be of use, and I confide in my innocence, that the worst which can happen to me will be an imprisonment upon suspicion, though that is a thing. 372 Life of Franklin. 1774. I should much desire to avoid, as it may be expensive and vexatious, as well as dangerous to my health. In this state of uncertainty and suspense he was greatly cheered by the arrival of Josiah Quincy, Jr., from Boston, the son of his old and valued friend, Josiah Quincy, of Braintree. Among the patriots of Massachusetts, who had signalized themselves in opposing the arbitrary acts of the British government, Josiah Quincy, Jr., was second to no one in talents, zeal, and activity. Having taken a conspicuous part in the late transactions, he was enabled to inform Dr. Franklin of all that had been done, and of the character and purposes of the prominent leaders, and it was a source of mutual satisfaction to find a perfect harmony of sentiment between themselves on the great subject, which had now become of vital importance to their country. In one of his letters, dated November 27, Mr. Quincy says, Dr. Franklin is an American in heart and soul, you may trust him, his ideas are not contracted within the narrow limits of exemption from taxes, but are extended upon the broad scale of total emancipation. He is explicit and bold upon the subject, and his hopes are as sanguine as my own, of the triumph of liberty in America. Mr. Quincy was in England 4 months, and held almost daily intercourse with Dr. Franklin. He also visited Lord North, Lord Dartmouth, and some of the other ministers, at their request, conversed frequently with members of Parliament, and on all occasions defended the rights and conduct of his countrymen with Dr. Gordon, who had imbibed the prejudices of a party against Dr. Franklin, as is obvious in various parts of his history, omits in quoting this passage, the clause, "you may trust him," and also his HCPES are as sanguine as my own, of the triumph of liberty in America. Gordon's History, 1st ed., volume IP 434. Jet. 68, Life of Franklin. 373. The same freedom and firmness, that he would have used among his most intimate friends in Boston *. While Dr. Franklin was making preparations to leave England early in the spring, and looking forward to a happy meeting with his family, from whom he had been separated 10 years, he received the afflicting intelligence of the death of his wife. She was attacked with a paralytic stroke, which she survived only 5 days. For some months she had complained of occasional ill health, but nothing serious was apprehended by her friends, although she was. He relates the following anecdote. In the course of conversation Dr. Franklin said, that more than 16 years ago, long before any dispute with America, the present Lord Camden, then Mr. Pratt, said to him, "For all what you Americans say of your loyalty, and all that, I know you will one day throw off your dependence on this country, and, notwithstanding your boasted affection for it, you will set up for independence." Dr. Franklin said that he answered him, "No such idea was ever entertained by the Americans, nor will any such ever enter their heads, unless you grossly abuse them." "Very true," replied Mr. Pratt, "that is one of the main causes I see will happen, and will produce the event." Journal, December 14. 2 years before Mr. Quincy's voyage to England, he made a tour for his health through the southern and middle provinces. At Philadelphia he fell in company with some of the proprietary party, who spoke disparagingly of Dr. Franklin, and he wrote down an opinion of that kind in his journal. On the same page of the journal he afterwards made the following record. London, January, 1775. I am now very well satisfied, that the above-named doctor has been grossly calumniated, and I have one more reason to induce me to be cautious how I hearken to the slander of envious or malevolent tongues. This minute I thought it but justice to insert, in order to take off any impression to the disadvantage of Dr. Franklin, who I am now fully convinced is one of the wisest and best of men upon earth, one, of whom it may be said that this world is not worthy. MS Journal. Mr. Quincy's health rapidly declined in England, and the voyage homeward exhausted him so much, that he died a few hours before the vessel entered the harbor of Cape Ann, on the 26th of April, 1775, at the early age of 31. The memoir of High Siv, by his son, is a valuable tribute to his memory, interesting in its details, and a rich contribution to the history of the country. YOL.IFF. 374 LIJ and LTE of Franklin. 1774. Heard to express a conviction, that she should not recover. They had been married 44 years, and lived together in a state of uninterrupted harmony and happiness. Their correspondence during his long absence, a great part of which has been preserved, is affectionate on both sides, exhibiting proofs of an unlimited confidence and devoted attachment. He omitted no opportunity to send her whatever he thought would contribute to her convenience and comfort, accompanied by numerous little tokens of remembrance and affection. So much did he rely on her prudence and capacity, that, when abroad, he entrusted to her the management of his private affairs. Many years after her death, in writing T.C. and G.T. a young lady, he said, "Frugality is an enriching virtue, a virtue I never could acquire myself, but I was once lucky enough to find it in a wife, who therefore became a fortune to me." The little song, which he wrote in her praise, is marked with a playful tenderness, and contains sentiments creditable to his feelings as a man and a husband. In his autobiography and letters he often mentions his wife, and always with a kindness and respect, which could proceed only from genuine sensibility and a high estimate of her character and virtues. A late English writer, who in the main has done justice to Franklin, thinks it strange, that so little has been said of his family connections, and insinuates, that, in his days of prosperity, he was less attentive to his poor relations, than would be expected from one, so remarkable for benevolence and philanthropy in his. Mrs. Franklin died at Philadelphia, December 19, 1774, and was buried in the cemetery of Christ's Church, on the side next to Arch Street. Life of Franklin. 375. Intercourse with society and in all his public acts. To remove such a suspicion, it is only necessary to peruse his writings, and study his history. The tale of his early years is told by himself in his own simple and expressive language, and no one will say, that it is deficient in a lively concern for the welfare of his relatives, or in the natural sympathies of a son and a brother. His circumstances were as humble, and his fortunes as adverse, as those of any of his family, and, before he had gained a competency, many of them had passed off the stage. When his wife died, the last of his 16 brothers and sisters, except the youngest, had been dead 8 years, his father 28, and his mother 20. Neither his parents, nor more than 2 or 3 of his brothers and sisters, needed his assistance. His brother James died at Newport in Rhode Island, leaving a widow and children, whom he befriended and aided many years. His brother Peter died at an advanced age in Philadelphia, having been established there by Dr. Franklin, and assisted by him in procuring a support. His youngest sister, Jane, who married Edward Meckham, resided the most of her life in Boston, and was left a widow with several children. Her means of support were small, and her misfortunes many, but she was sustained by his affectionate kindness and liberal bounty as long as he lived, of which there are abundant evidences in her letters of grateful acknowledgment. More than any others of the family, she resembled him in the strength of her character and intellect. Her eldest son found a home in his family, till he had learned the printer's trade, when he was set up in business by his uncle. Dr. Franklin met in England a relation of the same name, but of another branch of the family, old and poor. 376 Life of Franklin. 1774. Who had an only daughter 11 years of age. This child he took home to his lodgings in London, with no other than charitable motives, and had her educated and maintained at his charge till she was married. No father was ever more kind, devoted, or generous to his own children. His eldest son, William, was his constant companion at home and abroad in his youth, and afterwards the object of his confidence and paternal regard, till he estranged himself by his violent political conduct, sacrificing the ties of kindred to the schemes of ambition. Francis Folger, his second son, died when he was only 4 years old, of whom his father said, though now dead 36 years, to this day I cannot think of him without a sigh. His daughter, Sarah, alone remained to soothe his old age, and administer to his last wants in a lingering disease. From her birth she experienced from him all that a father's fondness, indulgence, and counsel could bestow, and he bequeathed to her the principal part of the fortune, which he had acquired by years of laborious industry, and by the habitual practice of his rigid maxims of economy and prudence. On all occasions he was prompt to assist the necessitous, and liberal in his benefactions and deeds of charity. For public objects his contributions were in full proportion to his means. He had a delicate way of giving money, which he called lending it for the good of mankind. To an English clergyman, a prisoner in France, whose wants he relieved by a sum of money, he wrote, "Some time or other you may have an opportunity of assisting with an equal sum a stranger who has equal need of it. Do so. By that means you will discharge any obligation you may suppose yourself under to me. Enjoin him to do the same on occasion. By pursuing such a practice, much." IET. 68 Life of Franklin. 377. Good may be done with little money. Let kind offices go round. Mankind are all of a family. This was a common practice with him, by which he could spare the feelings of the receiver, and practically inculcate the maxim of doing good. About the middle of December, 1774, Dr. Franklin received the petition of the First Continental Congress to the King, with a letter from the President of Congress to the several colonial agents in London, requesting them to present the petition. All the agents, except Franklin, Bollen, and Lee, declined acting in the business, alleging that they had no instructions. These 3 gentlemen, however, carried it to Lord Dartmouth, who, after retaining it one day for perusal, during which a cabinet council was held, agreed to deliver it, and in a short time he informed them, that His Majesty had been pleased to receive it very graciously, and would lay it before both Houses of Parliament. This was accordingly done, but without any allusion to it in the King's speech, or any message calling the attention of Parliament to the subject. It was sent down with a mass of letters of intelligence, newspapers, and pamphlets, and laid upon the table undistinguished from the other papers with which it was accompanied. The agents requested to be heard at the bar of the House in support of the petition, but were refused. When it came up for consideration, it was rejected by an overwhelming majority, after a heated debate, in which the ministerial members spoke contemptuously of the Americans and of their pretended grievances, and insisted on reducing them to obedience at all events, and by force of arms if that were necessary. While the first Congress was sitting, Galloway, who was a member from Pennsylvania, proposed a Vol. I-48 FF**. Life of Franklin. 1774. 378. Plan of union between Great Britain and the colonies, which met with so little success, that there was almost a unanimous voice for not permitting it to be entered in the journals. Piqued at this slight, and at the defeat of a scheme from which he had formed high expectations, Galloway caused his plan to be printed, in connection with disrespectful observations on the proceedings of Congress. He sent a copy of it to Dr. Franklin, who, in his reply, without touching upon its merits, gave his ideas of some preliminary articles, which he said ought to be agreed to before any plan of union could be established. These articles included a repeal of the Declaratory Act, and of all the acts of Parliament laying duties on the colonies, all acts altering the charter, constitution, or laws of any colony, all acts restraining manufactures, with a modification of the Navigation Acts, which should be reenacted by the legislatures of both countries. It was his opinion, however, that no benefit would result to America by a closer union with Great Britain than already existed. For the year past, Dr. Franklin had foreseen, that, if the ministers persevered in their mad projects against the colonies, a rupture between the two countries and a civil war would soon follow, and he used all the means in his power to induce a change of measures. This was known to gentlemen of influence in the opposition, who were striving to effect the same end, and who accordingly sought his counsel and cooperation. Lord Chatham was among those, who condemned the policy and acts of the administration, and he was resolved to make a strenuous effort in Parliament to avert the calamity, which he saw, as he thought, impending over the nation. In the month of August, 1774, while Dr. Franklin was on a visit. Jet, 68. Life of Franklin. 379. To Mr. Sargent, at his seat in Kent, he received an invitation from Lord Chatham to visit him at Hayes, his lordship's residence, which was not far distant. Lord Stanhope called on Dr. Franklin the next day, and accompanied him to Hayes. The conversation turned on American affairs. Lord Chatham spoke feelingly of the late laws against Massachusetts, censured them with severity, and said he had a great esteem for the people of that country, and hoped they would continue firm, and unite in defending, by all practicable and legal means, their constitutional rights. Dr. Franklin said he was convinced they would do so, and then proceeded to explain the nature and grounds of their complaints, the unconstitutional encroachments of Parliament, and the injustice and impolicy of the measures, which the ministers were rashly enforcing, and which would inevitably alienate the affections of the colonists, and drive them to desperation and open resistance. His lordship seemed pleased with his frankness, assented to some of his statements, and raised queries respecting others. He mentioned an opinion prevailing in England, that the Americans were aiming to set up an independent state. Dr. Franklin assured him, that he had at different times traveled from one end of the continent to the other, conversed with all descriptions of people, and had never heard a hint of this kind from any individual. This declaration referred to the past, and to the actual disposition towards the mother country before the late events, and not to the temper which had been excited by the novel aggressions of the British government, for Dr. Franklin himself, at this very time, as we learn from his conversation with Mr. Quincy, was looking forward to independence, because he was satisfied that the min. 380 Life of Franklin. 1774 history would not relax from their tyrannical measures, and that the people would not endure them. On this ground alone he expected independence, and not from anything that had as yet been done or resolved by the colonists. Asterisk. Lord Chatham was affable, professed to be much pleased with the visit, and politely told Dr. Franklin, that he should be glad to see him whenever his convenience would permit. Some time after, when he was at a meeting of the Royal Society, Mr. Raper, one of the members, proposed to introduce him to a certain lady, who, he said, wished to play with him at chess. This lady was Mrs. Howe, a sister of Lord Howe. Being fond of chess, and having no reason to decline S1:1ch an invitation, he accepted the challenge, not dreaming that anything more was intended than a little recreation. He called on her with his friend, played a few games, and, finding her agreeable and intelligent, agreed to resume the amusement on another day. He went accordingly, and played as before. The chessboard being laid aside, Mrs. Howe began a conversation, first on a mathematical problem, then on political affairs, and at last she said, "What is to be done with this dispute between Great Britain and the colonies? I hope we are not to have a civil war." "They should kiss and be friends," said Franklin. "What can they do better? Quarreling can be of service to neither, but it is ruin to both." "I have often said," she replied, "that I wished government." Asterisk. The above declaration, respecting the time when the Americans first conceived the idea of independence, is confirmed by the testimony of Washington, John Adams, Jefferson, Madison, and others who acted a conspicuous part in the Revolution. These all affirm, that, before the commencement of hostilities, they aimed only at a redress of grievances and a restoration to their former rights. See Sparks's edition of Washington's Writings, Volume 2. p. 496. Pound T68. Life of Franklin. Would employ you to settle the dispute for them. I am sure nobody could do it so well. Do you not think that the thing is practicable? One undoubtedly, madam, he rejoined, if the parties are disposed to reconciliation, for the two countries have really no clashing interests to differ about. It is rather a matter of punctilio, which 2 or 3 reasonable people might settle in half an hour. I thank you for the good opinion you are pleased to express of me, but the ministers will never think of employing me in that good work, they choose rather to abuse me. Said she, they have behaved shamefully to you, and, indeed, some of them are now ashamed of it. The missiles. As this conversation was apparently incidental, he drew no inferences from it, but assented again to the ladies' request to renew their game of chess on a future occasion. In the meantime 2 of his friends, Dr. Fothergill and David Barclay, jointly expressed to him great concern at the present state of the colonial dispute, and urged him with much solicitude to make a new and formal attempt to bring about a reconciliation, saying that he understood the business better than anybody else, and could manage it more effectually, and that it seemed to be his duty to leave no expedient untried, which would tend to promote an object of so great moment to both countries. At first he objected to any further interference, believing the ministry were not in the least inclined to an accommodation, but that they wished rather to irritate the colonists and push them to acts of resistance, that they might have a pretence for using force to reduce them to submission. Dr. Fothergill and Mr. Barclay were of a different opinion, and were convinced, that, whatever might be. 382 Life of Franklin. 1774. The designs of some of the ministers, others seriously desired a reconciliation, and would listen to any reasonable propositions for that end. They entreated him to think of the matter, and to sketch a plan, such as H should be willing to support, and as in his opinion would be acceptable to the colonies. With some reluctance he yielded to their solicitation, and promised to prepare a draft, and show it to them at their next meeting. He drew up a paper, consisting of 17 articles, which he called hints, but which embodied the elements of a compact. He consented that the tea, which had been destroyed in the harbor of Boston, should be paid for, but he required the Tea Act, and all the acts restraining manufactures, the laws against Massachusetts and the Quebec Act, to be repealed, and all the acts for regulating trade to be reenacted by the colonial legislatures. He insisted, that all duties collected in the colonies should be paid into the colonial treasuries, and that the custom house officers should be appointed by the governors, that no requisitions should be made in time of peace, and that no troops should enter any colony without the consent of its legislature, that in time of war the requisitions should be in proportion to those in Great Britain, that the governors and judges should be appointed during good behavior, and receive their salaries from the assemblies, and that Parliament should claim no power over the internal legislation of the colonies. These were the principal points, though there were some others of minor importance. At the time appointed he met Dr. Fothergill and Mr. Barclay, produced his hints, and explained and defended each article. They objected to some parts, and doubted as to others, yet they thought it worth Life of Franklin. 383. While to make the experiment, as a preliminary step towards a negotiation, and asked permission to take copies of his paper, intimating an intention to show it in the ministerial circles. Dr. Fothergill was on terms of intimacy with Lord Dartmouth and some of the other ministers, and Mr. Berkeley wished it to be seen by Lord Hyde, with whom he was acquainted. Dr. Franklin, submitting to the discretion of his friends, did not object to this proposal, and 2 copies were transcribed in the handwriting of Mr. Berkeley. It was now time to fulfill his engagement to Mrs. Howe. He called at her house. Hyde had scarcely entered the room, when she said that her brother, Lord Howe, would be glad to make his acquaintance. He could only reply, that he should be proud of such an honor. He is just by, said she, will you give me leave to send for him? By all means, madam, he answered, if you think proper. She accordingly dispatched a message to her brother, who arrived in a few minutes. His lordship began the conversation with some polite compliments, and said his particular motive for desiring an interview at this time was the alarming state of American affairs, and that he hoped to obtain Dr. Franklin's sentiments on the best means of reconciling the differences, being persuaded that no other person could do so much towards healing the breach, which threatened the most mischievous consequences, unless some speedy remedy could be applied. A long discourse ensued, in which Lord Howe requested him to put in writing such propositions, as he conceived would lead to a good understanding between the 2 countries, which they might consider at another interview. This he agreed to undertake. According to his promise, he had communicated to 384 Life of Franklin. 1775. Lord Chatham the late American papers which he had received, and he went a week afterwards to Hayes, where he was extremely gratified with the manner in which that great man spoke of the proceedings of the Congress. They had acted, he said, with so much temper, moderation, and wisdom, that he thought it the most honorable assembly of statesmen since those of the ancient Greeks and Romans in the most virtuous times. He professed a warm regard for the Americans, and hearty wishes for their prosperity, and added, that when Parliament assembled he should have something to offer, upon which he should previously want Dr. Franklin's sentiments. On his way home he passed the night with Lord Camden, at Chilhurst. This nobleman agreed entirely with Lord Chatham in his opinion of Congress, and of the transactions in America. He returned to town in time to meet Lord Howe according to appointment, but was obliged to apologize for not being ready with his propositions. Lord Howe said, he could now assure him, that both Lord North and Lord Dartmouth were sincerely disposed to an accommodation. He then asked Dr. Franklin what he thought of a project for sending over a commissioner empowered to inquire into the grievances of the Americans, and to agree with them upon some mode of reconciliation. Franklin seemed to approve the idea. Mrs. Howe was present. I wish, brother, said she, you were to be sent thither on such a service. I should like that much better than General Howe's going to command the army there. I think, madam, replied Franklin, they ought to provide for General Howe some more honorable employment. Lord Howe then drew out a paper, which proved to Jet. 69 Life of Franklin. 385. Be a copy of the hints, in David Barclay's handwriting. He remarked, that these terms were so hard, as to afford little hope of their being obtained, and he begged Dr. Franklin to turn his thoughts to another plan. To satisfy his lordship, he consented to make a second trial, but he confessed, that he did not think he should produce anything more acceptable. He drew up a series of propositions, founded mainly on the petition of Congress to the King, and such other papers as Congress had published. He sent the propositions to Lord Howe, and both these and the hints were communicated to some of the ministers, to Lord Hyde, and to a few other persons of high political standing. Soon afterwards he was informed by Lord Stanhope, that Lord Chatham would offer a motion to the House of Lords the following day, and desired his attendance. The next morning, January 20th, he likewise received a message from Lord Chatham, telling him, that if he would be in the lobby at 2 o'clock, he would introduce him. I attended, says Dr. Franklin, and met him there accordingly. On my mentioning to him what Lord Stanhope had written to me, he said, certainly, and I shall do it with the more pleasure, as I am sure your being present at this day's debate will be of more service to America than mine, and so taking me by the arm was leading me along the passage to the door that enters near the throne, when one of the doorkeepers followed, and acquainted him, that, by the order, none were to be carried in at that door but the eldest sons or brothers of peers, on which he limped back with me to the door near the bar, where were standing a number of gentlemen, waiting for the peers who Vol. I. 49 GG. 386 Life of Franklin. 1775. Were to introduce them, and some peers waiting for friends they expected to introduce, among whom he delivered me to the doorkeepers, saying aloud, this is Dr. Franklin, whom I would have admitted into the house, when they readily opened the door for me accordingly. As it had not been publicly known, that there was any communication between his lordship and me, this, I found, occasioned some speculation. Lord Chatham moved, that the troops should be withdrawn from Boston. This gave rise to a warm debate, in which the motion was ably and eloquently sustained by the mover and Lord Camden, but it was lost by a large majority. In the course of his remarks Lord Chatham mentioned, that this motion was introductory to a general plan for a reconciliation, which he proposed to lay before Parliament. This was the subject, in regard to which he had before intimated to Dr. Franklin that he should want his advice and assistance. A week after the debate on the motion, he spent a day with his lordship, who showed him the outlines of high plan, and asked his opinion and observations upon all its principal points. Lord Chatham next called at his lodgings in town, and passed nearly 2 hours with him on the same business. The draft of his plan was now completed, and he left a copy of it with Dr. Franklin, requesting him to consider it maturely, and suggest any alterations or additions that might occur to him. He made another visit to Hayes, where the plan was again discussed, and the work was finished. He did not approve the plan in all its parts, nor believe it would be acceptable to the colonies, and he freely stated his objections. But it was necessary to conform in some degree to the prejudices prevailing in Parliament, or there would be no hope of gain. Life of Franklin. 387. The attention of that body to any propositions, and Lord Chatham himself did not suppose, that, in any event, his plan would be adopted precisely as he should present it. His aim was to open the way to an accommodation, and amendments might be introduced in its progress through the House. Little else was to be expected, than that it might serve as the basis of a treaty. And in the meantime, before it passed, the Americans would have an opportunity of knowing what it was, and of making objections and propositions. This plan was submitted to the House of Lords, in the form of a bill, on the 1st of February. Lord Stanhope, at the request of Lord Chatham, accompanied Dr. Franklin to the House, and procured him admittance. The House was very full. Lord Chatham exerted all his powers of eloquence and argument in support of his plan. It was vehemently assailed by the ministers and their adherents, and was defended by the Dukes of Richmond and Manchester, Lord Shelburne, Lord Camden, Lord Temple, and others. The ministerial influence was so great, however, that it was not even allowed to lie on the table for future consideration, but was rejected by a majority of 2 to 1. The speech of Lord Sandwich was passionate and abusive. He could not believe, he said, that the bill proceeded from a British peer, it was more likely the work of some American, and, turning towards Dr. Franklin, who was leaning on the bar, said he fancied he had in his eye the person who drew it up, one of the bitterest and most mischievous enemies this country had ever known. In reply to this illiberal insinuation, Lord Chatham declared, that it was entirely his own, a declaration he thought himself the 388 Life of Franklin. 1775. More obliged to make, as many of their lordships appeared to have so mean an opinion of it, for, if it was so weak or so bad a thing, it was proper in him to take care that no other person should unjustly share in censure it deserved. That it had been heretofore reckoned his vice, not to be apt to take advice, but he made no scruple to declare, that, if he were the first minister of this country, and had the care of settling this momentous business, he should not be ashamed of publicly calling to his assistance a person so perfectly acquainted with the whole of American affairs as the gentleman alluded to, and so injuriously reflected on, 1. He was pleased to say, whom all Europe held in high estimation for his knowledge and wisdom, and ranked with our Boyles and Newtons, who was an honor, not to the English nation only, but to human nature. After this proceeding, Dr. Franklin did not expect to hear anything more of proposals for a negotiation, but, a day or 2 after, he was again invited by Dr. Fothergill and Mr. Barclay to meet and consult with them on the subject of the hints. It appears that conferences had been held about them, and these gentlemen handed him a paper, which purported to come from high authority, and in which some of his articles were approved, and others rejected or modified. He read the paper and agreed to consider it. His opinion of its contents may be drawn from his remarks on this interview. We had not at this time, he says, a great deal of conversation upon these points, for I shortened it by observing, that, while the Parliament claimed and exercised a power of altering our constitutions at pleasure, there could be no agreement, for we were rendered unsafe in every privilege we had a right. MT 69. Life of Franklin. 389. 2. And were secure in nothing. And, it being hinted how necessary an agreement was for America, since it was so easy for Britain to burn all our seaport towns, I grew warm, said that the chief part of my little property consisted of houses in those towns, that they might make bonfires of them whenever they pleased, that the fear of losing them would never alter my resolution to resist to the last that claim of Parliament, and that it behoved this country to take care what mischief it did us, for that, sooner or later, it would certainly be obliged to make good all damages with interest. The negotiation continued thus informally for so underscore me time longer. Another paper was produced, which was understood to come from the ministry, and various efforts were made to induce Dr. Franklin to relax from some of his terms. But all the proposed modifications seemed to him of intrinsic importance, and such as his countrymen would not and ought not to accept. Several conferences followed, in some of which Lord Howe and Lord Hyde took a part. It turned out, that Lord Howe had conceived a strong desire to be sent over to America as a commissioner, and this explains the warm interest he took in the subject, as well as the contrivance of his sister to bring him acquainted with Dr. Franklin, in a way that should not excite a suspicion of her motives. Governor Pownall had formed a similar project for himself, and it is probable, that the ministry seriously thought of this step, if they could obtain such propositions from Dr. Franklin, as would afford a reasonable prospect of accomplishing their wishes, it being supposed, that he would express the sentiments of the Americans on all the essential points of difference. When they ascertained the extent of his claims, and G.G. 390 Life of Franklin. 1775. Found him unyielding, the scheme was abandoned. And, indeed, before the negotiation was at an end, he became tired of it himself, believing it utterly fruitless, and he said, if anything more was to be done, the ministers ought to be directly concerned in it, and there should be a full understanding of the dispositions and designs of both parties. Whatever may be thought of this negotiation as an affair of diplomacy, or of the aims of those connected with it on the British side, there can be but one opinion as to the manner in which it was conducted by Franklin. It was creditable to his patriotism and sagacity. He had been absent 10 years from America, and could know the opinions and feelings of his countrymen only from the reports of their proceedings and published papers. He was beyond the reach of the enthusiasm naturally inspired by a union of numbers in defending rights and resisting oppression, yet no American could have placed the demands of the colonies on a broader foundation, or supported them with a more ardent zeal, or insisted on them with a more determined resolution. These transactions detained him longer in England than he had expected. He was now ready for his departure, and he received a message from Dr. Fothergill for their mutual friends in Philadelphia. "Tell them," said he, "that, whatever specious pretenses are offered, they are all hollow." Dr. Fothergill was as much disgusted, as disappointed, with the ministerial manoeuvres, which he had discovered in the course of the late negotiation. The day before Franklin left London, he wrote as follows to Arthur Lee. "I leave directions with Mrs. Stevenson to deliver to you all the Massachusetts papers, when you please to call for them. I am sorry." Let. 69 Life of Franklin. 391. That the hurry of preparing for my voyage, and the many hindrances I have met with, prevented my meeting with you and Mr. Bollen, and conversing a little more on our affairs, before my departure. I wish to both of you health and happiness, and shall be glad to hear from you by every opportunity. I shall let you know how I find things in America. I may possibly return again in the autumn, but you will, if you think fit, continue henceforth the agent for Massachusetts, an office which I cannot again undertake." In a letter to a friend on the continent, he likewise mentions it as probable that he should return in the autumn. But he did not then foresee the memorable day at Lexington, which occurred a month afterwards, nor the new scene of action that awaited him on the other side of the Atlantic. He sailed from England on the 21st of March, 1775, and arrived at Philadelphia on the 5th of May, employing himself during a long voyage in writing an account of his recent attempts to establish peace and harmony between the two countries, but this paper was not published till after his death. He also made experiments with a thermometer, to ascertain the temperature of the ocean in different places, by which he found that the water in the Gulf Stream is warmer than the sea on each side of it. This result, which he considered a valuable philosophical discovery, was confirmed by similar experiments repeated in 2 other voyages. His inference was, that the body of water, constituting the Gulf Stream, retains a portion of its warmth while it passes from the tropics to the northern seas, thus affording seamen the means of knowing when they are in the stream by the temperature of the water. By the same warmth, as he supposed, the air above is rare. 392 Life of Franklin. 1775. Fied and rendered lighter, currents of wind flow in from opposite directions, and produce the tornadoes and waterspouts so common over the Gulf Stream in southern latitudes. Further north, the warm air mingles with the cold, and is condensed into the fogs, which prevail so remarkably on the banks of Newfoundland. This has been a production by the Mental Chemist, for study and education. Copyright 2024.